Cyber Monday kind of girl,
y'all
though.
relax.
I know you anyway. See,
Makia knows. She goes, it's still Monday. There's still time to spend money.
Still time.
There you go. Morning,
Did you spend anything?
Good morning, Steve. Are you going to say hi to the Commanders fans that are still getting home from the parking lots last night?
Yeah, it was a tough one. I actually caught the end of the game last night, but
Yeah.
they went for it. We'll say that.
It was almost worth it, right?
That's what happens.
Did you shop?
No, well, yes and no. I'll explain later.
Okay. I don't know what
Somebody
that
in my
means.
house shop, but not me, but it apparently was on my credit card. Okay,
it should be.
mid-40s around here by late afternoon. Steve mentioned snow at the top, and yes, we got a little wintry mix expected late tonight, early Tuesday morning. We'll talk all about that. Mid-30s this morning. No rain or snow today. We'll be partly sunny and mid-40s this afternoon. So a chilly day in front of us. I'll have more on our snow chance coming up. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here, 6 o'clock. This is what it looks like for you. Overview-wise, you're seeing a couple of red numbers as of right now. We'll take a look on the outer loop of the Beltway. This is all the way in Lanham. A crash before US 50 right now as the left lane and both shoulders blocked. So as a result, it's about 22 minutes in delays from Maryland 202. Keep that in mind as you are headed out the door. Slow down in that area. Steve?
Well, the White House inviting families of the 2 National Guard members who were shot in the district to come visit as the country awaits new information on the suspect.
The Trump administration has also halted asylum decisions nationwide as a result of that shooting. Let's get out to Fox 5's Melanie Alwick, who joins us live in Northwest this morning with the latest. Mel, good morning.
Good morning. And in addition to pausing any new decisions on asylum claims, the Trump administration also putting a pause on issuing any visas for people traveling on Afghan passports. Now, you can see behind me at 17th and I where this shooting happened on Wednesday evening. People continue to leave tributes, flowers, cards, and those sorts of things here outside the Farragut West Metro Station where the National Guard members were on patrol. 20-year-old specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries after Wednesday's attack. 24-year-old Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital in critical condition after surgery. New video obtained by the Wall Street Journal shows the suspect holding a gun and the National Guardman running down the street. There are continued questions about how closely the suspect was vetted. 29-year-old Afghan national Ramanullah Lakanwal worked with the CIA in Afghanistan and was allowed to enter the U.S. in 2021 through the Operation Allies Welcome program. He was later granted asylum by the Trump administration. On Sunday, the president said he spoke to the Guard members' families.
As you know, the one is no longer with us, and Andrew is fighting for his life. And his parents are unbelievably great people, highly religious people, and they're praying, and they want everybody to pray for Andrew, and he has a chance to make it. But he is, his mother and father, they were so unbelievable. They were so positive. From West Virginia, great state. I spoke with Sarah's parents, too, and the only thing I can say, they were devastated.
Well, it's not clear when 500 additional troops ordered to D.C. by the Trump administration will arrive in the city or what states will be sending them. West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey will hold a press conference later today to update the situation, and you can check that out on our Fox Local app.
In the meantime, other top stories we're following for you this Monday morning. D.C. firefighters will return to a southeast neighborhood today to talk about fire safety just days after a man was killed in an apartment fire. That happened yesterday morning at Savannah Street. The cause still being investigated. Also in Southeast, firefighters responded to another fire last night, rescuing 4 people from inside that burning home on Gorman Street. Nobody was hurt. Investigators say the fire mostly contained the kitchen. No word yet on how it started.
Oh, winter weather in the Midwest amid the holiday travel rush continues to create major headaches for millions of Americans traveling home. Yesterday, FlightAware's Misery Map showed hundreds of flights at DCA, Dulles, and BWI delayed or canceled. Officials expect to be the second most travel day, today rather, of the holiday period. An exciting moment at Northwest Stadium last night when Commanders Traylon Burks made that incredible one-handed catch and a touchdown. It was his first touchdown since 2022. And that touchdown, by the way, also helped the Commanders take the lead in the third.
Straight up Odell Beckham, right? Fortunately, or unfortunately, rather, the momentum would not be enough to last the entire game, but they were right there in it. Commanders lost in overtime after failing to secure the 2-point conversion. They scored in overtime to match it once again. Needed the extra point to tie, 2-point conversion to win. Didn't happen. 27-26 was the final. Denver takes the win.
You know, coming off the field, it just felt those are games you do love to be a part of. The absolute battle, two teams like going for it, throwing punches back and forth, and you know, I hate the outcome.
And they were right there, didn't it? Marcus Mariota, a pretty good game. Almost 300 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Commanders' 9th straight loss, though. They will take on the Vikings on Sunday.
Yeah, tough to see being so close. And then also, too, I mean, give it to our guys. The Broncos have only lost, what, twice this entire season? So, yeah, it was going to be a challenge from the start. Nonetheless, Commanders, we're still rooting for you.
It was the 7th straight loss, but 9th loss of the season. And, yeah, I mean, Denver didn't play as well as I thought that they were billed to come in. The Commanders were right there with them the whole time. It's just they got that 1 point that we didn't get.
Yeah.
Made all the difference.
All right, we're pulling for you against the Vikings, guys. Tucker, what do you think?
Vikings don't look too good, so I think we got a good chance next week.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a fun game to watch, most importantly, so I'm not too disappointed. At some point, you got to start, you know, thinking about draft picks, so
yeah,
maybe not the worst thing. Okay, good morning. Let's do weather together. Sunny and chilly today, mid-40s this afternoon. I know what you're thinking. I've been hearing about snow in the forecast. That would be for tomorrow morning, and it'll be a quick kind of wintry mix burst at sunrise, and then it'll change to rain pretty quick, and we'll focus on that coming up. All right, morning numbers, 35 in Washington, 34 Dallas, BWI Marshall, 33 degrees. Get the morning going. We look quiet. Getting back to work and school. Nice quiet morning here. We'll get a few clouds this afternoon, so we'll go partly sunny. Again, no precipitation today or tonight if you're going out. Overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning, the makings of our next storm system out to our west will arrive. And we may get, again, a quick burst of some wintry weather around here right before dawn, early tomorrow morning before it changes to rain across the region. And we'll focus on some of those impacts coming up. But your forecast for this afternoon, December the 1st, mix of sun and clouds. Still chilly out there, 45 degrees. We're going to be cold all week. All right, it is time for some morning shout-outs. And first, I want to remind you about the weather on the go, the Fox Local app. If you haven't downloaded it, get it today. It's absolutely free, and you can get the latest weather updates on it all the time. And, you know, you can see our forecast. Just hit a button and you can watch it. All right, Fox Live Fan Club, and we want to thank everybody for watching, and we want to catch up on some of our Thanksgiving celebrations. Amanda checking in from Mechanicsville, Maryland. George, our new Maine Coon kitten, loves hanging out in the Christmas tree. Well, isn't that quite the ornament right there? Very cute. Well, how does he get himself up there? He looks very cute. All right, Ben checking in from Strasburg, Virginia. Mahomie is ready for turkey and football. Very handsome face, and I hope you had a full meal there, Mahomie. And please send us your pictures. Scan me in the upper right-hand corner. Let us know what you did for Thanksgiving. If you were at the Commanders game last night, we want to hear from you.
The cat in the tree was so cute.
It was a kitten.
A little kitten in a tree. That's so cute. We'll take a look here at your roadways as you're headed out on the outer loop of the Beltway through Lanham. Following along with a crash before US 50 that has the left lane and both shoulders still blocked in the area. This is what it looks like passing the scene specifically. Delays span back from Maryland 202 for about 21 minutes this morning that you're going to see that red zone. 22, of course, the opposite side of the spectrum there at Gainesville towards Beltway are completely cleared. 66 eastbound. Inner loop at the Beltway between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. You're not seeing too much increase just yet. 14 for 12 there, so you should be good to go with a minor slowdown at one specific point. Steve?
Well, speculation continuing to build over who will get in the race to replace D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who announced last week she will not seek a 4th term as mayor. D.C. Council members Denise Lewis, George, and Kenny McDuffie are said to be launching mayoral campaigns in the near future. But on Fox 5's On the Hill yesterday morning, Axios D.C. reporter Janae Dill said while they're likely to run, some others could still jump in the race.
So those are the two main ones that we know of now, big names that are imminently, I'm told, about to enter. It's going to be a big sort of clash in the different wings of the party, but more people can get in this race. Now it's an open sort of race.
Axios reporting some of the speculation surrounding current D.C. Councilmember Robert White, who ran against Bowser in the previous mayoral race but lost in the primary. White is currently running for D.C. delegate to Congress, however.
Well, the World Cup draw is Friday at the Kennedy Center, but Iran will be sitting out. The country's state-run news agency reports a boycott is due to visas refused to members of Iran's delegation. A spokesman for the Iranian Soccer Federation has tapped FIFA, hoping for some help. Iran was one of 12 countries listed in a U.S. travel ban back in June. Exemptions have been promised for members of athletic teams traveling for the World Cup, Olympics, or any other major sporting event.
Well, if you're not aware by your inbox yet, today is Cyber Monday, and experts say it could be a record spending day for consumers. According to Adobe Analytics, U.S. shoppers will spend more than $14 billion today online. And that's more than last year's Cyber Monday. Forecasters predict a big reason for the jump, the rise of buy now, pay later loans. The National Retail Federation is also predicting U.S. shoppers could spend more than $1 trillion overall this holiday season. That'd be the first time to hit that $1 trillion mark.
All right, your time right now is 6:10. So to come this morning, the future of streeteries in the district. The new rules restaurants must follow.
So we're heading to break right now, but we're also heading closer to the holidays, and we'd love to see your holiday displays. I know a lot of you were working hard over the weekend, putting up the trees, putting up the lights. We're going to share right up through the holiday season. That is producer Sarah's tree. Looks really good, Sarah. I like the lights, I like the ornaments, but we want to see yours as well. So, you know, Sarah's tree's not all alone here. Scan the QR code on your screen to send them to us, and we'll be sharing throughout the morning in the next couple of weeks as well. 6:11.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
More now on the future of outdoor dining in the district. It could change tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. The council is voting on emergency legislation to bring down the cost of keeping streeteries in place.
This after restaurants started facing new fees over the weekend. Maureen Dume this morning in Adams Morgan. That's a hot spot for the streetery. She's got the latest for us. Hi, Mo.
Hey, good morning. So yeah, for a lot of neighborhoods like Adams Morgan, these streeteries weren't just about keeping these businesses open. It really became a part of the street life. Let me step aside here. You can see no one using them obviously now at this time of morning, but these really have become just kind of a sign of the neighborhood. Adams Morgan, Navy Yard, those sorts of places, DuPont Circle. For a lot of businesses now, they're faced with the dilemma. Do we continue to operate these at a higher cost, or do we tear them down and potentially lose the valuable business that they've brought over the years? That is the debate happening right now. Some say losing their outdoor setups hurts business, but others say getting the parking spaces back is actually better for them. And tomorrow, this D.C. City Council will decide whether the new rules about streeteries should be eased. Temporary permits expired yesterday, and the permanent program means a $260 fee plus $20 per square foot and buying your own safety barriers. Some business owners say those expenses could reach from $15,000 to $24,000 a year, and for some, it's simply too much, so they're removing their streeteries. Others say the outdoor seating brought customers and energy back to the block.
We would lose, like I said, about a third of our revenue. This is also responsible for the employment of give or take 4 or 5 people on our staff, like that are only working here because we have this. Yeah, so it would be bad. It would be bad for our sales. It would be bad for our staff. This also generates about $100,000 a year in tax revenue for the city in sales tax, so they'd be losing that. So really nobody wins from this.
Well, DDOT says the new rules are about safety and consistency, and businesses that already applied through the city's top system program say that right now that while their applications are reviewed, that they're going to stay in place. So again, what's happening right now is DC City Council member Charles Allen has proposed this new legislation that would amend some of this cost, lower it so that these businesses can stay open. They do vote on this tomorrow, and should this go through, what it does is buy them a reprieve for 90 days, and then enforcement would begin. DDOT says even though that the streeteries program officially ended yesterday, they are also going to pause things and not apply any sort of penalties to these restaurants, at least until the beginning of next year. So we'll have to watch how this plays out. We'll, of course, keep you updated on all of it as we get it. That's the very latest from here. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thanks so much, Maureen. It is 6:16 right now. Time to give you a live look outside at Leonardtown from our Fox 5 Sky Cam. It looks like they had a pole there for a moment. But yeah, look at the lights just shining so bright. You're going to notice more of those going up now. I feel like it is the official, well, it's the unofficial start to winter, Tuck, but also when I feel like everyone put their trees up, those who didn't already.
Yeah, it's meteorological start to winter. What's going on with the poinsettias with you guys? You guys are saving a few bucks this year? Got just a couple up front?
I literally just noticed them now.
I just noticed that too.
When you were saying that, I hadn't even noticed it before. So,
just ask.
Thanks for the heads up.
Just
apparently you're
you can't tell, but the Weather Center has about 100 of them, and you guys have like 2.
Nothing gets past you, Tuck.
There you go. All right, high temperatures yesterday, 44 degrees. It's chilly this morning. Going to be a chilly week. Daytime highs today, just about where we were yesterday in the low to mid 40s. So just a reminder, we are running a little below averages. We do kick off meteorological winter today on December the 1st. Chilly this morning, 28 in Gaithersburg, Manassas 32 degrees, freezing temperatures there. Winchester, Culpeper at 32, 34 in Leonardtown. We were just looking, 36 in Annapolis. So cold for everybody this morning. It was a chilly day yesterday. Yeah, parts of our region here, north and west, did see a little snow yesterday morning as that system rolled through. Mostly rain for us, and we'll be quiet today. Today will be the quiet day before we get another chance for wintry mix early tomorrow morning. And the makings of that system right out here kind of get together, slide into our region late tonight and early tomorrow morning. So you're fine this afternoon, you're fine if you're going out tonight. Early tomorrow morning, this time tomorrow morning, we'll likely have a wintry mix for parts of the area, especially north and west of 95. That's sort of the markings of where we'll get a wintry mix, where we may get a little snow, and where it'll be just rain. Here's our future cast. We'll just kind of put in motion for you. This is early tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. You can see a light snow breaking out across the area. It'll be short-lived. It really wants to transition pretty quick to rain, but there may be a couple slippery hours here, especially north and west, where temperatures are just cold enough to kind of hit the freezing mark. There we are at 6 a.m. That pink you see is already kind of a mix, and then it pretty quickly flips over to rain for most of the region and kind of marches off to the north and west by early to mid-afternoon. It should mostly be out of here. So I think it'll be a short-lived event, but there may be a couple hours tomorrow morning where things are a little slippery, so you definitely want to watch. No advisories locally, but as you get north and west up into northwest parts of Loudoun County, it looks like Frederick County, Washington County there in Maryland, there is a winter weather advisory. So again, if you're out to the west there may be a few hours where you get some light snow totals or light mix that kind of sticks to parts of the region here. And we'll look at expected accumulations coming up. How's that for a bright, cheery 7-day forecast? Look at the beautiful lights all draping my 7-day.
I feel like you need like a Santa hat or something.
Right, we can add one.
You know?
Yeah.
I feel like now that it's December, I can officially break out the Santa hat and the sleigh bells and the everything, you know?
It's time to get down to business.
And listen to Christmas music without guilt. We'll take a look here in Atlanta. This is the outer loop of the Beltway. A crash before US 50 is moved over to both shoulders. You're still going to see delays in terms of your residual delays this morning. It's about 16 from around Maryland to 14 right now for that 4-mile stretch. But we'll start to see this number decrease as it is, for the most part, moved over to the shoulders. And it's basically just people looking to the sides that is slowing you down. 270 southbound from 70 towards Beltway, looking great at 40 minutes there for that 32-mile stretch. 9 minutes for your topside outer loop between 95 and Georgia. This is great right now. Still technically a yellow zone for you, but we'll follow along with that as we dive deeper into the 6 o'clock hour. Steve.
An investigation continues after a man was hit and killed by a Metro bus in northeast D.C. Now, D.C. police say 29-year-old Jalshul Panuli fell into the roadway on Long Minnesota Avenue early in the morning last Wednesday. Now, the bus driver stayed at the scene and tried to direct traffic around the crash. But during that time, police say a pickup truck struck that victim and took off. Authorities are still looking for that pickup truck driver. In Maryland, a state police trooper recovering this morning after their cruiser was hit in Montgomery County. This was yesterday afternoon. Trooper was in the middle of handling a separate crash investigation on the 270 sky ramp to 370. No word of any charges so far.
And Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen is set to speak at the inauguration ceremony for Annapolis Mayor-elect Jared Littman and the City Council. A ceremony will be held this afternoon at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. Littman defeated Republican challenger Bob O'Shea during last month's elections. It will become the 138th mayor of Annapolis, replacing Gavin Buckley, a Democrat who has served since 2017.
A local hospital taking some of its services on the road this month. We'll bring you some details up next.
And when it comes to a Christmas tree, are you team real or team fake? Well, whichever you decide. We're going to share some tips for choosing the top tree.
Some of you clearly have already chosen your trees because you're sending us pictures of them, and we are enjoying those so far. There's the QR code. First of all, thanks, Rob, for sending that out.
Nice.
It's a good-looking tree. QR code in the upper right. You can scan, and you can send us your tree or your lights. We'd love to see, Brandon, thank you very much from down in Triangle. We'd love to see your holiday lights. Like if you're lighting up the house and you want to be the envy of the neighborhood, then show it off to everybody and send us some pictures as well. Landon, thank you very much in Arlington. Send us the holiday lights, scan the QR code. We will share throughout the holiday season. With the countdown to Christmas well underway now, just about 3+ weeks away, homes across the country are getting decorated. Families are deciding now between a real or an artificial tree.
All right, you know where I stand, Steve. I'm team artificial over here. But experts say both have environmental trade-offs, and longevity plays a major role here. Virginia Tech's Dr. Jennifer Russell says tradition matters, but if sustainability is a priority, we need to think about how long you'll keep your tree.
So real trees are fantastic. They make our houses smell great. They're bringing nature into our home, but they have a life cycle of 1 year. And the advantage of an artificial tree in that context is that it's very energy intensive and high impact to make that tree the first time, but then you can use it for many, many years. And so it's much more durable.
Dr. Russell says artificial trees should be reused for at least 7 years and stored properly to extend their life and reduce their overall environmental impact.
You can always get the artificial tree and then, go to Whole Foods or somewhere and get like a branch. They sell the small things, like a little branch or something.
Oh, you want a little fresh branch?
Yeah. No. So you get the aroma of the fresh pine.
I get it.
Without having the whole tree.
Well, there's a nice way
get
to
like a
have
small
both
wreath or
Why
something.
not just get the pine needly smell in a spray can?
The aerosol like that you keep in your bathroom? It's not the same.
It's not the same freshness. Natural level. 35 in Washington this morning. Okay, we're cold. Guess what? Another chilly day. Partly sunny, mid-40s today. Let's focus on the wintry mix we're going to have early tomorrow morning in just a moment here. That's getting its act together out here. And again, late tonight, early tomorrow morning, there will be a brief burst of wintry mix across the area. It's going to change to all rain for all of us. But there might be enough to kind of coat the ground in this area in pink tomorrow morning. If you're up early, it'll change to rain pretty quick, and then a little bit more off to the north and west, where there is a winter weather advisory for tomorrow as well. So we'll watch that, continue to give you updates here all morning long. 45 today. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here at your roadways, PW Parkway, both north and southbound. Looking at drive time southbound between 195 and the Beltway. It's going to be about 21 minutes while you're cleared northbound. A crash before US 50 in Lanham, outer loop of the Beltway. Moved to both shoulders. 11 minutes of delays from Maryland 214. Back to you, Steve.
Trial expected to begin today in Northern Virginia. At the center of it all, the town's embattled vice mayor. Details coming up from Purcellville.
That's right. Also, another juvenile curfew was implemented this past weekend. We'll tell you which neighborhoods were targeted this time around.
Checking some top stories now at 6:30. Tucker's working a little extra for us. All eyes on Mother Nature this week as we could see taste of winter weather tomorrow morning. Now, to see it, you would have to get up very, very early, but it could impact your commute. We'll get you all the details. Tucker's forecast coming up shortly. First, here's Mel.
And commuters coming back to work after a long holiday weekend now at Farragut West Metro Station, passing by a growing memorial tributes here to the 2 National Guard members who were shot here Wednesday evening. One of them, as we know, has died. Meanwhile, President Trump says his pause on asylum claims processing could continue for a very long time. Trump administration also no longer, at least for this point, issuing visas to people with Afghan passports coming to the United States. We do know that the West Virginia governor does plan a press conference later today to give an update on the situation. Makia?
All right, thanks so much, Mel. Today, ride-on buses in Montgomery County will have a seat reserved in honor of Rosa Parks Day. Special cards will eventually be placed on hundreds of buses. And the fleet, out of respect for the civil rights icon, Metro buses have reserved special seats as well.
All right, good to be along with you on this Monday morning. Gorgeous sunrise behind the Capitol. Nice early start at 6:30. Do not let it fool you. It is not warm out there this morning at all, is it?
I feel like every time we see a little bit of sun, we're like, okay, there's going to be some warmth out there, but not really.
Looks
Step
pretty,
outside,
though.
it's deceptive.
Yeah, right around freezing to kick off the morning here. We'll be in the mid-40s this afternoon, and we're totally fine today. Don't worry about any weather concerns today. We are looking at a little bit of a wintry mix late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Could give us some light accumulations for parts of the area. Not all of us, but parts of the area. We'll focus on that coming up. 40, let's call it 44 this afternoon, and partial sunshine. AMA?
Thank you. Right now, 6:30, taking a look at your roads. This is what it looks like for you overview-wise, Monday morning commute-wise. You're seeing a lot of pretty normal numbers. We're going to focus on that red zone there in Lanham, outer loop of the Beltway. Crash before US 50 currently as everything moved over to both shoulders. So about 11 minutes in delays you'll still see in the area from Maryland 214. Steve?
A jury trial expected to kick off today in the recall of Purcellville's vice mayor.
That same vice mayor is also facing criminal charges in connection with the misuse of power while in office. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is in Purcellville this morning with more. Good morning, Mel.
Good morning. I know who you're talking about with. Stephanie, good morning. Listen, what's going on is that Loudoun Now is saying that the 3-day jury trial to get rid of Purcellville's vice mayor, it begins today. This is Carl Benjamin Nett, who goes by Ben Nett. Yes, he is facing separate criminal charges, but the criminal charges in this petition to do away with him in office, this all stems from efforts, guys, previous efforts to get rid of Purcellville's police department amid a $3 million budget shortfall. So Nett, along with the town manager, Quasi Frazier, they were both arrested over the summer. Nett facing 6 counts related to bid rigging and conspiracy, as well as 4 counts involving violations. This includes 4 counts involving violations of the Virginia Criminal Information Network. Now, he was previously a Purcellville police officer, reportedly terminated for documented incidents of dishonesty, according to legal records. Now, Fox 5 has been on top of this since the summer, previously reporting that Frazier and Nett, with Nett now as vice mayor, allegedly hired an independent consultant to evaluate the department with a recommendation to appoint Nett as police chief. And when that didn't happen, there was apparently a move to disband the department. Nett's role in advocating to do away with the police department, creating a conflict of interest. This is in Loudoun County. A Stafford County Commonwealth attorney was appointed special prosecutor in the removal petition. This is a civil matter. We know Purcellville residents also submitted removal petitions for 3 other officials, the mayor and 2 council members. In the criminal case, Nett is due back in court on that in January. We'll have the very latest here on Fox 5. I'll send it back to you all for now.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. Inova Loudoun is taking services on the road this month with free blood pressure screenings at a number of locations. For example, tomorrow, the mobile screenings will be at Dulles South Multipurpose Center, on Wednesday at Leesburg Senior Center, next week at Cascade Senior Center, and then Ashburn Senior Center December 16th. The full list of mobile health service stops is online at fox5dc.com.
Meantime, volunteers will soon begin placing holiday wreaths on a grave of fallen service members in Arlington National Cemetery. It's part of the Wreaths Across America Day that helps remind the nation of the sacrifices made by service members. This will take place on Saturday, December 13th. Cars will not be able to drive through the cemetery during the event. Volunteers are encouraged to take the Metro.
Another Trader Joe's is opening this week in the district. It's in Friendship Heights at the Chevy Chase Pavilion, Northwest D.C. That's going to open on Thursday. It'll be the 7th Trader Joe's in the district. A new apartment along with apartment complex along with More stores have opened up in the neighborhood right above the Friendship Heights Metro station. DC Pizza chain expanding in the Westville Montgomery Mall this week. Bethesda Today reports Andy's Pizza will start serving mall goers on Wednesday. Another location in Gaithersburg opened earlier this month. More than 24 Andy's now across the DC, Maryland, and Virginia.
All right, we are coming up on 6:35 right now. It is time now to give you a live look outside. This is a gorgeous shot. This is near the Kennedy Center from our Earth Cam. Boy, that almost looks unreal.
It's pretty. It's pretty this
Cold
morning.
out.
Pretty. Freezing out, Tucker.
Literally freezing out.
Yeah.
Low to mid 30s to start your morning. Chilly morning, cool day, only in the mid 40s this afternoon. And yes, maybe our first chance at a bit of a wintry mix across the area tomorrow morning. It'll change the rain for everybody. This is not going to be major snow, but up early, school delays, possibility, especially north and west early tomorrow morning, as it may briefly coat the ground in some spots. 35 in Washington this morning, 34 Dulles. Again, lots of low to mid 30s across the area. Plenty of the region here waking up at freezing temperatures. Okay, a little bit of cloudiness to kick off your day. Today will be fine, mid 40s, off back to work, back to school. We look good this afternoon. Our next storm system knocking on the door here will arrive in the form of clouds late this afternoon tonight. It's right here getting its act together, and will slide across our region late tonight and early tomorrow morning. And I'll just cut to the chase here and show you expected accumulations in just a couple minutes. But at first I want to show you that's the area that we think will be most impacted in purple there. That's where there's a winter weather advisory. So it's possible the area in purple gets some light accumulations. I think right up and down 95, we may see some snowflakes mixed in with the rain, and we'll focus on this forecast coming up. And again, that would be tomorrow morning winter weather advisory, and this snow mixed to rain we're expecting. Okay, next couple days, cool this afternoon, 45, and that wintry mix early changing to rain tomorrow during the day. It'll be a chilly Tuesday as well. Anna May?
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. 6:36 your time, taking a look at your roadways. Once again here in Lanham, outer loop of the Beltway, following along with a crash before US 50. That is again moved over to both shoulders, but still about 11 minutes in residual delays you'll see there from Maryland 214. Moving on, Branch Avenue northbound, pretty normal drive times here for a Monday morning, as everybody's definitely headed back to work this Monday. Sad, but it's about 17 minutes between 301 and the Beltway. We'll take a look. Maryland 210 northbound 24 from 228 towards the Beltway. Again, this is a pretty normal number for a normal Monday morning commute. This is what it looks like on the inner loop of the Beltway. Drive time between Branch Avenue and I-295 actually looking pretty good there. It's about 8 minutes for 6 miles, so not too bad. 13 from the Beltway towards the 11th Street Bridge. I-295 northbound 6 miles, and then inbound New York Avenue looks to be about 16 from Kenilworth towards the 3rd Street Tunnel. Steve?
Annie Mae, thanks much. Coming up in the next 45 minutes at 6:41, just a couple of minutes from now, a local restaurant closing its doors for good after decades in business. You hate to hear those stories. At 6:44, from Christmas trees to pet dander, yeah, this actually is a top allergy season, believe it or not.
Then coming up at 6:48, a look at the final touches ahead of holiday concerts put on by students in Prince George's County. And at 7:23, we'll share some tips on the Cyber Monday for protecting yourself against online shopping scams. Stay with us. We're back after this.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Welcome back in. 2 new juvenile curfew zones took effect in the district over the holiday weekend. D.C. police placed temporary zones in Navy Yard and U Street on Saturday and Sunday between 8 and 11 p.m. Authorities restricted anyone under the age of 18 from gathering in groups of nine or more in the public. Now, these latest curfew zones were added on top of the citywide juvenile curfew already in place daily between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m.
No word on what sparked a large house fire yesterday in Rockville. The fire caused more than $1 million in damage. Crews responded to that fire on Manicky Street around 5:30 yesterday. The only person in the home did get out safely. Montgomery County Fire and Rescue said the fire started on the back porch. Well, a Maryland restaurant shutting down after nearly 4 decades in business. Starvin' Marvin sharing a long post over the weekend calling it the end of an era. The Frederick location expected to be sold next month. Owners say they are ready to step away after decades in business. The family-owned pizza shop said they'll still hold on to the brand just in case the younger generations want to keep the business going. In the meantime, 6:40 now. Still to come, a look at the final touches ahead of the holiday concert put on by some Prince George's County students.
That's right. Plus, the most wonderful time of the year can be filled with coughing and sneezing for a lot of people. From Christmas tree syndrome to pet dander and more, the top allergy triggers this time of year. And as we head to a quick break, just a live look from Frederick at this gorgeous sunrise that's in progress. We'll have another check of your weather and traffic coming up at 6:45. Back after this.
Nail done, hair done, everything did. Nails done, nail done, hair done.
Back now with a Fox 5 health alert for you. Doctors sounding the alarm this holiday season, warning that along with the cold temperatures, keeping you indoors, the indoor gatherings are also bringing a surge of allergy triggers. Specialists say everything from live trees to artificial decorations can all stir up symptoms for you, especially when items are stored in areas where mold or dust can accumulate.
Runny nose, itchy eyes, sneezing, congestion as well.
Experts say avoidance, medications, or immunotherapy can all help keep those symptoms under control, but you don't often think as winter as allergy season. They also say cold air itself can trigger reactions like hives and runny noses, making this time of year certainly a challenge for those of you with allergies.
Good to know. The number of measles deaths has dropped significantly over the last 25 years. According to a new report by the World Health Organization, global immunizations have helped get that number down by 88%. A WHO says that means up to 59 million lives have been saved by the measles vaccine since 2000. Despite a lower death toll, measles cases are still surging across the world. An estimated 11 million infections were reported last year. Well, today is World AIDS Day, and across the globe, several organizations will observe the Global Health Day by raising awareness about HIV and AIDS. Today is also about supporting those living with the virus and remembering those who have lost their lives to the disease.
How about this? Some light snow spotted yesterday in parts of Montgomery County. Just a little bit. This is video from the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And maybe see a little bit more overnight tonight into tomorrow. Tuck, how's that looking?
Yeah, it might be a very similar story here. We get a quick burst of a little wintry mix at the onset before it changes to rain. This will be early tomorrow morning, guys. Right, 4 to 8 a.m. kind of prime time for it. All right, what you need to know, chilly Monday, mid-40s this afternoon, and that's after a cold start. We're mostly at or around the freezing mark early this morning. That winter weather early Tuesday, again, it will transition to rain for everybody, but there might be a couple of slippery hours where we are getting some light snow, and in some cases it might be enough to coat the ground and give some light accumulations, especially north and west. And a cold week and maybe another chance for a little snow around here by Friday night into early Saturday. That would be another time frame we have to watch. So we're off to, remember when we were talking about winter predictions, we said early start to winter this year, and Mother Nature verifying so far. 28 in Gaithersburg, 32 Manassas this morning, Culpeper 32, Winchester 32, 33 in Leonardtown, Fredericksburg 34. So good morning, everybody. And yes, chilly start, off to work and school. Definitely wintry out there early this morning with just a little bit of cloudiness kick off the morning. But today will be fine. We'll be partly sunny. Coming home from work and school later this afternoon, out and about later today. Yeah, cool temps, but no weather concerns as far as anything falling from the sky. Weather makings, or at least our winter storm makings out here, and they're going to kind of team up and slide right across the mid-Atlantic late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and that would be our time frame for little winter weather across the region here. And again, want to time it out for you. Oftentimes in the winter months, the early winter months, we'll see it kind of start as winter weather and then transition to rain, and that's what we're expecting this go around as well. Okay, that's tomorrow morning, 4:30 a.m. You can see we're getting a quick burst of winter snow there, and then it will transition pretty quick to a wintry mix and then just plain rain. I wouldn't expect any accumulations, maybe enough to coat the ground, not roadways, but enough to coat the ground right along 95, with a little better chance we get some light accumulations north and west. But it changes to rain for everybody by 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So perhaps there'll be, especially north and west, a few school delays. But I would expect that things will improve pretty quick around here with it just rain by late morning. Okay, I'll post this map, but how much are we looking at? Again, maybe a coating in sort of extreme cases across Loudoun County here, up to an inch of snow, a little bit more there off to the north and west. But again, we're not talking about a lot here, and it will mostly wash away as there'll be several hours of rain on the other side of what little winter weather we can get. Anyway?
Graceful.
Monday, I crashed right into it.
Crashing right into Monday. We'll take a look here at your Monday morning rail commute. This is Metro Orange Line, expecting residual delays there due to Vienna following an earlier disabled train at New Carrollton that we're following along with. Again, Orange Line Metro. So that's if you're headed there this Monday morning. Keep that in mind. This is on your roadways, moving to a crash before US 50, outer loop of the Beltway in Lanham. Residual delays right now still kind of remain in the area from Maryland 214 because of that original crash near US 50. 8 minutes here for that 4-mile stretch. So basically doubling it, causing you a little bit of a yellow zone there. Yellow as well, but not because of an incident, just your normal drive time there, approaching 7 at 16 minutes between Kenilworth Avenue and the 3rd Street Tunnel and Mount New York Avenue. Back to you.
All right, anyway, thank you. For 30 years now, the Cultural Academy of Excellence brings students together to play in a holiday concert. In less than 2 weeks to go now, they are putting the finishing touches on this year's performance.
That's right. Fox 5's Matthew Myers shows us what we can expect from Mount Rainier and Prince George's County.
We're preparing for the Christmas concert.
We've been practicing for like months.
We're having a holiday concert on December 13th at 2 o'clock at Elizabeth Seton High School. It's our 30th anniversary concert. Cafe Youth stands for the Cultural Academy for Excellence. It started in 1996. Positive Vibrations is the most advanced of the youth ensembles. 9 dedicated students. They've performed all over the DMV, as well as the Caribbean, and really across the country.
The mission of Cafe is to use the arts as a catalyst for students to improve in their academics. The steel pan is really like the hook. It's the music, right, that gets them here, but once they're here, they have the opportunity to get tutoring, right, in math, language arts. We even have SAT prep.
Back when I didn't completely understand reading, math, there was always a tutor to help me out in the mornings.
1, 2, 3.
By me bringing him to practice, listening to the music, especially the steel band. Growing up, I always wanted to play, but never had the opportunity.
Pantone Steel Orchestra. This is the adult arm of Cafe. So the proceeds from our performances go to support the Cafe's youth programming. Cafe was started by my mother and father in our house. It's still this community of students. You still see people who have some of their best friends from this group. And I think it's the uniqueness of playing this instrument and creating memorable experiences that you can't get anywhere else. So it's a really beautiful journey to see.
Love it and wish everybody well. Love the steel drums too, right?
Yeah.
It's such a good vibe.
'Tis the season.
Yep.
Sound good?
Concert's coming up in a couple of weeks and wish everybody the best. All right, in the meantime, 6:51 now. DC Cocktail Week is kicking off today. You know, Restaurant Week, so why not pair it with the Drinking Week too, right? We'll get you a preview next.
Also, coming up at 7 o'clock on this Cyber Monday, we'll share some tips for protecting yourself against online shopping scams.
We are getting some great pictures of your holiday trees, like this one from Zach out in Front Royal. Appreciate everybody out in Front Royal watching as well, too. So good morning to everybody out to the west of D.C. Let us know if you get some snow, too. Tucker loves that if you get some tomorrow. Do you like the white trees, Makia, or do you like the green trees?
So I have green, but I'm not opposed to a white one.
not either.
I'd love to see all the creativity here. I love look at this one, the pinks. We got some purples there. This looks great. Thank you so much to Sean from Clinton for sending this in.
Would love. I know it's easy to take a picture of the tree inside the house like Mike did out in Temple Hills. We would love to see your exterior lighting as well. Now, if you go out right now, you can get sunrise behind it. It'll look really pretty. But I know it's cold out too. So if you want to get that picture tonight when it's dark out so the lights really pop, send it in tomorrow morning and we continue to share. In the meantime, shout out to Upper Marlboro. Both Layla and Joyce sending in the pictures of the trees inside at 6:52.
begin the holiday dining season, kicking off today with DC Cocktail Week.
Yeah, so a little different spin on Restaurant Week. This time, more than 130 bars and restaurants across the region will serve signature cocktails and bite pairings. And this will run from today through December 7th. So you got the whole week to enjoy. Don't have to wait for the weekend to get your drink pairing. But also, we show off what the chefs do all the time. Now we can show off what the mixologists have been doing.
I love it. Equal opportunity here. And so much to do this holiday season, so just add that to the list.
You know, all we need is a little winter weather to, like, you know, really put us in the mood for things. And hey, we get a chance tomorrow morning. You excited?
Sure.
Okay. All right. 35 in Washington. Steve, I like that enthusiasm. Winds northwest at 9. No problems today. Will be partly sunny and cool. Should be in the low 50s. We'll be in the mid 40s today. So plan accordingly here. Put the jackets on. You're going to want it later this afternoon. Our little winter weather event, I call it little. It's mostly going to be a rain event. That's why. But tomorrow morning early, mostly before dawn, could be a quick burst of some winter weather around here. There is a winter weather advisory north and west. That's where we're expecting the best chances for some light accumulations. I think in D.C., maybe a coating in the immediate Washington area before it changes to rain. Anime?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here before 7 o'clock at your roadways. 395 and northbound starting to look like a normal week here at the 6 approaching 7 o'clock hour as we get back into things after the holidays. It's about 17 minutes between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge for you for that 10-mile stretch. We'll look 95 northbound as well from Quantico towards the Beltway, about 36 for 26. We'll look 66 eastbound from Gainesville towards the Beltway. No incidents there, just your drive time, 37 minutes from Gainesville towards the Beltway. Steve?
All right, let's check 5 things to know this morning. Luigi Mangione is expected back in court today. The 27-year-old from Maryland accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in New York. Attorneys for Mangione are asking to have his private diary entries and other key evidence tossed out from his state murder case, because the evidence was allegedly obtained without a warrant.
A manhunt continues after a mass shooting in Stockton, California leaves 4 dead at a child's birthday party. Victims include children and adults. Another 11 people are wounded. Authorities say this was a targeted incident.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu seeking a pardon as he faces corruption charges. Netanyahu submitted a formal pardon request to Israel's Office of the President. The office calls the request, quote, extraordinary with major implications, but the potential pardon does have the support of President Trump.
Disney drove a solid Thanksgiving weekend with Zootopia 2. The animated Animal City sequel brought in $96 million in North America over the holiday weekend. Wicked for Good came in second.
Yeah, like 150 million worldwide, so good start for Disney.
Yeah.
This would be good for Cyber Monday. Tonight's Powerball jackpot soaring to $740 million. The jackpot was most recently won back in September. A grand prize and estimated cash value of $346 million.
All right, so if you're feeling lucky, get on out there, get that ticket.
Got some nice gifts with that, for sure. A lot more news, weather, and traffic coming up. We're just getting started on this Monday morning. Fox 5 Morning at 7 starts in just 60 seconds. Right now it's 7. Say it ain't snow. The D.C. region could get a taste of winter weather this week, and it could impact your commute tomorrow. Chief meteorologist Tucker Barnes is tracking the timing of it all.
Come to the White House, we're going to honor Sarah.
President Trump among the many offering condolences to the families of the National Guard members shot in the district. This as we learn more about the suspect and the president's decision to pause all asylum decisions.
Major changes for D.C. streeteries, and a vote tomorrow could decide their fate. I'm Maureen Ume and Adams Morgan. I'll have more on what's at stake for restaurants.
Caught on camera camera a wine heist in Virginia. The suspects making off with rare bottles worth thousands of dollars. Fox 5, it's 7 a.m. starts now. All right, let's get the week going. It's Thanksgiving holidays in the rear view, but you know, this time of year, it's like holiday after holiday after holiday,
exactly.
Right?
It's all wrapped up in a nice, pretty bow that ends at the end of December.
Good time of year for sure. It's cold out there this morning, though. Tuck, Annie Mae, good morning.
You say that like it's a bad thing, Steve.
That it's cold?
No, that there's just holiday after holiday after holiday.
Yeah, we're in it. It's like before we know it, it'll be January something, and then it, you know.
Let's enjoy the moment while we can, right?
And it's big in the Weather Center. We kick off meteorological winter today on December the 1st.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we're very excited. Okay, partly sunny day for us for our Monday. It's chilly this morning, mostly low to mid-30s out there to start your morning. And we will be, again, partly sunny, mid-40s today. Yes, we do have a wintry mix on the way, a brief wintry mix before it changes to rain tomorrow morning. We will focus on that forecast in 4 minutes. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. 7 o'clock, this is what it looks like for you if you're headed overview-wise. Monday morning commute. Several areas you're seeing normal numbers. Several areas you're seeing a little bit of red zones. We'll focus on one of them in Vienna. This is over in Virginia, 66 eastbound. A crash before the Vienna metro station exit. That is the left lane blocked. It's 22 minutes and delays from Monument Drive. Steve?
Fallout from the shooting of 2 National Guard members here in the district continues to grow this morning. President Trump invited both families to the White House as new information awaits.
That announcement also comes as asylum decisions remain paused nationwide. Our Melanie Olwick joining us now, tracking the latest. She's live from Northwest with more details. Mel, good morning.
Good morning, and President Trump saying that asylum claims processing pause could last a very long time. This morning, people coming up from the Farragut West metro station, some of them perhaps not coming over the weekend because of the Thanksgiving holiday, pausing, taking pictures, adding their own silent thoughts for the 2 National Guard members who were shot here Wednesday afternoon. 20-year-old specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries after Wednesday's attack. 24-year-old Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital in critical condition after surgery. New video obtained by the Wall Street Journal shows the suspect holding a gun and the National Guardman running down the street being chased. The Trump administration pausing all asylum decisions as well as pausing visas for people traveling on Afghan passports, while there are continued questions about how closely the suspect was vetted. 29-year-old Afghan national Ramanullah Lakanwal worked with the CIA in Afghanistan and was allowed to enter the U.S. in 2021 through the Operation Allies Welcome program. He was granted asylum this year by the Trump administration, which would have warranted another screening process. There are inquiries on several fronts.
The fact that he was radicalized in this country, we are letting Secretary Noem handle that from Homeland Security. She is working on that. They have reports of that. This guy drove across the country, as we all know, from Washington State to execute our National Guard members.
What a tragedy for them and their families. And you know what? They should have been at home at Thanksgiving, celebrating Thanksgiving with their families, not deployed in a political deployment to do law enforcement in D.C. that the D.C. police and other local law enforcement agencies can do.
And as we've been reporting, a federal judge did say that the National Guard deployment here in Washington, D.C. was not legal. And it's not clear when 500 additional troops ordered to D.C. by the Trump administration will arrive in the city or what states will be sending them. We do know that West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey will be holding a press conference later today to update the situation, and we'll have that for you on Fox Local.
Well, there'll be plenty of security at the Kennedy Center on Friday for sure. The World Cup draw is Friday at the Kennedy Center, starts at noon. Iran will sit out the draw. The country's state-run news agency reports the boycott is due to visas being refused to members of Iran's delegation. A spokesman for the Iranian Soccer Federation tapped FIFA, hoping for some help. Iran was one of 12 countries listed in a U.S. travel ban back in June. Exemptions had been promised for members of athletic teams traveling for the World Cup, but not for the full delegation. Also carries over for Olympics or other major sporting events. Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, is set to travel to Moscow today to meet with Vladimir Putin. The trip comes as peace talks between Ukraine and Russia show signs of progress, with the White House pushing a peace plan to end the nearly 4-year-old war. Witkoff joined Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Senior Advisor Jared Kushner in Florida yesterday to meet with Ukrainian negotiators.
Winter weather in the Midwest amid the holiday travel rush continuing to create major headaches for millions of Americans traveling home. Yesterday, FlightAware's misery map showed hundreds of flights out of DCA, Dulles, and BWI delayed or canceled. Today expected to be the second most traveled day of the holiday period.
You want a highlight? There's a highlight. Treylon Burks. And if you're scratching your head and you're like, wait a minute, Treylon Burks. Yeah, Treylon Burks on the Commanders roster and making some big noise. His first touchdown since 2022. And boy, did he do it upright with that leaping one-handed grab. It was good. It was helped the Commanders take the lead in the third quarter. Unfortunately, they lost the lead. That momentum would not be enough to last the whole game, but they did take it to overtime. And then they had a chance to tie it in overtime, but instead of tying it, they went for the two-point conversion for the win at home to not end up with a tie, but they fell short. 27-26, the final. Commanders' 9th loss of the season. They will take on the Vikings Sunday. Vikings struggled yesterday, so hopefully they can pick up a win in Minnesota.
Steve, I made a similar move with my credit card yesterday, buying a new TV.
Is that how you felt?
Yeah, it was just like that, the exhilaration.
Reaching back into the account, making that money.
Saved $27 on my TV.
Wow, look at you.
$27, look at you.
Well, that was on top of the already savings they promised me.
Or they say that they did.
Now you know the first thing you have to do with that new TV. You got to download Fox Local. Make sure you have it up there.
I can get Fox Local. My old TV was black and white, Steve. I couldn't see. couldn't get much anything. It was sad. Okay, good morning. Let's do the weather. Sunny and chilly today, mid-40s, low 30s at this hour, but we'll be mid-40s for you later today. You're probably looking at your phone and you're thinking about this winter weather. It won't be today or even this evening, so coming home from work and school, we're totally fine. It will be tomorrow morning at this hour, so let's call it 4 to 8 a.m. tomorrow morning will be our problem hours. If we're going to have any, we could get a little winter burst around here tomorrow. 35 in Washington, 34 Dulles. Again, chilly start, cold day. Going to be a cold week for us. The temperature is well below average. Nice and quiet. Satellite radar featuring just a few clouds start the day, so we look good there. Our winter storm, and really mostly a rainmaker for us, getting its act together across central portions of the country. You can see it there out towards Wichita, out into central portions of the country. That will track into our region. And again, tomorrow morning, maybe a quick burst of wintry weather before it changes to rain. The problem spot's most likely to be that area in purple. That's where we have a winter weather advisory, and that's where we have the best chances for some light accumulations later tonight. And we'll focus more on that early morning forecast for tomorrow morning coming up. But for this afternoon, 45 degrees. Okay, weather on the go, the Fox Local app. Great resource for you. You get it absolutely free. Steve mentioned it, and the QR code is right there. And once you download it, you can let us know where you're watching from. And, you know, if you get a little snow tomorrow, send us some pictures. And you can send it to the fan club. Yeah, Lakita from Washington, D.C. My name is Bear. Oh. Bear is adorable. And I watch Fox 5 each and every morning with my parents. And you can see Bear looking up when Annie Mae's on.
Bear?
Ears perked back.
Bear is going to be huge.
Okay, Gizmo checking in from Arnold, waiting on Santa with his new sweater on. Gizmo, adorable. I get a sense that you might still be a puppy, and absolutely gorgeous. Well, look at this. If we don't have waiting patiently for the tree to be put up so they can get under it, we have Tiara Marshall and Olney. Super cute. Are we wrapped in some fur there? I can't quite tell.
That's kind of like me, wrapped in fur, sitting on the couch while I watch my dad put up the tree.
Now, technically, if you are a dog or a cat, aren't you already wrapped in fur, so you're pretty good?
Yes.
Okay.
But pish-posh, okay? When it's cold outside, they need a sweater, okay? Don't get Jacqueline started. Right now, we'll take a look in Vienna. This is 66 eastbound. Looking at a crash before the Vienna metro station exit. That is the left lane block. So at the moment, it's going to be about 25 minutes in terms of your delays there from around Fairfax County Parkway. So this is what it looks like passing the scene. Of course, you're seeing that slowdown, and then leading up to it is where you're seeing those delays again from around Fairfax County Parkway. Looking to be about 17 minutes between 95 and the Dulles Toll Road. No real delays, no incidents there. Just looking at your pretty normal drive times on the inner loop of the Beltway in this section as of 7 o'clock. Steve, back to you.
DC firefighters going back to a southeast neighborhood today to talk about fire safety. This after a man was killed in an apartment fire. Happened on Savannah Street. The cause still under investigation. Also, in Southeast, firefighters responding to a fire last night, rescuing 4 people from that home on Gorman Street. Nobody was hurt. Investigators say that fire confined to the kitchen. No word on what started it.
We now know the name of a man that was hit and killed by a metro bus in northeast D.C. D.C. police say 29-year-old Jal Chul Pinoani fell into the road on Minnesota Avenue early in the morning last Wednesday. The bus driver stayed at the scene and attempted to direct traffic around the crash. During that time, police say a pickup truck then hit the victim and took off. Authorities are still looking for that driver.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen set to speak at the inauguration ceremony for Annapolis Mayor-elect Jared Littman. The ceremony will be held this afternoon at Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. This is also for council. Littman defeated Republican challenger Bob O'Shea during the election last month.
Today, ride-on buses in Montgomery County will have a seat reserved in honor of Rosa Parks Day. Special cards will eventually be placed on hundreds of buses in the fleet out of respect for the civil rights icon. Metro buses have reserved special seats as well.
All right, it's Cyber Monday, and we have some tips coming up on how to protect yourself against online shopping scams.
And our Maureen Ume live in D.C. with more on what she's working on this morning. Maureen?
Well, changes coming to D.C. streeteries. A vote tomorrow could decide their fate. I'll have those details coming up. Jacqueline?
Caught on camera a wine heist in Virginia. The suspects making off with rare bottles worth thousands of dollars. We've got more on this video coming up after a quick break.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
Morning jolt this morning. A car caught on camera speeding down a street before slamming into, of all things, a coffee shop. There you can see how fast that car was going. This was Thanksgiving night out in California. Fortunately, the shop was closed. It was empty at the time. The driver was 90 years old, had to be extricated from the car, taken to the hospital in serious condition. And police say alcohol could have been a factor in that crash involving the 90-year-old driver.
Wow. Meantime, caught on camera right here in our region, surveillance video catching two suspects donning wigs, walking into a luxurious winery to carry out an expensive wine heist. Investigators say the suspects pretended to be event planners. And this happened on November 19th. Their costumes so convincing that they ended up making off with nearly $45,000 worth of prized wine. One of the suspects is now in police custody. Police say once inside, the thieves swapped out ultra rare bottles of wine worth tens of thousands of dollars with counterfeit screw cap bottles. My goodness.
I think the big listen, I am by no means a wine connoisseur. Yeah. Okay, not at all. But I think the big giveaway there is when you replace a $10,000 bottle with a screw cap.
Yeah. Usually, yeah.
I think there could be some high-end screw caps.
Sure.
Real fast.
Yeah, there's some good ones, but I don't know about the 10 grand ones. But again, I'm not at that level. Yeah, I turn this over to Tucker for the high end.
Please
I just said
give
I'm
us
a
your
barefoot guy.
expertise.
Yeah. Mostly my wine's been in a box throughout my life. There you go. Exactly.
You know what? Hey, I love me some boxed wine too.
Yeah, there you go. Average high
Take the same
53.
after a
Guess
while.
what? We're in for a very chilly week, including today. Mid-40s this afternoon, and you can see right through the middle and end of the week there. Temperature is going to trend below average. Remember when we were doing our winter weather forecast, we said quick start to winter? Well, certainly verified here, December the 1st, and we're already talking about a snow chance across the area late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Okay, 35 in Washington, 28 Gaithersburg, Manassas, Quantico, 32 degrees. Chilly out there. Fredericksburg and Leonardtown, good morning, you're 33. Cold for everybody this morning. Cool afternoon for sure. We'll be kind of partly sunny. So no issues at all today. No issues tonight if you're going out. This will be early tomorrow morning. Let's say 4 to 8 a.m. would be our prime time for a little winter weather across the area. It's mostly going to be a rain event tomorrow, but at the onset, we're going to get, for parts of the area, a little bit of winter weather. Here's the makings of our storm system, and it will get its act together and just kind of track right across the mid-Atlantic. Honestly, here to the north, up into Pennsylvania, parts of New York, Western Massachusetts, they're going to get the bullseye of this event, and they're going to see a lot more snow than we are across our region. But we'll be right on the fringes of it late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Let's fast forward for you. Yep, right around 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. There you go, a brief period of quick burst of snow there. The pink is already a mix, and things will transition pretty quick to a mix and then just plain rain, especially along the 95 corridor. If you're off to the north and west, you might get a little bit longer duration in how long the snow lasts, and a little bit more in the way of accumulations. There we are by 9:30, and we're mostly just getting a cold rain across the region. So again, this is not going to be a major storm by any means, but in some cases, especially north and west, we might have a brief travel delay or a couple school delays tomorrow morning. That's what we're expecting. Mostly a coating locally to a touch more than that. And if there's going to be any sort of real accumulation there, an inch or two, it would be well to the north and west. But again, it's all going to get washed away with it changing to rain and temperatures above freezing tomorrow afternoon. There's your 7-day, 45 today. Quick snow mixed to rain tomorrow morning, and then just plain rain during the day. It's going to be chilly rain and a cool week ahead. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here, 717 at your roadways, starting off 66 eastbound. If you're headed through Vienna on your main lanes, there's a crash before the Vienna metro station exit that has since cleared from the left lane, but not without those residual delays that still kind of remain in the area. Delays from Fairfax County Parkway have you sitting for about 32 minutes. That's what you really need to know through the area. It's definitely a red zone as of right now. We'll move on here. Dulles Toll Road east and westbound. If you're headed to and from the airport this morning, good to go between 28 and the Beltway and 28. It's about 12 minutes in both directions. About 51 now, so an increase there, 70 towards the Beltway. This is what it looks like, 270 the entirety of the southbound direction. But that's what it looks like here, 7:18 a.m. Back to you guys.
D.C. streeteries could soon cost restaurants more money. New rules and permit fees took effect over the weekend, and some businesses say they may take down their streetery instead of paying the city. Now, D.C. Council is stepping in with some emergency legislation. So what does it all mean? Not like we're going to be dining outside this morning anyway, Mo, because it's really cold at Adams Morgan and elsewhere. But for the big picture, what are we looking at?
So what we're looking at is restaurants potentially facing the possibility of losing some real business when these streeteries go away. That's because these new rules have been implemented, really raise the prices for the permits. As you said here in Adams Morgan, not a lot of people here, but the streeteries, I saw one of the workers out at the diner putting out some chairs this morning. So they are very much still a very big, viable part of their businesses. But right now with these permitting changes that D.C. has imposed on them, a lot of businesses are saying, is it worth it? Do we just get rid of them? There's also the concern about parking. Some saying, okay, get rid of these streeteries so we can have parking spaces spaces and perhaps drive business that way. Temporary streeteries actually expired yesterday. Restaurants now face a $260 permit, that fee plus a $20 per square foot, and then the cost of their own Jersey barriers. Some restaurant owners say when you add it all up, they could spend between $15,000 and $24,000 a year just to keep these outdoor setups. It is too steep a cost for some people, so they're already tearing them down. DDOT says that these changes are about safety, also about consistent design. They say businesses that already apply through the city's Transportation Online Permitting System, or TOPS, can still operate while their applications are being reviewed. Business owners we talked to, though, they've had a mixed reaction to all of this.
We decided to just, not go along with it, let them tear it down. Wasn't beneficial for us, honestly, just for it to be open about 3-4 months out of the year, with the cost of square foot and everything. It just wasn't beneficial for what they were pricing.
Basically, if we can rebuild this either identically or similarly enough to how it is now, then for sure I would rebuild it. Under the current regulations, I'm still very much on the fence about it.
Well, now D.C. City Council is stepping in. Councilmember Charles Allen has introduced emergency legislation that would lower the cost per square foot from $20 to $15 and give the city's public space committee more flexibility on these design exemptions. Council votes tomorrow, and the emergency legislation would take effect immediately, and then there would be a night in place for 90 days. That is what would happen. In the meantime, DDOT, that's supposed to start enforcing these new permit violations, if you will, they're saying that they will not start until the beginning of next year. So they're a little bit wiggle room right now. Again, restaurants have to decide what they want to do. That vote coming tomorrow. We'll stay on top of it and bring you the latest updates. Back to you.
All right, Maureen, it brings us to our Fox 5 Insta poll this Monday morning. Should restaurants have to pay in order to have streeteries? And right now, 77% of you say yes. That's roughly 3 out of 4. You can vote by scanning that QR code you see in the upper right-hand side of your screen, or you can weigh in on our Insta poll at fox5dc.com.
All right, still ahead on this Cyber Monday, some tips for protecting yourself against online shopping scams.
And also, we want you to help Fox 5 and Hyundai pack a Palisade to brighten the holidays for children fighting cancer. Yes, we're doing it again this year. You guys have been so great in the past. Now through December 12th, drop off a new unwrapped toy at your local Hyundai dealer. Donations will benefit children at Georgetown University Lombardi Comprehensive Cancer Center. Hyundai Hope on Wheels will then make a $25,000 donation for children going through cancer treatment. Appreciate your help at 721.
Welcome back. 7:24 this morning, and today is Cyber Monday, and many U.S. shoppers are expected to spend about $14 billion online today.
A lot of money. Experts say a big reason for that jump is buy now, pay later loans. Which, remember, you do have to pay later. A lot of tips online to keep you safe when it comes to shopping. There you see some of them, some of the safety tips. The credit cards do give you the added protection just in case there is an issue. Don't fall prey to fake websites. Double check the web addresses. Use the credit card. Shop from secure websites. Look for the little lock, the padlock on the top of the address bar. Watch out for phishing scams like unsolicited emails, texts, calls, or mail claiming that a gift is waiting for you. And then the buy now, pay later, like we mentioned. Avoid the late fees because you got to pay them off by a certain time.
Yeah, definitely some good options right there, some good recommendations. But like you said, the buy now, pay later, that'll get you real fast.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I was looking for tomorrow, like we might get a little snow first, rain later.
Yeah, that's a great call, Steve. A little wintry mix tomorrow morning, and it will change to rain pretty quickly, so I think accumulations will be very limited, but maybe our first flakes of the season for parts of the area tomorrow morning. 35, no winter weather expected today, but it will remain quite cool, kind of partly sunny this afternoon. Looks good early this morning. Again, no problem this afternoon or this evening. Tomorrow morning, yes, quick burst of a little bit of winter weather. Let's call it 4 to 8 a.m., and then it really will transition quickly to rain for everybody. Area that looks to be most impacted there in purple, that's a winter weather advisory. I think in the immediate Washington area we'll be just fine as far as travel tomorrow morning. 45 today. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here, 7:25 your time. In Vienna, 66 eastbound, there's a crash before the Vienna metro station exit. That currently has moved over to the right shoulder. 38 minutes and delays still remain there from Fairfax County Parkway. So that's a red zone we're talking about in Vienna for you. Elsewhere, looking at pretty normal drive times, about 19 between 95 and Georgia on your outer loop, top side of the Beltway. Jacqueline?
All right, Annie Mae, thank you. Still to come this morning, a trial expected to begin today in Northern Virginia. And at the center of it all is the town's embattled vice mayor. Details ahead on a live report coming from Purcellville.
Well, we've been asking for holiday light pictures, and we got some. There you go, Sharon out in Cross Junction. Thank you so very much. We love seeing the outdoor lights. If you have some, or you want to grab some tonight, send it to us tomorrow. Just scan that QR code in the upper right. Pass them along. We'll share throughout the week.
Oh, I love the gingerbread.
All right, we're coming up on 7:30. It's 7:29 right now as we take a peek across the area. Do not be fooled by the sunshine. It looks absolutely gorgeous. The number that we're watching is in the bottom left corner of your screen, 35 degrees, and that's at Reagan National, typically a hot spot for the area. We had temps in the 20s up in Gaithersburg, so cool start to the day. We'll get Tucker's forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Chance of snow overnight. Just keep that in mind, Jacqueline.
All right, noted. Let's get you caught up on this morning's top stories. A manhunt currently underway after a mass shooting in Stockton, California leaves 4 dead at a child's birthday party over the weekend. The victims include children and adults. Another 11 people are wounded. Authorities say this was a targeted incident with several agencies now working together to solve the case. Governor Gavin Newsom was also briefed on the incident. Officials in his office describing the shooting as horrific. Luigi Mangione, the 27-year-old Maryland man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December, is expected back in court today. Attorneys for Mangione asking to have his private diary entries and other key evidence tossed out from his state murder case because the evidence was allegedly obtained without a warrant. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to all criminal charges against him, including in his federal death penalty case. Lawmakers calling for a review on recent military strikes targeting alleged drug cartels. It comes after a report claiming the U.S. authorized attacks on survivors who could not defend themselves. Many leaders on Capitol Hill say they are unsure if that report is true, but the claims could rise to the level of war crimes if they are accurate. President Donald Trump's administration has targeted boats coming out of Venezuela for months, saying that those boats are carrying illegal drugs headed for the U.S. Steve?
We'll get into that in just a minute, a little bit more on that. Time for our Monday morning quarterbacks with a lot to talk about when it comes to politics. So let's get to it. And joining us this morning, GOP strategist John Wall. And we're also waiting for Texas Democratic Chair Kendall Scudder to join us, hopefully, as he gets on board. John, good to see you this morning. How are you?
It's good to be on the show.
Appreciate you joining us this morning. A couple of things we wanted to talk about. And again, we'll welcome Kendall if we're able to get him online. One of the things that we want to talk about, obviously, is focused on what happened with the National Guard here in D.C. and obviously the fallout from that, where it goes from here. The president's saying a couple of things. One, that they're going to obviously increase the vetting now and take another look at the visas that are in existence right now for anybody who came from Afghanistan. Is that the right move, in your opinion?
Look, I think it definitely is. And I think the proof of that is in this incident that happened, right? Like, this is a tragedy. And it doesn't matter what political party you're coming from. It doesn't matter what background you're looking at this from. This is a crime against Americans. And so it shouldn't matter our political makeup, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. We should be looking at this problem. We should be looking at what happened and how to fix it. And I want to say, look, this also highlights, I think, Donald Trump's effort with crime in general. There is a crime problem, and whether you like how he handles it or not, at least Donald Trump is willing to tackle the issues that are facing this country and at least try to do something to help the people and with the needs they're facing in their local neighborhoods. In Washington, D.C., we know that crime's an issue. We know that these troops were here for that reason, to try to help people. And now we're seeing, obviously evidence of just how much they were needed.
It might be a short-term fix right now here in Washington to have D.C. police accompany members of the National Guard. And I know that their training when it comes to patrolling cities is completely different. So in a way, it makes sense. But then there are others who say that might be counterproductive because the whole idea of bringing the Guard in was to provide additional resources so that the D.C. police didn't have to do everything. So do you see that as something that is perhaps something that could be used in other cities, or would you change that approach here in Washington?
Well, look, I think there's definitely things that you can learn as you implement a new system. And that's something that you're always going to have as you're trying to do something. What I think we need to look at is the bigger issues. And I think with that, we should all be able to agree that crime is an issue. And this is where I don't understand where the Democrats, where the left attack Donald Trump for at least trying to address crime. The common enemy should not be each other. It should not be liberal versus conservative. It should be criminals. We should all be able to agree that crime is wrong. People should be able to walk down the street safely. And I keep going back to the fact that I am glad that Donald Trump at least recognizes this issue, sees that people are suffering, that there is a problem, and he's at least trying to address it. And I think we need to actually commend him for that. And whether we agree with him or disagree with him, let's try to get to where we understand there is a common enemy and debate over the issues of the best way to get to solving that problem. Because the problem is crime. The problem is we have too many victims, and we need a government that is listening to those people and that actually cares about them and wants to provide solutions.
John, one other thing I wanted to touch on before we let you go, and we had mentioned it right before we came to you, and that is the latest incident when it comes to the strikes on potential drug smuggling boats in Venezuela, right? This is something that some Republicans are now kind of asking for more clearance on, more guidance, more investigation as well, just to make sure that everything is being done on a legal level. What's your take on that?
Well, look, I think that's an incredibly important part of this process. And I think, questions should be asked. At the same time, what we're hearing, this morning, as well as yesterday evening, is really in response to a phone conversation between Donald Trump and the leaders of Venezuela. And I think that's exactly what should have happened. Direct communication. Once again, I think Donald Trump handled that the right way. There's communication. It was after a refusal from leadership in Venezuela to listen to Donald Trump, to kind of take the steps he laid out, that we saw this escalate. And so I think there should be questions on both sides. I think people of Venezuela should be asking questions. I think, once again, we have a problem on a global level. We obviously have a country that has bad actors. One of the key aspects of Donald Trump, didn't like the negotiations was the leader there wanted immunity for potential crimes. I think that's basically an admission of guilt. And so I think we are definitely dealing with a situation where we have a bad actor. We have someone, we have Donald Trump seeing that and trying to get to the bottom of it, not just for the people of America, but also for the people of Venezuela. And so, hopefully this can be done through negotiation, through conversation. That's always the best case scenario. But in a global conflict, you have to be able to have a strong arm. You have to be able to have, put forth a strong face. And I think that's what Donald Trump is doing. And I think most Republicans in Washington are going to back him on that.
Yeah, the investigations to be continued on the Hill for sure. John, thanks for joining us this morning. GOP strategist John Wall joining us. And once again, we did invite Democratic strategist Kendall Scudder to join us as well. Thank you, John. 7:36. All right. It's gorgeous this morning. Jacqueline, I'm going to guess that tomorrow morning at 7:36, while we're sitting here talking to Tucker, we're not going to have that same pretty picture.
Yeah, one would like to hope, but yeah.
Changes
coming our way.
Honestly, it's going to be maybe our first go-around of some winter weather for parts of the area. But I want to emphasize it'll be short-lived. It's really going to mostly be a cold rain for the great majority of the day here. So right at the onset tomorrow morning, yes, a little winter weather, and then we'll change to rain pretty quick. 35 in Washington this morning, 34 Dulles. Nice scene down at National Harbor. Got a few clouds to start the morning, especially off to the north and west. So parts of the area getting up a little bit of clouds. Cool day in front of us, but a dry day. So plans later today. Hitting roads, back to work and back to school and that kind of thing. We're in good shape today. Tonight we cloud up. Tomorrow morning early, let's call the time frame 4 to 8 a.m. We're going to get a little bit of winter weather across the area, especially north and west of 95 in our coldest pockets. And there could be some light accumulations north and west before it changes to rain for everybody. Even the area that's expecting some light accumulations there in blue will get a transition to rain during the morning hours. So could there be some school delays or, some slick spots tomorrow morning? There could. I think mostly it will be north and west of D.C. Around here, maybe a coating, like in the immediate Washington area inside the Beltway, maybe we'll get conversational snowflakes or enough to kind of coat the ground. I think the roadways will be fine. 45 today, 41 tomorrow. Snow early and then rain during the afternoon. Guys, back to you.
We're just preparing for tomorrow. We're talking about how we're going to stay
warm.
Thanks, Doc. Still ahead this morning, the debate on whether to get a real or a fake Christmas tree making its rounds again, but experts weighing in on sustainability. That's ahead in today's social scene.
All right, let's check in with Stephanie Ramirez out west of the district. Hi, Steph.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm in Loudoun County this morning. There is an important court hearing going on today, which actually started several months ago with the possibility of getting rid of Purcellville's police department. Now today, officials are talking about whether to get rid of a Purcellville official. We'll have more coming up on this controversy.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
A jury trial expected to kick off today in the recall effort of Purcellville's vice mayor.
That same vice mayor also facing criminal charges in connection with the misuse of power while in office. Our Stephanie Ramirez in Purcellville this morning with the latest details. Steph?
Hey, good morning, guys. This is a 3-day jury trial of Vice Mayor of Purcellville, Ben Nett, according to Loudon Now. Now, he is, as you mentioned, facing separate criminal charges, but the criminal charges and this recall effort, guys, all stretching back to his involvement in a previous effort to disband the Purcellville Police Department, which shocked and angered a lot in the community. A few months after that effort, Nett, along with the town manager, Quasi Frazier, they were both arrested on charges, including bid rigging and conspiracy. Fox 5 has been on top of this story since it first broke. Nett was a Purcellville police officer, also serving as the town's vice mayor. Now, Fox 5 previously reported that he was terminated from the Purcellville Police Department back on April 8th, and days later had voted as vice mayor to eliminate the department. Once criminal charges were announced, we learned Nett and Quasi were found to have hired an independent consultant to evaluate Purcellville's police department with a recommendation that Nett be appointed as police chief. And when that didn't happen, is reportedly when the move to disband the police department was made, Brian Morgan started the recall effort of Nett and a few other officials before the criminal charges were announced. Here he is at a June council hearing talking about it.
Look, folks, the wheels of justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. And I can tell you, we gave them a bunch of evidence, 43 gigabytes. Documents, audios, videos, clips of videos. And I summarized it for him, too, so he wouldn't have to look too hard to find what he's looking for. So be patient, concerned citizens of Purcellville. We're going to get there. It's going to take some time.
Purcellville residents also started recall petitions on the mayor and 2 council members as well. Guys, Nett is due in court for the criminal charges. The next hearing is slated for January. I'll send it back to you.
Stephanie, thanks very much. 7:42. Medical experts announcing some progress when it comes to measles cases in the U.S., and we'll have those details ahead.
And as we had to break in on this December 1st, we're getting into the holiday spirit, but we need your help as well. Fox 5 wants to see your holiday lights, and we got this fantastic photo in from LaWanda in Clinton. She sent us this photo of a 7-year-old Ryan decorating the Christmas tree.
Nice job.
Yeah, pretty impressive for 7 years old. Might need him to come decorate my tree while we're at it. Looking pretty good out there. You can scan that QR code there on your screen to send us your photos of your holiday decorations. We're going to show them all morning long and for the next few weeks right here on Fox 5 Mornings.
All right, back now with a check of today's Good Day guest list on this Monday. You got the little corner of our Fox 5 Christmas tree right there on the side of the screen. Holiday season's in full swing now. It is officially December. Holiday parties will soon be getting underway. Before you RSVP, we have some tips on how you can arrive in class with the perfect gift for your host or hostess. And then bring your appetite, because the Red Bandana Bakery is back to show us how you can have a sweet holiday while still being gluten-free. Fresh at the 10A today, it is Cyber Monday. That means now's the perfect time to tackle all those Christmas lists. We'll break down the hottest toys of the season. All that and Celebrity Dish all coming up on the 10 o'clock hour. We'll get things started at 9. Right now it's 7:46.
So many great holiday segments. Looking forward to it. Thanks so much. In the meantime, let's take a live look out towards Frederick, Maryland this morning. It is a chilly start to our December 1st here on this Monday. Tucker's going to time out our forecast. The possibility of some snow for some of you as well in the coming days. All that and more on the other side of a quick break.
Yeah, let's do it. Got lots of weather to talk about. Chilly Monday for us. As Jacqueline just mentioned, we're in the low to mid 30s to kick off your morning. We'll be only in the mid 40s this afternoon. We should be in the low 50s. So a little on the cool side here. In fact, the entire week's going to trend below normal temperature-wise. All right, little burst of some winter weather tomorrow morning. Let's call it 4 to 8 a.m., and then it'll transition to rain for everybody. Parts of the area are only going to see rain, and then if you're north and west here, that little burst of snow will quickly transition over to rain. But, you know, maybe enough snow out there to coat the ground in spots, or to have some travel delays or a couple school delays Tuesday. And then we'll look down the road here, kind of a wintry pattern. Maybe Friday into Saturday we could get another round of some light snow. 28 Gaithersburg, cold this morning. Manassas, Quantico, 32 degrees. Fredericksburg, 34, 33 in Leonardtown. So everybody off to a chilly start. Winchester, 32. Again, only in the 40s today when we should be in the low 50s. And quiet start today. Today looks fine. We've got a little cloud cover to kick off your morning. We'll officially go partly sunny this afternoon, and coming home from work, going out this evening, you look good. Overnight tonight, we cloud up, and our storm system right here will get its act together. I know it doesn't look like much, but it'll get its act together and kind of slide into our region late tonight and early tomorrow morning. And you can see for yourself the timing on this would be after midnight tonight, 3, 4, 5 o'clock. There you go. Quick burst of snow across the area. Maybe even inside the Beltway, we'll get our first flakes of the year. Quickly, that pink is the mix. Rain and snow, and then just changes to rain pretty quickly tomorrow morning. So I would not expect widespread cancellations, or, you know, nobody's going to school and everybody's going sledding. But there may be just enough, especially north and west, that we have a couple slippery spots, as I mentioned. It should all clear out of here by late tomorrow afternoon. Again, mostly just a cold rain. Okay, the area in purple, that is the area that's going to be most greatly impacted by this event. Winter weather advisory, north and west parts of Loudoun County, Washington County, Frederick County, there north and west. And you can see the Futurecast not painting much in D.C. Better chances of a little accumulation with some elevation north and west. 45 today. Chilly tomorrow with that rain. Only 41. Cool week ahead. Eddie Mae?
All right. Thank you. We'll take a look here at your roadways as you're headed out 748 in Clarksburg, 270 southbound. We're following along with a new crash before Maryland 121 that has you following police direction. And that is, of course, why you're seeing as a result about an hour and 11 minutes in delays from Maryland 85. So keep that in mind for that 12-mile stretch. That's why you're seeing specifically this red zone leading up to the crash. And then, of course, yellow slowing down before that as well. 21 minutes in delays, 66 eastbound in Vienna. Your main lanes have a crash before the Vienna Metro Station exit. So as of right now, that is moved to the shoulder, but not without those delays. About 21 minutes right now. 4 in delays, southeast-southwest freeway westbound direction through southwest. A crash reported after the 3rd Street tunnel, so use caution there as well. Again, it's only about 4 minutes there for that 2-mile stretch from the 11th Street Bridge. Keep in mind, might slow you down a few minutes. Back to you.
Annie Mae, thank you. A health alert this morning. The number of measles deaths have dropped significantly over the last 25 years. According to a new report by the World Health Organization, global immunizations have helped get that number down by 88%. The WHO says that means up to 59 million lives have been saved by the measles vaccine since 2000. Despite a lower death toll, measles cases are still surging across the world. An estimated 11 million infections were reported last year.
Parents are spending thousands of dollars each year on competitive youth sports, and new data shows that gap continues to grow, creating an uneven playing field for many families. National spending has surged nearly 50% in the last 5 years, with, as you might assume, higher income households paying the most. The Aspen Institute said families spent about $40 billion on youth sports alone last year.
If you want to play in college, it's pretty much a no-brainer. If you look at the statistics, they're just there. But also, I mean, soccer's kind of our life, and softball, like our family, we see a lot of our soccer family and our softball family more than we see our own family.
It's one of the trade-offs, right? According to the Aspen Institute, many parents believe their kids can reach Division I or even the pros. Some families say even without that outcome, the structure and the life lessons make the investment worthwhile. Well, even after beating the Terps on Saturday, Michigan State fired their head coach, Jonathan Smith, after just 2 years at the helm of the Spartans, who lost 8 of their last 9 games, finished with a 4-8 record. Smith is due, though, more than $30 million, according to the terms of his 7-year contract. Remember, he was only there 2 years. Terps also finishing with a 4-8 record as well. Earlier this month, Maryland said Coach Loxley would return next year instead of offering up a $13 million buyout. So Michigan State pays him $30 million to leave, and Maryland says we'll keep you working for the $13 million we owe you.
Interesting to see how that'll play out. Meantime, the holidays, they are filled with cheer and also sometimes allergies as well. We're going to check out what could be triggering your sneezes coming up next.
Holidays are here. It's December now, and unfortunately, so are seasonal allergies. And I know you typically think springtime, maybe summertime for allergies, but in the winter, it can be impacted as well. Cold weather, a lot of times, forces you indoors. Increased time spent in spaces with limited ventilation can worsen the symptoms. Allergens like dust mites and mold thrive in these conditions. Even your tree, your holiday tree, could be an allergy trigger.
So there's something called Christmas tree syndrome, and it is related to when you pick up a fresh Christmas tree from the farm, there are mold spores in there that are dormant. You can also get symptoms from artificial products, like artificial trees or your decorations in the home, if they've been stored in areas where dust might accumulate.
Well, happy holidays, but there are ways that you can mitigate the situation. To manage the indoor allergies, experts say keep the windows closed, maintain a clean home, use air filters to reduce exposure to those things that would trigger those allergies.
This is good to know because literally the past several days I've been having itchy eyes, sneezing a little bit.
Did you get a new tree or anything?
Well, I pulled the tree out of the...
out of storage.
Yeah, out of storage, so
could have gotten some
probably
dust in
why.
storage. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
I realized I'm allergic to some family members this weekend.
This doesn't count for that.
No, it does actually.
I'm sorry if you're talking about
allergic to
different
especially with the Cowboys on a roll. I mean, it's you could be really. I'm sneezing and coughing around here.
You might just have to ask them to leave.
36 in Washington. Okay, guess what? We're going to be only in the mid-40s later today. No problems today. You probably heard we got a little bit of a winter burst. That will be early tomorrow morning. So we're fine today. Early tomorrow morning, a brief period of a wintry mix across the area. It transitions to rain for everybody, but maybe some light accumulations north and west. Could we get a coating in the immediate Washington area? We could. I don't think on the roads, and I wouldn't expect any travel difficulties locally. But north and west, maybe just enough to, have something to send us in the way of pictures and video tomorrow morning. Cold rain for everybody else for the rest of the morning, early afternoon tomorrow. Anyway?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here as you're headed out onto your roadways in Vienna. 66 eastbound, your main lane still have that crash before the Vienna metro station exit. That has moved over to the right shoulder, so still about 21 minutes in terms of your on and off delays there from around Sudley Road. Moving on, 270 southbound, looking at about an hour and 12 minutes or so in Clarksburg. There's a crash before Maryland 121. That's why you're seeing those delays. Left lane and shoulder are blocked there in that two-vehicle incident. BW Parkway southbound is going to be a little bit more in terms of your increased drive time there between 195 and the Beltway. 24 is the northbound. Steve?
All right, time for the social scene this hour. Real quick, many of us probably put up our Christmas tree over the past week or so, and it's bringing back the old debate. Did you get a real tree or an artificial one?
While we all have our own feelings about the Christmas trees and reasons on what type of tree we get, experts now weighing in on sustainability, saying there are pros and cons to both of them. A professor at Virginia Tech says the main factor to take into consideration is how long you're planning on using your tree. Real trees smell great, but their life cycle is typically around a month before they have to be tossed out. Artificial trees take more energy and resources to create, but generally can be used for several years. Experts do say because artificial trees use plastic and metals, you should try to get at least 7 years out of them to have a lower overall impact on the environment compared to buying a real tree every year.
Well, whatever Christmas tree farm or lot or location was up in the Frederick area over the weekend, I think they did very well because I saw so many cars coming down 270 with trees on the roof on Saturday. So this must be the big weekend after Thanksgiving, right?
Absolutely. The unofficial Christmas tree putting up weekend.
For sure.
Isn't that what you called it?
A lot more coming up. More news, weather, and traffic. Fox 5 Morning at 8. We'll get started in just 60 seconds. Right now at 8 o'clock, the latest after the attack on the 2 National Guards members here in the district that left 1 dead and a second still fighting for their life this Monday morning. We'll have the latest details along with new video of what happened.
And our first taste of winter could be here as early as tomorrow morning. The Fox 5 weather team is breaking down and also tracking possible snow and sleet in the forecast.
Outdoor dining in D.C. might change again as council votes on emergency legislation that would lower those new fees that just went into effect when it comes to these streeteries. We'll have a live report on that effort. Appreciate you joining us here on Fox 5. And, of course, always, Makia, always streaming on Fox Local.
Always. You can catch us anywhere you want to. You can get those traffic and weather headlines, which you'll definitely want to stay close with, Tuck, as we're expecting a wintry mix
I mean,
tomorrow.
if you'd like to be watching Fox Local in Jamaica while we're doing winter weather and a cold rain.
More power to you, right?
Yeah, you could be like,
great.
So glad I'm not there.
Actually,
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, it might make us feel a little better if we saw some pictures from the tropics.
Yeah, send it to us. Okay, today, no issues. We are cold to start your morning, and we will be very cool this afternoon. Highs only in the mid-40s. As mentioned at the top, we are still talking about a brief wintry mix tomorrow, especially north and west of town. Timing probably between about 4 and 8 a.m. It's really going to mostly just be a cold rain for everybody, but there could be some very light accumulations north and west early tomorrow morning. I will have more on that in just a moment. Amy?
All right, thank you. 8 o'clock, we'll take a look here at your Monday morning commute. This is what it looks like overview-wise. You're seeing a lot of pretty normal numbers, but a couple of red zones we're focusing on. Right now in Clarksburg, 270 southbound, there's a crash before Maryland 121 that currently has the left lane and shoulder blocked, and about an hour and 5 minutes in delays from Maryland 85. So keep that in mind as you're headed out the door. Steve?
President Trump is reaching out to the family members of the 2 National Guard members who were shot in the district last week. The parents of those who were shot invited to the White House. This comes as we learn more information about the shooting and a nationwide pause now on some asylum decisions.
Fox 5's Melanie Alwick is joining us live in Northwest with more on this. Well, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. We're here live and out in front of the Farragut West Metro Station. A lot of people showing back up this morning after a long holiday weekend, seeing the memorial that people have been leaving, these military challenge coins, and a photo here saying that a lot of this was organized by the Afghan-American community in memory of Sarah Beckstrom and also praying for the recovery of Sergeant Andrew Wolf. A lot of people coming in today telling me this is hard for them to take in.
I was shocked because I work right around the corner. I'm sad because of just the gravity of it, you know, and the questions is why.
20-year-old specialist Sarah Beckstrom died Thanksgiving Day from her injuries in Wednesday's shooting. 24-year-old Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital in critical condition after surgery. New video obtained by the Wall Street Journal shows the suspect holding a gun and the National Guardman running down the street. There are questions now about how closely vetted the subject was. 29-year-old Afghan citizen Ramanallah Lankawal worked with the CIA in Afghanistan. He was allowed to enter the U.S. in 2021 through the Operation Allies Welcome program. He was granted asylum earlier this year by the Trump administration, which would have warranted another screening process. It is not clear when 500 additional troops ordered to D.C. by the Trump administration will arrive in the city or what states will be sending them. We understand a directive for Guard members to be paired with D.C. police officers is still in the planning stages. And we also don't know the status of whether those Guard members will be able to come to D.C. As you know, a federal judge did rule that the deployment here in the city was not legal, and that was put on pause for some time, I think until December 11th, to give the administration time to appeal that ruling. Also today, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey will be holding a press conference and update on the situation.
In the meantime, other top stories we're following this Monday. Opening statements begin today in the murder trial of Brian Walsh. He's accused of killing his wife, D.C. realtor Anna Walsh. Brian Walsh pled guilty to disposing of her body, but he maintains his innocence on the murder charge.
On New this hour, Ward 4 D.C. Council member Janice Lewis George has officially launched her bid for D.C. mayor. Council member Kenyon McDuffie is also expected to launch his own campaign. In fact, last month, current Mayor Muriel Bowser announced she would not seek what would have been a historic fourth term. Her current term will end in January of 2027.
One man is dead after a fire tore through a southeast D.C. apartment building. Those calls came in Sunday morning on Savannah Street. Firefighters found the man's body inside after getting the fire under control. Nobody else was hurt. The cause of that fire still being investigated. Firefighters will be back at the scene today.
Winter weather in the Midwest amid the holiday travel rush continues to create major headaches for millions of Americans traveling home. Yesterday, FlightAware's misery map showed hundreds of flights at DCA, Dulles, and BWI were delayed or canceled. On the roads, drivers crawled toward terminals, some passengers even getting out and walking with their bags to get to their flights. Travelers we spoke with after the wintry mix said that it wasn't perfect, but was better than expected.
Before the shutdown ended, sure, but once it ended, we were fine with it. We had a slight delay from Miami, but nothing major.
I was a little worried, so I tried to, be earlier than usual. I didn't have any problems at all.
Officials expect today to be the second most traveled day of the holiday period. Local airports also tweeting out a reminder that DCA and IAD or Dulles are two different airports. Yeah, that's always
lessons learned.
That's always a mix-up.
The worst thing is that I've actually been on planes coming home, and the pilot or the flight crew has announced, well, we're departing for DCA, and we're like, no, we're not. So it's like I think everybody gets confused sometimes. Just make sure that your ticket is getting you to the airport that you're trying to get to.
Yeah, big difference too when it comes to distance as well. So you don't want to end up at Dulles.
One time I was flying to BWI Marshall, and because of weather, they forced the landing at Dulles, and then we waited an hour, and then we took off from Dulles to BWI Marshall.
It's like one of the shortest flights ever. Right?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So make sure you got the right airport. I didn't get off because my car wasn't. Okay, let me do the weather. Sunny and chilly, mid-40s later today. It's cold this morning. Do not worry about any winter weather today or this evening. You're going to be fine. This will be early tomorrow morning, and it'll be a short-lived winter weather event, but it may be just enough to cause a couple travel issues tomorrow morning north and west of town, or a couple school delays. 36 in Washington, 35 Dulles this morning. Again, partly sunny skies out there, and a quiet afternoon for us. We'll be looking at a mix of clouds and sun today. Cool temps. We should be in the low 50s. We'll be in the mid-40s. And our next weather maker is, you can see some light snow there back into Missouri and parts of Kansas and Oklahoma this morning. That will approach and wash across our area tomorrow morning. I think the greatest opportunity for trouble as far as winter weather will be that area shaded in purple. That's new this morning. That's a winter weather advisory. So you can see it's mostly well north and west, and we'll talk more about our little burst of winter weather coming up in just a few minutes. 45 this afternoon. More on the forecast in just a moment. Anna Mae?
All right, thank you. 8:07 your time. Taking a look at your roadways before you head out. Right now in Manassas, 66 eastbound, a crash after Sudley Road. Currently has the right lane and shoulder blocked. So right now you'll sit for about 25 minutes in those delays from Prince William Parkway. This is what it looks like passing the scene again specifically, but those delays have you spanning back for around 20 or so minutes. This is an hour and 5 there due to a crash before Maryland 121 and Clarksburg 270 southbound. So at the moment, left lane and shoulder are blocked, and as a result, you're seeing massive delays there. BW Parkway, both north and southbound, pretty typical for 8 o'clock here. A little bit increase there. Your southbound drive time between 195 and the Beltway, it's 27 minutes, while northbound you should be a lot better, about 5 minutes or so in terms of a lighter drive time northbound. We'll look Branch Avenue northbound as well. This is 15 from 301 towards the Beltway. Finally, 210 northbound towards the Beltway from Maryland 228 is about 18 minutes. Mikia?
All right, thanks so much, Annie Mae. The future of outdoor dining in D.C. could change tomorrow. The council is voting on emergency legislation to bring down the cost of keeping streeteries in place. And this all comes after restaurants started facing new fees over the weekend. Fox 5's Maureen Umay is live in Adams Morgan this morning with the latest. Hi, Maureen.
Good morning. So, this isn't really even about the new rules for a lot of people. It's about the identity of these neighborhoods. A lot of them have really come to sort of be identified by these streeteries, like here in Adams Morgan. Look behind me. They've become such a fixture for the past 5 years since the pandemic. They've been here. People have been able to enjoy their food outdoors. Restaurants made more money. But here's the problem. So look at this empty space here. This is parking, valuable parking, that some restaurants say, well, these streeteries have taken up enough of this and we're losing money. So we'd like to see them go. City Council is going to take up emergency legislation tomorrow to try to figure out a compromise, if you will, about this. DDOT, in the meantime, is saying that they have to, these restaurants have to pay more fees in order to keep them up, or they'll be torn down. Some say losing their outdoor setups hurts business. Others say getting the parking spaces back is actually better for them. And as I said, tomorrow, the D.C. City Council will decide whether the new rules about streeteries should be eased. Temporary permits expired yesterday, and the permanent program means a $260 fee plus $20 per square foot, and also buying your own safety barriers. Some business owners say those expenses could reach $15,000 to $24,000 a year. And for some, it is just simply too much. So they are removing their streeteries. Others say the outdoor seating brought customers and actually energy back to the block.
We would lose, like I said, about a third of our revenue. This is also responsible for the employment of give or take 4 or 5 people on our staff, that are only working here because we have this. So it would be bad. It would be bad for our sales. It would be bad for our staff. This also generates about $100,000 a year in tax revenue for the city and sales tax, so they'd be losing that. So really nobody wins from this.
DDOT says the new rules are about safety and consistency, and businesses that already applied through the city's TOPS system program can stay open while their applications are being reviewed. Meantime, Councilmember Charles Allen has proposed emergency legislation that would cut the permit fee to $15 per square foot and give the city more flexibility on design requirements. Now, the council votes tomorrow on that, and once they do, there will be 90 days for them to sort of see how this all goes. In the meantime, DDOT is also pausing their enforcement of these new rules until sometime early next year when they can see what council decides to do. But all in all, businesses here, it's a mixed bag. Some do want to see these streeteries stay. Others say, you know, get rid of them. The parking space is much more valuable. We'll stay on top of it, bring you the developments as they happen. Back to you in the meantime.
All right, Maureen, thanks very much from Adams Morgan this morning. Brings us to our Fox 5 Live Insta poll. The question is, should restaurants pay in order to have streeteries? And that number's going up, the yeses. More than 80% now of you say yes, they should. That's more than 4 out of 5 people who have responded so far. You can add your voice to the Insta poll by scanning the QR code in the upper right, or you can go to our website, fox5dc.com, and weigh in. I am going to pass on the outdoor seating today, Nakia.
Oh, yeah. Unless you just want to get some icicles coming off your nose.
It's a nice comfy indoor table.
Yeah.
It's cold out there tomorrow, too. Still to come, a 3-day jury trial begins in Purcellville to remove the vice mayor after charges of bid rigging and conspiracy. We'll have a live report coming up.
But first, Commanders falling again last night to the Broncos. We'll break down the game and the fan reaction.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
All right, your morning jolt this hour is certainly a fiery one. This is down under Sydney, Australia. It's summertime down there. More than 200 firefighters had to be called in to fight this inferno at a waste facility. At one point, the fireball erupted as the flames reached a chemical tank inside the facility. That sent other flames hundreds of feet in the air. No serious injuries. That's the good news there. And as a matter of fact, only 2 minor injuries amongst firefighters. But boy, did they have their work cut out for them trying to get that under control.
Well, that obviously could have been a lot worse. My goodness. Well, some animals at the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago had a wonderful time in the snow over the holiday weekend. Just see for yourself. Yeah. This is some footage released by the zoo. It shows a bison and a bear having an enjoyable time out there in those cold temperatures, covered in a blanket of snow. Look at them just rolling around. There's your bear video for the day.
I love it.
Steve. The Chicago area, by the way, received over 8 inches of snow this weekend. Wow.
That's great. It looks like, you're looking at just old Great Plains video from years ago, the animals out in the snow.
Yeah.
Tuck and I over the weekend were keeping tabs on the snow in multiple ways. He was actually following the forecast, and then he was letting me know by which football game to watch because the snow games were pretty good out in the Midwest.
The great Illinois game that was covered in snow. It didn't snow yesterday in Cleveland, but it snowed the night before. Many cities, most snow they've seen in the month of November in years and years and decades. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So been a very snowy start. I mean, it's not officially winter. Meteorological winter started today, but been a very wintry start here.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I can't think of the last time we saw snow where it even felt like it was going to snow in December.
Yeah, especially here in D.C. I mean, how often do we kick off, the month of December talking about snow? But we do have a snow chance later tonight. We'll focus on that. It's a brief window for a little snow across our region. 45 today. Look at the cool numbers for the week. Our average high is 53. So we mentioned a chance for some winter weather. You got to start with some cold air, and we have that in place as it will not warm up a lot today. 36 in Washington. Still freezing mark. Gaithersburg 32. 32 in Winchester, Fredericksburg, Leonardtown in the mid-30s. Again, only in the mid-40s for daytime highs. Partly sunny for us today. No issues whatsoever today. You're fine this afternoon, tonight, dinner plans, or going to a school event, something like that. You're going to be fine. The makings of our winter storm across central portions of the country here, parts of Missouri and Kansas. This will get its act together and push right across our region late tonight and early tomorrow morning. And we're likely to get, because of the timing on this, a quick burst of some winter weather right before daybreak tomorrow morning. And the pink you see, that's a wintry mix, and maybe some rain and snow falling. Maybe more in the way of a little bit of snow here off to the north and west. What really wants to happen here is the atmosphere is going to warm pretty quick, so it's going to change to rain for everybody by 7, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. That's 8 o'clock, and you can see it's mostly just raining across the region. So it'll be a short-lived event, but could there be a couple school delays or a few travel issues, especially well north and west of D.C.? There could, as there may be just enough to kind of coat the ground or some light accumulations north and west. How much snow are we talking about? I think we may see some flakes inside the Beltway and in this area in pink, but as far as really looking at any possible light accumulations, you really got to get in that blue area. And there is a winter weather advisory well to the north and west for early tomorrow morning. Again, this will be a short-lived event. I think by 8, 9 o'clock, it's rain for everybody, and then just a chilly rain for much of the day tomorrow. Anything?
All right, thank you. We'll take a look here. 818 in Manassas. 66 eastbound. Your main lanes have a crash after Sudley Road. That is the right lane and shoulder blocked. In terms of your delays, that's what you can see in this camera, as well as what it looks like passing the scene right now. Those delays for about 3 miles are going to take you 37 minutes from Prince William Parkway. In Clarksburg, 270 southbound, there's a crash before Maryland 121 that still has the left lane and shoulder blocked. Hour 14 is what you're looking at right now in terms of your delays from Maryland 85. So keep in mind some massive delays headed 270 southbound towards the Beltway. We'll look at 21 minutes, your drive time between 95 and Georgia on the outer loop, top side of the Beltway. This is pretty typical, around 20 minutes there for your top side. 30 is southbound between 195 and the Beltway if you're headed BW Parkway, but northbound it's only going to be about 22 minutes between the Beltway and 195 for that 18-mile stretch. Mikia?
All right, thanks, Annie Mae. Let's turn now to the Burgundy and Gold. The team suffered another tough loss last night.
I mean, it not just came down to the wire, but it came down to the end of overtime. That's how far they took this one, but end result was not a good one. The Commanders, at dreams of ending their losing streak, dashed again, this time during overtime by the Broncos. Let's look at one of the highlights earlier, though. Look at this. Treylon Burks. You might not even have realized he was with the team. Started with Tennessee. He hasn't had a touchdown since 2022, but that was some highlight reel stuff. And that touchdown will give the Commanders the lead in the third. It would not last, though. They failed to secure a 2-point conversion in overtime after a Terry McLaurin touchdown to get them within one. Final score, 27-26. Fans, though, despite the loss, first of all, fans stayed at this stadium. It was a pretty packed house right up until the end. A lot of fans said that the close loss was a positive sign.
I'm still proud of my team no matter what, man. They looked good. They looked sharp. There was a lot of strong plays. That was the number 3 team out there. We stood the ground.
We gonna come back. Don't worry about it. It is in panic mode. If you weren't with us before all this, don't be with us now.
Fans, all right, they're still with them. Commanders, though, unfortunately, 7 straight losses now, 9 on the season, 3-9. They will take on the Vikings on Sunday. And the Vikings had a, let's just be polite and say, not good game yesterday. Much worse than the Commanders. So hopefully they can pick up a win in Minnesota.
Okay, fingers crossed. Well, Iran is sitting out this week's 2026 World Cup draw that's set to happen at the Kennedy Center. A country state-run news agency reporting the boycott comes after visas were refused to members of Iran's delegation. A spokesman for the Iranian Soccer Federation has tapped FIFA, hoping for some help. Iran was one of 12 countries listed in a U.S. travel ban back in June. Now, exemptions have been promised for members of athletic teams traveling for the World Cup, Olympics, or any other major sporting event.
Ride-on buses in Montgomery County will have a seat reserved in honor of Rosa Parks Day today. Special cards will eventually be placed on hundreds of buses in the fleet out of respect for the civil rights icon. Metro buses have reserved special seats as well. So it's Cyber Monday today. We're going to check out how major retailer Amazon is handling an influx of orders next.
And also coming up at 8:30, we're checking out how contributing to your child's 529 plan this week could be a tax break for you this coming spring.
I can't get no relief.
More than 73 million Americans plan to shop online today on Cyber Monday, according to the National Retail Federation. And online retailers like Amazon are going all out on their sales. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler joins us from inside an Amazon Fulfillment Center up in New Jersey with what it looks like on this busy Cyber Monday. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, good morning, Steve. Well, I think to say it's busy here is a little bit of an understatement. I mean, everywhere you look, there are totes of products or packages flying down conveyor belts, and workers are on the move. And this place is massive, and there's a method to the madness. It's the size of 28 football fields, and there are 14 miles of conveyor belts. It's really kind of hard to wrap your mind around that. And this fulfillment center alone will send out hundreds of thousands of packages from Cyber Monday orders alone. Now, if you've ever wondered how in the world can I order a package in the morning and it be on my doorstep by the afternoon? Well, this is how they do it. This fulfillment center has 3,000 employees and utilizes robots. So instead of workers walking long aisles to pick items, the robots bring entire shelves of products directly to the workers. Amazon says AI also helps predict product demand, so the company looks at purchase history, search trends, and product reviews so they can handle the thousands of orders they receive every second. It's going to be a big day for a lot of businesses. Adobe Analytics expects Cyber Monday will be the second busiest shopping day of the holiday season. Today, people are expected to spend more than $14 billion. That's an increase of 6.3% from last year. And if you do want to cash in on the deals, but you aren't exactly sure what to get, one Amazon VP tells me about their AI tool, Rufus.
You can just ask, what should I get for my dad who enjoys gardening and who enjoys outdoor cooking? And Rufus will provide great recommendations. If you know what you want, it will also help you to provide a lot of those comparison opportunities. So which would be the best toaster oven for me, or which would be the right KitchenAid stand mixer for me?
Amazon says shopping trends show a lot of people are looking for deals on electronics, beauty, and, of course, toys. In Robbinsville, New Jersey, Kaylee Schuyler, Fox 5 News.
All right, busy, busy, busy. Thanks so much, Kaylee, for that inside look this morning. We appreciate it. Volunteers will soon begin placing holiday wreaths on the grave of fallen service members in Arlington National Cemetery. It is part of Wreaths Across America Day that helps remind the nation of the sacrifices made by service members. This will take place on Saturday, December 13th. Cars will not be able to drive through the cemetery during the event. Volunteers are encouraged to take the Metro.
Well, speaking of Metro is bringing back its pop-up shop in Northwest D.C. with exclusive holiday merchandise, including new beanies and even a dreidel. The pop-up is set up on the first floor of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library. It will run until Christmas week. Saturday, December 20th will be your last chance to get your Metro gifts at the pop-up shop. Still ahead, we're going to talk to an expert about saving some money for education. Contributing to a Maryland 529 plan now might save you a lot of money on taxes in the future.
Plus, Stephanie Ramirez is joining us live with what she's working on this morning. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, good morning, guys. We are in Loudoun County, where there is in Northern Virginia this morning a very important court hearing going to happen today. And this is involving getting rid of the vice mayor for Purcellville. That person is also facing serious criminal charges. We'll have more on this controversy coming up.
All right, we're taking a peek across the area now as we get closer to 8:30. Sunshine looks good. Temperature is not so much. We've warmed up exactly 1 degree in the last 2 hours. It's 36 degrees out, so very chilly start. Much better than this time tomorrow, though. Tomorrow we'll have a mix of either potential little bit of snow, definitely some rain, and we'll get all those details coming up from Tucker in just a few minutes. Makia?
All right, thanks, Steve. A court hearing today in the recall effort of Purcellville's Vice Mayor. That same Vice Mayor is also facing criminal charges in connection with the misuse of power while in office. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez is in Purcellville this morning with more. Fill us in, Steph.
Hey, good morning, guys. We just got some new information into the newsroom. So we were originally reporting that there was supposed to be a jury trial today. This is in the recall petition of Purcellville's Vice Mayor. But now we're learning there is going to be a hearing, more of a show cause hearing. But yes, all in that recall effort. And this is Vice Mayor who goes by Ben Nett, who is also facing separately serious criminal charges, all stemming from an effort he was involved in to get rid of the Purcellville Police Department. So we spoke over the phone just now with longtime resident Beverly Chasen, who's also behind the recall petition. Here she is over the phone.
It's devastating. People either have continued living in the town or moved to the town because we just love the small town feeling, the togetherness. And this has just really devastated our town. First, we're always in the news for the wrong reasons. And then they tried to take away our police department.
Guys, this impacts the town's ability to budget and do business. Now, over the summer, Purcellville's Vice Mayor, again, who goes by Ben Nett, he and the town manager, Quasi Frazier, were both arrested on charges including bid rigging and conspiracy. Now, Fox 5 has been on top of this story since it first broke. Nett was a Purcellville police officer, also serving as Vice Mayor of the small town. Now, Fox 5 previously reported that he was terminated from the Purcellville Police Department on April 8th, and days later had voted as a Vice Mayor to eliminate the department. Once criminal charges were announced, we learned that Nett and Quasi were found to have hired an independent consultant to evaluate Purcellville's police department with a recommendation that Nett be appointed police chief. And when that didn't happen, that is reportedly when the move to disband the department was made. Now, guys, we do know that there was also a recall petition that was filed against the mayor and 2 council members of the town. So we are still waiting to hear the status of that. But this is a civil matter that's being taken up in Stafford County, Stafford County Courthouse this morning. And guys, Nett will be due in court again on the criminal charges in January. I'll send it back to you.
Steph, thanks very much. All right, listen, a Fox 5 consumer story for you right now. Let's help out some families throughout the holidays, as you can still get in a last-minute tax write-off by contributing to your child or a relative's 529 plan, 529. Scott Ridgely's joining us for the segment, sponsored by Invest 529, to talk about the advantages of using the plan to save. Scott, good to see you this morning.
Good morning.
This is available to people in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, right?
That's right. Invest 529 is a nationwide program helping families save for future education costs. College is really expensive.
Very true.
And so it's great to put your money aside right now, let it grow tax-free, and get a tax break immediately.
So in the elevator pitch version of this, how does it help? Who would be interested in learning more about this?
Well, I think a parent and grandparent are the main audience, but really anybody that's thinking about a child or a loved one that might have a higher education in their plans. You know, higher education has changed a lot in the years, so it's not just the traditional 4-year schools, but if you have somebody in your home that's going to get an apprenticeship or is going to get a 2-year degree, they can also use one of our plans, because that still costs money, right? There's a lot of cost when you take on an education, so we're here to help those families.
So if this is something you start out, at birth or whenever, for 18 years, that money obviously can compound. You can have a lot of savings. Is there any point where it's too late to get involved?
Yeah. It's never too late, and that's one of our big taglines for folks. Never too early, never too late, because even if you can save for 1 semester, 1 year, that's less student loan debt that you have to take on in the long run. And that's what we really want families to do, is not put your kid up in a bad situation when they graduate. They have to pay back those loans right away. There's also grad school. There's also a lot of lifetime learning expenses that can be covered.
Smart parents will take advantage of this, when the kids are very, very young. But then some people have the question, too, what if I invest all this money and then my child decides they're not going to go to college? What happens?
There's so much flexibility with the 529 plan, so it can be carried over to another generation. So if you want to save it for your grandkids, that's one option. You can always take that money out. Of course, there's a 10% penalty on the earnings if you decide to use those funds. But a lot of other folks now will roll it over into a Roth IRA. So there's lots of provisions that the money's not stuck anymore.
Right.
And more realistically than anything else, you're going to find some use for that for education.
So here's one of the things I think is really cool. And first of all, we talked about the year-end tax savings. Obviously, you want to look at all your accounts right now before January 1st rolls around to take advantage of any tax options that are out there. But the way that you're kind of pushing this now is you're setting this up almost like an Amazon wish list or a GoFundMe account, right? That others, it doesn't have to be just family that can contribute to this.
Well, people think that it's just mom and dad that are contributing, but nowadays grandparents are really helping carry some of that lift of the cost of college, and we're trying to make it easier for people, whether it's a grandparent, aunt, and uncle, even a friend, to give the gift of an education this year. And so that's what we're really trying to get people to do is look at our website at invest529.com. It just takes a couple minutes, and you can give a $50, $100 gift card to somebody so that they have something that's tangible under the Christmas tree, but it's also something that's going to help them in the long run. So seek out anybody that can help you pay for your education.
So a parent essentially could put out their account information to others, and then they can donate to that account
That's
directly.
correct. Right. It's an easy GoFundMe type of mentality. That's absolutely the way
literally
you call
the
it.
village helping out here in this case, right?
Yeah.
What you got there?
So right now through...
Oh, no, let's take that off. We'll save that. Save that for a minute. Okay, what do you got?
You've been wondering what this is on my lap the whole time. So through December 7th, we are giving anybody that gives a $25 gift card this tuition monster doll. So he's been on commercials for about 10 years across Virginia, across D.C. market. And so now you have something to wrap under the tree. So you give a $50 gift card, you're going to get one of these in the mail, just so you have something to give the kids on Christmas Day.
All right, make the donation now so you can get that for the holidays as well. Okay, now we can put up the information. If folks want to find out more about it, the website is very simple. It's just the name of it, or you can follow on social media as well. Appreciate you guys making the drive up from Richmond today to join us this morning. It's great. I know it's early. Hopefully it wasn't too cold out there for you today.
All right.
All right. You'll avoid the snow tomorrow in Richmond, so there you go, an advantage. Thank you very much for joining us. It's 8:36. Before we head to break, on this December 1st, we're getting into the holiday spirit, and we were asking for your outdoor light displays. We'll take the Christmas trees indoors, but we really want to see your outdoor lights. And Rosie, you delivered up in Rockville. Thank you so very much. Looks great. Scan the QR code in the upper right. Share the lights throughout the morning and for the next couple of weeks as well. Jacqueline, what's coming up?
All right, let's take a look at what's coming up in the next 45 minutes. At 8:48, we're checking out some local spots. You can find unique gifts for your loved ones this holiday season that'll help support businesses right here in our area. Then at 8:55, if you're traveling abroad anytime soon, one action will mark you as an American tourist more than any other behavior. We're talking about that ahead in today's social scene. And then be sure to stay tuned for Good Day at DC this morning at 9:15. We're being joined by a finance expert on how to make the holidays cheerful and bright without overspending. Those stories and much more right here on Fox 5 Mornings.
Plumbing to electrical, heating to air conditioning. If you can't, we can. Michael and Son.
1, 2, 3.
Wow. Sometimes you got to see through things through the eyes of a child, right? Check it out. That's what they were looking at. Dad put up the holiday decorations, and the little ones got to see it early. This is in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. After Dad showed off the decorating skills, Mom said her husband spent the whole day decorating the house with the lights and kept the kids inside so that they would have a big reveal once it got dark out. Even the babysitter was impressed by the display.
I'm pretty impressed there, too, and I love their reactions. Aw, this is something they'll remember just for years and years to come.
I love that natural excitement, right?
Yeah.
Think about the last time you were that excited about something, right? It's probably been a minute.
Yeah. Aw. Well, Operation Santa is underway across the USPS for volunteers to adopt letters sent to the North Pole from kids and families in need. Now, those who are interested can adopt a letter on their own or as a team on USPSOperationSanta.com and also shop for gifts on the letters. Now, volunteers are advised to ship the gifts by December 13th to make sure they arrive in time for the holidays.
Okay, you only have about 2 weeks, but it's a great operation, and hopefully you could make a lot of kids' Christmas that much better, which is great this time of year. It's what we want. Holiday dining season kicks off today. Now, you've heard of Restaurant Week a lot. Now it's DC Cocktail Week, with more than 130 bars and restaurants taking part all across the region, serving up their signature cocktail and bite pairings. The event showcases some of the area's top mixologists, chefs, and even some Michelin-recognized restaurants are doing it. It runs through the 7th, so you can get that for the next week. It'll run through this upcoming weekend in DC. I like the idea, DC Cocktail Week, especially with the festive cocktails you can make. Those look real pretty right there.
Absolutely. Get some good pairings going, and I'll just see what bartenders are working with. All right, well, holiday shopping season is in full swing. So coming up, we're going to be checking out some local spots that are offering up the perfect homegrown gifts.
All right, also, can you name 3 presents that you received for Christmas last year? Think about it. Can you think of 3 right off the the wheels are turning. I don't know if I can. A video's going viral for asking that question, and we'll talk about it coming up in today's Social Scene.
Welcome back. I'm Jacqueline Matter with a check of the Good Day guest list. The holiday season, it is in full swing, and so are the holiday parties. But before you RSVP, we've got some tips on how you can arrive in class with the perfect gift for your host or hostess. And then be sure to bring your appetite, because the Red Bandana Bakery is showing how you can have a sweet holiday while still being gluten-free. And fresh at 10 this morning, today it is Cyber Monday, which means now is the perfect time to tackle all of those Christmas lists. So we're going to break down the hottest toys of of the season. Plus, we've got another juicy round of Celebrity Dish for you on this Monday morning. I'll get started in just 15 minutes, Steve.
All right, after I hear about that gift-giving segment, I might have to throw a holiday party just so you bring some gifts.
Oh, you just want gifts.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Well, and to see you, obviously.
Okay.
All right, Tucker, 8:45. What's going on in the world of weather this morning as we take a peek at the Capitol wheel?
Why are you always asking me, Steve?
Because you are the chief.
Oh, okay. I guess I know the answers. Hey, we have partial sunshine. Got cold numbers to start the morning and a chilly day in front of us, mid-40s. But it'll be a brighter day than yesterday. We should have more sunshine. Winter weather early tomorrow morning. Let's go 4 to about 8 a.m. would be prime time for a wintry mix across the area. A little snow north and west, maybe mostly rain east of 95. But could there be a couple travel delays or a couple school delays? There could tomorrow morning. It'll mostly be a cold rain for the majority of us by 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then we'll look for late in the week. Could there be another snow chance Friday into Saturday? There could. We have a very wintry pattern here for the next at least 7 to 10 days. 36 in Washington this morning. Cold. Gaithersburg, 32. 35 Manassas. 37 in Fredericksburg. Much of the area here, north and west, did hit the freezing mark. In fact, Leonardtown, you were down to 32 early this morning as well. So I should throw Southern Maryland in there. Okay, a little bit of a cloud deck to kick off the morning, but you can see no rain and or winter weather locally. And we're nice and quiet for the afternoon, so that'll be nice. The makings of our winter weather for tomorrow and our rain event right here will kind of coalesce into a nice little storm later this afternoon and tonight, and then spread across our region early tomorrow morning. So this will be well after midnight, 3, 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning out in the mountains, and then by 6, 7 a.m. right across the immediate Washington area, right across the Beltway. And this will not be a major storm. It will, however, and we often see this in the month of December, at the onset, perhaps give us a little winter weather. And that's 6:30 tomorrow morning. Maybe from 4 to 6 a.m. it'll be more of snow falling across the immediate Washington area. But it'll quickly transition to rain for us along the 95 corridor. It hangs on a little longer, the rain and the snow there and to the north and west, and it may linger through the late morning. There we are at 8:30 in the morning, still snowing up in Hagerstown, but you can see the rest of it's just getting rain. And then it's all out of here, and it's just a chilly rain by late afternoon. That's tomorrow night at 6. So again, not a major event. Best chances for accumulation, the area you see in purple, that's where there's a winter weather advisory, so that does not include us here in the immediate Washington area. But we will, of course, monitor this carefully. And I just want to show you the snowcast really not trying to give us much in the way of accumulations tomorrow morning. So, hey, if you're in Prince George's County, east of 95, southern Maryland, I would not count on a day off tomorrow, school-wise, for weather. 45 today, 41 tomorrow. Maybe a little winter weather to start the morning. Anyway?
All right, thank you. Well, take a look here as you're headed out on your roadways right now. 8:48 your time in Manassas, 66 eastbound. Looking at your main lanes, a crash after Sudley Road. Move to the right shoulder, about 11 minutes in delays you're seeing from Prince William Parkway. So this is what it looks like passing the scene specifically, as well as those delays that span back for about 4 miles. We'll look again, 43 minutes if you're headed 270 southbound through Clarksburg. There's a crash before Maryland 121 that's moved to the shoulder. Right now from Maryland 85, that's what you're looking at. So this red zone here, as well as, of course, leading up to that crash, 2 vehicles involved in that area. We'll look at 25 between Baltimore and Georgia on your outer loop, top side of the Beltway. This is pretty typical for that drive time at this time, approaching 9 o'clock when everybody's, of course, getting out to do what they're doing this Monday morning, back to work after a holiday week. No. 26 minutes between Kenworth Avenue and the 11th Street Bridge for 5 miles, DC 295 in the southbound direction. That's what it looks like as we approach 9 o'clock. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, it is gift-giving season, and coming up at 9 o'clock for Good Day, we kick off our guide to gifts for the holiday party hosting your life. But up now, we do have a couple of guests to talk about buying something homegrown and tasty. Fall and Pine Oysters, Dan Worrell and Maryland Agriculture Department's Matthew Scales are both here this morning to show us some really good ideas, guys. So good to have you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Yes. Well, you got a little tune there.
Yeah.
Matthew, I hear you.
Don't kick. I'll start singing.
Well, listen, this is exciting for all the seafood lovers in your life, especially those who love oysters. So let's start with you. Tell us about your business and what you guys are offering this holiday season.
So my name's Dan Worrell, and I own Fall and Pine Oyster Company. We started the company about 5 years ago. I was an oyster shucker for a long time and fell in love with the idea of aquaculture and growing oysters and growing a sustainable food source, which led me down to this beautiful area of just south of Ocean City, Maryland, behind Assateague Island. And we grow our salt buoy oyster, and we also get wild pony oysters as well. Salt Billy being our flagship oyster. It's twice as salty as anything most people can get out of Maryland.
Wow.
Being there in the coastal bays.
Yeah, so let's talk about this kit, and then we'll get into just the importance of just shopping local and also being able to purchase products that are locally grown and harvested, which is huge, Matthew.
It's huge, yeah. You know, we want to make sure we're supporting those farmers and watermen during this holiday season, right? And you want to make sure you're getting a special gift for someone. I mean, it's great getting all these box chain stores, right? But what makes it special, right? Like someone in your family who likes oysters, this is the perfect kind of holiday gift that's Dan can unpack here, along with some other local products that we have grown in Maryland.
Okay, we'll get into those in a moment. Show us what's in the goodie box.
So between Thanksgiving and Christmas is traditionally when people like to bring oysters home and shuck at home. So we thought of this gift idea with the Maryland Department of Agriculture to create a shucking kit. So this is one, you would get a decorative oyster tin, like they're great to display in your kitchen, wherever. There are collectors all over.
Absolutely.
Excuse me. So first we have, you need your oyster knife. Can't shuck an oyster without an oyster knife. When you have a knife, you need a cut-proof glove that helps to keep from having to go to the hospital on Christmas Day with
Yeah,
your
we don't want
family.
that to happen.
You don't want that to happen. Another thing that helps is having a towel to fold up. It helps hold the oyster. Keeps, you know, that it can get a little messy, so you're going to need a towel to go with that. We have that involved. And then our company's called Fallen Pine because when I obtained the farm lease, a tree fell over the entire dock. It was a giant pine tree.
Oh my gosh.
Which is how the Fallen Pine name came in. It just kind of taught us a lesson of, you know, something will happen. You got to work at it every day to fix it, and like you don't give up just because a tree falls on an entire dock. So the pine tree really represents like hard work for us.
And just perseverance.
But this was from a tree that fell on the farm as well. It's not pine, but it works perfectly as a shucking block.
Nice.
So all of this together is everything you would need to shuck an oyster.
What's the key to shucking an oyster? How do you do it the proper way?
Well, there's many schools of thought on how to do it the proper way. I'm a hinge shucker. We battle a lot with people that consider themselves bill shuckers.
Yeah.
So you have the bill and you have the hinge. I'm going to shuck through the hinge.
Okay, and while you do that, as we have to wrap up, Matthew, tell us what other products are available as we watch Dan shuck that oyster.
So we have a lot of great stuff in our holiday digital guide, our Maryland's Best guide on marylandsbest.net. Pathfinders has some great bourbon and some whiskey here, some moonshine. So you got to make yours in Maryland. And then also Black Ankle Winery has a great wine set right here. You get this nice decorative box here.
Nice.
And then we got some pork products as well. So a lot of stuff that's grown and harvested right here in Maryland underneath your tree.
I love it. So many things to gift the loved ones, your friends, your family, and even some of those cool co-workers in your life, guys. How can folks get more information on both the pine oyster, the fallen pine oyster, and then Maryland's products?
So on all the holiday gifts, go to marylandsbest.net, but if they want the fallen pine, go to
fallenpineoyster.com, and we have a little box that you can request any information, and if you want to get a hold of one of these for Christmas, they're $59.99.
Perfect.
That's a deal.
All right. Thank you so much, Dan and Matthew.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
We're back after this, guys.
now for the social scene with Annie Mae and Makia joining us. Good to see you guys.
Hello, hello.
So the question is, for the holidays, do you prefer gifts under the tree or do you prefer experiences? Think about it. One mother in Southern California says she knows the answer after asking her 13-year-old whether or not she remembered what she got for Christmas last year. 13-year-old daughter said, I cannot remember. I would be telling a lie if I said that I could. But when asked about where they went for the last family vacation, she answered without hesitation. So mom says that's proof that experiences are better than gifts. Others say, though, each person is different. Let me ask you, first of all, Makia, you've had enough time to think about this.
I know her answer and I know mine.
I know.
You know,
well,
you know each
us pretty well, yeah.
Do you know 3 gifts that you got last year for Christmas?
Do I know, like, yeah.
You can spout off 3 gifts that you remember receiving last year.
Yeah, clothes, clothes, and clothes.
Okay, yeah, I was looking for more specific, but that's one. That's fine. Do you remember? I would really have to think about it, but I will remember all the experiences.
I think it's some athleisure clothing, just a couple of things that I needed. But you know me, Steve. I'll take a trip any day.
Exactly.
And I can tell you in detail about that. But usually around the holidays, I mean, especially as you get older, just more of a giver. Don't really get a ton of gifts, but hey, I mean, yeah.
And do you still want the experience of receiving gifts?
I want the experience of receiving a lot of gifts under the tree. I don't know. I'm not an experienced person. I think you're either a vacation person or you're not. Not to say I don't like vacation. Obviously, I like going on a vacation, but I mean, that's not what I think about constantly, like traveling. I'm not a constant thinker of traveling, you know?
Okay.
And I know the two of you are.
Yeah,
but that goes back to everybody's different. Know your audience, right? As many Americans prepare for the holiday travel they're about to take on, experts are revealing how one key giveaway is there to identify U.S. tourists. I can name probably a dozen of these traveling overseas. You can always spot the U.S. tourists. One, though, is posture. The move known as the American lean is when someone shifts their entire body weight on one leg or an object to prop themselves up. So why do we Americans do this? Experts suggest it is a physical manifestation of a cultural preference for informality and comfort. That's digging deep. I think we just do it because it's comfortable.
What, leaning is American?
But you both have very good posture. You just very, Annie Mae, you have like really good posture, as I do the American tourist lean.
Right, like we have dresses on, so you have to sit extra. You
That's how I sit at home.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
do what you got to do.
You got to sit like this on TV.
All right. Well,
not
ready? Okay, Makia, give us a nice little.
Yeah.
So American.
That's how I sit it. Sorry, leaning. I didn't realize.
That's the holiday look right there. All right, listen, we got a lot more coming up. Obviously, we're going to get Good Day underway. Let's just do it right now. It's a Monday. It's the first Monday after Thanksgiving. We've got a lot to look forward to. It's a new month, December 1st. So roll the open. Let's do Good Day. We'll lean into it.
Right now at 9A, we're tracking a wintry mix heading to our region just in time for tomorrow morning's commute. Our Tucker Barnes tells us who will be impacted and when you can expect to see some flakes. Plus, Fox 5 continuing to follow the deadly shooting involving 2 National Guards members. This morning, we're learning more about the suspect the Guards member killed and the other one fighting for his life. Also ahead, DC streeteries getting new guidances if they're to continue operating in the district. More on the emergency meeting planned and how it could affect business owners just in time for the holidays. Primetime nail biters, some amazing plays by the Washington Commanders in last night's game against the Denver Broncos. Our boys in burgundy and gold losing by just 1 point. We talk the highs and the lows as we play Monday morning quarterback. Let's do this, DMV. Good Day DC goes live in 3, 2, 1. Roll that open.
The open has been rolled, and we wish you a good day, D.C., Northern Virginia, and Maryland on this December 1st. All right, made it to a new month. How we feeling?
We did. We feel good because it's my birthday month, Steve.
Oh.
So I'm excited.
The spirit of Santa Claus has entered my soul. It's December 3rd.
Now, tell us more.
I feel
I'm
like
going to ride a sleigh home.
this is the difference amongst us is that when it was Annie Mae's birthday month, right? We found out 3 months in advance that the countdown was underway, and you're sneaking up on us next week. So
there you
happy
go.
early birthday.
There you go.
Yeah.
One reason to talk about somebody's birthday, I'm always here for it.
There you go. We'll do a little countdown for you, Makia. Hope everybody had a great holiday weekend. If you got a chance to be out of town, hope the travel wasn't too bad. right either. We have a lot to get into. And we're going to start things off with the Fox 5 weather alert this morning. All calm around the DMV this morning, just cold out there. But that's going to change tomorrow because we do have a wintry mix headed our way just in time for tomorrow morning's commute. Could be a problem. Tucker's tracking what we need to know. Now that he's done watching snow-filled football fields over the weekend, it's now apparently coming our way, Tuck.
Mostly north and west will be the problem, Steve. And Makia, I'm happy it's not my birthday month because I only have so many birthdays left. So I celebrate when I'm not having a birthday. All right, sunny and chilly out there today. Let's go one day at a time. Today we look good. Mid-40s for daytime highs. It's going to be a cool afternoon. Should be a brighter day than yesterday, however. Kind of partly sunny afternoon. 39 in Washington this morning at DCA. Dulles is reporting 38. Another cool day. We should be in the low 50s, so mid-40s and a bit of a breeze. You will definitely notice that cool chill for December the 1st. All right, a little bit of a cloud deck as mentioned. This is not associated with our wintry mix. That is getting its act together out to the west, out here, out into parts of Missouri and parts of Oklahoma. That will slide on in later tonight and early tomorrow morning. I think the trouble spot's mostly area in purple there. That's where there's a winter weather advisory. Could we get a brief period of snow that transitions to rain pretty quick here in the immediate Washington area? We could. The timing on that between about 4 and 8 a.m. tomorrow, and then it'll just be a chilly rain for all of us by mid-morning tomorrow. I'll have more on the forecast coming up. 45 today, but yes, there could be a few slippery spots tomorrow morning, north and west. Back to you guys.
All right, Tuck, thanks very much. Well, Fox 5 continuing to follow the very latest in the deadly shooting of the 2 members of the National Guard last week. The White House now inviting the family members of those 2 National Guard members shot in the district to the White House as the country awaits more information on the suspect.
The Trump administration also halting asylum decisions nationwide as a result of this shooting. Let's get out to our Melanie Alnwick. She joins us live now from Northwest with the latest details. Mel, good morning.
Good morning. Here at 17th and I at the Farragut West Metro Station, many people coming out this morning for the first time since their Thanksgiving holiday and seeing this memorial that has been growing here for the 2 National Guard members that were shot. You can see flowers, cards, letters, some coins here, challenge coins from other services, and this poster here saying that this is a condolence from the Afghan-American community. We talked to a number of people out here this morning saying they'd gotten used to seeing the National Guard members out here patrolling the metro station, even getting coffee nearby in the square.
She was right here watching, and it's really sad now to see this one with a vicious action. She doesn't deserve it. She's giving a public service, and she's protecting us, everybody, and I feel sorry for the family for what happened.
It's too much going on in the world now for stuff like this to go on. And the thing of it is, I had just seen them walk past my building. And for this to happen afterwards, it is just very touching. It's very heartbreaking.
20-year-old specialist Sarah Beckstrom died Thanksgiving Day from her injuries after Wednesday's attack. 24-year-old Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital in critical condition after surgery. New video obtained by the Wall Street Journal shows the suspect chasing a National Guardsman around the corner. The 29-year-old Afghan citizen worked with the CIA in Afghanistan and was allowed to enter the U.S. in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome program. He was granted asylum earlier this year by the Trump administration, which would have warranted another screening process. As far as other things that are happening, we don't know when those additional 500 troops that the Trump administration ordered to D.C. will arrive here or what states they'll be sent from. We also don't know when their D.C. police will be paired with National Guard members. That was another after action that was suggested following the shooting. And, of course, we'll be following this afternoon the press conference in West Virginia by the governor there to give more updates on the situation.
All right, thanks so much, Mel. Meantime, the race for D.C.'s next mayor sure to be one of the hottest races to follow leading up to the next election. D.C. Mayor Bowser shocked many last week when she announced she will not be seeking a 4th term. Bowser announced last week this would be her last term. D.C. Council member Janice Lewis George just announcing plans to run. Council member Kenya McDuffie is said to also be launching mayoral campaigns in the near future. On Fox 5's On the Hill, Axios reports while they are likely to run, some others could still jump in the race.
So those are the 2 main ones that we know of now, big names that are imminently, I'm told, about to enter. It's going to be a big sort of clash in the different wings of the party, but more people can get in this race. Now it's an open sort of race.
Axios reports that some of the speculation surrounds current D.C. council member Robert White. He ran against Bowser in the previous mayoral race, but lost in the primary. White is currently running for D.C. delegate to Congress. Steve?
Meantime, a jury trial expected to kick off soon in the recall effort to boot Purcellville's vice mayor from office. That same town leader also facing criminal charges for his time in office. Stephanie Ramirez back in Purcellville this morning with the latest on what she's learning. Steph?
Yeah, Steve, good morning. We were originally reporting that today was going to be the start of a 3-day jury trial in that recall effort, but a person who worked on the recall petition tells me that has since changed. Today is supposed to be more of a show cause hearing where a judge will determine next steps. That resident, though, telling me over the phone this morning that she's hoping the judge will at least suspend Purcellville's Vice Mayor, Carl Benjamin Nett.
Every council meeting we see more and more damages are being done to the town. More employees that have given it all are being terminated or forced out. This last budget, they froze or terminated 11 positions, and we're still not within budget at this point in time, and yet they continue to hire another town manager, a friend of a friend.
Now, Beverly Chasen tells me over the phone there this all impacts the town's ability to provide services. You should be looking at Purcellville's vice mayor, who goes by Ben Nett, and the town manager, Quasi Frazier. Both were arrested over the summer following a statewide investigation into a move that they were involved in earlier in that spring to do away with the Purcellville Police Department amid a $3 million budget shortfall. But there was more to that story. Nett was also a Purcellville police officer serving as vice mayor of the small town. Once criminal charges were announced, we learned Nett and Quasi were also found to have hired an independent consultant to evaluate the police department with a recommendation that Nett be appointed police chief. And when that didn't happen is when reportedly the move to disband the department was made. There are other serious allegations involved, but the recall effort was started by residents before the criminal investigation. That is being handled by a Stafford County special prosecutor. We'll have more when this meeting starts, guys. Hopefully hearing starting at around 9:30, but we'll continue to follow this story here on Fox 5. I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Steph, thank you. Looking ahead to an annual ceremony across the nation, volunteers will soon begin placing holiday wreaths on the graves of fallen service members at Arlington National Cemetery. It is part of Wreaths Across America Day, a reminder of the sacrifices made by the selfless service members. This will take place Saturday, December 13th.
Well, we are counting down to a global event happening right here in the district this Friday. It is the World Cup Draw Day at the Kennedy Center. And this morning we are getting news that Iran will be sitting it out. The country's state-run news agency reports the boycott is due to visas refused to members of Iran's delegation. A spokesman for the Iranian Soccer Federation has tapped FIFA, hoping for some help. Iran was one of 12 countries listed in a U.S. travel ban back in June. Exemptions have been promised for members of athletic teams traveling for the World Cup, Olympics, or any other major sporting event.
All right, it's a big week coming up for sure with the draw on Friday, and then Saturday you find out who is playing where. So a big weekend coming up for the World Cup. And, of course, Fox 5 is going to be all over it. We'll have all your special coverage coming up Friday and Saturday. And then we're going to be airing, obviously, the World Cup games next summer. So we'll pull out the stops this week. Live coverage from the Kennedy Center all around the DMV. And then, of course, watch here next summer for the World Cup matches.
All right. All right, let's talk about some football now. The Washington Commanders lost in an overtime thriller against the Denver Broncos last night with a final score of 27-26. So close. Well, the team getting off to a good start. First quarter with Chris Rodriguez punching it in from 8 yards out, and the Washington leading 7-6. The team's first quarter lead since week 7.
Treylon Burks had maybe the best play of the year for the Commanders on this one-handed, over-the-shoulder, falling down touchdown grab. That was a gorgeous one. His first touchdown since 2022. That came in the third quarter, but unfortunately, you got to play 4, and in this case, 4+ overtime, where Washington had a chance to tie it or go for the win with the 2-point conversion. They went for the win, came up 1 point short.
They gave us more than what we asked for, man. The Commanders fought hard.
I'm still proud of my team no matter what, man. They looked good. They looked sharp. There was a lot of strong plays. That was the number 3 team out there. We stood the ground.
Stood the ground, but unfortunately came up 1 point short, and that is the 9th loss of the season. 3-9 on the year now for the Commanders, 7 straight losses. They will try to make things good when they take on the Vikings in Minnesota on Sunday.
All right. Well,
Got some work to
hopefully,
do.
yeah, we do. Hopefully we can pull out a W with this one.
Played well, just played against a really tough team yesterday. So I don't know. Vikings were not good yesterday at all. I don't want to say that that's going to make it an easy game next week because you never know what's going to happen, but hopefully this is a chance to get that win.
Well, it's nice to see McLaurin back after how many games we haven't been able to see him out there doing his thing. So hopefully this is just a good sign of maybe good things to come.
And a lot of folks stayed till the end last night, and you're probably just waking up this morning. So good morning. It was a late night.
Late night,
coming home from
right?
the
What
parking
time
lots.
does it end? After like midnight,
About midnight,
right?
yeah. Get out of there and get home. So
there you go.
I was snoozing.
All right, still to come this morning, a major shopping area in D.C. getting another Trader Joe's when that popular grocery chain is set to open its doors in Friendship Heights just ahead.
Plus, another major Powerball drawing happening tonight as that jackpot continues to soar after no one hit it over the weekend. How much the lucky winner could take home, Steve?
A lot, anyway.
A lot.
A lot. Hundreds of millions of dollars. 'Tis the season to give back, though. Keep that in mind. And Good Day DC giving you the gift of money. Chad Game, author of Unraveling Your Relationship with Money, is joining us to talk about setting some boundaries this holiday season.
All right, and then new permit fees and rules for DC streeteries. Have some business owners concerned this morning about the future of these outdoor dining options. We'll have more of those guidance and the impact. That and much more coming up on Good Day DC. We're back after this.
Welcome back. Your time now 9:15 this morning, and your trip to the Louvre in Paris is going to get more expensive the next time you're in France. The museum now increasing their ticket prices from 22 to 32 euros for non-European visitors. The cost increase part of a plan to overhaul the building there after that high-profile heist back in October, which showcased major security problems. Meanwhile, French police this week arrested a fourth person for the crown jewel heist, believed to be the final member of that gang. Some new details this morning about another Trader Joe's that is set to open in D.C. this week. The new Friendship Heights location at the Chevy Chase Pavilion will open this Thursday. This will be the 7th Trader Joe's in D.C. A new apartment complex along with more stores have also opened up in that neighborhood right above a metro station. Makia?
Well, tonight there's another Powerball drawing after no big winners this Thanksgiving weekend. A Powerball jackpot soaring to at least $740 million. The grand prize has an estimated cash value of, get this, $346.1 million. It's just $2 to play. The drawing happens at 10:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, today is Cyber Monday, and experts say it could be a record spending day for U.S. consumers. According to Adobe Analytics, U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion online today. That is up from last year. Forecasters say a big reason for that jump is a rise of buy now, pay later loans. A National Retail Federation is also predicting that U.S. shoppers could spend more than $1 trillion for the first time this holiday season. All right, Steve, over to you.
You know, it just rolls off the tongue. Spend, spend, spend this time of year. But the holidays bring with it for many the pressure to do so. But if you're trying to stick to a budget without losing the joy of the season, well, we need to enlist some help. And for that help, Shanna Games here to do that for us, breaking down some simple ways to avoid the overspending, setting some boundaries, and keeping the holiday budget from blowing up. Shanna, why are we spending so much? Why are we conditioned to spend so much in December?
Oh, Stephen, we are in the thick of it right now, right? Overspending is not a math problem. This is actually an emotional issue. I call it our emotional economy, right? We get so excited with all of the things around the holidays. It's like a pressure cooker for emotions. It's the nostalgia. It's the wanting to feel love and connection. And we think we're buying gifts, but we are actually trying to buy this holiday illusion feeling. And so our spending just goes kind of offline, right? And we just go out of control.
We don't want to disappoint people, right? And we feel like we got to buy for everybody and do something. What are some simple rules that we can put in place, or reminders at least, so that we don't go too crazy and hurt ourselves for all of next year?
Oh, yes. I've got 3 tiny little tips. Take one or take all 3. The first is my 24-hour pause. This is a spending pause. So I want you to put everything in your shopping cart, everything online. I want you to get that dopamine hit, feel like you're buying things, walk away from the computer, come back in 24 hours, and then look at it with a clean sense of, okay, what do I really need? The second one is I want you to ask a why test. Why am I buying this? If it's guilt or comparison, that is a red light. We're not going to buy it. But if it's joy or connection, green light, we can go. And the last tip, I want you to pick a gift lane, right? So maybe you are somebody who likes to buy entertainment gifts or experiences or small little luxuries. I want you to pick one lane and stay in it. It's going to help you from overspending. And, you know, Steve, when we put all those extra things into the cart.
I mean, it's very tempting to do so. And sometimes you're right. Sometimes you put it all in the cart and then you go back and you look at it and you're like, okay, I can cut a couple of these out. Usually when you see the price tag. But I want to ask you this, Shanna, because one of the stories that we just did, and I know you're trying to save overall, right? It doesn't matter how you are spending. But we just did the story that said more people are expected to spend more money this year because buy now, pay later is so big. Good idea or not?
You know, Steve, it's such a great question, and I think it really depends. Everything to do with money is an asterisk mark, right? So if we use that option where we have the 4 no-interest payments and we pay it off over that kind of 6-8 week time, then yes, we can go ahead and do it. But if we're starting to get into the place where we're going to pay it off over 12 months, 6 months, and we've got a lot of interest, 20% plus interest, that is where we start to get in trouble with these buy now, pay later. So your best thing is just create a list. Like if you're going to the grocery store, who you're buying for, how much you're spending, and again, make sure the emotion attached with it is in the right place so we can avoid some of this overspending.
Shannon, real quick before we let you go, and there's her information on the screen. Because you are the wise one in the room right now, when you do your December spending, do you do it thinking of that bill that's going to come in January for the credit card statement, or do you use vacation math and you're just like, it's the holidays, I'm going to spend a little bit more?
I think you have permission to use a little bit of vacation math, but really I want you to focus on like what is going to come in January. And I want to focus on how you're going to feel when you get that credit card bill. I want you to feel ease and peace. I don't want you to feel stressed. So give yourself a little leeway, but also say, okay, this is how I want to feel in January. I'm going to just pull it back a little bit.
Good stuff, Shannon. Thank you for joining us this morning. You just saw the information for her book and financial guide as well. Thank you so very much. Hopefully your holiday budget doesn't blow up now. All right, as we head to break, it is December 1st. We are loving the holiday spirit. We're already feeling from you. Natalie, thank you very much. Beautiful tree up in College Park. We would love to see your decorations inside and out. Love to see the outdoor decorations. It's a little tough right now. I know it's daylight. Wait till it gets dark tonight. Take a picture of the lights outside that you worked so hard to put up. Send them to us, and we'll share them in the next couple of days. Love to see those lights. Scan the QR code in the upper right. Maureen, hopefully you're getting to work on your holiday display as well.
So, yes, I'm working on mine separately. What they're working on here at Adams Morgan and other areas of D.C. is the streeteries behind me. A lot of people want them taken down. The city's taking a vote tomorrow. It could decide their future. I'll tell you all about it on the other side of this break.
Off the field, too.
Welcome back in. D.C.'s streeteries could soon cost restaurants a lot more money. New rules and permit fees took effect this weekend, and some businesses say that they may tear them down instead of paying. And now the D.C. Council is stepping in with emergency legislation. Let's get out to Fox 5's Maureen Ume, who's live in Adams Morgan with the details on this. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. So, yeah, Adams Morgan is one of the neighborhoods that really embraced the streeteries during the pandemic. You can still see them behind me here 5 years later. A lot of businesses still have them up here. They do take up space, which is one of the issues, the parking spaces. The other aspect here is that this right now is costing some of these businesses. So now the city's taking up emergency legislation to see exactly what they could do about the price increases. Temporary streeteries expired on Sunday. Restaurants now face a $260 permit fee plus $20 per square foot and the cost of their own jersey barriers. Now, some restaurant owners say when you add it all up, they could spend between $15,000 and $24,000 a year just to keep their outdoor setups. It's too steep a cost for some of them, so some are already tearing them down. DDOT says the changes are about safety and consistent design. Also, businesses that already apply through the city's Transportation Online Permitting System, or TOPS, can still operate while their applications are being reviewed. One restaurant manager we spoke to this morning says he wants to see these streeteries go away.
I'm glad they're being gone. They weren't bringing much business in. They were a hassle. They had too much. There was too much traffic because of them. So, you know, we weren't making any money off them, and the city's going to charge us for them a lot. So, frankly, they should be taken out.
So now the D.C. Council stepping in. Councilmember Charles Allen has introduced emergency legislation that would lower the cost per square foot from 20 to 15 and give the city's Public Space Committee more flexibility on design exemptions. 33 restaurants here in Adams Morgan do have the streeteries, but only 3 have applied to keep them going. As for the council vote that comes tomorrow, we'll be monitoring it and let you know how that goes. Back to you.
All right, Maureen, thank you. Coming up in the next 30 minutes here on Good Day DC, we're bringing in the holidays. At 9:30, etiquette takes center stage from hosting to gifting. We're going to share who to tip this season. Then, speaking of hosting, if you're attending an event, you'll want to avoid showing up empty-handed. At 9:40, we've got the perfect gift for your gatherings. At 9:45, a winter wonderland arriving in Bethesda. So we're in the kitchen with sweet and savory treats that are offered at this year's event. Then finally at 9:55, if you're strapped for cash, a new survey is spotlighting money woes in America and what most people are turning to this season instead. But first, let's check in with Tucker.
All right, Jacqueline, we got a kind of a partly sunny day, a little brighter than yesterday. Cool, though, only in the mid-40s. Yes, we got a little winter weather on the way for parts of the area. I think north and west of 95. We'll give you the timing on that and expect exactly how much snow to expect. Dare I say the 4-letter word? We'll have more coming right up after the break.
9:30 this morning, and it's time to say what's up weather. Live look across the DMV on this Monday morning. And Tucker, I don't know what you would call today as far as a pick of the week goes, but the rest of the week we've got some changes in store, do we not?
We do. We've got a cool week for sure. Pick of the week, I mean, maybe Wednesday or Thursday we'll get a little more sunshine than today. But the overall story, the chilly conditions, not only today, but all week long here. All right, little winter weather early tomorrow. I really want to emphasize a little to kick off the morning. And then it's mostly just a chilly rain for the day tomorrow. And yeah, a wintry week here. and maybe another snow chance, maybe a wintry mix chance late Friday into early Saturday. That'll be our next time frame. 39 this morning at 9 a.m. in Washington. Cold this morning if you were up early with us. A lot of freezing temperatures and not much of a warm up in front of us. Maybe mid-40s, and we should be in the low to mid-50s for daytime highs. So we're running quite cool here for the first day of December. Been a bit of a cloud deck working through, and I do want to emphasize a partly sunny day today. No issues this afternoon. We're going to save that for early tomorrow morning. Here's the makings of our winter weather event. Really a cold rain for the majority of the morning and the day, but maybe at the onset when this arrives between about 4 and 8 a.m., especially north and west of 95, we'll get a little bit of a wintry mix here to kick it off. Here is our future cast for you, and just we'll kind of fast forward. Just clouds this afternoon. Here comes the light snow by 4 o'clock in the morning out along 81, knocking on the door. It'll quickly wash across the area. Notice how quickly it's turning to rain here along 95. It'll mostly, again, just be a chilly rain. I would not expect school delays or any travel problems whatsoever along 95 in south and east. If you're well north and west, we do have a winter weather advisory, and the issues could be, I don't want to say more numerous, but could be a more impactful event north and west before it changes to rain for everybody later tomorrow morning. There's your winter weather alert, and that is a winter weather advisory. And again, the area is shaded in purple there, northwestern Loudoun County, Howard County, Frederick, Washington County, West Virginia. You guys have the best chances for some light accumulations, maybe an inch before it changes to rain. So there may be some slippery spots tomorrow, a few school delays off to the north and west. Otherwise, chilly rain tomorrow and chilly couple days. Pick of the week, maybe it's Wednesday or Thursday, Jacqueline, with temps in the mid-40s and some sunshine. Back to you.
All right, good to know, Tucker. Thank you. Well, with the holiday season in full swing, many of us are brushing up on our etiquette, from hosting to gifting, and who to tip extra this holiday season in your life. Joining us this morning is Mr. Manners himself, Thomas P. Farley, to share some simple tips that can help us navigate this busy time with confidence and kindness. Good to see you, Mr. Manners, as always.
Great to see you, Jacqueline. I'm so glad we're talking about this topic. This is the time that we dig a little bit deeper into those pockets.
Absolutely. You know, I feel like etiquette has been top of mind for a lot of folks in the recent weeks. So what do we need to know first and foremost when it comes to being kind during the holiday season?
Sure. So, you know, although many people feel the financial strain, we are feeling a little bit cash strapped, particularly here on Cyber Monday, that the service people in our lives, those folks who make our lives that much more pleasant and frankly possible all year long, are the ones that we really should be thinking about recognizing. So we know Santa makes a list and checks it twice, but it's vitally important that we as everyday Americans do the same for the service people in our lives who really do help us all the year through.
Sure. Is there a simple rule of thumb when it comes to who we should be tipping and how much we should be tipping per person?
Sure. So the rules are not quite simple, but in general, if this is someone that you at least occasionally tip during the year. So we're talking about, say, a hairdresser or a housekeeper, someone that we're seeing on an ongoing basis who's either coming into our home or we're going to their place of business, where a tip at the time of service is expected. Those are the people that still, even though we're tipping all the year long, that we consider a tip at the end of the year. And in general, a good rule of thumb is the cost of one visit. So the cost of one visit for a hairdresser, the cost of one visit for a massage therapist, the cost of one training session with a personal trainer. And for those who we're seeing on a more regular basis, such as a weekly housekeeper or a live-in nanny, there it's going to be a little bit higher. So there we would think about a full week's pay for a weekly housekeeper or a full week to up to a full month's pay for a live-in nanny.
Okay, and I know this is a big question for a lot of folks out there because maybe they're getting a lot of packages delivered during this time of year. What about those mail carriers, those delivery drivers? Should you be tipping them as well?
I advise viewers to check the specific websites of those carriers because each one, including the USPS, has specific regulations regarding both the amounts that you're able to give as a gift and whether or not cash is even permitted under U.S. regulations. So I think particularly if you're someone who gets a lot of packages, it's a wonderful thing to be recognizing not just the fact that you're getting lots of goodies, but that the people bringing them up to your doorstep we're remembering them. But you want to make sure that you're within compliance of the law and the company's policies.
Sure. If you're somebody maybe on a tighter budget, are there any non-cash alternatives you would maybe recommend for folks?
Sure. And, this gets tricky, especially if you've maybe tipped someone in the past, but you're having a tight year this year and you can't do so either as generously or at all. Always a card with a message. Don't simply duck the person until February so that you can avoid the topic altogether. So express your gratitude, explain that your circumstances are a little bit different this year, but that you still appreciate them. And things like a baked good, warm gloves, a bottle of wine, even a regift, if it's a thoughtful one, something that you've gotten that you can't use, that the other person will truly appreciate. These are all great substitutes when cash is not available.
Okay, good to know. Thomas, good to see you as always. Mr. Manners, you can follow him on social media there and on his website. Always has some great insight and some helpful tips that you can follow. Good to see you as always, and happy holidays, friend.
Thank you, Jacqueline. You as well.
All right, still to come this morning, we are gearing up for some festivities this weekend with the Bethesda Winter Wonderland. When we come back, Red Bandana Bakery previewing some of its sweet treats that they'll be offering at the event for those who deal with allergies. Plus, Makia.
And if you do plan on going to holiday parties this season, you may want to pick up a gift for the hosts of the celebration. So stick around. Sandra and Sway joining us in the Good Day studio with some perfect gift ideas.
It's the happiest season of all.
back into Good DC. The holiday party season is officially here, and if you are hopping from gathering to gathering, you'll certainly want to arrive with the perfect host or hostess gift. So today we've invited Sonder Sway influencer Kristen Garafo to share her curated picks from this year's Hostess Gift Guide, from elegant tabletop pieces to sweet treats and cozy indulgences. Kristen, just fill us in on what you got here. Already I see so many great gift ideas.
We have so many great gifts. So I would love to start with the Queen, Martha Stewart. So this is like Hostess Bible, entertaining by Martha Stewart. You can get it at Barnes & Noble, Congressional Plaza. I feel like every hostess needs a book like this.
For sure, especially whether you're new to this or you've been doing it for some time, you can maybe just sort of reinvent your ideas.
Yes, exactly,
You know?
exactly. And another tip that I've learned from another queen, Ina Garten, she says that you want to gift your hostess something that they can use in the morning, like after the gathering. So we have some gifts from Maman, Bethesda Row. This cute little coffee cup, some peppermint hot cocoa. That would be such a nice, moment after your holiday gathering.
Yeah.
Just a nice thing to gift your host.
The peppermint hot cocoa. I felt relaxed even
Yes.
just saying that. I can envision how lovely that smells.
Exactly, exactly. And another one of my favorite things, I also love to host, and one of my favorite things to do is set the table.
Yeah.
So these are some really pretty tablescape things from Serena and Lily, also Bethesda Row. I feel like you can never have enough taper candles like these. They're so pretty. And also a napkin ring. A napkin ring is just a nice way to like elevate your plate. So we have the bow option or just a classic gold option. I think would be a wonderful gift.
Love that. It's all in the details,
Yes,
too. The
yes,
details.
exactly.
So pretty. I love the gold accents, too. This would be really great to set off a tablescape.
Yes, my favorite. And also if you like the golds, but then you also like a black and white moment, all of this is from Urban Country Bethesda Row. So there are more taper candles. This is a really cute napkin holder. I think it would be great for like a New Year's party. And then also like little coasters. We love a coaster.
I love those. Those caught my eye as soon as I came over here.
Yes.
I love the theme here.
Yes,
as well.
yes. And there's also this really beautiful incense holder. And I smell it from here. It smells so good. And just like having your home smell nice is a nice way, for guests to enter and just like create a mood and ambiance. So that's wonderful.
Great accent for the room as well.
Yes, exactly. More home fragrance. All of this is from Jenny Kane, Bethesda Row. This is a room spray set, and this is also a little candle set. If, I like having a variety, again, kind of like to switch up the mood. You can set a different fragrance for the kind of gathering that you have. All of these are beautiful, stunning. And then finally, oh my gosh, to end with cookies. These are from Levain, Bethesda Row. These cookies are incredible, and it's such a great gift to bring, just like for the dessert table. You don't have to bake anything yourself.
Right.
You can just get, a festive tin. And
Certainly a fan favorite right here. Now, what would you say are some do's and don'ts when it comes to just holiday, when you arrive, holiday gift giving?
Yeah, I mean, I would say you never want to arrive empty-handed as a guest. So having just a little something to gift your host is just a nice way to show your appreciation and gratitude. And it doesn't have to be anything huge, but just, a nice little gift.
Yeah, and I love that you point that out too. Even something small, it's just all in the thought, I feel like, when you show up. Now, I've heard this a couple times, and tell me your take on this, is when it comes to flowers. Some people like to show up with flowers, but then others say, well, you know what? If you're showing up and I'm trying to get things together, I don't have time to cut them and put them in a vase. So what's your thoughts when it comes to flowers?
I would say flowers are great. Just bring them in a vase. So already have them cut. You can even tie a little ribbon around the vase. It'll be nice, just so you can set it on the table and it's all ready to go.
Okay, good to know. Well, these are all some fabulous gift ideas. Once again, I love the napkin holders and all the different accents. So how can we get more information and just more inspiration?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of these gifts and more can be found in the Sonder Sway 2025 Holiday Gift Guide. It's here. Sonder Sway does lifestyle trends, fashion, design, covers a bunch of stuff. And if you need holiday gifts, it's all here.
Love that. I know you said that's the Queen's Bible over there, but this may be ours for the holiday season.
Yes, exactly.
To get some more ideas. Well, Kristen, thank you so much. This was fabulous, and I hope you guys got some really good ideas out there. So make sure you shop. All right, Jacqueline, I'm going to send things over to you.
All right, Makia. Well, we are keeping the holiday festivities going here in the Good Day Kitchen. This morning, we're getting a taste of some sweet and savory treats that are safe for those of you who may have food allergies. Red Bandana Bakery here to show us some of their most popular items during the holiday season. Also highlighting a local event happening in Bethesda just in time for some winter fun. We've got Jamie Mertz here from Red Bandana Bakery, Stephanie Copula. Sorry, difficult last name.
I know.
Appreciate you guys both joining us here this morning.
Thank you for having us.
Talk to us a little bit about this event happening this weekend.
Yes, we do this annual event in downtown Bethesda. It's just this quick 4-hour, but lots of holiday fun all at once. We've got live ice sculpting.
Oh.
So we've got a gentleman coming out with chainsaws and picks, and he'll do these 3 holiday ice formations, which will be great. We have lots of local schools that will be doing choral presentations. So Bethesda Elementary, BCC High School, Georgetown Prep, like 8 local schools that are just going to sing lots of holiday and non-holiday tunes. And we have a holiday market. So we have over 40 artisans that are going to be along Cordell Avenue. You know, things that they make on their own. It's all local artists and really cool stuff. So you can buy a holiday gift. You can buy something for yourself. We won't judge. That's, you know, so hard to do. Only buy holiday gifts. And then we have great restaurants that are going to be there and lots of fun activities for the kids, like arts and crafts, face painting. So it goes from 12 to 4. And maybe if you're interested, at 2 o'clock, Santa Claus arrives.
Well,
so anybody
in that case,
who wants to see Santa, it's also a good event to come to.
Noted. Okay.
Yeah.
Always a great time whenever you guys have all those events. This is going to be down by Woodmont Triangle area,
yes,
right?
It's going to be on Norfolk and Cordell Avenues. It's free to enter, so you just come, walk around, listen to the music.
Where you guys typically have all your events.
Where we have
our
our concerts and Taste of Bethesda.
Perfect, and not far from your bakery, pretty
That's
close by. Jamie, talk to us a little bit about what you guys are going to be doing for the holiday.
Right, yeah, well, we love Winter Wonderland. We'll be bringing our Yule logs and our decorated cookies, our chocolate chip cookies, and of course bringing hot cocoa. And like you said, we're right around the corner on Wisconsin at Battery, and we sell those things there as well. We are having a workshop on the 13th where you can come and decorate cookies or make cookies if you'd like to learn how to do that with us.
Awesome.
Everything we make is 100% gluten-free, so everything at Winter Wonderland will be gluten-free if you have allergies, but it's just as good if you don't.
It is,
and
very much so.
Dairy or egg or other allergies, we also have vegan and other allergy-friendly baked goods.
You guys are very helpful when it comes to whatever requests you have. So you guys are going to be making these holiday cookies for your workshop, not this weekend, but the weekend after. But you were saying people can pick up these cookie-making kits, right?
Right. You can bring them home, too. We have the cookies already baked for you, and the piping bags, and the colors, and the sprinkles.
Makes it so easy. What about the gingerbread? Is that a kit that you do also?
Yep. You can also get a kit to put together your own gingerbread house, and we provide the candy and everything.
Oh my goodness, how fun! Well, can I get started on making a little Christmas cookie here?
Go ahead and take a shot. Okay. I've got different colors for you.
I don't know where to start. Okay. This is fun. We'll start here. This is so awesome that you already have it made and ready to go. There we go. I was trying to get it out. But talk to us a little bit about the different options you guys have for the holiday season. I see you've got your Yule log that you mentioned, but you've got a lot of other great options as well.
Yeah, we sell the Yule log whole, and you can get that or at Winter Wonderland will be selling it by the slice. And if you want something in between, we actually make what I call a Yule stump, which is like just a tiny little part of a Yule log if you're not having a big party.
Oh, that's beautiful, Jamie. I didn't know what that was. It's gorgeous.
I'm not great at decorating. It's not looking fantastic.
That looks great.
But we're getting there as well. And I also noticed these little hot cocoa bombs that you have and the little cake pops, too.
Sure. The hot cocoa bombs have been really trendy the last couple of years. It's like a ball of chocolate with hot cocoa mix and marshmallows inside. So you put it in a mug with hot milk, and it's a really rich cup of hot cocoa.
Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. For you guys, as far as some of the other vendors that are going to be out there, are they all going to be mostly local to the Bethesda area?
Yes, absolutely.
Or people from other areas?
Red Bandana will be there, Alazzo, which is a delicious Italian restaurant in downtown Bethesda, and Smoke Barbecue. So things that are going to warm you up.
Love it.
Because it's going to be, I think, chilly, unless Tucker can do something about that between now and Saturday.
Exactly.
It'll be a little chilly, but we're going to be full of spirit and fun and singing, and I think everyone will be plenty warm.
Fantastic.
Outside.
Maybe we can put in a good word for from Jen Delgado as well, because she's going to be kicking off the event, right?
We're super excited. Jen's going to help us MC at the beginning of the event. She's going to introduce Santa, so it's going to be super fun.
Santa, can't wait to see him.
And you'll have to join us too.
Yes,
Please
absolutely. I'm going to have to make a pit stop down there and grab some of these fantastic treats because this is one of my favorite bakeries here in the area. Of course, you guys at home know I have some allergies, so they are so fantastic. Talk to me a little bit about as well. You guys have your holiday ordering list, and I know that fills up quickly. So when do people need to get those holiday orders in by?
Yeah, if you want to pick up the week of Christmas, we recommend that you pre-order by the 19th to make sure that we have supplies available. We will have some available for walk-ins, but the cinnamon rolls and everything sell really quick that week.
I don't blame you. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. And if people want to come out for the Winter Wonderland, you just show up. You don't need tickets or anything, right?
You just show up. It's this Saturday, December 6th from 12 to 4. You can check our website. You can see all the list of vendors who will be there, the schools that are going to be singing. It's going to be super fun.
Fantastic. Ladies, thank you so much for stopping by this morning. I'm going to grab me some little treats over here. All right, we'll be right back after a quick break.
Before we get lost,
back, 9:52. Let's get into the social scene now this morning. A new study revealing how many Americans are using credit cards for the holiday season. The research found 84% of shoppers are set to use credit cards to cover costs for gifts this year. The survey also found that 1 in 3 plan to use buy now, pay later platforms. Excuse me, I'm still chewing from my cake pop that we had. It was so delicious. 14% of people say that they'll take out a personal loan. However, many are vowing not to go into debt and are looking for a second job to cover some of those additional costs this year.
If you listened to our guest at 9:15 this morning, you would have heard her say, do not fall into the emotional trap of spending more money than you think you should, because more of us are conditioned to just spend this time of year, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's thinking that we're going to make somebody extra happy or whatever it might be. Please keep in mind what that's going to do to you, all those efforts to please others and to overspend. You're going to pay it off for the whole next year.
Yeah. Did you guys spend anything? I did pretty good. I didn't buy anything on Black Friday. Yeah.
I was shocked at myself.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times I'll spend on myself. Even if I'm not buying gifts, it's just like, you know, if there's something you want and it's on sale, you grab it. But I'm good so far.
Well, that's my problem is I start doing shopping for other people and I'm like, well, this looks good for me and this looks good for me as well. Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I need to replace that or I need this.
But I actually did pretty good but I had to like forcibly tell myself to not go on any apps because I knew that if I did, I would buy things.
I mean, I've gotten 7,000 emails today from places I shopped at 20 years ago. They still remember, right?
Let me tell you, if I get one more text message, yes.
Yeah, I've done pretty good too, but then again, I also too am just trying to aggressively pay down debt after getting married and going on a honeymoon and doing all this stuff this year. So,
which is very important. Yeah. I mean, the honeymoon and celebrating, right? That's the important part. But you know, everything comes with a price.
Yeah, and going back to experiences, I mean, that's what I invest in. So.
Honestly, as I've gotten older, like I don't even want gifts anymore. I'd rather have an experience with a family member or friends or whatever as opposed to a gift.
Well, the experience might be spending holidays with the friends and families and not opening gifts this year. So
hey, I'll gladly take it.
Or do a Secret Santa. That kind of cuts down the responsibility of buying for like 10 different people. So.
That's true too. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the holidays, which will keep that conversation going. So in the district, well, First Lady Melania Trump revealing this year's White House Christmas decorations centered around the theme Home is where the heart is. A theme aims to highlight American values like generosity, patriotism, and gratitude. The decorations include 51 Christmas trees, 75 signature wreaths, and 2,000 strands of lights. Now, this marks the 5th time Melania has directed the holiday decorations during her tenure as First Lady.
And of course, the White House tours had paused while they were doing all the extensive work at the White House. But I believe today is the first day that the tours resume for the holidays. You win for the holiday tours. Now, as you know, and maybe you don't at this point, it's a little tough to get the tickets. It's free, but you typically would have to go through your member of Congress and request. And it's just a question of whether or not they still have openings this late in the season or not.
It would be interesting to see how they're doing it this year, right? Because normally when you enter into the White House, you would walk through the East Wing, and that was really highly decorated in the year that I went. So I'm curious where you enter in this go around.
It's a good question. They're doing the Fox got a preview over the weekend, and then today is the big media reveal, and we should learn more about it as far as how the access would be for those of you who are fortunate enough to get down and check out the White House.
Good to know. We'll have to stand by and see how that goes. Coming up fresh at 10 a.m., it is time to bundle up as we hit the slopes for the return of the Lodge at National Landing. We're taking viewers inside for a sneak peek at the annual ski-themed festival. And today it is Cyber Monday, which means the perfect time to tackle those Christmas wish lists. We're going to break down the hottest toys of the season. Plus, we're sharing the last-minute deals you can still snag on this Cyber Monday. 9:56. We'll be right back after a quick break.
must-see moments only on Good Day at 10 a.m. Ariana Grande has a reminder to all before body shaming on social media. Her message coming up at 10:30. Also ahead this morning, the premiere of the final season of Stranger Things, causing some stranger things to happen for Netflix. And that frustrated some fans. We'll talk about that. Trending at 10 a.m. Meghan Markle dubbed Salmonella Sussex after her cooking video for Thanksgiving goes viral. You guys are laughing. You can't see it on TV, but they're laughing. We have all the details ahead. You're trying to hold it in. You're going to let it out. Let it out, Jacqueline. Details coming up at Celebrity Dish. Plus, it's one of the hottest musicals to come to the DMV. Talking about the high energy, Some Like It Hot, ahead of one of the cast members is here to tell us all about it. Roll the open. Let it out, Jacqueline. Good Day at 10 a.m. starts right now. There it is.
I will never unhear that for the rest of my life.
So brutal.
I'm sorry, but
the video that sparked all of this.
Salmonella Sussex. All right, come on. Listen, how about we start things off with a look at the Fox 5 Christmas tree, which we have out now because it is December 1st. And nice and cozy and warm in our studios, as always. We have the beautiful fireplace background, which is making everything so merry and bright this holiday season.
Nice and warm.
Please go warm up.
I feel like there are studies that have been done where if you stand next to like a fake fire that you feel warmer on the inside.
Or instantly happier.
I was just at a place over the weekend where they had that, and it was literally a fake fire, and people were sitting next to it, all like cozied up against it. You're like, it's not real. Like, it's not even like a gas thing. It's just, it's not even real. It's lights.
It makes you feel warm inside.
Yes.
How about that?
Merry Christmas!
Right. You log on your Christmas TV and your TV on Christmas Day, and you're instantly happy.
I watched a movie yesterday. It was great. Klaus on Netflix. So you guys ever seen that? Great movie. If you've never seen that, it's a great Christmas movie.
I was going to say, also, speaking of Merry Little, L-I-D-D-L-E, Christmas with Kelly Rowland. She's like the main character in that. That was pretty good, too.
Okay, I'll add it to my list.
I started a Christmas movie yesterday, too, but mine was a little bit more drastic. It was called Christmas Thieves, and they're trying to steal Christmas. So,
well,
Grinch guru over here, right? Oh, I also had that on, too, the Grinch. I made some hot cocoa.
Yes.
I did everything I've been dying to do this weekend. So.
That's good. With the weather we're going to have the next couple of days, it's good movie watching weather, too. So maybe you can finish yours and not steal Christmas. Hey, good to see everybody, D.C., Maryland, Northern Virginia. We love it being with you on this first day of December. Thank you so very, very much for joining us. And speaking of the Christmas, an old debate back to the surface now when it comes to the tree itself, real or artificial. And we all have our own feelings and our own reasons as to what type of tree that we all get. But the experts are weighing in when it comes to sustainability. And a professor at Virginia Tech said the main factor to take into consideration is how long are you going to have it? Real trees smell wonderful, we know that, but the life cycle is usually only about 1 month, which is why you saw people this weekend start to get them, so you don't lose the tree before Christmas Day. But you get about a month out of that real tree after all that growing. Now, artificial trees take more energy and more resources to create, but then they can be used for years. They say, they being the same experts that we're quoting for this study, if you do get an artificial tree, try to use it for at least 7 years, is what they say. Mine is way beyond 7 years.
I was going to say,
I'm too cheap to get a new one. But yeah, they say if you can use it for 7 years, it'll balance out the sustainability factor.
And that's the beauty of having an artificial tree, in addition to so many other reasons.
Up until about 5 years ago, I had one of those Christmas trees that was like a hand-me-down Christmas tree, but it was color-coded, and you had to like put in. Do you remember those old school trees that you had to put in the individual?
They paint like the end of the thing that you have to stick in.
It's like all the red on the bottom with the. That's how you know those. That's the bottom tree leaves, and then the blue, and then the yellow. Oh, wow. You guys don't know what I'm. You're too young to know what I'm talking about.
It was like a build-a-tree workshop, basically.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay. Put it together like a puzzle.
What's your take, Makia? Real or fake?
I'm team artificial. Team artificial tree over here. But as a kid, growing up, I did enjoy just the process of going out and picking the tree out with my family and having it set up and waking up to the smell of, fresh.
Did you guys go cut them down yourselves?
Steve, I put these on. Just kidding.
No. But you go to a place where...
man to do it for me and put it on top of
Did you ever go to a place where they're cutting it fresh? Not just going to the lot to pick one up.
Go to the
park.
No. These were already transported, and then you just kind of walk through and,
So we went to one when I was growing up, and I was so excited because we were like, you get to pick it out. Like, first of all, you don't have a sense as to how tall it is to fit in the house, right? Yeah. So I was all excited. My dad was just like, you get to pick out the tree that you want. I was like, this is going to be the greatest day ever. And then I pick out, I was like, that, and he's like, here's a saw. And you literally had to cut down your own tree. I was like, what are we paying
Not
for?
Not even a chainsaw? They didn't even give you a chain, like a handsaw.
Like a hacksaw, cutting down the tree. I was like,
how long did that take?
It took way too long, Makia.
Oh my goodness.
memorable holiday. Let's talk about Thanksgiving right now. We just got past it. I hope you all had a great one. With Christmas coming up, you never want to be the person around the holiday that does this. A New Jersey family's Thanksgiving spread came crashing down in seconds. Why? Because the antique table buckled to the floor. Now, Kat said she was recording her little cousin's speech when the entire table collapsed, along with everything on it. All the turkey, all the sides, now on the floor. How big of a feast was this? 150 people. Mikia, that makes your family gatherings seem like a couple's date.
Right.
Kat said that they were able to salvage some of the main dishes, but luckily her aunt who made the food already had a backup buffet going. Now, you know you're doing Thanksgiving right when you have 150 guests and a backup buffet, but nonetheless, don't do that.
No, but a backup buffet. So what? There were just like seconds, I guess.
There was probably like an
multiple
appetizer
trays
table while the food was coming in, right? You're feeding that many people for 150 people. You got to have some extra food, and they're probably like, oh, let's just eat the snacks that are over.
The part of that I feel the most bad about is that they spent so long preparing all of that food, and it's finally done. The finishing touches. They're at the speech. They're almost there. They're almost eating.
Just
and
say
then
grace and we're ready to go.
Like that's so bad.
Have you ever done, I mean, that to me, that's like it's like a wedding reception, right? 150 people.
Yeah.
Have you ever done a holiday that big with that many people?
A wedding.
Wow. And I thought 30 was a lot.
Yeah.
She said a holiday.
Like a holiday.
Yeah.
Not an
Not
event.
that many people. My mother-in-law does usually, I mean, for like Christmas, Thanksgiving time, there's usually anywhere from 50 to 75 people that come through the house, you know, on a giving day.
I feel like I've done 100. I've done 100. My family farm we have in North Carolina, we have our whole extended family, and my grandpa, 8 brothers and sisters. So then everybody who was an offspring of all that will probably get together. I think when I was younger, around 100 or so. But 150 is crazy too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad they had the backup buffet ready to go.
But also, like, what are the chances that that happens right as she's about to give her speech?
I know.
And then well, I guess she's given a speech, so someone's already recording. Because then what are the chances someone was recording at the time that the table fell and then everything is recorded?
My backup plan would be go to a restaurant, but not for 150 people.
That's my backup
150
plan.
people, I'd be like, yeah, party's over.
Yeah,
y'all gotta go home.
Over.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Pizzas for everybody. Drink some wine.
Pizza, Chinese wine.
So bad for them.
This was a plot twist worthy of the show itself. Anxious fans of Stranger Things caused Netflix to do some strange things itself, as in crash within minutes of the highly anticipated release of Stranger Things Season 5. Now, that's bragging rights for the show when you know that you're that popular that everybody's tuning in at the same time to see it. The outage was brief, only lasted about 5 minutes. They restored service for all accounts. The first episode of the new season featured an interactive phone number that fans can now call to hear a short message from characters in the show to immerse yourself even further in the watching experience. I did not see it. I was busy over the weekend, but I know a lot of people did. You guys see it at all?
I am rewatching the first, second, and third, I think, or fourth. What is this, Season 5? I'm rewatching all the old ones, is what I'm trying to say. I don't understand how they don't have this under control. Like, this isn't the first time it's happened in Netflix. Didn't it happen when they had the live
football?
They had football. I think it happened with like maybe like some sort of UFC event, boxing event. And then in addition to that, there was another one, like a Love is Blind like season finale that was supposed to go live. And like, at what point do you not either stop doing these things if you can't, or understand that the volume of traffic is going to be higher at that time when something comes out or when something's live? Like, have you not gotten that yet? Four times wasn't enough. 4 events for you to mess up wasn't enough.
Maybe they just go back and reevaluate this time. But like you say, I mean,
they're like, well, everybody's going to talk about it. That how many people were watching us.
And now, I mean, I actually never watched Stranger Things, but now I'm
It's really good. You should watch it. You know? It's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay.
Highly recommend.
First season is iconic.
5 seasons to catch up.
I have to catch up on.
The kids are all in their 30s now with their own families, but
just having too little
They really dropped the ball on that.
I saw a photo of Millie Bobby Brown when she started the series versus now, and it was just like so drastic.
What can you do though, right? I mean, it's a popular show. People age.
Yeah, but they also put, what, 3 years in between the last season and this season? Like, they didn't exactly expedite shipping on figuring out what they were doing. Like, I think that was a big ball jaw drop. I haven't seen the new season, but I just watched the first one where they were so young and so small. So it'll be interesting now to a week ago when I watched the first season to now watch, I guess it's 5, 4, I can't even remember.
I think about them as actors when they first started, right? A lot of them, this was like their big thing, and so they were very naive to the process, and now they're just like, top of the world.
Huge.
All right, more lessons for Netflix coming up. Disney owned the Thanksgiving weekend, though. Zootopia 2 just crushed it at the box office, which makes sense. You got a lot of families that are going out to see movies over the holidays.
I loved the first.
$96 million in domestic ticket sales over the holiday weekend. That included all 4 days. The animated sequel topping the Wicked for Good. I guess it's part 2. Is this a sequel? It's not a sequel if it's part 2, right?
It's part 2.
Yeah, it's part 2. Is it a sequel? What's the date?
I don't know what the definition of sequel is. I'll get back to you.
I think it's a sequel.
It's the continuation of the movie.
Exactly.
All right,
yes.
Anyway, Wicked was not #1 at the box office. So there you go. $63 million for Wicked. Now You See Me, Now You Don't brought in $7 million, distant third in ticket sales. You guys big movie people on the holidays?
I love movies.
Did you go to any?
I love going. I went to Wicked.
Oh, okay.
Of course I went to Wicked. Steve. I went to Wicked for
your
Good.
third time seeing Wicked?
Wicked for Good?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
The first one? You saw the first one?
You saw it this weekend? I thought you saw it like 2 weekends
No,
ago.
I just posted about it this weekend.
Oh.
I saw Wicked for Good. Obviously, I saw the first one.
Right.
And then, I don't know, what did you guys think about Wicked? Did you see Wicked?
I haven't seen it yet.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
It was great.
We're not going to have this conversation.
It was good.
I'm gonna try to go this week. This weekend was super busy. I did see some movies, but
I'm going
on
to
my
be
couch.
completely honest. I'm probably just going to wait until it comes out on a streaming service before I actually get
You
around
want
to
to see
seeing
anime
it.
get mad?
Yeah.
I never saw the first one.
Oh. Steve.
Hate to do it to you, my
My
friend.
friend.
Steve, go see it. It's good. You don't even have to go see it. Wait
No, I
until
can
it
see them
comes
both
out on a
together,
streaming
back to
platform.
back. I want to see them back to back, straight through. I don't
Oh,
want
is that your
give me
excuse?
5 hours and I'll watch the whole
You
thing.
got to put a whole day aside for
That's
that
fine.
scene.
That's fine. I'll get it all out of the way.
All right, we're holding that.
I mean, I'll enjoy it all.
Let me know what you think.
It is streaming now, so you can't watch it that way.
Fair enough.
I can't believe none of you guys have seen it. Oh, not true fans.
I'm gonna go this week. I'll tell you what I think.
All right, we'll see. Well, still to come this morning, the hit musical Some Like It Hot playing at the National Theater. And just ahead, one of the stars is going to join us in studio with a preview of the Tony-winning musical comedy.
Plus, the Lodge at National Landing is back with its Winter Festival. And up next, we are getting a look at the family-friendly celebration for guests of all ages and four-legged friends.
And then the executive chef from Elmer Cat Bar, the tapas, is here in the kitchen getting ready for the Lion Lunch Hour. You can see the team there. Keep it locked right here. You're watching your #1 rated Good Day DC. Back after this.
The sounding joy, the sounding joy,
firm.
All right, welcome back into WDCA. We're getting a taste of winter fun at the Lodge at National Landing, the annual ski-themed festival returning to Metropolitan Park. So let's dive into what our guests are going to tell us what to expect this morning. Of Tracy Gabriel and Sydney Chero and little Theo down there. You can even see him, an adorable dog in studio with us. Ladies, good morning. So good to have you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So tell us about the Lodge. This sounds so exciting, and the best part is folks don't have to go too far to experience a nice ski-themed experience.
We're so excited to bring the Lodge back, the Lodge at National Landing, back to Metropolitan Park this Saturday from 1 to 7 p.m. As you said, it's a ski-themed winter festival. It's open to all, and it's conveniently located right near the Pentagon City Metro. We'll have festive activities, live performances, and local bites from places like Bar Colleen.
Nice. Now, also, too, there's a holiday market out there. I mean, you can really get all of the feels. Yeah. So touch on that, too, an additional experience.
Yeah, so we have a little something for everyone. Yeah. We have a holiday market where you could grab a gift from our local makers. You could also take a selfie with Santa, or have the little ones ride our holiday train. Aww. Or as you can hear, our furry friends are also very welcome at this event. And little Theo here is also joining us as a contestant at our holiday dog sweater contest that we're putting on with district dogs. And that, if you need a little bit of holiday cheer, this contest will put a huge smile on your face.
Talk about cuteness overload. Oh my goodness, Theo's adorable. Okay, so let's also talk about, Sydney, I know you're with Daydrift Cafe, right?
Yes.
And you all have a special drink as well that you all are going to be offering. So what's this, peppermint mocha latte? Or?
Yeah, so every year we do a tradition of a little healthy local competition between our local cafes where they compete for the best seasonal beverage, our peppermint mocha latte competition. This year we have 8 cafes participating, but we're really excited that Daydrift is our newest cafe, and they'll be participating this year.
How exciting. What does it mean to you to be a part of this really cool experience?
Oh, it means everything to me. It's a wonderful opportunity, being able to work in a bookstore, being new to the community, serving up coffee and meals to everybody.
Okay, so I see you're going to do some demonstrations for us, and we also have some other goodies up here as well.
That's right.
I see. Okay, all right. So how do we, I guess, show us all the goodies? Like, how do we make this drink?
Yeah, so this is actually our peppermint mocha cold brew. Okay. So we make our cold brew in-house. It's been brewed for 24 hours, and so we add our ounces of peppermint.
Okay.
And we got mocha.
And what a great way to just highlight so many local businesses and cafes in the area.
Exactly. We had over 60 businesses open in the last year and a half, so it's truly a great way to celebrate all the businesses, and so many of them are local eateries. So it's a great opportunity to come out and get a little taste of winter, but also support local businesses.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. And one more time, how long is it around?
So it'll be a one-day only event from 1 to 7 p.m. And once you try all of our lattes, we're also welcoming people to stick around for Met Park After Dark, or the Lodge After Dark, where we'll have another friendly competition. That one will be a karaoke competition, and so you could either choose to belt it out or enjoy from the sidelines, but we'll also have a great bar with cocktails, winter beers, and warm drinks.
Wow, something for everyone, like you say. All right, so I see you just made the peppermint latte here, and then is that matcha?
Yes, this is our vanilla bean matcha.
Okay, and so what goes in that?
It's our house-made vanilla bean syrup along with oat milk and our house-made matcha.
Delicious.
Which has been whisked as well.
Okay, awesome. And so I also see a couple of goodies here and some books. And so are these just other offerings at Daydrift Cafe, or?
Yes, so we have a variety of pastries along with bowls and sandwiches.
Nice.
And this right here is our raspberry cream croissant that we've created in-house with powdered sugar, our butter croissant, and our coffee cake muffin.
Nice. And again, all of this and then some you can get at the Lodge, this wonderful event. Back to the competition where we can can see some of our furry friends. What else should folks know if they want to sign their dogs up?
Well, they could go to nationallanding.org/The Lodge to find out all the times for the date and also sign up their dog for the competition, but we also welcome walk-ins.
All right, perfect. Well, ladies, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it. We just have their information on the screen, and Tracy also just told you how you can find them. So get on out there and have some fun. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, Annie Mae, what you working on over there?
I'm by the tree in the kiosk.
I see.
Well, the question is, will it be a snowy start to December? The D.C. region could get a taste of some winter weather this week that could impact your Tuesday morning commute. Tucker is tracking the timing of it all up next in your forecast. And as we head to break as well on this December, first we are getting into the holiday spirit with all of your holiday lights. Here are a couple of them. We see Lisa in from Fort Washington with a beautiful Christmas tree and a lovely Merry Christmas Fox 5. Just scan the QR code on your screen to send all of your pictures to us, and we're going to be showing them all morning long and for the next few days and weeks leading up to Christmas. Stay with us.
Fast away the old year passes, fa la 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 la. Hail the new ye lads and lasses, fa la 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 la. Sing we joyous all together, fa la 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 la. Heedless of the wind and weather, fa la 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 la.
All right, welcome back to Fox 5 Good Day DC here at 10 o'clock. A live look out on the region. Oh, so beautiful, Tucker.
See that ice skating rink? I feel like you should be able to do some circles out there or something.
Like a flip or something.
Flips, double axle, all that stuff.
Can you do a double axle? Can you do a single
I can't
axle?
even. I would have to hold on to the wall the whole
Do you even
time.
know what an axle is?
Yeah, I watch the Olympics. I know.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Olympics.
I'll show you later.
Is it cold outside is my question.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
Yeah. 41 in Washington. Yeah, you know what? Cool afternoon anyway. And what will be even cooler tomorrow morning if we get a little bit of winter weather across the area. We'll focus on that coming up. But no problems this afternoon as we'll have a mix of sun and clouds out there. And again, temperatures which are going to top out in the middle 40s. A little bit of cloudiness, get the morning going. Again, today will be a quiet day, a little brighter than yesterday. And then our focus will be late tonight, really early tomorrow morning. This will be well after midnight, maybe 4, 5, 6 a.m. This system right here, it's getting its act together, and it will wash right across the mid-Atlantic late tonight, early tomorrow morning. And it looks like as it arrives, it will be cold enough for parts of the area. And I really want to emphasize parts, mostly north and west at 95. That will be the area that we're most concerned about. We'll get a little burst of some winter weather, maybe a little snow at the onset, then it'll mix with rain and then change to all rain for all of us here by the middle of the morning. Trouble spots, no guarantees, but if we're going to have them, it would be north and west. And this has been issued by the National Weather Service. This is a winter weather advisory. And so this area has the best chances for some light accumulations. What are we talking about? Maybe an inch of snow in the area shaded in purple, but that's not too far to the north and west. Loudoun County there, parts of Loudoun County, northern Montgomery County, Frederick County, Washington County, and Maryland, and then out into West Virginia. You've got a chance that you could get some light accumulations out along 81, Front Royal, looking at you. And, you know, it's possible we could get a brief burst of a little snow even inside the Beltway in the immediate Washington area before it flips to rain. But as far as travel delays tomorrow morning, I mean, certainly turn us on. By 4, 5, 6 a.m., we'll be able to see if it's snowing across the immediate Washington area. I don't think it'll stick. Temperatures are going to be pretty marginal, and it will change to rain, again, pretty quickly here. So this won't be a major event. Maybe this is a good practice run for winter events later as we get into the season. Snow to mix to rain pretty quick tomorrow morning, then just plain rain through mid-morning, through early afternoon, and then we'll clear it out tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. Wednesday and Thursday look cool, and then maybe we'll get another chance for a little bit of winter weather late Friday into early Saturday. You got to take notes around here. Back to you.
Autumn Joy joining us. It's all things about body shaming. Wrong.
How dare they?
Yeah, that not the case when it comes to Autumn Joy. In this case, we're talking about Ariana Grande. Yeah, it's a big deal, and we're discussing it next on Celebrity Dish with Autumn Joy. What's
poppin'? Hey guys, we are coming up on 10:30 right now. That means it's time for some celebrity dish this morning, and to help us dish it up is our good girlfriend Autumn Joy.
Hey y'all,
hello, hello. Listen, I am loving this whole fit right now.
Thank you. You know, I'm stepping my game up. I said I'm only here on Mondays, so let me make sure I come correct, just for you two guys.
It's all about control.
Okay.
Hey.
Well, it's giving everything it should. So,
thank you.
yeah, good to see you, my love.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay, so we have a lot of hot topics to get into this morning, and we're going to start with Ariana Grande, who may have a big movie on the silver screen with Wicked for Good, but it's not her performance that has everyone talking this morning. It's actually her weight. And now Ariana is responding. The Grammy winner took to Instagram over the weekend to share clips from an old 2024 interview in which she explained how she deals with unsolicited commentary about her appearance. Over top of the clips was a caption that read, quote, "Friendly reminder." In the clips, Ariana can be heard saying that she's heard everything that's wrong with her. When she tries to fix it, well, critics find a new problem. Ariana went on to say that she feels talking about people's appearance has become normalized in our society, despite it causing harm. And this isn't the first time, by the way, that Ariana has addressed the comments about her slimmed down appearance. In 2023, she told fans that she believes there are many different ways to look healthy, and that the body fans have been comparing her to, quote, was the unhealthy version of herself.
Yeah, this is so sad. I mean, you know, when they do the side-by-side comparisons, right? When you see Ariana a few years ago, when I guess in people's opinion looked healthier, you know, it's a difference, right? I think that when you're in the public eye like that, you're more scrutinized. And I do think that she maybe subjected herself to a lot of those comments and internalized them and probably started to feel negatively about herself. Ariana is so beautiful in whatever shape, fashion, or form that she comes in. And I just want her to see that for herself and understand that you are beautiful from the inside out, and your talent, it just radiates with such beauty and grace. So we don't know what it is that she's going through, right? But whatever it is, I just really sincerely hope that she's able to pull through and come out of that. Yeah.
When will we get to a point in society where we just stop commenting on people's bodies, whether you're too big in some people's eyes or too small? And in this case, too, for her to speak out about it also just reminds us that celebrities and those who, you know, some idolize are human at the end of the day. And words hurt. They carry weight. And obviously, this is something that has gotten to her. So just stop. If you can't show love, just be quiet.
You hit the nail right on the head. One of the things she said is it's become normalized. No, it's not. It's not cool, although it may happen a lot. It really, to your point, Makia, bothers a lot of folks. I mean, hey, we're all human. It hurts. And although she has one of the biggest movies on the planet right now, can you believe that? And yet she's still dealing with this. So as she's waking up right now in La La Land in L.A., just imagine she's probably looking in the mirror saying, am I going to live up to what I can really be? I don't know. It's just so sad. And it's something that really needs to come to an end.
And also you hit the nail on the head, too. You never know what people are going through. There could be some underlying health issues when you do see people who, you know, shed weight drastically or gain it on the opposite end. So either way, just be nice.
We learned with Chadwick Boseman, right? Be nice. Be kind to people. You never know what they're going through.
You never know. Well, let's talk about Meghan Markle now, who's being roasted as Salmonella Sussex. Oh, my goodness. Okay, how did she get this name? All right, so ahead of Thanksgiving, the Duchess took to her Instagram to share a clip of herself mixing seasonings into a bowl and rubbing the mixture onto the turkey. However, several eagle-eyed fans, you know, there's always one or two or 200, noticed that Meghan was still wearing her gold bracelet and ring while preparing the raw turkey without gloves.
Oh my gosh, I hate this Meghan Markle hate train. I feel like it's so forced because she's not the aesthetically pleasing princess that people have built up for themselves across the pond, if you will. And so it annoys me because I love her show on Netflix. It's so soothing and just so calm. It makes me actually want to cook and do some things, right? So this type of stuff, I'm like, come on, guys, like you're really reaching with this. Like it's a bracelet. Like it's really not that. People wear rings and certain, like when they're cooking, like leave Meghan Markle alone. It's so annoying.
What was that song? Go all in my ring. In this case, it's all in the turkey.
Believe me, just
yeah, come on, guys. So, first of all, girl, did you wash the turkey? That's what folks really want to know.
That's the first question.
Yeah. And outside of that, okay, guilty as charged. I think we've all, at least I can speak to that. Yeah, you keep your jewelry on while you're doing whatever you do. It's what you do afterwards. And if she washed her hands, including her jewelry, who cares, guys? Leave her alone.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Let's see. Well, I have a little dish because sometimes I don't like all the juices and stuff to get all in mine. But I mean, just
well,
make
when
sure
you blink it like that, Makia.
It's like, you know, protect it. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I feel like she can do no right.
Yeah.
In some people's eyes, it's just like every little thing is just okay. We're just gonna pick it apart.
Yeah.
But girl, Amazon, get a 100-pack of gloves. I just bought some. If you want to work with some raw chicken or some ribs or something, and just rub it down.
Rub it down.
You got options.
Yes.
All right. Well, Ray J's mom isn't tolerating haters this holiday season. In a Thanksgiving message online, she said that her holiday started rough, but ended with family time. One person then wrote this. Take a look. So a woman commented under the post claiming that Sonja Norwood, quote, raised a terrible son. Mrs. Norwood then fired back telling her, quote, sorry, but I don't think so. The user's comments came hours after Ray J's arrest made headlines on Thursday. Police say his ex-wife, Princess Love, claimed he pointed a gun at her during a live stream argument. He was booked on suspicion of making a criminal threat with $50,000 bail.
Okay. True story, y'all.
Okay.
Back in the day, right? Ray J was in D.C. shooting Mars Attacks, and my mom was working on the film. So I had an opportunity to hang out with him for like 2 days, and I met his mom. Sonya does not play. Like, one thing I can tell you, she lays down that strong arm of the law. I just think Ray J kind of drifted off the path, if you will. You know, got caught up in the Hollywood glitz and glam, as we've seen. So I don't think that we should blame Sonya, because I do feel like she raised him to be a proud man and, you know, maybe the opposite of what we're seeing now, but don't blame Sonya for it. Ray J has his own set of problems and his own things that he needs to work through, his own demons. And then when you find out the backstory as to why he got upset, it's like, come on, Ray J. Princess Love can move on if she wants to. You're clearly in these streets with so many people. So yeah, he needs to work out his own problems. So don't blame the mama for that.
You clearly know you're doing it when you can call Sonya Sonya. And that's the case with Autumn Joy. I'm just calling her Mama Ray J. I haven't met her yet. But you know, to your point, how dare someone speak to someone else's mother, dictating as to how he or she raised their child? And so it's just not fair. And I'm with you, Autumn. This thing called celebrity and fame, it will grab you. And in his case, I mean, it's evident. It has grabbed him, and he's gone astray, if you will. And so, but yet again, you cannot point the finger at mom, especially to your point. She's done a good job.
He's a grown man now. He's old enough to make his own decisions and know what's right from wrong in his eyes and in his life. All I'm saying, don't poke the bear, the mama bear.
Literally.
You know,
Sonya,
be prepared for what comes next. But let's switch gears now and talk to one couple who's having a holiday, or rather a happy holiday season. We're talking about Klay Thompson. Did y'all see this?
Yes, I did, girl.
Oh my goodness, I did not know Megan Thee Stallion can throw down like this. Well, actually, you know what? We have seen a couple clips, but she did a whole spread. So the pair's latest reveal is making their relationship more public. The NBA star showed off his new boat online, named after Megan. And as you can see, it's called the SS Stallion in her honor. Meg also appeared on the dock boat. The post coming 4 months after the couple confirmed their romance. Weeks after a photo was posted showing two hands holding keys, and just days after a video of them celebrating Thanksgiving together.
Yes.
I just love this for her and for him, and just all the happiness and love.
Girl, that's my Aquarius sister right there. So here, listen, I love Megan Thee Stallion, but I love this even more for her because, as you know, both of her parents are no longer with us. So I feel like Clay's family has truly embraced her. You saw his dad's commentary about the food. His mama loved it. And I love that he named the boat after her because, you know, I'm a boat girl. So I'm like, yes, Megan. So I love this for her. It's like, it seems like true love.
Well, you know, boat stands for bust out another 1,000. And in this case, bust out another Megan Thee Stallion.
Hey,
that's exactly
come on with the bars.
Come on, down in the kitchen.
Wow.
Good for her. I'm happy for her, and I just, you know, continue to hope that this all works out well. All right, guys, so that's going to do it for Celebrity Dish. Autumn, you're sticking around for Lion Lunch Hour.
Anytime there's food around, you know I'm staying, girl.
Good food and more good conversation to be had. All right, Jacqueline, what you working on over there?
All right, guys, well, coming up next, for any parents out there wondering what toys their little ones might want to unwrap this holiday season, stay right where you are. The Toy Association and joining us next with some of this year's most popular toys. Plus, one of Broadway's Tony-winning musical comedies playing at the National Theater. And we're sitting down with one of the stars in Some Like It Hot. That's still ahead when Good Day DC returns.
All right, welcome back to Good Day DC. We are officially welcoming in the season that everybody celebrates. Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever you're celebrating. It all involves a little bit of gift giving. And so we're inviting in now Jennifer Lynch with the Toy Association to talk about what is hot this year. What do you have, Christmas, Hanukkah gifts, anything in the month of December in terms of gift giving?
Yeah, well, if you're looking for a little screen-free fun this holiday season, we've got the Crayola Color Wonder Bluey Light Up Stamper Set. This is perfect for Bluey fans to play with off-screen. So with this, you get 10 character stampers. The stamper is going to light up to match the color ink that you're using. And parents, my favorite part is that it's mess-free. So that ink isn't going to show up anywhere other than the special Color Wonder paper. It's a big win. Also loving the new Tony Box 2. My family's had the original for a number of years. This one elevates that screen-free fun. You've got full-length audiobooks, songs, adventures that you can go on with characters ranging from the worlds of Winnie the Pooh to Peanuts to Wicked to Zootopia and more with the figures. But there's a new feature this year called Tony Play. This unlocks game challenges and adventures, and it's totally kid-powered. And parents, there's a new sleep timer and alarm built in, so it's going to encourage healthy sleep habits in the process. I love it.
Those are, of course, good for, musically inclined kids. And then, of course, the drawing is great for mess-free play, which I know a lot of parents are certainly grateful for. Thinking about maybe the adventurous type, what do you have for those kids?
So Barbie is taking her dream house on the go this year. She's got her Barbie Dream Camper. With this one, it's loaded with 60+ accessories inside. There's 7 different play zones. There's a special play compound that comes with it that you can put on the grill to pretend to make burgers, and it's going to change colors. It's got a lot of wow elements that are really encouraging that hands-on pretend play. And speaking of pretend play, if you've got a battle action lover, Transformers Cyberworld Scorponok Battle Set, this is perfect for kids ages 6 mixing up. Buzzsaw arms, it's a giant robot. It's going to convert into a scorpion tank playset. The tail's going to come off. It's going to become a sword and cyber bike. It works with the action figures, which are sold separately. It's based on the YouTube series. So again, bringing that screen-free fun off screen.
Okay, so that's what I have here. I also have the Furby. Tell me about this one.
Yeah, so Furby's getting a glow up from the 90s. This is DJ Furby Rainbow. It's got 1,000+ different play combinations, ways to play with Furby. It's got lights, it's got sounds. You can remix beats with this Furby. You can do a little yoga with this Furby. And there's 20+ different games built in. So really, this one is all about elongating the fun, if you will. And then last up, we've got Squishmallows. This one is perfect for anyone on your list. We've got Grinch and Max Squishmallows and Fuzzamallows, perfect for the holiday season this year. They're collectible, they're soft, they're cozy. If you need somebody that needs a good snuggle buddy this holiday season, get them a Squishmallow.
Those are adorable. I see you have the Grinch and you have everything from the fun movies. I also have Santa Claus here. Look at Santa Claus. He's so cute. But talk about how popular these are. Squishmallows are huge, I know, for the younger generation.
Yeah, the nice thing about them is they're ready for anyone. So you can get them for kids. There's collectors. You can get them for the tweens and teens that just need a little extra comfort for the holiday season. Again, the nice thing about them, all sizes, perfect for anyone on your wish list.
I feel like these are the modern day version of like how popular back then were the Beanie Babies. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. This is a bunch of great options. Of course, the Toy Association will put up all the information up on the screen for you. So many good ideas for Christmas, for Hanukkah, for anyone you're getting a gift for in the younger category. Thanks, Jennifer, for joining us.
Yeah, happy holidays.
All right, awesome. Back to you guys in the studio.
If you like your Broadway hot, you'll love the musical blockbuster the New York Times calls a supersized all-out song and dance spectacular. Some Like It Hot. See the Tony and Grammy Award-winning Broadway show, created by the teams from Disney's Aladdin, Hairspray, and the Book of Mormon. Some Like It Hot.
Some like it hot, and that ain't bad. We are heating things up this morning with Some Like It Hot playing out at the National Theater through December 7th. And we've got Devin Hadsell this morning to give us a peek behind the scenes of this high-energy musical. Glad to have you here with us this morning, Devin.
Thanks so much for having me.
So talk to me a little bit about what the show is about for folks at home who might not know, and a little bit more about your fun character.
So Some Like It Hot is based off the 1950s movie with Marilyn Monroe. And this musical brings a fun twist to the original story. We have some super fun characters. Jerry and Joe are escaping an evil mob gang. They witnessed a murder, so they have to get away. And the only way they found to do that is to dress up as women and join a girl band.
Oh my gosh.
And so they're escaping, they're musicians, and so they escape, and one of them falls in love, and the other finds themselves, and it's just a beautiful story, beautiful message, and big Broadway dance numbers, beautiful songs. It's just a really fun time.
Oh, I love that. That sounds awesome. So you played the role of Minnie.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about her character.
She's super fun. So the girl band that the boys join, Sweet Sue McGinty is the leader, and Minnie, she plays the drums, and she's kind of Sweet Sue's assistant.
Okay.
She loves to smoke her cigarettes. She's very forgetful. She helps keep the girls in line, and she jams out on the drums. She's super fun.
I love that. Well, what's also interesting is that this isn't your first time playing Minnie. You've kind of been a part of this for a while as well, right?
Yeah, so I was a part of the original Broadway production.
That's amazing.
We actually did a workshop of the show in January of 2020, right before COVID happened.
Okay.
But then after that, in February, I believe, of 2022, we did a workshop for pre-Broadway, and then we opened on Broadway December of 2022.
Wow.
Ran for a year, and then later they asked me to join the tour as Minnie. I understudied this role on Broadway.
Oh
so
my goodness,
for
that's amazing.
the tour, they asked me to do it.
Really full circle for you.
Yeah, very full circle.
Oh my goodness. What is the training like going into being able to act, dance? I mean, you're doing a lot out there on the stage, and this is a national tour. Talk to me a little bit about what goes into all of that.
Yeah, I mean, training is very intense. To put up the show, it took us about 4 weeks. There's a huge dance number in the show with doors, and it's like a chase sequence.
I think we kind of saw a brief
yes,
moment of it. It looked really awesome.
Super fun. That took about a week to create and put up, and then for the tour, at least 2 days to teach everyone all of the movements for that. So training, you know, as performers, we train in acting, singing, and dancing, and then when we get in the rehearsal room, you know, those skills are there, and the director and choreographer work with us to put up the show. So.
And you've been a part of a lot of productions over the year. How would you say this ranks for you on the list of accomplishments, if
wow.
you will?
Oh, that's a great question. Some Like It Hot was my second show on Broadway. Mean Girls was my first. Actually, here at the National, I was a part of the pre-Broadway here. So to be back at the National has been amazing. Yeah. Those have definitely been my top 2 shows. And I think Some Like It Hot might even have topped Mean Girls.
Okay, there you go. So you guys are here until December 7th. Traveling during a national tour, especially during the holidays, what is that like for you personally? And then also having to kind of switch that into that character role.
Yes, that's a great question. So my husband is actually working remote and has been able to travel with me. And we have our little cat with us too. So we're driving the tour and we're traveling it. So Mondays are normally our day off, and that's our travel day. So we'll be driving to the next city on the day off with 8 shows a week. So it's super fun. And then luckily, Minnie, so when I was in the ensemble, it was a lot of dancing, flipping big dance numbers. So for Minnie, she gets to sit out and jam out on the drums a little more.
Oh, that's
so that's been great on my body, I must say.
Is this like an alter ego? You're tapping into it all a little bit with
for
Minnie?
sure. Yeah, the smoking the cigarettes, being, you know, being a little crazy. Yeah, totally.
That's fun. Is there any favorite part of the show that you really, really like? I mean, I know you mentioned that dance number with the doors. Anything else there?
Oh, I mean, the opening number called What Are You Thirsty For is just jam-packed with action, and it's just like a blow you away the minute you sit down in your seat. So I would definitely say the chase sequence, which is called Tip Tap Trouble, and then the opening number, What Are You Thirsty For?
So a lot of high energy, though,
High
regardless.
energy, yes, exactly.
Love it. So where can people find you guys, and when you're here until again one more time?
So here until December 7th at the National Theater, and we have 8 shows next week, so we're here one more week.
Perfect. And if people want to find you on social media, I did peek over at your Instagram, and you got a lot of great content over there. Where can people find you there?
At Devin Hatzel, and my website is www.devinhatzel.com.
Awesome. Thank you, Devin. We appreciate you joining in this. I should say Minnie, my bad.
Yes,
Thank you,
Minnie. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. All right. Well, you can check them out, like she said, at the National Theater until December 7th. Makia?
All right, looking forward to it. Thanks so much, Jacqueline. Also to come this morning, we're in the kitchen this morning with the team, or rather executive chef and owner of El Marquette Bar de Tapas. We have George Rodriguez here. We're going to check in with George in just a moment to find out what's coming up on that menu. Stay with us.
10:54 this morning. Let's check in with Makia for a look at what's coming up on Mayan Lunch Hour.
All right, guys, you are in for a treat this morning. We're joined by the executive chef and owner of Elmer Cat Bar de Tapas. We have George Rodriguez here. George, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
So excited to have you. It smells good. Can't wait to dive into the menu that you have cooked up for us. So we'll get the details on that in just a few minutes. Well, also this morning, step into a classic Christmas story right here in the DMV. The Commodore has transformed into a festive Victorian wonderland with its immersive holiday pop-up Carol. So we're going to get a sneak peek at that at 11 o'clock. It's also Cyber Monday, and there's still plenty of time to nab those online deals. Sorry, Annie, man, I know you're listening closely. Shopping expert Trey Bosch is going to be breaking down the best last-minute deals that you can still snag. It all gets started at 11 o'clock right here on Fox 5.
I've had to stop texting Annie Mae the past few days because I know she would be telling me about all the deals on all these clothing websites.
I have a problem.
I fear it's a shared problem.
It's a shared problem.
Sorry, I can't talk to you, friend.
At least I have somebody to confide in.
There you go. Looking forward to seeing what you guys are making for Lion Lunch Hour.
Yep, gonna be good.
All right, still to come as we head to break here. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful holiday decorations.
Oh my gosh, right? Layla in Upper Marlboro. Of course, if you scan yourself, scan the QR code in the corner, you can take a look at all these beautiful trees and you can submit them yourself. Joyce as well, sending in a picture of her Christmas tree, and then Sharon with a gingerbread family.
Man, I love this.
I am so here for it. I love all of the Angel. I've always wanted to name my child Angel. Let me know if you like your name. Please scan in and let me know if you like your name. At Curtis as well, that's what it looks like from his household. Oh my gosh, guys, this is so pretty.
So fun to see everybody's Christmas decorations.
We want to see some of those outdoor decorations too.
That
so
too.
Take some photos once the sun goes down. Send them on in so we can show them tomorrow morning.
This morning. Time to check the Good Day guest list. Coming up tomorrow, we're getting ready for the FIFA World Cup. Fox Sports analyst and former soccer star Alexi Lalas joining us to preview the final draw happening Friday out at the Kennedy Center. Plus, we're looking ahead to the 2026 games as well. Then we'll also get a first look at the Dance Academy of Virginia's first ever full-length production of The Nutcracker. Then the look behind the look, meet the local hairstylist behind former First Lady Michelle Obama's signature look from the White House years to her modern braid-forward style featured in the new book, The Look. So great day lined up for us tomorrow, Tucker.
I was in The Nutcracker many years ago at the National Theater. No, I really was.
Really?
I was.
What did you play?
There was a dance scene, and I did this with Sue Parker.
Did you really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you seriously?
Yeah, and I did like that. And
Is
then
that all you did?
I had some other moves I made. Yeah.
It was amateur night at the
No, it was
Nutcracker.
not amateur night. They put our names in big. It was like
city lights, like you were on Broadway.
Yeah.
Did you wear a tutu?
Wait, did you wear?
I'm doing the
Did you wear a
forecast.
tutu?
Not answering all these questions.
Were you the Mouse King?
We will show video at some point. Yes, no, I was like, let me do the weather. Okay, we got clouds increasing late today. Overnight, early tomorrow morning.
Let's see your...
There will be a bit of a winter weather off to the north and west there with the area in purple winter weather advisory. And there may be some light accumulations there north and west. We might get a little bit of burst of snow here in D.C. and then it changes to rain very quickly tomorrow morning.
All right, and dance.
No, very slow. No, it was like I was like a sexy dad in this.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That's not in the Nutcracker.
Yeah,
We're
then-
still gonna need proof. Yeah, let's see.
I'll find you the video.
We need video. We need something.
Have fun, Makia. Best of luck. Right. I don't know how you lead after that.
Listen, guys, we're going to keep the fun going this morning on the Lion Lunch Hour. It's your go-to show for all things local when it comes to food and entertainment. Here's a look at what's coming up. The Lion Lunch Hour going global for brunch today. On the menu at 11 a, a team from Elmer Cat Bar to Tapas is in the kitchen serving up some of their signature bites. Then, step into a classic Christmas story right here in the DMV. A Commodore has transformed into a festive Victorian wonderland with its immersive holiday pop-up, Carol. We'll get a sneak peek. And it's Cyber Monday, and there's still plenty of time to nab those online deals. A shopping expert is breaking down the best last-minute deals you can still snag. Let's do this, DMV. The Lion Lunch Hour starts right now. All right, welcome on into the Lion Lunch Hour. It's 11 o'clock on this first day of December. I'm Makia Turner alongside Annie Mae and Fox 5 contributor Autumn Joy. Good morning, ladies. Hello, hello.
It's the first of the month, ladies. 24 days till Christmas.
Have you decorated yet?
Of course I have.
Good for you. I'm here for it. And I know Makia has because I heard her say that earlier.
Finally, right? How about your holiday shopping? Have you started?
No, I haven't
For
done
myself,
I started.
No, I haven't spent anything yet, Makia. I haven't spent anything.
You know what? I'm gonna text you later. It's Cyber Monday, so you may think she's telling us something. Not spending it. You just haven't had time to go shopping.
Yet. Okay, clock day.
Yeah, I got to start early for the boys, so I'll probably start. I'll start today as well.
There you go. Get some good deals.
Yeah.
What can we say? And also some good eats this morning. We're joined by executive chef and owner. We have George Rodriguez here of Elmer Cat Bar de Tapas. And George, good to have you back in here. We're celebrating diversity among Spanish cuisine this morning. So, what do you have for us today?
Well, thanks for having me back.
Yeah.
So here we're going to start with a little bit of it's called a coca catalana.
Oh,
so coca in
catalana.
Spain is traditionally is a sweet dish, right? It's a sweet kind of bread-ish.
Okay.
So we created a little bit a different version of it. So we're gonna just add some of the horseradish, cream, and then some braised short beef over here.
Oh, so this is going to be on the menu amongst other things, right?
Yes. This we have on the menu currently.
All right. So while you whip
so-
this up, tell us what else we can expect on the menu as we pop it up on the screen.
Oh, so we're gonna also do a little bit of a burger. Also, we treat a little bit of that with some of candy red onions over here.
Okay.
Blue cheese. You have a nice little contrast between the blue cheese, the candy onions, little burger. And also we have some brunch dishes over here. This is one of my favorites. It's a salmon gravlax, and served with a little bagel.
All right, looking good.
Speaking my language.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, we'll be checking in with you, George, as you continue to just show us how to make some of these dishes, and also we'll do some tasting. Thanks for being here. All right, guys, let's get into what's sizzling this morning. We're going to start with DC streateries, which became a staple in the DC food scene during the pandemic, and it could be disappearing for good. Over the weekend, new rules and permit fees took effect, targeting restaurants with outdoor dining. Now, restaurants with these outdoor spaces will have to pay a $200, $260 permit fee, plus an additional $20 per square foot for outdoor dining. Now, tomorrow, the D.C. Council plans to vote on a special emergency legislation that could help reduce some of those fees. So how do you guys feel about this? Are you going to miss the streeteries once they're gone? Or, I mean, you're a restaurant owner. What do you make of this?
Right. I mean, it's always difficult when you add more to your brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Restaurants usually during the summer, it's especially very important to have that outside space.
Yeah.
And when you're adding more on top of it, so it becomes a little more difficult.
Yeah, I can see it's good for being able to get as many customers in as possible, but then also, too, you tack on new fees now, and that hurts.
Right,
I can understand that.
Yeah.
How about you guys?
I don't like this at all.
I
'Cause
love
they're
the
all-
streetery.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to get people to come back into DC, right, to eat, and like sitting outside with the heat lamps and the decorations and the string lights.
yeah.
Like that really is an ambiance. It's a vibe, and so people come specifically for that. So to take that away, and then on top of that to charge restaurants that are already kind of struggling, I don't like this at all for DC. They should rethink this.
Yeah, I see both sides of things, which is hard, right? Because I see it from restaurants' point of view, where you're basically allowed to do something for X amount of years. Obviously, it was something that was put in place during the pandemic and never really expected to last for a long extended period of time. Eventually was going to be rolled back. So I do see it from their side of things, where they're like, okay, you gave us something and now you're taking it away. But I also see it from DC's point of view, because they're losing money in parking. They're losing money in, let's be honest, they're losing money in ticketing people. Let's be completely honest. And I'm not exactly ever going to be on the side of paying more money to the council or whatever is going on in DC. I pay plenty, but I definitely see both sides.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. They've got enough speed cameras. They don't need any more parking.
Right? I know you're just going to ticket me there. I just know you're going to do that. 1 minute after my thing expires, I'll park mobile.
Where did this person come from?
Well, this morning we want you to chew on this. I mean, this is going to bring us to our question for this morning. We asked you, should restaurants pay in order to have streeteries? 80% of you are saying yes. 20% of you are saying no. We do want to know what you think about this. Just scan that QR code in the upper right-hand corner of your screen to cast your vote. And also leave a comment. We'll be weighing on this throughout the show this morning.
Also, we didn't even talk about traffic.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you cut off a lane, that is
traffic, parking, there's pros and cons to both sides. But it was just nice to sort of get that experience that you get when you go to Miami or places overseas where they have the streeteries.
The vibes. New York.
Yeah.
New York.
Different ambiance. Yeah. And seeing the creativity of bringing those to life is so cute. All right, well, let's talk about Thanksgiving. It may be over, but the age-old debate about leftovers isn't. Okay, if you are still eating leftovers today, how many days is that? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days?
It was just on Thursday. Are you kidding me?
I'm a 2-day max person.
Oh, no.
If it's today, that's a little too old for me.
Oh, you guys are bougie.
Girl, listen, and you know it doesn't taste the same by this point.
Yeah.
But
No, it doesn't.
The question is, how long do Thanksgiving leftovers last? According to foodsafety.gov, today, Autumn Joy, is the last day for Thanksgiving leftovers. Well, for it to be safe to eat. After 4 days, most food stored in the fridge begins to develop spoilage, bacteria, which causes food to develop a bad smell or taste. But leftovers that are stored in the freezer are good for several months. Okay, so that's the only way, Autumn Joy, that it's going to be okay after today. Do you guys agree with this timeline?
No, I absolutely
Clearly
do not. As for me and my house, we're going to eat them leftovers for at least,
how long?
I'd say at least till next Thursday. I feel like a solid week. A solid week is good. And it also depends on like the texture. I feel like macaroni and cheese, turkey, the ham, all of that stuff you can put together in like a little mixture and make it like a little pot pie situation. You know what I mean? You can repurpose it. Now stuff that's like a casserole, and maybe it's like more of a creamy, like soupy
eggy,
base,
dairy.
Yes, I get that. But come on, macaroni and cheese, the turkey, all of that goodness just seeping in.
You're not selling me.
Not at all.
Let's
Make a new pan.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, well, I want to hear what the chef has to say.
Okay, go for it.
Leftovers.
I think 4 days is totally
That's okay.
acceptable.
4 days is fine.
And,
How about beyond
turkey
4?
sandwich, ham sandwich,
Yeah.
those are really great. So,
We did just eat some ham yesterday, though,
Yeah.
from Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Still hitting.
Exactly.
Yesterday.
Mac and cheese, Thursday, totally fine.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, chef.
Keep it cold. Keep it cold.
Yeah, second taste is good.
Okay, what's the max for you with leftovers?
A week. Yeah.
A week?
Yeah. Well, also depending what it is, right? As you explained, like
Okay,
the
so you
turkey,
always say
ham,
both.
it's mac and cheese, but it's something a little bit more, maybe 4 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
See?
That's double the amount of
I
time
don't
I
like
give it.
leftovers. So the only thing that you should ever be eating is leftovers Chinese food. I don't like
What?
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
You know what? Hear
Wait.
me out. I make, however, so if I have like a whole thing of chicken, right? I'll make the amount of breast that I need for that day. I'll cook it, boom, rest in the freezer or in the fridge.
Right.
Or freezer, of course. I'm not just going to cook all the chicken and then eat it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm not like that because I don't want to eat reheated microwave chicken when I can make it fresh every day. I don't do leftovers. I don't. I cook when I want to eat. I eat what I eat, and then I put the rest in the fridge, and it's uncooked.
Okay, so how about meal prep? Do you do any kind of meal prep?
No, I don't do
ever?
meal prep. I don't like the idea of microwaving something, like the idea of like microwaving like eggs.
Oh no, see no.
Like
I don't
microwaving even
that,
a chicken
but like-
dish the next day. I'm not even a huge fan of. I just cook it the day of.
Okay,
So
now
don't be
with
like,
that-
oh, Annie's wasteful. I'm not wasteful. I just cook what I want when I want.
There was 5 of us growing up, so trust me, the microwave was our best friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's if you have time to do that.
Yeah.
But I'm off at 12. So.
All right, let's talk about a Michigan bride now who executed the ultimate hair-raising surprise. A 12-minute haircut performed entirely between the I-dos and the first dance. Say what now? That's 27-year-old Morgan Barnes left her husband and their entire guest list speechless when she ditched her long locks for a bob. Morgan says that she got the idea from watching similar videos on social media. So what do we make of this? It looks cute.
It does.
But girl, did you have to do it like right dead smack in the middle of your wedding?
It looks like a 12-minute haircut.
Oh, really? I think it looks adorable, and I love her dress. Like, look at that.
I think it looks like they took 2 pigtails, cut one, and cut the other, and it looks straight across. No, that's a bad haircut.
Well,
but
go ahead.
Okay, my issue with this is that I don't like when people
do it for the gram,
do too much on their
TikTok.
wedding day. Like your husband or wife or whoever you're marrying is there to see you on your wedding day. I don't like when you have one look, 364 days of the year, and then you change everything about yourself for your wedding day, where you do double caked on makeup, the hair extensions, the haircut. Like, just be who you were when they fell in love with you. Like, I don't think you need to do too much different.
Oh, girl, I'm on the other side of that coin.
I mean, hey, listen, 2 dresses, 2 different.
Two dresses.
A short dress, a long dress.
How 2 dresses? But we have makeup on every day and hair done every day, so that's normal for
My
us.
issue with this is just the time. Like, weddings, it flies. The reception, everything flies by so fast. So why are you wasting time to go do something that you should have just did?
I don't think it's a waste of time. This is her big day. It's about her. All eyes on me, baby. Listen, hello.
Well, she must have had that venue for several hours.
All I gotta say is that looks
time.
like a 12-minute haircut.
Oh, it was cute.
Nah.
I like it.
It was cute. She could have waited though. That could have been the look.
You
for the
guys are
honeymoon.
too nice.
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
Too nice.
All right, still ahead this morning, step into a classic Christmas story right here in the DMV. The Commodore is transformed into a festive Victorian wonderland with its immersive holiday pop-up carol. We'll give you a sneak peek after this.
One in the park is
5.
Welcome back into the Line Lunch Hour. We're in the kitchen with executive chef George Rodriguez. But first, give me a beautiful shot of that Christmas tree, just bringing you all the holiday feels this morning. I'm just loving it.
The most wonderful time of the year, ladies.
It is. And now this wonderful aroma of these dishes from El Mercat Bar de Tapas. George, what you working on?
So we're just finishing our Coca Catalana. I added some of our bacon marmalade over here. It's like, you know, like you have some molasses to it. So it's nice, sweet and sour and salty.
Yeah.
And we're going to finish with a little bit of manchego cheese, very traditional Spanish cheese, similar to Parmesan. So now we've finished that.
All right.
Let me tell you something. This bacon marmalade is about to be amazing.
Yeah. So basically, what we did really, I take on the sweet coca from Spain, and we made like a flatbread, like a Spanish flatbread.
Yeah.
So we just finished with a good amount of cheese on top.
You can never have enough cheese.
I was just going to say, girl, I'm so cheesy.
Especially when it's fresh.
Yes.
So good.
Come on,
Right,
cheese.
and we're going to finish with some basil.
All right, fresh
Because,
basil.
you know, like any flatbread pizza needs some basil to it.
Now, for those who've never been to El Mercat Bar de Tapas, talk about some of the other famous dishes that you guys offer that just keeps your loyal customers coming back for more.
Right, so we have, you know, very traditional dishes. We're not strictly traditional, but we have the bravas, which is a potato-based with tomato and garlic aioli. Also the gambas al ajillo and paellas. Paellas are great for sharing.
What kind
and
of
people
paellas do you
love,
have?
right?
Like seafood paella?
We have seafood paella. We have a montaña, which is like the mountain. So we have chorizo, chicken, vegetarian paella as well.
So much variety.
Yeah, and now with obviously with Thanksgiving, we did a duck confit paella with you know, some cranberries and just a little plate to it.
All right, don't run, don't walk, run.
Leftovers for 7 days, baby.
So this coca is finished.
All
and
right.
we're just gonna.
Where are you guys located?
We are at the Square in Rockville, and we just opened our second location in Arlington, Virginia.
Congratulations.
So West Coast, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have your information on the screen. We'll check back in with you in a moment, George, and also get a taste of this.
We'll do a little
Anyway, in the
tasting.
meantime, you're taking us somewhere.
I wish I was taking us somewhere. Williamsburg is getting ready for the holidays, and Erin Como is going to take us there. She is doing that now, sponsored by Visit Williamsburg. Here's today's DMV destinations.
If you're looking for a fun activity for the entire family this holiday season, we have you covered. I'm joining Tabitha of Tabitha Sower Studio. It is so bright and vibrant in here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming. I'm so happy that you're here.
And I see you have a wall of holiday items we can make, including aprons. This is so fun.
I do. So in the studio, we host a lot of fun craft experiences where I teach kids and adults to learn to sew and crochet and do all of the fun things that we as millennials, we learned in school, but they don't offer that anymore. So I'm happy to have those offerings here in the studio.
And along the wall, these are a lot of very popular crafting projects that you can do here.
Yes, so this is sugar coated. This is what's really trending on social media right now. It's where you take fake icing and grab a base and you just go at it with your creativity and you just make all of the fun things.
From hairbrushes to little jewelry boxes to phone cases.
Yes.
I imagine kids really love it. And over there you have your fabric wall, which I wanted to point out because you actually can purchase fabric here.
You can. So I'm one of the only ones here in our town that sells fabric and notions, all of the things that you'll need to create and sew.
At home?
Yes, at home.
Or you could do it here. I see you have all the sewing machines set up, and not just for kids. This piques my interest. You have adult sewing classes too.
I do. So Friday night here is all about sewing for adults, and I teach them how to read sewing patterns and make their own clothes.
So much fun. And you can even make your own hat. Look at all these beautiful patches that you have.
Everything is fun here. You can customize it to your own style, and it's just great.
I love it. This is so great. And as we continue down, look at these cute little dog houses for stuffed animals. My niece would absolutely love this.
I love this craft. You can come and adopt a pet, and you can decorate their doghouse. It's so cute. I love this one.
It is so cute and so much fun. And obviously candles are super popular.
Yes. Like I said, here in the studio, you can customize things. So here you can create your own scent that's customizable to you. So we have clean scents, floral,
that smells so
fruit.
good.
Yes.
It smells amazing.
I love this. I love this craft.
And this is popular, I imagine, for teens and adults as well.
Teens and adults, yes.
Oh, and you look around here, the bright colors and all the things that you have. How long have you been here in Williamsburg?
So I've actually had my studio for about 2.5 years. We moved to the Williamsburg outlets since June, and from there it has expanded, and we've grown so much. I love it.
Well, I love to see it. While I'm here with you, I would love to experience a holiday craft project. So can we make some ornaments?
Yes, let's do it.
We are working on the first step to our homemade ornaments. And what exactly are we painting onto these balls right now?
So we are taking Mod Podge, which is like a glue, and we're painting that onto a clear ornament, just like this.
Then we take these patches of fabric and we just put them on wherever we want.
Yes, so if you have any fabric scraps left over, do not throw them away. Use them and make fun little ornaments just like this.
Oh, this is great. And I love that this is something that people can recreate at home as well. And I'll tell you what, Tabitha, I'm having just as much fun that I think a child would be having. So it's really fun for all ages here.
It is. It's a good bonding moment for grandparents with their grandchildren, parents with their children. It's a fun time.
And aside from these ornaments that we're making, I see a quilt that you have laid out on the table next to us with some photos that people have printed out.
Yes, people don't know that we can print fabric here, so customers will send in photos of their kids, grandkids, grandparents, and we print them here. They can make a quilt, and it makes for a beautiful heirloom gift.
The nice thing about coming into your studio, it's all about the experience.
Yes, so we're not here to sell people things, we want to sell experience. We're a generation that we don't like things or don't care for things so much. We want to build memories with our grandparents, parents, kids, all of our family friends.
Oh, well, Tabitha, thanks for having us out today. We're going to finish these up and it's going to look like this when it's all done. I've had such a great time with you. Where can people get more information if they're visiting Williamsburg?
Yes, so you can find me at the Williamsburg Premium Outlets, and you can also find me on all social media platforms and on TabithaSewerStudio.com.
Great, check her out for some inspiration and check her out when you visit Williamsburg. We're having a great time out here. Thank you for having us.
You're welcome.
All right, looks like so much fun. Thank you so much, Aaron, for taking us down to Williamsburg. All right, in the meantime, we are giving you a live look at Fredericksburg, Virginia, where when the sun is down, you can see that tree right there lit up so pretty. It's one of our favorite shots.
I love Christmas trees. Please keep sending in your Christmas trees, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we love seeing those photos. We're going to check in with Tucker to see how the forecast is shaping up, and I'll give you a hint. There's a bit of some white stuff in the forecast that could be moving in as early as tonight or tomorrow morning. Stay with us. back into the Lion Lunch Hour. We are giving you a live look this morning at Frederick, Maryland. And yeah, the sun is out, it's shining, but it is cold. And Tucker, pretty soon those skies aren't going to be so blue with a couple of clouds. There's going to be more happening out there.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
What's going to happen?
Yeah, do tell.
Share.
Oh, wow, everybody got a lot of questions over there.
We want to know.
This is your time.
I feel like it's Thanksgiving dinner. Everybody wants to know what's going on in my life.
What's going on?
Okay, not that much, all right? Don't you hate it when you go there and people are like, what's new? And you're like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Same old, same old.
All right, like it or not, believe it or not, I like today. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's fine. Right? Yeah. It's tomorrow morning you won't like because it'll be either rainy or a little bit of snow for parts of the area. 45, be like that guy. Be cool. Some sunshine, and yeah, it'll be a cool afternoon. All right, let's talk about what you might not like, and that would be overnight tonight, early tomorrow morning. 43 right now in Washington. Again, we'll be fine for your afternoon hours, and then we'll cloud up tonight, and by early tomorrow morning, by early I mean probably 4 to 8 a.m., we're going to get a quick burst of winter weather up ahead of a rainy morning. So eventually it turns to rain for everybody. But it may be just cold enough, just long enough that we get some light accumulations north and west. And by 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, maybe a slushy inch on the ground. North and west. Here in D.C., I think rain mixed with a few snowflakes. Okay?
Yeah.
So
I don't want any excuses from the two of you about not getting to work on time.
Uh-oh.
So, for example, if someone's job were to cover the roads tomorrow morning, what should one expect?
I would expect that person to be here early. Yeah.
Yeah.
The show goes on at 4. I want that person here at 3.
Yeah.
If I were the boss.
Okay.
Yeah. Winter weather advisory, that area north and west in purple is the area that we have the highest confidence that there could be a couple slick spots tomorrow or a few school delays, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then just a cool rainy day. Wednesday and Thursday are sunny. Maybe we could do it all over again Friday night and early Saturday.
Oh, how early Sunday? I have a hair appointment.
Sunday, you're fine. Thank you for asking. This would be Saturday.
I mean, Saturday.
Yeah, you have to watch Saturday morning.
Yeah, you should probably be here early tomorrow.
Yeah.
For all that.
All right, thanks so much, Doug. Well, it is Cyber Monday, and there's still plenty of time to nab those online deals. Coming up next, our shopping expert is breaking down the best last-minute deals for you. Stay with us.
All right, back here in the Lion Lunch Hour kitchen with Of course, George from El Mercat Bar de Tapas, and right now we are going to make a burger, right? Is that what we're in for?
Yeah, everybody loves a burger. So do I. So we made a little play with regular burger and just add some Spanish twist to it. So we have some.
So what are you putting on it?
So this is a jam made with the red onions and sherry vinegar. So sherry vinegar is very traditional from Spain as well. And we're gonna top that with some blue cheese. And this blue cheese is from Valdeón. So Valdeón is a valley in the Picos de Europa National Park in Spain as well. So this comes directly from there.
Oh, beautiful.
And we're just gonna add that over there, pop that in the oven for about 30 seconds.
Will it melt
just
cheese?
Really, just about to melt that cheese real quickly.
Beautiful. So that's a lot of unique flavors, right? Because you have kind of like a jam with like an oniony taste, and then a blue cheese is super, super strong.
Yeah, so I always try to really kind of balance it out between sweet, savory, and that's always the play, and try to incorporate some of these really traditional Spanish ingredients and make a little bit more Spanish. At the end of the day, we are a Spanish restaurant. And, finishing just with a regular bun over here and a little bit of garlic aioli. So garlic aioli is basically a mayonnaise as well, made with a bunch of garlic. Very, very traditional Spanish.
Make it all pretty.
So we put over there.
And the bun on top. I'm sure the flavors mix super well.
Yeah. It's one of my personal favorites.
There we go. All right, we're popping this bad boy back out.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
So let's put that over here.
Are you a bun toaster or a no bun toaster?
I am, I can go either way. I usually think that sometimes when you toast the bun too much, it can get too soft, and then you try to hold it.
It's all about keeping the ingredients in, okay? I'm a messy burger eater,
and sometimes
I feel
people stack them too high. You know, like maybe we should start make burgers longer, not higher.
All right.
Then it becomes a little hard, right?
Let's pop it out.
So I also have my fries over here, so let's do the fries first.
Heating those up.
Some good fries over there.
Then grab the burger.
Grab our burger over here.
She's beautiful.
We don't want that cheese all melted.
There we go. Just I can see the little glaze on top. Oh, there we go.
And I like some greens. Since we don't have on, like this burger, we don't put any tomatoes or lettuce. I have some fried shishito peppers.
Oh, wow.
So there we put that on top over there.
And then she's done. Beautiful.
With a little guindia pepper on top.
All right.
And if you want to play around a little bit, you can just add some cheese as well.
On the cheese on the fries.
Yeah. Manchego everywhere.
Where are you guys located for those of us just tuning in right now?
So in Rockville, we are at 101 Gibbs Street. That is on the square. And the new restaurant that we just opened about 3 months ago, that is 1301 South Joyce Street.
All right, thank you. Sounds good. El Mercat Bar de Tapas, thank you so much. We will see you in the other side of things. But Makia, over to you for now.
All right, well, if you are still hunting for a holiday bargain, the good news is Cyber Monday isn't over just yet. This morning, smart shopping expert and McAfee and Instacart spokesperson Trey Bosch is breaking down the best last-minute deals that you can still snag before the clock runs out. And she is joining us now. Good morning, Trey.
Good morning. Great to see you.
You too. All right, let's just jump right in. Okay, who should we be watching? What retailer should we watch today and try to snag some good deals?
Well, there's a really interesting Wallet Hub study that analyzed the retailers that have the deepest discounts around this time of year, and there were some surprises for me. JCPenney and Belk came in at the top at up to 70% off reliably, and then we have Kohl's, and then we also, of course, we have Amazon and Best Buy and all those other ones, but those top two surprised me. The JCPenney and Belk, I was like, oh, I got to check those out.
So is it possible that the Prince of Zamunda could be soliciting me in my email to send him $500 to go Christmas shopping for his friends and family? Is that a scam, or do you think that's possible? I think it's real, no? Or am I being scammed?
Oh, it might be a scam. Okay, so here's what's happening. We're using technology a lot right now. We're shopping online. It's Cyber Monday. We're looking at inspiration on social media. Now we're using AI to conduct deal research and shopping inspiration. So this might be the year that you might want to invest in some protective software, because the scammers live in all of those places that we're using right now. McAfee's having a big Cyber Monday sale. I just installed McAfee a couple weeks ago, and I feel so much more secure. They have a really cool browser plugin that's called Scam Detection. You can drop a link into it and it'll tell you if it's a safe link to visit or not. It protects you across all your devices. So yeah, watch out for those bad actors right now, because they are crawling around on the internet everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good reminder there. Just be extra careful when you're looking for those deals. What deals are you most impressed with today?
Oh, so I was looking around this morning and I found a couple that I'm really excited about. So I love my Bissell rug cleaner. Yes, this is like very domestic right now, but they're 31% off on Amazon. Dyson, they make amazing vacuum cleaners. They have their V8 Plum at 48% off. So that's massive. And that's a pricey vacuum cleaner. So really good to see a sale there. Apple products very rarely go on sale. This is a great time to look there. They have AirTags at 38% at Walmart. AirPods 4 at 44% off at Walmart. So those are the deals that I'm excited about right now.
Yeah, so let's say you do get something, right, and you're not as happy with this purchase. What are some best options for those folks that want to do last-minute gift exchanges?
Oh, yeah. So first of all, you have plenty of time to exchange gifts right now. And typically retailers will have their return window open until mid-January. Past that, you might be in some trouble. You might need to go online and sell those items. So you have plenty of time right now. If you have regrets, if you buy something even today and then you want to go back and return it, you're fine.
All right, good to know. All right, is there anything else when it comes to, you told us about some good deals, but maybe some items that we should just wait a little bit longer for until the next big holiday rolls around?
Yeah, so right now, of course, we have our tech, small home appliances, large home appliances, fall apparel. I would look at those today, but then as we go later into the season, then you can start buying your holiday themed things. They'll be on sale. Winter apparel will go on sale. And if you don't feel like going to the stores, you don't want to fight the crowds, I recommend Instacart, who I work with. They have loyalty programs right inside the app. They link with the loyalty programs, and they also have circulars. They're in the middle of their holiday deal month, so there are lots of exclusive savings there. That's a good way to save time and money and sit at home in your PJs and have all the goods come to you.
I love that. Yeah. Always the best advice, Trey. We truly appreciate you. How can folks get more information and just follow along for more tips?
Oh, thank you so much. You can go to truetray.com. I have blog posts on literally everything involving shopping. And then my Instagram at TrueTray. I'm sharing shopping tips there all year long.
All right. Love it. Happy holidays to you, my friend.
Same to you.
Take care. All right, Eddie Mae, what you working on over there?
Some drinks, Makia. I'm so glad you asked. Out here in the newsroom, we are working on our next segment after the break, a little liquid lunch with Carol at the Commodore. Who doesn't love caroling? I love caroling. The music of Christmas, getting ready for a little liquid lunch segment here on the Lion Lunch Hour. There is a new pop-up at the Commodore called Carol.
Yes, indeed.
And Rob's joining us to talk about it.
I am decked out as a Victorian-era caroler.
Yes.
Little Ebenezer Scrooge action going on.
This isn't your normal day-to-day attire?
This is not, in fact, my normal day-to-day attire. I think my wife would probably appreciate it if it was, but it is not. So, no. So, yeah, we're at... we're on 17th Street in DuPont, and sorry, this is actually early for me today.
Yeah, no worries. Don't blame you.
And we are, running this all month long, and we've basically got the whole bar decked out to make it really, really special, and we're celebrating A Christmas Carol, which the Muppets version is my favorite Christmas movie of all time. So we have for you an array of some of our drinks. We've got a couple more on the menu, but it's kind of hard to bring, big water heaters and a whole induction burner and things like that. So you got to come out to see some of those.
Yeah.
So
walk us through the drinks we have right in front of us.
Sure thing. So right over here, we're going to start off. This is our Grave Worm. It is actually kind of a boozy pudding cup. It is kind of a boozy dessert that you can kind of drink. So then we've got a alcoholic gummy worm hidden in there, and a nice Oreo crumble topping, and a bourbon-infused chocolate pudding.
That's so cute.
Next one up we've got is called the Scrooge's Winter Warmer. It is going to be a mulled wine, essentially.
Yeah.
So
I love mulled wine.
we've infused our house red wine with rum and a whole bunch of fall and baking spices.
Oh, wow.
Heat that up. That is going to be served nice and piping hot for you. In
our chalice.
In the chalice, we have the spirits of Christmas present, and we'll actually be making one for you in just a second.
Okay.
And that one is kind of my happy take on a classic Christmas punch that my neighbors actually used to make every year when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Aww.
So I really, really wanted to kind of bring that back and share it with everyone.
So it's nostalgic.
And then here we have the Marley's Mule. So who doesn't like a good mule, right? So this one is going to be very, very festive. We've got, you can't have a mule without being some vodka in there. Have some fun. And then we have pomegranate liqueur, which really adds this nice little snap to it. And obviously the ginger beer is just going to bring a nice spicy note and pull everything together.
This one's adorable.
This one is the Ebenezer's Early Elixir. This is my hot take on what a eggnog should be. So a lot of good spicy flavors going on there with, of course, some creamy eggnog and nutmeg.
Eggnog is very controversial.
And I gotta say, this great.
But I like eggnog.
It's like adult pudding. Like,
It is.
adult chocolate pudding right here in a cup.
The nostalgia of a young Christmas.
So good.
A boozy pudding. Okay, so you were talking about the one that you're going to make for us today in our little chalice.
Indeed.
Okay, let's make it.
Alrighty, so I'm going to start this guy off. I love cognac. I'm just one of those guys, so we're using a VS cognac right now. And I'm going to just add this in.
Beautiful.
You could do, you could do a little bit more, but we're also going to be adding quite a bit of other stuff in here. So, Grand Marnier.
Be patient.
Boozy.
It is boozy. Oh, trust me, this is going to be plenty boozy for you. Don't you worry. This is a nice, yeah. Who doesn't like good Grand Marnier?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm going to go ahead. You got to have something to kind of help mellow everything out a bit. And cranberry is one of the most festive holiday flavors.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
just
add
a splash, you know.
just a little bit, not too much.
There we go.
Just a hint more. You guys are going to drink it. And then,
Beautiful.
it's not a holiday punch. There's not some bubbles in it.
Right? I feel like it has to have a little bit of bubblage.
Yeah.
And that also takes away
Absolutely.
from, too, if you have too much.
Yeah, it makes it very sophisticated.
Of the alcohol in there.
That's kind of
Joy.
You know, say we can water down our alcohol with some more alcohol.
There you go.
It's real nice and simple. And then you just go ahead and garnish with a few candy cranberries.
Okay.
Drink safely.
Listen, my Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Go for
gauntlet.
it.
I'm gonna pass
Cheers.
it to you, my dear.
Oh, am I doing it?
Yeah,
Okay,
there you go.
I'll do it.
There it is.
I'm here for it.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Let's see. Whoop.
That's well balanced and good.
How is it?
It tastes good.
It's good?
Despite you trying to put more than we should have in there.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's
This is
amazing.
fantastic.
Well, I appreciate that. I try not to put bad cocktails on menus. So
Right? We love
that's
that.
different.
Okay, so these are, of course, some of the things you have on the menu for Carol at the Commodore. Just tell us where we can find more information, if it's something we need tickets for.
You do not need tickets. It's first come, first serve. We do have a 90-minute limit, just because last year when we tried starting this up, we had lines down the block. And this time we're trying to make it so you're not standing in the cold for that long. So
I love that.
have that
Unless
fun.
you have a warm drink to warm you, right?
There you go.
That does help. That does help.
All right, one more time where you guys are located. We'll
We're at
pop it up on the board.
1636 17th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C., so DuPont neighborhood. And yeah,
There we go.
Come on out.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Scrooge. I'm here for it.
Thank you, Scrooge. Don't mess around.
Back to you guys.
All right, guys. Well, we are back in the kitchen this morning. We are with executive chef of Elmercat Bar de Tapas. And I know you built this beautiful sandwich that we just saw last time. But now it is time to talk drinks and more drinks and dessert.
Right.
So what are you guys offering over here?
So here we have a few options, brunch. We also have dinner, Agua de Valencia. Very, very popular in Spain. Very popular espresso martini.
Of course.
Right over here, Bloody Mary. We have our traditional season-inspired apples, cinnamon, sangria.
Oh, okay.
Over here. And this is like a fun thing that we do for brunch in Virginia. So it's like we call the cajeta, the box, or the caja. So basically the deal is like you get the champagne or cava. You get the bottle. And we send all the other stuff for you to make your own mimosas. So like build your own. So we send the juices, we send like some sliced fruits for you too. And as long as you have enough cava, you keep building yourself. So
nice. I love that as we were talking, it's not just about the food and the drinks that you guys offer, but truly an experience for your customers. As you were saying, there's also another event that's happening.
Right, we're doing next week. We have in Arlington, Virginia, we have flamenco. So it's a full ensemble. Everybody comes, like we have a singer, we have a flamenco dancer, and we do like a night of like experience really for people to have fun.
How fun! Oh, that sounds so much fun.
Dancer.
Yeah. Flamenco, right?
That's right there. Yeah. Involves arms. There we go.
Let's talk about some desserts here because this is a really cool presentation you all
So
have.
this one is I love the dessert. This dessert is called the crema catalana. So it's a vanilla custard that we do. And back here on the stove, I'm gonna just bring real quick. We have the quemador. So this is
wondering what that was.
Yeah, this is like they do that in Spain, and it's a lot of fun. I want to see who want to do. You want to do it?
Go ahead, Nikia.
Let me do like this first. It's very hot. So we put in the sugar first because we need to caramelize that.
Okay.
And then you take the iron that is super hot.
Like a brulee kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so there's a lot of similarities between French and Spain. So they're like this one, creme brulee, and the crema catalana, they're very similar.
Okay.
They only differ really the way they're made, but basically they're the same. So.
Oh my gosh. We can't do it.
So I would say like just like gently touch.
Gently just tap?
So don't mash it. Got it.
All
Here
right.
we go.
Don't
Drum roll.
just,
Then you're gonna have a lot of smoke coming out. You can go a little deeper.
Keep going.
And then you start caramelizing everything. Yeah.
Smoke it, baby. Smoke
we
it.
can't smoke up the kitchen here,
There you
but
go.
look, we'll give you a little bit more. Oh, this is so cool. So you guys do this at the table?
Yeah.
Look at that. Okay, I have to
Hit it again. Hit it again.
Y'all are so
Smoke
funny.
it again.
Hit it again or I will.
Smoke it. Smoke it. Hey, there we go. That's it.
Y'all are so funny.
It's a little show. People like it when you do that.
How cool. I know, right?
That's pretty cool.
Oh, that looks amazing. And it smells so good.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a little caramelized sugar. It's and then that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it and that's all.
Very simple.
Gosh, you guys just have it all from the appetizers to the build your own mimosas.
I was going to say, did you guys do drinks already?
He just talked,
No.
he just talked about
let's
it.
go.
Do you want to try
Mimosa?
one?
You guys want to try?
Would I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would I ever?
This is a seasonal sangria.
Yeah, there's seasonal sangria. We have over here. We have the espresso martini. Whoever likes that.
I will do the espresso.
Now, do you guys have
we have some
mocktails
cava.
at your?
We do. We do have mocktails, different juices.
that's
and we
good.
can make also like if you come and you have any
just
special
customize
request,
it a
we
little
can.
bit.
We can do something for you.
Cool.
Yeah.
All
This is
right.
Rudy. Oh,
Look,
this is so
that's
good.
You guys are located Arlington and Rockville.
Yes.
Right? Okay, just check out their website, elmercatbardetapas.com, and make your reservations. Come on out.
Yummy.
All right.
Yum, yum.
Before we jump to break, let's get back to our Chew on This question this morning. We're asking you, should restaurants pay in order to have streeteries?
Wow.
Oh, you guys are sticking to your guns here.
Have a heart, Scrooge.
78% of you are still saying pay up. 22% of you say no. come on.
I know, I'm a little sad about this.
I'm kind of disappointed in you guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
This is giving Grinch energy, and it's only December 1st. I mean, I guess they should have to pay, but I don't know. That's a little crazy for you to give me something for free and then ask me for money later on.
Exactly.
Crazy work.
Yeah. That will add up quickly. All right, guys, we're back with the energy boost after this. I'm with you. That is Grinch energy. Come on. Welcome back in. 11:53 is your time right now. That means it's time for this morning's Energy Boost. And for that, let's send things into producer Liza. Hey, Liza.
Hey, so Walt Disney World just added something new to their menu that has people online divided. So I want to see what you guys think about this. Take a look. This is the salmon dog. And this is $18. Creation from Blue Ribbon Corn Dog. Comes with salmon and cream cheese wrapped in tempura batter, topped with sriracha and some sesame seeds. Some reviews online call this the worst item on the menu, adding it's a deep fried plot twist waiting to happen. Others say it's actually a catch, praising the crunch and the flavor balance. So, what do you guys say? Annie Mae? I can't wait.
What do you think? Were the people that actually were the people that were complaining about it, did they actually try it or did they just look at it and not try it? That's what I'm curious.
They tried it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I feel like I would totally try this.
Me too.
I would totally try this.
Salmon?
Yeah.
What, the crispy, is that like a croissant thing?
Yeah, with the cream
Can't forget about
cheese
the cream
in there.
cheese.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I would actually try this. Wait, is the salmon cooked?
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah, it is
locked, I thought. No,
It's
is it
probably
locked?
smoked. Yeah.
It looks like it.
Is it more like okay, my question, is it more like, you know, a bagel with cream cheese and lox?
Yeah, and fried.
Right?
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah.
It's like a scarf on a piece of lox right
that
here.
sounds
so
really good. I
definitely
mean,
up my alley.
let's be clear though, like Disney World debuting it, like you didn't debut this. This is just a salmon and lox on a bagel, but it's now on a stick. Like a corn dog.
I'll take that over a glizzy any day. So yeah, 2 thumbs up for me. Okay.
Wow, I'm surprised that you guys said
We've heard worse fusions before with food.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
We've heard worse.
Yeah.
It's enough for me. I don't know. It's too much.
Eliza, good job. I like it.
Wrong button. Director Mark is on my side.
Okay, fine.
All right, let's go to this. Charlie Brown and the Peanuts gang are coming to a donut box near you. Check out these options at Krispy Kreme. The collaboration celebrates 75 years of the comic and its characters. The collection includes several cookies and donuts, all peanut themed. It will be available until Christmas Eve.
I love the peanuts.
I love this.
I do too. You had me at crispy and then free.
Yeah, all they're missing is a Charlie Brown tree. You know, Charlie Brown's tree was always so sad looking. That's what they need.
Or the parents like, wah, 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 wah.
I love Charlie Brown and the peanuts, and I love Krispy Kreme.
Me too.
I wonder if they have one with a little blankie.
Yeah,
a little
that'd be really cool.
Carries around the little blankie. I love the peanuts. I love the peanuts.
Take it away, guys.
All right, we love the peanuts and we love donuts and we love the live zone, guys.
That's
What's
right.
coming up on it?
All right, another busy day. The latest on that horrific shooting surrounding the National Guard members. It's just hard to believe, and we're going to take you to a live press conference with the very latest surrounding that. All right, so I've been practicing this. Did you see it last night? I'm talking about the Commander's catch, Burks, one-hand catch. Yeah, baby. You see that? He got nothing on me. Psych. Here you go, producer Joey. We're going to discuss that. The Commanders falling to the Broncos in overtime. Oh, it was such a great game. And then how about this, Makia? Apparently, a new study finds that babies can tell whether you're naughty or nice by simply looking at you. And so their reaction, if I have a little baby and he looks at you and he smiles, you're good to go. If not, Makia, we have some talking to do.
Look at how the script has flipped.
Yeah.
Because usually we can tell. Okay, I'm looking forward to that talker,
We'll
guys.
see you at 12. Bye, guys.
On the menu tomorrow, the team from Sayel Social Club will be here. So make sure you tune in for that. In the meantime, we have been in the kitchen with George. This has been such a phenomenal experience with the Elmer Cat Bar de Tapas. You guys have so much going on. And listen, get on out there, make some brunch plans, some dinner plans, just the whole nine.
Yeah, come to see us.
A deconstructed salmon dog.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to get
But this is an actual good salmon dog, not the Disney World salmon dog.
Because the way you
Actually,
crispy
let
that
me
up.
get that too, right?
Makia was
So you
like,
guys are located in Arlington and Rockville.
Correct.
All right, I
We're right
love
on
that.
West Coast.
Yeah.
that took place last week. We'll break it down for you. You see my fingers right here? Yep, they're moving away. Yeah, that's because I'm talking Cyber Monday. Are you taking part? Well, apparently a number of Americans are, to the tune of some $14 billion. We'll break it down. And how about some football? In this case, we're talking Commanders. Boy, did they have a major game. And speaking of games, yeah, they showed up but didn't show out as well as we wanted them to. All that and more coming up on the show. But first, how about we talk weather, shall we? And a little birdie whispered in my ear, the S word?
Little winter weather.
Yeah.
But first, the Commanders. I mean, maybe they won by losing.
Did they?
Yeah.
Why, draft pick?
Yeah. You got to look to the future at this point. They play a competitive game. See, I'm thinking like...
Yeah.
They lost that game on purpose.
Really? It was a great game. By the way, hello, Tucker Barnes. Good to see you.
Yes, happy Monday. Yes, you want to know about the four-letter word?
Yeah.
Well, you can't say it around here without causing chaos and fear and, yes, all that stuff. Okay, let's hop in and show you some maps, and we'll start with this. This afternoon will remain very quiet and cool.
All right.
We should be in the low 50s, and we'll only be in the mid 40s. By the way, happy first day of meteorological winter, which starts today. Today,
I'll have to ask you after. What the heck does it mean with regard to that?
Just in the weather world, we consider December, January, and February to be winter.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Got it.
But you don't...
That's why you're the chief.
You don't care about that stuff. Okay, winter weather early Tuesday. Let's go 4 a.m. to about 8 a.m. We've got a chance of a wintry mix across the area, especially north and west. Really want to emphasize the great majority of us are going to get up, and by the time you wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, turn this on, it's already raining. So it won't be a major deal, but maybe we get a practice round. And there's a possibility of another chance kind of late Friday, early Saturday. So it's kind of going to be an interesting week to watch a lot of weather. Okay, current conditions across the area. It is currently, look at that, there's not a leaf on a tree anymore.
Wow.
Look at that, things have changed out there. Currently in the upper 40s, we're going to be, upper 30s, we'll be in the mid 40s later this afternoon. Just a few clouds to kick off your day. Not a major system at this hour, so you're fine later today. Tonight, going out, you're good. See the light snow out towards St. Louis. That's your weather maker for tomorrow. It's getting its act together. It will become a nice little storm system, glide east, and be upon us by daybreak tomorrow. And we'll kind of roll through this together. So, again, looking at the afternoon forecast, boy, my maps are jumping. Okay?
That's what happens when
I do not give her permission to go...
it happens.
Okay, it's not going to happen for me.
Right.
Anyways, what I was trying to show you was early tomorrow morning between about 4 and 6 a.m., we get a quick burst of a little bit of snow, but temperatures are so marginal and aloft temperature is going to warm so quickly, it's going to quickly flip to rain.
Okay.
All right? I think if there's going to be trouble spots tomorrow or school delays or slippery roads, it would be in the area shaded in purple where there may be some light accumulations. And, let us know. Send Guy your pictures tomorrow, your video if you do get snow that, covers the ground, that kind of thing. That is a winter weather advisory issued by the Weather Service for tomorrow morning. So, again, there will be a chance for a little bit of light accumulations north and west. Maybe, how much are we talking about? Maybe an inch.
Okay.
Okay, and then it rains, and then it all quickly kind of washes away. 7-day forecast is cool all week, and again, I mentioned that Friday, Saturday, maybe a chance for another round of light snow or rain there, Friday night and Saturday.
Keep that up real quick, Joey. The best part happens to be the holiday lights right there. Did you do that?
No, what do you mean, did I do that? Of course I did that. Well, you guys were enjoying your turkey this weekend. I was working on that all weekend. Either that or that's clip art, and I just pasted it in there.
Mental note, never ask Tucker about the Commanders or the holiday lights. He'll really tell me. Tucker Barnes, all things weather right here on the Live Zone. Guys, if you haven't already done so yet, make sure you download the Fox Local app and take that forecast with you on the go. We begin today with D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's announcement that she would not seek a fourth term. The race to replace her now on. Earlier this morning, Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George announced she's running. She says her goals are to make D.C. safe and affordable. Let's take a listen in.
DC work. We deserve housing we don't fear losing. Schools we can depend on. Childcare and healthcare we can afford. Streets we can cross without fear. A future where every child in every ward has the same chance to succeed.
Councilmember McDuffie is also said to be launching a campaign in the near future, and we'll keep a track of all that for you as it develops, obviously, right here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Now, the latest on the National Guard shooting last week. 24-year-old Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in the hospital, said to be in critical condition at this very moment following surgery. 20-year-old Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died from her injuries last Thursday. New video obtained by the Wall Street Journal shows the suspect chasing a National Guardsman around the corner. The 29-year-old worked with the CIA in Afghanistan and was allowed to enter the U.S. back in 2021 through the Operation Allies Welcome program. The Trump administration granted him asylum earlier this year, which would have warranted another screening process. Joining us now to discuss this and so much more is Mr. Arif Halaby, radio host and political strategist back here on the Live Zone. Happy holidays, my friend. Good to see you and welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Guy. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
I did. A little bit too much turkey, but that's for a whole nother discussion. Let's talk about, on a serious note, this horrific incident that took place late last week. We know that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the suspect in the National Guard shooting was likely radicalized right here in the U.S. We also know the suspect is an Afghan national who worked with the CIA during the Afghanistan war and came to the U.S., as you heard me make mention, back in 2021. Now, federal prosecutors saying late last week that he will be charged with first-degree murder following the death of National Guard member Sarah Beckstrom. Your thoughts on all of this, Arif?
Yeah, Guy, I expect him to actually be served with the death penalty. I think that's going to be something that is pursued by prosecutors. At the same time, it's important to understand he was vetted properly for the job he had in Afghanistan, which basically was what some would say is a death squad or a hit squad. His job was to go out and target the enemies of the United States and allies. So I think this is important to understand. He has 5 children in the United States, all 5 and his wife, and anybody that came with him, his family, etc., need to be deported. Why should they now benefit from free education, free college, free health insurance, etc.? This needs to be set as an example. He is somebody maybe that was radicalized here. It's a very tough thing to say. You don't want to do collective punishment, but at the same time, there's no reason for his family to stay here while he serves prison, life in prison, or maybe even the death penalty.
Yeah, obviously the 2 National Guard members serving from West Virginia. We are expecting the West Virginia governor to hold a press conference momentarily. When that happens, we'll take you there right here on the LZ. Meanwhile, President Trump will hold a meeting at the White House later today about the next steps surrounding Venezuela. Trump posted on social media over the weekend that all airlines, pilots, drug dealers, and human traffickers should consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety. When he was asked whether an airstrike was imminent, the president did not respond. What will come out of all of this, Arif?
Yeah, I am expecting there to be ultimately in the future, we would receive information about special forces being in Venezuela for at least 6 months, probably longer. Doing subversive activities, just like the CIA's Special Operations Group that goes in. I'm sure there are some behind the scenes, behind the lines things that have been taking place. There's also been behind the scenes negotiations with Maduro. We're expecting this, at least this is reported behind the scenes of the folks that I'm talking to, that he has been asked and even cajoled with a 6, maybe 7, maybe even 8-figure paycheck to leave and to keep Venezuela's both oil fields and military intact, so it's not going to be subject to problems later on. This is really a play against China. If we don't understand China's move in the Caribbean and in Central and South America, this is a move to keep those oil fields out of the hands of China and into friendly hands.
Yeah, staying in the realm of what's taking place overseas, we do know that a U.S. envoy now heads to Russia today following high-level talks between U.S. and Ukrainian officials in Florida over the weekend. President Trump expressed optimism following those talks, suggesting there was a good chance of a deal to end the war. Arif, I have posed this question to you time and time again. Will we finally see an end to the war?
Yeah, my answer has almost always been the same, which is Ukraine has a 0% chance of winning. They're going to have to give up some of their eastern region, maybe even Donetsk and some of the other areas that are primarily Russian, and they've been back and forth over the last 200 years in Russian territory anyway. It's Russian speaking. They identify as Russian. They have Russian culture, etc. So I think there's going to be some territory give up. There's also going to be some security guarantees. At the same time, I think there's also an exit strategy over the next 6 months or so, where Zelensky will find a new home, probably right here in the United States. And the same thing with him and Maduro. Maybe they'll cross paths in midair and each find a new home in Martha's Vineyard. Who knows?
All right. Well, you made mention of the U.S. Let's end with just that. We know that more than 200 Border Patrol agents are reportedly headed to New Orleans. There's been speculation that the city is next on the federal government's immigration crackdown list after operations in Chicago, Los Angeles, and Charlotte. Is this the right thing for the president to do with regard to sending the National Guard to that city?
Yeah, 35 years ago when I was a Los Angeles police officer, New Orleans police officers and the police department didn't have a very good reputation. There was a few agencies in the country that we knew were corrupt or had issues with integrity. And so New Orleans has cleaned up its agencies that we know of. They're just not given the support to do their job. Crime is off the charts. I expect the National Guard to really make a difference, just like they did in D.C. and Chicago and in some other parts. They were the reason that here in Los Angeles, we had less of an outbreak from the protests turned rioters. You see, protests are fine. Once they turn into rioters, that's a problem. Often those words are conflated, just like immigrant and illegal immigrant and protesters and rioters. They often mix the two so that you kind of can't see where one ends and one begins. I think it's important to realize National Guard is going to make a difference in New Orleans. Let's see if the public and the political infrastructure actually supports them this time.
Yeah, as the saying goes, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Yet again, Mr. Arif Halaby, radio host and political strategist, joining us right here on the Live Zone. Always good to see you, my friend. Make it a great day.
Thanks, Guy. Have a great week.
All right, folks, if it's happening and it's happening now, we are taking you there. In this case, the state of Massachusetts, where a jury is now hearing opening arguments in the murder trial of Brian Walsh. He's accused of killing and dismembering his wife back in 2023. Walsh has denied killing Anna Walsh, but has pleaded guilty to lesser charges of misleading police. You may recall Anna Walsh worked right here in the nation's capital. Let's take a live look in.
But they biopsied and said it was fine on her side. On her side. And, but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently. And I said, because she hasn't had a lot of rest. You know, she'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in. And then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in D.C. I'll take care of the kids. You know, you've got to get, because, you know, she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work. And then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or our anniversary, so it's sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. Right. We really talk about everything, no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there. Yes. It's taking a lot longer. So we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up."
Okay.
And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So, you decided to carry on?
Absolutely. It's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag.
Yet again, you have been listening to the jury hearing opening arguments in the murder trial of Brian Walsh. He is accused of killing and dismembering his wife. Back in 2023, his wife, Anna Walsh, she actually worked right here in the nation's capital. We'll continue to monitor that trial and/or the opening arguments, if you will, throughout the afternoon. Meanwhile, at Joint Base Andrews, you see those folks standing right there? They are awaiting First Lady Melania Trump and the Second Lady. Well, the Trump, and they are doing so as they, wait for them to pass out a number of care packages with regard to military personnel. We are expecting their arrival any second now, and as soon as they show up, perhaps, is that the First Lady right there? Nope, not yet. But when that happens, we'll take you back to Joint Base Andrews so you can see just that right here on the Live Zone. Well, the Trump administration has put all asylum decisions on hold following the shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers last week. An Afghan national is being charged in that shooting. The president says until further notice, the U.S. will not approve, deny, or close out applications for any asylum seekers. So, what does this mean for immigrants in the process of becoming U.S. citizens? To discuss that and so much more, we welcome longtime immigration attorney and founder of immigration law firm USA for All, Renata Castro, back here on the Live Zone. Renata, happy holidays. Always good to see you. Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so let's jump right into this. In this case, what does the decision mean for immigrants nationwide?
This means a lot more chaos and uncertainty. We just came from the holiday weekend, and this decision was announced either on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, or on Friday. And even though a lot of us were busy celebrating with our families and being thankful for all the things we received in the last year, this really left immigration attorneys and immigrants alike scratching their heads over what this decision really meant. Were hearings canceled? Were asylum interviews suspended? All we had was a post on X, formerly known as Twitter, that all asylum cases were suspended, but no further clarification. So this left a lot of confusion, a lot of chaos over what it really means. And today, Monday, we have yet to hear some clarification from the government over how it plans to carry out such an important decision for immigrants and for the immigration system nationwide.
Yeah, it's no secret. A lot of folks are confused at this very moment. I'm curious, do you think it was prudent for the president to make the decision he did surrounding asylum seekers?
Absolutely not. I believe that every time we talk about national security, it is a valid concern. But when we make abrupt decisions like the one that was announced last week, it just creates further confusion, chaos, and zero. When we had the so-called Muslim ban, we saw a lot of lawful residents have their green cards revoked. Sometimes at the time they landed in an American airport, were headed home, and were presented with such a confusing directive from the government. I am all for national security, but I think we have to preserve the letter of the law and make decisions with clarification of how these decisions are going to be implemented, as opposed to a knee-jerk reaction that just causes more litigation in an already overburdened legal system in the United States.
Yeah, we've all heard the question or the phrase, who, what, when, where, and why. My question to you is, who will most likely be affected by this the most?
Most likely those who are actually eligible, those individuals who are in front of immigration judges and asylum officers who have left circumstances of incredible abuse and persecution and seeking the United States an opportunity to restart their lives under the security that the American legal system recognizes for them. But now we have such an erratic legal system that is just peppered with uncertainty and, dare I say, unfairness, that those who need and deserve it the most will most likely be the ones unfairly impacted by this decision.
Yeah, it's no secret, Renata. We have seen somewhat of a pattern here with regard to a crackdown on immigration. I guess the question is, do you think we will continue to see immigration rulings along these lines?
Yes, unfortunately, we are already in December, and I feel like I have aged a decade and 12 months of practicing immigration law in these circumstances. And I wish I could say that we have the worst behind us, and I don't think we have. It's important to note that during this time, we have an army of immigration judges who have never practiced immigration law and are taking the bench throughout the United States and will be making life-altering decisions for individuals who are fleeing persecution and are being told the order is to deny, deny, deny. And even though I can see the argument, a valid argument for more research and vetting in any immigration application, vetting is very different from impartiality and just outright denying all claims, as we have seen in some immigration courts. So the unfairness of the system is just going to be exacerbated. And once again, those who are eligible, those who don't have a criminal background, those who are the people we really want in this country will be kept outside to our detriment, because immigrants really are the strength of this country. And it's just a very sad day in America when we see the rule of law be thrown out in favor of speculation and even, dare I say, discrimination.
Yeah, yet again, Renata, a lot of folks watching right now, they have one question and one question only. Should they happen to be an immigrant, should they be concerned?
They should be concerned, but they should not be afraid. It's very important that you seek legal representation. 87% of individuals in the United States who have received removal orders did not have legal counsel present at their hearings. Most importantly, if you are seeking asylum, if you have a pending asylum application, or if you have entered the United States in the past 12 months or in less than 12 months and you need to file your asylum application, it is imperative that you follow all the deadlines in your case. The suspension in decisions does not mean the suspension in receiving applications and complying with deadlines. So now more than ever, competent legal representation could mean the difference between living your life in safety or being exposed to a deportation order, which could alter the future for you and your family.
Well said. Yet again, we have been speaking with the founder of immigration law firm USA for All, Renata Castro, back here on the Live Zone. Ms. Castro, always good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, folks, we'll take a quick break. Hey, on the flip side of that break, did you see it last night? Talking about the Commanders taking on the Broncos. Oh, it went down to the wire with the Commanders falling up short. John Booty joins us next to discuss just that and so much more right here on the Live Zone. Zone. Going to be joined by John Booty in just a minute to talk all things Commanders, but we're following breaking news right now. The second lady, of the United States now speaking, Joint Base Andrews, as she will soon be flanked by the First Lady, as well, they discuss all things surrounding military care packages. How cool is this? Let's take a live look in.
I'm also particularly grateful to be here today at Joint Base Andrews. I always look forward to returning to America's airfield and to the incredible community that supports its mission every day. JD and I are inspired every time we fly by your care and professionalism and are deeply grateful for your service. The care packages that we're assembling today are part of a proud and enduring tradition. The Red Cross began distributing these packages during World War I and has continued that work ever since. Each year, more than 220,000 active duty and veteran families also receive Red Cross assistance wherever they are, whenever they need it. It's an honor to contribute to that legacy of service today. As we enter the holiday season, may we be reminded of our shared responsibility for our communities, our neighbors, and our nation. And may we continue to lift up those who serve and sacrifice for our country. Today's event would not be possible without our remarkable First Lady. She has shown a deep and enduring commitment to the well-being of children and families, especially within our military. Her efforts bring hope and support to countless households, and her example inspires all of us to serve our communities with care and compassion. It is a privilege to stand here with her today. Please join me in welcoming our First Lady, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Usha, for your kind introduction and for joining us today. And thank you, Dr. Jordan, for all what you do, and good luck with your retirement and spending time with your family. It is wonderful to be here at Joint Base Andrews. It is an honor to begin this holiday season with all of you. 12 days ago, I visited MCAS, New River, and Camp Lejeune to spend time with our brave Marines, military, connected students, and their families. I wanted to thank the team here at St. Andrews for supporting that important visit. Today, we are surrounded by people whose strength is often quiet, but always powerful. We speak regularly of the bravery of our service members, and we should. But we must also illuminate the bravery of those who walk beside them, the spouses who carry the weight of family life on top of their own dreams. Your lives require a resilience that few outside the military can understand. Moves that make you to take across the country and around the world. Holidays spent with an empty chair at the table. Milestones celebrated over screen because the person you love is thousands of miles away. And yet, through every transition, every deployment, every homecoming, you continue to show grace, determination, and unbreakable spirit. You keep life steady for your children. You manage homes, careers, finances, and schedules, all while giving comfort to your family. You carry this extra responsibility because you love someone who has sworn to serve. Today, we are here with the American Red Cross, which has stood beside military families for generations. The Red Cross supports our service members, veterans, caregivers, and survivors across the globe. We are grateful for all they do to support and strengthen our military families. As we celebrate this season of hope, I encourage everyone to also take care of yourselves. Your well-being is vital, not just for your families, but for your own future. Your journey matters, your voice matters, and your strength continue to inspire us all. Every package built here today is built with American values. Each represents liberty, love, community, and honor. Each is delivered with heart and love, the foundation of our great nation. May this Christmas bring peace to your homes, safety to those who are deployed, and gratitude in the hearts of every American who thanks you for your service and sacrifice. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
So there you have it. First Lady Melania Trump, flanked by USA Vance, of course, the Second Lady of the United States, both of which happen to be at Joint Base Andrews and are about to pass out military care packages. The First Lady stating that the packages are filled with liberty, love, community, and honor. We'll continue to monitor the distribution of those care packages yet again at Joint Base Andrews. Meanwhile, I want to take you to West Virginia. You're now taking a live look at, well, what we expect to be a press conference any minute now with Governor Patrick Morrisey and Major General Seward as they provide updates on the shooting of 2 West Virginia National Guard members that took place here in Washington, D.C. That's set to get underway any minute now. And when that happens, we'll take you there live right here on the Live Zone. We'll be right back. Live Zone. Let's take you to West Virginia, where Governor Patrick Morrisey and Major General Jim Seward now providing an update on the shooting of 2 West Virginia National Guard members. Let's take a live look in.
Positive a force, and she's been asking people across the country to pray for her son, and those prayers are working. So I want to continue. That's her only request to me is, would you please get the word out that my son Andrew needs prayer? And that's all I'm going to do, talk about that. These are wonderful people, and the family's going through a very difficult situation right now as Andrew fights to survive. There are many vigils that are going on around West Virginia right now. I had a chance to attend one in Martinsburg in honor of Andrew, and go down to Webster County on Saturday night. It was a really very touching vigil people were talking so eloquently about Sarah, who by all counts is an amazing woman who lifted up people around him with a smile. And from talking to Sarah's parents and to people in the unit, everyone had nothing but incredible things to say about Sarah. And she is someone who's going to be remembered for a very, very long time. And she had her life tragically cut short by this terrible act of terrorism. We know that late last week I issued a proclamation, so the flags have been lowered to half staff, and that will continue. Obviously, when we have information about any service or funeral, we will let you know. I want to emphasize that the most important thing for me is to ensure that the family's wishes are kept. So as we learn more, we're happy to pass that along, but this is going to be dictated by the family, and I want to show great respect for them. I know that there are going to be a lot of questions about the timeline for when this occurs. Just as we learn things, we'll be happy to pass them along to you. You know, a lot of questions come up about the nature of the service that the Guardsmen were performing. This was noble service. I had a chance, along with General Seward, to spend Thanksgiving Day with the members of the unit at the Armory and talk to them. Every single one of the people who are there right now are volunteering. We're looking at approximately 170 people from the West Virginia National Guard that are still stationed in DC. And once again, they're volunteering. They're volunteering because they believe in the mission. They want to support the state of West Virginia. They want to support the country. And I think that can't be lost. These are people that understand that the mission was good, that there was an opportunity to try to reduce crime in the District of Columbia. By all measures, it's been working. And so I know that they're proud of that work. They're understandably going through a very, very difficult time right now because they lost one of their own and another is in very serious condition. But it is the state of West Virginia's intent, my intent, General Seward's intent, to do everything we can to help those Guardsmen adjust to this and to help the families of those who were impacted. We know that there's a lot of information that hasn't yet come out, and there will be more information in the days, weeks, and months ahead. There is a comprehensive investigation going on by the federal government. You know, I've had a chance to talk to the president, and I've talked to the attorney general, and we're going to make sure that we're deferring to that process. I am reassured that there is a complete and full investigation going on, so while there'll be a lot of pundits who want to speculate about what happened and wrongly go to different places, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play into that. We're going to talk about this based on the facts that we know, and at this point, that investigation is ongoing. We know that there's been a lot of discussion about a criminal prosecution as well. The most important thing that I can tell the citizens of West Virginia is people are rightfully angry. They're rightfully angry about what's happening right now. And I believe that justice must be done in this case and that justice will be meted out. That'll be done based upon our criminal justice system, and it'll be done the right way. And as we learn more about the process that's being run by the feds, we're happy to share that with you. We're trying to stay in touch with all the relevant people on the ground to provide information to the public. When we left Wednesday night. I flew up with the Guard to go to the hospital. I believe I was at the hospital at least 4 times, and obviously we spent time with the Guards members. There's no timeline as to what will happen in terms of additional visits, but what I can tell you is that Andrew's family is going to get all the help that we can provide out of West Virginia. Right now, a lot of that is emphasizing the need for prayer, and I want to keep saying that because I believe that prayer can move mountains. It can create miracles. And I know that Melody, Andrew's mom, and Jason, Andrew's dad, believe that. And these are people, they're good folks. And I think a lot of the communities are rallying behind them. We know that since this tragedy occurred, there have been a number of additional announcements by the president, and I think he's working hard to get to the bottom of this. I also want to express my support for some of the new vetting proposals that are being talked about. I think when you have millions of people that come in, undocumented aliens, or there are loopholes, as what had presumably happened in this particular situation, that has to be cleaned up. And I applaud President Trump for his efforts, what he's doing to look at all of that in order to get to the right place. So we know that there's going to be a lot that'll be coming up in the days and weeks ahead. I wanted to come before you so I can answer questions you have. I would ask that there are going to be some areas that you asked that we're not going to get out ahead of the medical personnel. I'm not going to get out ahead of the families, and we're not going to get ahead of the criminal investigation. So with that as the caveat, I'd first like to turn it over to General Seward, who has been leading admirably, and he'll say a few words, and then we will take questions.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. I want to tell the members of the West Virginia National Guard that our family has joined together across this state and in D.C. Our family members in the Guard that are in the Middle East, that are in Europe, that are on the southwest border. I've heard from all of those regions, and we're praying together. We are a family, 6,000 plus strong. And so when we lose one of our family members, I can tell you that every guardsman I've talked to is grieving. And that grieving process in the early stages includes denial and anger and bargaining. And I've heard from all of our members of how they're going through those phases. And I promise you that my senior enlisted leader, Dusty Jones, and I, we've been up there since Wednesday. I was actually in the district when it occurred. I was not on scene. My wife and I got picked up and taken on scene shortly thereafter. And those soldiers and airmen that were present were strong, courageous, and they were grieving. And they continue to grieve, and they continue to pray for Andy and for Sarah's family and for all of their fellow members that are serving across the world. I will tell you that they're standing strong. Our men and women are trained professionals. They are deputized U.S. Marshals in the district. When they're on patrol, they're armed, and they are trained. I'm confident in their ability. I remain confident in their ability. In briefings with senior law enforcement officials in the district this week, I will tell you that dozens of them have told me, those involved in the investigation, that our members performed their duties as they have been trained, and they are proud of them, and I am proud of them. Because Andy's mom has asked for prayers, I will reiterate that I spoke with her last night before I left, and she said if I got the chance to talk to anyone, to please ask them to continue to pray for Andy, their family, for Sarah's family, and for all of our National Guard. Thank you.
Thank you. As we're all gathered today, we know that a lot of people in West Virginia, the Guard, the families of the individuals who were gunned down, we know that there's unspeakable evil that's occurred. Unspeakable evil. I want to take a moment also, though, and emphasize the amazing positive response of the people of West Virginia. of how the families have reacted, how the communities are stepping up, people showing support through prayers, through other types of acts. West Virginia comes together during these difficult times, and they stand behind the men and women in uniform. And we're certainly going to continue to stand behind the men and women in uniform and do everything we can to help them, not just today, but in the weeks and months ahead. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from folks. Stephen.
Governor, you've used the phrase volunteer pretty frequently. I know you had some social media posts where you put it all in bold. So I think it's pretty clear that since November 17th, the force that remains, 170 we're talking about, are there as volunteers part of the original force that you authorized back in August to be there at the request of President Trump, and these are strictly volunteers. But walk us through that decision, because at least according to the November 8th press release from the West Virginia National Guard, you are the one that authorized the volunteer force to remain there. So who asked us to keep a volunteer force there? How did that decision come about to keep this contingent there through the end of the year?
Absolutely. So we know that we entered the district back in August, and after that happened, there were questions about how many people would be in the district, contributions from West Virginia and from other different states. So there's usually a rotation that occurs in terms of when guardsmen stay, and that as there are questions about how long we would stay, I made the decision to have the word come down that we would ask the people if they wanted to volunteer. And there was never any pressure. This was done that if people wanted to stay and fulfill the mission, they could. I was pleased to report that between about 160 and 170 people had asked to do that. And so that's why I emphasize that these are people that knew the mission. They agreed with the mission. I think the mission has been largely successful, and they wanted to serve their state and they wanted to serve their country. So I had extensive conversations with the National Guard, and I wanted to make this voluntary, because anytime someone is doing that, there's a lot of sacrifice that's involved, and people give up time with their families. They take leave from work. They leave their communities, especially during the holiday season. But these are people that wanted to be there, and they wanted to continue the mission. Brad?
Brad McElhenney, West Virginia Metro News. Can you drill down with a little more detail? Who puts out the call to volunteer? And then how do people respond? Is it raise your hand, go to someone and say, I would like to fill out some forms? Technically, what is the process?
I can speak.
Yeah, General, do you want to speak to that?
Sir, we put out the call with our joint office. I have a joint operations team. Let's give a for instance. We have a normal rotational schedule that we do, but in most instances, like flood duty, we first reach out and see who can volunteer, and we do that at the unit level before they go. Then once they're on mission, we had soldiers there, soldiers and airmen, for about 45 days, and we rotated which group, that group with a fresh group. And then when we found out that Secretary of the Army was extending the mission in DC, we were asked how many we might be able to provide. After discussions with the governor and his decision to see who wanted to remain on mission, we had our commander in DC survey the troops. And that survey, I wish I could tell you if it was a form or a show of hands. I know they signed up, probably on a piece of paper, and we found out how many volunteers we had that were willing to stay. Before the shooting, we also have future planned operations, which I can't go into the details of those, but that normal rotational schedule is something we do on missions like this that are longer than 30 days.
Thank you. John?
Governor, the Trump administration has ordered 500 more Guard members to Washington. Have there been discussions, or are you going to deploy any additional troops?
So I spoke with the president. That was on Wednesday night. I have not been asked to deploy additional troops at this time. So anything with respect to the number or where they'll come from, you know, right now, that's not part of our focus. Our sole focus right now is to looking after the well-being of the 170 service members who are on the ground, focusing on the family, ensuring that prayers are going out, but there's been no request that's come to West Virginia so far.
And don't want to jump ahead again, but you talked about nothing about the funeral yet. Are there any plans for Sarah to bring her home? When will that happen?
I know there are a number of discussions that are underway, but this is going to be a situation where I'm going to defer to the family. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure that the family's wishes are carried out. And so when it's appropriate, we'll make any announcements based upon the family's decision. Hey.
For the National Guard members who remain in D.C., is there flexibility for them to return home if they no longer feel comfortable serving in D.C. following this attack?
Well, I know that this is a volunteer effort, so, and in fact, I know Sarah bravely was there during Thanksgiving, so there's still, it still remains a volunteer effort, and that's where we stand right now.
Any anticipation for when they could be called home, or how long? Are they signed up for the mission until whenever it ends indefinitely?
I think, as the general would indicate, there's a periodic review and discussion about the length, and so there's always a opportunity where you have the ability for some people to try to come home for holidays and Christmas, but I don't think we have a specific date in mind yet.
Are you able to tell us the MOS of the two guardsmen and if they had any specialized training before they were deployed to D.C.?
I don't know that we're prepared to do that at this time. Is there anything we want to? I don't think so. Do you have I mean, if there's another question you have.
That might get into the investigation.
Yeah, I don't want to go into the investigation at all, so.
Can you describe, I mean, they were sent into an area that was designated as having a crime emergency. Can you describe, to the detail that you're comfortable with, what kind of self-defense training people on that mission received, being on alert, watching for?
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing to say is that this is like being a deputy U.S. Marshal. So these are people that are trained, and they have knowledge of the situation they're going into. These are the same people that go to all corners of the globe. They're trained in terms of difficult circumstances. So as General Seward indicated, we believe that they have the background and training to go in to Washington, D.C. to carry out the mission. Other questions? Go ahead, sir. And what's your name, sir?
Matthew Young. I'm with the Charleston Gazette.
Hey, Matthew.
So there were some conflicting reports that came out, information that came out on Wednesday regarding the condition, obviously.
Sure.
The two guards members. State national outlets took that information and reported it.
Sure, sure.
Where was the breakdown of the communication chain? What steps can be taken to prevent that, something like that from happening?
So what I would say is this, when you have a lot of information coming in, you work to ensure that you have the most accurate information and you get it from the most credible sources available and then provide that to the public. When there's a change, then you alert the public. If there's an error, you correct the error. That's what happened, and that's what we did. So I won't go into additional details at this time, but I will say that we've been in very close touch with the family and everyone involved in order to make sure that anything that gets passed along is, the direction of the parents and that the Guard is very comfortable with.
Follow up to Matt's question, though. You can't, for example, obviously there was an initial announcement of both deaths. That was obviously walked back by your office. Where did that information come from? Did that come from social media news? Did it come from the chain of command?
I could tell you that the process is that we try to get as much information as we can, accurate information from the most credible sources, a variety of sources. In this case, that information was incorrect, and then within 20 minutes, we changed it. Ma'am?
What are some of the tangible things you guys are going to be doing in DC to help make sure the troops who are still there get through this process in a
Yeah. Well, we know that there are a number of foundations that have stepped up who are being helpful, and we know that counseling is available for all people who may need assistance. And one thing that I really want to emphasize is that we want to make sure that the morale, remains high. And that's part of the reason I went to Washington, D.C., obviously to go to the hospital and to be there with the families, but also to be there with the men and women who are serving. That's critically important. So that's certainly, there's going to be a lot of efforts underway, both through the Guard and other outside foundations, to provide all the help that's needed to assist any of the Guardsmen and any of their families.
You might not be able to provide this information. This might be information that might have to be released by the families, but there are a number of GoFundMes and other entities popping up claiming to be on behalf of both families. Are you aware of any authorized GoFundMes or any type of fundraising efforts for both families? Has that been communicated to National Guard or the government?
I'm not aware of any that are authorized. I know that the family, Andrew's family, had indicated specifically they did not authorize. I can't speak to the other family, to Sarah's family, but if we learn about that, we're happy to answer that further. Any final questions? I just want to say, as we get more information, we're going to be able to pass that along. So I appreciate your patience during this time. But most importantly, my biggest message is Andrew is still fighting for his life. Andrew needs prayers. And the parents have said, please use every opportunity to ask for prayers, and that's what we're going to do. I think that the West Virginia people are strong, and they know that everything is being done right now to ensure that justice is served. But equally important, we have to make sure we're doing everything possible to send prayers and to console people who are going through just unspeakable times right now. So thank you for coming, and God bless.
All right, guys, there you have it. Yet again, West Virginia Governor Morrisey speaking on all things with regard to an update surrounding the National Guard shooting. The governor saying that he spoke with the mother of Andrew Wolf, the National Guard member who remains in critical condition at the hospital. She stating, please pray for my son. The governor also stating that flags will remain at half staff during this time and that more information needs to be released in the days ahead. The General Seward at that, stating that our family has joined together in the Guard, praying together, and every Guardsman is now grieving. Yet again, a very trying time as many of us continue to look for answers. We'll take a quick break. On the flip side of that break, we'll talk all things Cyber Monday, and the Washington Commanders apparently didn't do it, but they tried. All that and more next, right here on the Live Zone. here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. It is now 1 o'clock, yes, the top of the hour. In just a minute, we are expecting the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, to approach that podium right there, and you see right in front of you, for a White House press briefing. That due to get underway any minute now, and when that happens, we'll take you there live right here on the LZ. Also, if you take a peek at the calendar, you'll quickly realize that today is, yes, Cyber Monday. A lot of deals at hand. And we'll speak with an expert about that as well. In the meantime, let's talk football, shall we? And if you happen to be a Commanders fan, oh my gosh, what a game last night. That close to actually pulling out a victory. This as the Commanders fell to the Broncos, 27-26 the final score. Joining us to discuss this and so much more is former NFL player and analyst John Booty back here on the Live Zone. Hello, my friend. Happy Monday. And I wish I could say we were celebrating a victory.
Hello, Guy, and happy Monday to you. And believe you me, last night they gave an effort, man, and the stadium was rocking with it. You know, there's a lot of Denver Bronco fans there, but the Commanders fans were supporting the team, and hey, they were trying to win. They were working to win this thing, not trying. They were working to win this thing.
Yeah, I got to tell you, John, you were there. I had the the luxury of watching it at home from my couch, and I can only imagine the energy that filled Northwest Stadium. What a game. And you know, I know the Commanders, they have not fared well this season, but they really, finally looked competitive last night.
Yes, they did. And the Denver Broncos, they leave out going 10-2 now, but they had one of the better defenses in the league and a good offense. They got a good, solid quarterback, and they put up points. And for the Commanders to go out and play like they played last night, that shows a lot that this team has a lot of. It's encouraging, I'm saying, and that's letting the fans know that they're going to battle all the way to the end of the season, and so that's very encouraging to see.
Yeah, not only the players, but the coaches as well. In this case, I'm making reference to head coach Dan Quinn. We know that he recently took over the defense, and I got to tell you, it was somewhat impressive. The defense looked really good.
They did, even though they didn't get many sacks, but got pressures, and they stopped the running game of the Broncos. But the guys buying into the system, buying into his coaching because it's always been there. But he's a guru at coaching defenses because it's been proven in his past. So the guys are saying, listen, this is our guy, our head coach. He's over here coaching us. He put us in position to make plays, and that's what we have to do. And they did just that. Wagner got an interception. And the guys are competing at the corner spot and whatnot. I didn't see a whole lot of mental mistakes. There was a little bend, but don't break.
Yeah.
There was some plays that were open, but they reacted to it, you know?
Yeah, one of the things the commentators pointed out last night is that, hey, if you obviously Mariota, now the quarterback, the backup quarterback for the Commanders in the game, Jaden Daniels still nursing that injury. But if you look at the stats, they're somewhat equal. I mean, he really did a good job leading that team. And a lot of folks, a lot of pundits today, sports analysts are now saying, you know what? It looks like the Commanders showed a blueprint as to how to go above and beyond the Broncos defense. What say you?
Well, yes, I agree because Mariota, he led the team in rushing, so he knew when to use his legs, you know. Just those few mistakes of turning the ball over, but he was commanding the team, the offense down the field. And when I think in the fourth quarter, when the player was in overtime, I think, when there was a flag that brought a long play back, and they went right back at it, and he made some plays, which is fantastic to see, you know. So he set the blueprint. The blueprint is there for you. You can play some good football, and again, the season's not over.
Yeah, the season's not over in a major way. Of course, everybody today talking about that catch. And what catch am I making reference to? I want to bring up producer Joey, who's joining me right here. You see him right? Wave, Joey, to the camera right there. You see that? So
hey,
take a look at this, John. Look at this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You see that? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Treylon Burks with the touchdown catch of the year. Let's take a look at the picture of this, producer Joey, to show all the folks at home that didn't get a chance to see it. You talk about, wow, unbelievable. What say you about this?
That is a wild catch, and Guy, I give it to you, or your wild catch just then, but you didn't have the pressure that he had. But he had something all over it. And to make that catch, unbelievable catch, man. That's going to be in the highlights. That's going to be another Odell Beckham Jr. type catch. You know, that's going to go down in infamy, you know, for him. So again, that was a spectacular catch, and yours came in a distant fifth spot.
Ooh, coming from you, that means a lot. Hey, we got to wrap, but real quick, the Commanders are going to take on the Minnesota Vikings this upcoming Sunday. Shall I say goose egg? Yeah, that's what the Vikings put up against whoever they played this past Sunday. So I would assume the momentum happens to be in favor of the Commanders.
I agree with you. And going to Minnesota and playing up there, Minnesota's in a disarray. They want to win as well. You know, they want to be like the Commanders. They want to prove that they can play football. And what two teams get out there and battle against each other. But I do see the Commanders going up there and taking this momentum, coming real close to beating a 10-2 team and taking it to Minnesota and say, listen, we can win some football games.
Yeah.
And win this football game, rather. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe, and I think so many fans believe as well. We'll leave it right there. Former NFL player and analyst John Booty, yet again joining us right here on the Live Zone. I appreciate you, John, and thanks for the shout-out with regard to the catch. I can't wait to show everybody that.
Thanks, man. Gotta get some pressure on you next time. So put a little pressure on you so you can still do it.
No doubt. Well, speaking of pressure, millions of Americans are dealing with just that, the pressure of Cyber Monday. Some 1.69 million people are planning to shop during Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday this year. That, according to the National Retail Federation, the second most popular day to shop during that period happens to be right now. Yes, today. Joining us to discuss that and so much more is Erica Rose, shopping and fashion influencer. And she's been so patient and kind enough to join us right here on the Live Zone. Erica, thank you so much. Obviously, we have been covering a number of breaking news stories, and so you stuck around, and we truly appreciate it. Let's get to let's get to Cyber Monday. A lot of folks purchasing things that they've been waiting to purchase for quite some time. Some $13.2 billion expected to be spent alone today. What are folks buying?
Well, speaking from my experience, I think that people are waiting to buy kind of bigger ticket items. Like, for example, I purchased this really cool Therabody depuffing wand. But just things like that, electronics, a lot of like Dyson hair dryers, but laptops, things that are normally more expensive, I would say people are doing on Cyber Monday compared with Black Friday. That was, just people buying a lot of like makeup, things like that. But I think that, people are getting really good deals on the larger ticket items, meaning like things that would normally retail for about $400 or $500 and up. And so people have been really budgeting for it and also doing a lot of their holiday shopping.
Yeah. You know what, Erica, I'm thinking back to my time when I happened to be younger. Black Friday, we would all physically go to the store. And for me, it would be Best Buy. And I remember even spending the night one time to purchase, dear God, shall I say it, a TV. Nowadays, you just hop online like many of us are doing today and purchasing it that way. I'm hoping you could speak to how things have really changed because, yes, we know Cyber Monday, and I mean, it's been going on for quite some time, but boy, has it changed. Has it not?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's changed. I remember with my cousins, 15 years ago, we would head out to the mall the day after Thanksgiving and also, similar things like that for Cyber Monday. I remember back when I was in law school, we'd be like waiting around to go do that. But it's so much easier now especially with Amazon, just to sit around clicking items into your cart, watching the prices drop and order it. It makes it a lot easier. I think it makes it a lot better because who has time to be spending the night in parking lots of Best Buy and things like that. And I think with AI and with this whole digital world, it really is pushing people. I mean, I've gotten so many emails about Cyber Monday deals, and it's always really tempting, for sure. But I'm happy with the way things have changed. I don't know if some people I don't know about you, but I don't miss the days of having to wait in those lines at stores.
You see this finger right here? It's still kind of black a little bit because I think I have frostbite from back in the day, from standing outside waiting in line for so long. Hey, one of the things, Erica, that you touched on happened to surround, really not necessarily tighter budgets, but honing in, focusing on a particular item. And perhaps that's because this year, so many folks are dealing with a tighter budget. Would you attribute that to, let's say, inflation?
Yeah, I definitely would contribute that to inflation. And the reason that Cyber Monday spending is going to be more than it was last year is probably also due to inflation. But the economy kind of has an interesting curve where high income households, I guess, medium to high income households haven't been as affected, but low to medium, more income, families have been affected with everything, as we know, going on. So that's why they are having to save up for certain necessities like vacuum cleaners or just things that they really need. Whereas people with more free cash to spend are focusing on more luxury items, I think.
Yeah. We'll end with this, and that happens to be one more number. And this one is the big one, as I like to call it. From November to December, experts are stating overall holiday season spending will reach to the tune of $1 trillion for the first time ever. Isn't that amazing?
It is. It's amazing, and hopefully it's going to be really good for our economy.
All right. Well, I guess with that, happy Cyber Monday. Off we go to go cyber shop. I got to get my fingers ready. I don't think they're fast enough, so we'll continue to work on that. Yet again, Erica Rose, shopping and fashion influencer, joining us right here on the Live Zone. I truly appreciate your time, Erica.
Thank you, Guy.
You're welcome. All right, Joey, let's take yet again a live look at the White House. We just saw some movement there just a second ago, and so we are expecting White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to approach that podium. Let's get to a quick break so we can get back, and when we come back, hopefully she will be standing right there at the podium. This is the Live Zone. Now 1:15, any minute now, yet again, we are awaiting the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, to approach the podium for the latest White House press briefing. When that happens, we'll take you there live on the Live Zone. It's been quite the busy day also for First Lady Melania Trump. Earlier today, she unveiled the White House holiday decorations, and her theme this year happens to be "Home is where the heart is." It's her first theme since she resumed the role of First Lady. Her decor also nods to next year's 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence back in 1776. Following that, the First Lady and the Second Lady, well, they made their way to Joint Base Andrews. That's what you're taking a look at now, where she focused on all things with regard to military care packages. Look at that. The First Lady speaking earlier today, saying that the packages were filled with plenty of liberty, love, community, and honor. Yet again, she was joined by the Second Lady. One of the other stories we have been following for you is the West Virginia governor. None other than Governor Morrisey spoke earlier today with regard to an update surrounding the National Guard shooting. The governor stating that, well, the mother of the surviving National Guardsman, Mr. Andrew Wolf, said that her son needs prayer as he continues to fight for his life in critical condition at the hospital. The governor stating that the flags will remain at half staff and that more information needs to be released in the days ahead. The governor also joined by General Seward, who stated that our family has joined together in the Guard, praying together, and every guardsman is grieving. Yet again, just a horrific incident unfolding late last week right here in the nation's capital. Producer Joey now joining us with perhaps a really feel-good story that we could end with.
Yeah, well, I think this speaks for itself. So first, I'm going to start by showing you the video that we're going to be talking about here today.
1, 2, 3.
Look at that. Isn't that cute? Christmas light reveal like none other from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The dad shows the kids this holiday decorating skills, and look at if I saw that much light at that age, I'd be like, it is some kind of sorcerer as my father.
Yeah, I saw this earlier today on Good Day DC, and it's so funny because it just reminds me of National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
I think that's how you say it
yeah.
with Chevy Chase back in the day. Let's look at it one more time. Look at that. I just love the little kid's reaction.
I don't know, logistically, how do you keep the lights a secret from the kids for this long? Like,
Yeah.
and to even have a big reveal like that.
Yet again, with all the horrific things that are taking place in the world, there's always some good stuff, and that's definitely a feel-good story. It just makes me happy that warm and fuzzy inside that yes, the holiday season is now upon us, and at least some still truly appreciate it, specifically when it comes to holiday lights. How cool is that? All right, guys, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Hold on. Let me take a break real quick. Because I'm still recovering from Thanksgiving. Autumn Joy joining us for our Monday Talkers right here on the LZ. Hello, my friend.
Hello, but I'm actually Janet Jackson.
Oh, I'm sorry. Control. Or nasty.
Nasty. Hey.
I probably can't say that. I go to HR. Sorry. Good to see you.
You too,
How was your
guys.
Thanksgiving?
It was good.
Really?
It was very chill, very relaxed. You know, just me and my son. We went to my friend's house and had the usual turkey, mac and cheese stuff, and all the things.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Mine was okay. I was in Florida visiting mom. My sister flew in from Zurich, and it was okay till I got home late last night, flew back in from Florida. I got on the scale. I gained 6 pounds, Autumn Joy.
Guy, if you don't get out of here.
I am dead serious.
Men with this weight gain, 6 pounds on you is maybe in your hands, in your feet.
Gosh.
I gained 6 pounds and my stomach is flopping over my jeans. Cut it out, guy. Okay.
All right, well, they say they add extra pounds on TV, so don't mind it. Let's talk turkey, shall we? Just in time. Apparently, today, Autumn Joy, is the last day for you to dine on Thanksgiving leftovers. That, according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which points out Monday after Thanksgiving is indeed the last day to safely eat refrigerated food following the holiday. Now, food that was placed in the freezer can be safe to eat indefinitely, but quality declines over time. So no more stuffing and turkey and greens and mac and cheese today, Autumn.
Says who? Okay. Clearly these people did not grow up in black households because let me tell you something. A couple of days later is when the food is really seasoned.
Really?
And what do you? Yes. Are you kidding me? That's when the juices seep into the turkey, the mashed potato. Are you? Listen, my rule is at least up to a week and some change.
Oh my gosh.
After that, it does get kind of weird.
Yeah.
But it's the Monday. It was just on Thursday. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
No.
I'm not really a leftover guy. However, so the ham, yeah, I mean, up until last night, I was still, you know, the honey baked ham.
Oh
gosh.
yes.
But it's something different with regard to the texture of, let's say, stuffing, or my mom has an oyster casserole, or the mac and cheese. I don't know. It just gets a little weird around this time.
Yeah, oyster casseroles, period. I get you. But the mac and cheese guy, I won't eat that for 2 weeks. I'm still munching on breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Thank you.
So if you happen to hop on Autumn's Instagram today and you see her eating, just give her a thumbs up.
Repurpose Thanksgiving. Thank you.
And pass her some Pepto-Bismol as well. Hey, I love all things babies, although I don't have one and never have. But you have 2 children.
I do.
Yeah.
Babies are amazing.
Remember when they were that small and wah, wah, wah?
So cute. Yes, I do.
Did you ever take the baby and introduce them to a person and the person's like, oh, such a cute baby, and your child is looking at them like, who in the heck are you and why are you staring at me?
Yep. Absolutely.
Well, you know what that means. Apparently, according to a newly released study, babies can tell when someone's not a good person and will then act accordingly. According to the newly released study, apparently they put a number of, let's say, good folks and shady folks in front of babies, and the response with regard to how the babies responded when shady folks happened to be in front of them, well, they recorded it. And apparently, yes, babies can tell if you are up to no good.
Oh, whoa, Lord. Well, let me tell you something. I don't have that problem because babies and animals are drawn to me, and they say that, you know, that means that you have a good spirit.
Yeah.
But on the other side of that coin, you got to trust them babies. If your baby starts crying when you hand it, give me my baby back. Absolutely. I do not want that spirit rubbing off on my child. Okay. But no, I feel that because babies and like puppies and, you know, things like that are so pure, they feel that negative energy. So you got to listen to that because I think as adults, we kind of lose it. Like we get vibes off people, we call it. But babies, they crying and pushing away.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You know, this is so funny. I made mention that I flew home last night, and there happened to be a baby one seat over to the left in front of me, and he kept on, you know, looking at me, and I would, you know, do this.
Not the thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else. You know, I don't want to seem like a weirdo. But he kept on smiling, and it's just the cutest thing. So, I think I got the thumbs up after giving the thumbs up to the baby. So.
Yeah, you have a very calming spirit about you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and like I said, babies, they are drawn to that. So kudos to you. Thumbs up to you, guy.
Right. Well, folks at home, if you ever want to find out how your personality is, just have a friend with a baby show up and you'll quickly find out.
I have one for hire. Let me know.
The question is, how would the baby respond to producer Joey?
I do thumbs up to babies. I am thumbs up to babies, guys. All right, Thanksgiving told a lot of us that we spend too much time on our phones, and maybe it was family members explicitly telling us that. But either way, people are trying a bold new strategy, turning their phone to grayscale to try to spend less time on it. It removes all the color from the screen. It makes it less visually interesting. It like stimulates you
Now, you've done this, Jay,
and
correct?
let me show you, I'm not addicted to my phone anymore. I'm fixed. I'm cured.
He's been delivered.
Do you guys think phone usage being too much is a problem, and are you going to try this?
Absolutely not. I don't think it's the phone. It's the phone itself, right?
Yeah.
It's like when the teacher moves you to the front of the classroom for talking too much, you just start talking to the teacher. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? That's a good point.
Yeah, it's not what you do with the phone. It's you and the phone. That's the addiction. You're addicted to your apps. You're addicted to your calendar, checking your messages, all of those things. So it has nothing to do with grayscale. This is just, what is this, Gen Z? Another Gen Z? These Gen
Some more Gen
Zers,
Z nonsense.
goodness gracious, this nonsense.
I think you're right. I think if I started doing this, you would probably see more black and white photos on my timeline because I would just get used to it. Joey, you're over there shaking your head no.
No, I think I'm going to get used to it, and I'm going to go back to using my phone just as much as I did before, but it's going to look like Citizen Kane.
That is so funny.
Let us know what you think. Hashtag Fox5LiveZone. What is it called? Grayscale? Is that what it is?
Grayscale, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
You learn something new every year. Did you know about that?
I had Gen Zers. No, they're always doing something.
Thank you. So many times I just, after speaking with Joey, I feel so old.
Same.
We're always doing something.
Really?
We're always doing it.
Autumn Joy joining us for our Monday Talkers with an assist by producer Joey. We truly appreciate ya.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Live Zone. We are 1 minute away from 1:30. We just got the 2-minute mark that the White House press briefing will get underway then. As you can see, they're struggling surrounding the TV screens, or the monitors, if you will, that happen to be behind them. And so as soon as they get that fired up, we expect that press conference to get underway, and we'll take you there. Meanwhile, earlier today, the jury heard opening arguments in the murder trial of Brian Walsh. He's the man accused of killing and dismembering his wife back in 2023. Now, he has denied killing Anna Walsh, but has pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of misleading police. Of course, many of you may recall that Anna Walsh worked right here in D.C. Let's take a look in.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Was Jim the like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jim is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Little Washington. Jim and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's Adela, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it, is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's her brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house. Okay. Adela did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down? Or
DC? She was in DC. I was always involved. Like, you're going back from the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah. Sure. How long, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and then she quickly came back after. Okay. And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, I'm going to go back to DC now as it works out. And I said, sure. And then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay.
Yet again, you have been watching the opening hearing arguments in the murder trial of Brian Walsh, who is accused of killing and dismembering his wife back in 2023. We'll take you now live to the White House with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet, who continue to deliver for the American people at a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night, the President and the First Lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the national Christmas tree on the Ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center. You all will be seeing and hearing from the President every day this week, so you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were honorably serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents and their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice. That means ensuring the monster responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land, and President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them, and he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told blatant lies now enjoy temporary legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well, and I would point out that the Democrats have tried to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions, and we'll lead today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face on television these days. She's built a great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline,
here.
appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without assimilation is indeed invasion. So given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question. I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your question in my opener there. I would add that the Trump administration has done more to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused since the tragic shooting last week. Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa. The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress on this front, and it's why it's so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month, but we also are taking a look at those who are already in the interior of our country and removing them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right, it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our country's foreign national interests, has the right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Excuse me. Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug vote on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public re-elected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry-picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former President Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3 weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party, who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
And then on this pardon for the Honduran president, does it at all undercut the administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco-terrorists and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great
compliment
minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe, did Admiral Bradley order that second strike because there were still survivors after the initial strike?
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing. Danny?
Follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI. Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Again, we will provide that to you. I think that's quite a bit of detail, and in the effort of transparency, the president promised it last night, and we have delivered today. So there you go. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to Venezuela, can you confirm that President Trump is going to be hosting a meeting of his national security team in the Oval Office today on Venezuela? And what are they going to discuss? Are they hoping to reach a kind of final decision on that?
Out of the effort of transparency, I will confirm that the president will be meeting with his national security team on this subject and on many matters. He meets with his national security team quite often. He's the commander-in-chief. It's part of his responsibility to ensure that peace is ongoing throughout the world. I'm definitely not going to detail the specifics of a meeting between the president and his national security team that's taking place in the Oval Office, but I'm happy to confirm that meeting is taking place for you.
Can you tell us, is there still, what's the position on whether U.S. troops on the ground is a possibility there? Is that, I know you've answered that before, but what's the current operative
in Venezuela? I think my previous answer stands. There's many options at the president's disposal that are on the table, and I'll let him speak on those. Ed.
The U.S. announced a trade framework deal with the United Kingdom on pharmaceuticals, where they will pay 25% more, and the savings theoretically will go back to American consumers. What guarantees are in that savings will in fact go back to the American consumer and not be sucked up by the company?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ed. I'll get you the answer to that question after the briefing.
So the American Rescue Plan,
sure.
Funded a number of universal income.
Kush will get you that answer, right, Kush? My trade guy over here.
The American Rescue Plan funded a number of universal basic income programs. Now Cook County, Illinois is extending that program into 2026 with $7.5 million of taxpayer money. What does the White House think about that?
I'll also get you an answer on that after the briefing.
It's over to.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then in the interest of transparency, does the White House support releasing the Department of Defense's video of those September 2nd strikes on those military boats? And also, separate topic on presidential pardon power. Why did the president commute the sentence of David Gentile recently? He was a private equity executive. He served 12 days out of a 7-year sentence. Prosecutors said he defrauded $1.6 billion with thousands of victims, including veterans, farmers, teachers. Why was he pardoned?
To your first question, that's definitely not a decision for me to make. I would defer you to the Department of War. It's also probably a decision for the president himself to make. As for your second question with respect to that pardon, he issued a commutation for Mr. Gentile, who's the former CEO and co-founder of GBP Capital Holdings. Unlike similar companies, GBP paid regular annualized distributions to its investors. In 2015, GBP disclosed to investors the possibility of using investor capital to pay some of these distributions rather than funding them from current operations. Even though this was disclosed to investors, the Biden Department of Justice claimed it was a Ponzi scheme. This claim was profoundly undercut by the fact that GBP had explicitly told investors what would happen. At trial, the government was unable to tie any supposedly fraudulent representations to Mr. Gentile. In short, again, this is another example that has been brought to the president's attention of a weaponization of justice from the previous administration, and therefore he signed this commutation.
So say that these people were defrauded.
I just read you a very detailed summary of why the commutation was made. Sure. In the middle with the red tie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and then you.
In wake of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Go ahead
Greene's early resignation, reports last week indicated that other House Republicans might consider doing the same. Does the president have any concerns in light of those reports about other House Republicans potentially leaving early, as well as the other announced retirements that we saw in the last couple of days?
Look, I think the president maintains very good relationships with the vast majority, maybe with the exception of one or two. I think many in this room know who I'm referring to. Very good relationships with members of Capitol Hill within the Republican Party. And the president clearly is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. I think it was a recent CNN poll that actually showed that more than 90% of Republicans continue to support President Trump as the leader. So he maintains very good relations, as does his entire team here at the White House. And of course, we have a very slim margin in the House, and the president wants that to continue. Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First, on the Venezuela strike, you said that that second strike was in full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict and then second on immigration?
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress, and it's sort of related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members, and they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
On immigration, during your topper you said, and I quote, "Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity." Can you explain what you mean by our nation's national identity and integrity and character, and how would refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking a safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity?
I'll tell you what does not add to our nation's character and integrity is refugees.
Yet again, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt addressing a number of topics as she discusses, well, everything from Venezuela to the National Guardsmen that were shot, one of which happened to be killed late last week. We will continue to stream this on our YouTube page. You see it right there. If you haven't already done so, download the Fox Local app. On behalf of my producer, Joey, I'm Guy Lambert. The Take coming up next, right here on Fox 5.
I think a week is like, okay, that's when you draw the line.
For sure. Especially they cook. Listen.
Yeah, exactly. They win the oven. Okay, everybody, let's start things off in D.C. And before Thanksgiving, things unfortunately took quite a turn here in the district for the worse. The D.C. police now being told to start patrolling with National Guard after that deadly shooting on 17th Street last week. That's at least according to the Washington Post. The paper reporting that an email was sent to D.C. police leadership saying that the situation was, quote, fluid and adjustments to staffing plans could be made in the coming days. Now, D.C. police, Metro Transit Police, and U.S. Park Police, as well as several other law enforcement agencies, reportedly having conversations with the National Guard task force in D.C. about pairing the troops up with police officers while they are on city streets. The Guard's continued presence in the city continues to be fought in court. We know that the judge has said till December 11th they have to appeal the situation. But until then, we got 11 days, Chris, to get through this. What exactly do we think about D.C. police being paired up with the Guard?
This is a complicated situation, obviously. This was declared a terrorist attack, and in that case, a terrorist attack in the nation's capital. I understand why they are going wall-to-wall full security. On the other hand, the mission of the Guard was to free up D.C. police officers to be able to patrol other parts of the city. And now, if that is no longer the case, then it begs the question, why keep the Guard here?
No, I secondly agree with that. And also, like you said, them targeting, certain areas, and now like certain areas that need the policing or need, that support, it's kind of like now it's, less of a radar, and that could just cause more things to happen. So, like I said, it's like a 50-50 thing.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also the holiday season, right? So I'm over here thinking, like, with it being holiday season, like, you just never know what's going to happen kind of around this time. I mean, look what just happened a couple weeks ago. So I think it's smart for the moment for them to pair up. But I think Chris is right. Like, after a while, I think we need them in other places that's more needed.
For sure.
This is really problematic at this point. The fact that you have a National Guardsman murdered on the streets of D.C. during a surge. The initial purpose of this was to lower crime when it was heightened after time and time post-pandemic. And this was a surge that included ATF, that included FBI, ICE agents. It was not just the National Guard. And we have seen pictures of the National Guard in retrospect now patrolling the streets, if you can call it that, but really picking up trash and beautifying. Fine, say what you want. This is in the courts now to double down on the fact after this happened and to now stretch D.C. police even thinner than they were already stretched, which is why we had the surge in the first place, to now play bodyguards to the National Guard. Define stupid, somebody.
It's backwards. I mean,
it doesn't make any sense.
It's going to get real expensive real fast in the city, because there were already reports that the National Guard was costing taxpayers $1 million a day. Now, if you're assigning D.C. police officers to assist them, is that going to be more overtime, and where's that money
These are
from?
National Guardsmen. We started with D.C. National Guards that are volunteers from our community. We've had to pull from West Virginia, from Tennessee, from other states, because they're just, you have to rotate people. They cannot be on patrol for 24 hours. Since September, this is when this started. We're in December now. We'll wait to see what the court says. December 11th is the deadline there. They're on appeal, and then from then, but the court believes that this is an illegal situation.
President Trump wants 500 more, so.
Yeah, it's like, for us to start off as a trial run, and as you see, we know that it's going to be a whole trial. That's going to last.
Crime has gone down, which was the initial purpose.
That was, the percentage
but what we
gone
don't
down.
need now is to bodyguard the National Guard and then stretch thin the taxpayers who are the ones that we all, from the beginning, we were here to protect. It makes no sense. And the obvious problem here is there's not enough law enforcement, which is why we're in this situation to begin with. We could be here for another hour, but we're going to move on. And we're going to make things a little bit, lighten them up, if you will. I dress like Elsa from Frozen, and there's a reason for it, because tomorrow may be the first day that we see a little wintry mix.
Oh, man.
Our Fox 5 weather team, if you've been watching TikTok Tuck, he's been quite the view.
I love
Please
it.
catch him. And I love it. My favorite is the slide-in from his wife. That's, of course, our Caitlin Roth. The weather team forecasting a mix of snow and rain, likely overnight into Tuesday morning, tomorrow morning, with several days of wintry weather possible this week. As you can see, crews already getting out. If you've driven in, you saw that the streets were treated. The immediate DMV area could see up to an inch of snow and sleet overnight. Western Maryland, the panhandle of elevation of West Virginia, higher elevations could see up to 2 inches of snow. Now, the timing of the snowfall is wherein lies the issue, because, of course, the potential is for that morning commute. So many people going back to school and work. So, December 1st, December 2nd, how do we feel, Kyle? Too early, too soon for snow?
It's too early for snow. First of all, as a grown man now, as a kid, I was like, snow days, no school, we outside. No. I need the snow to go away. It could be cold. I can tolerate that, but I do not need the snow. It stopped me from my bag. I'll be moving, and I don't need anything to stop me from getting to my bag this fourth quarter. So I'm not here for it.
It is fourth quarter. That's right.
Strong disagree.
Oh!
1 inch is that kind of snow that's like just aesthetically pleasing.
Yes.
And with the holiday lights up, the tree up, an inch of snow covering just the grass, not the roads or anything like that. I don't need any delays or cancellations.
Okay, Mr. Philadelphia, how long have you lived in D.C. now?
23 years.
Yeah,
Do you know
how
much it takes to disrupt D.C.?
I do.
Oh, you gotta leave.
Ridiculous.
You gotta go to that top. Hey.
I highly disagree with that
Yes,
take.
Marina gave it a big no.
Honestly, I would rather see a foot of snow in D.C. because people can stay home.
Yeah,
but
true.
the problem is that everyone's going to think that there's somehow the best driver, Formula One driver out there,
and then
they
it's gonna
can
be traffic,
handle this.
crashes,
and it's going to be insanity. You just wait. Tune in
Y'all
tomorrow
are
to
mad
Fox
at
5
me.
because traffic is going to be... You going back up too?
I was about to say, you're going to be mad. I mean, I got my snowflake earrings on. I'm ready.
No, so you're causing the snow. You got Elsa and you got the snowflake. So you're the one. You Mary Marble. You over here shaking the tables.
Literally.
Yes.
It's aesthetically pleasing. An inch ain't going to do nothing.
It is not aesthetically pleasing.
An inch of slush. This is not going to be real snow. Y'all
It's looking like rain for most of the day tomorrow with
But
the
like
weather.
you said, people cannot drive, and it's going to cause traffic.
You're right.
I'm now getting up and going to the gym. It's like, now I want to snow.
They can't even drive when it's not snowing.
Exactly.
So.
And the rest of us have to go to work,
Right.
snow or not.
Right.
I want the kids to go to school. Nobody needs to.
It's gonna buzz me out. I'm off tomorrow, so maybe I'm looking for snow for a reason.
Wow.
Off tomorrow?
Oh my gosh. All right, keep it moving. Should we just go?
Up here.
We'll switch in a second.
She's like, I got heels. I'm not going to go back. You don't want to go to the gym tomorrow? Get those stairs.
Yes, Stairmaster here at Fox.
Check out that Fox 5 Live Insta poll. Snow inspected in the DMV overnight. Is it too early? Is it never too early? What do you want?
Thank
Never
you.
too early.
We're neck and neck. Don't want to snow at
I
all.
don't want snow at all. These are my people. Come on, y'all.
Right.
Keep voting. Scan that QR code. Don't give Brittany any. She's going back up there whether she likes it or not. Like it or not, literally.
Right.
And by the way, scan this other QR code because you can also Insta share your comments. You don't just have to vote. We need all the information and all the input that we can get. So go and scan all them QR codes and get that phone working. Let's move on. We're going up Fairfax County where residents of a 3-year-old neighborhood finally getting relief from all these fees after it took one neighbor, y'all, to realize that they were being billed for county trash pickup and not receiving service and also paying private pickup.
Wow.
What?
Fairfax now reporting that earlier this year, the residents spotted the fee on their real estate tax bill, but the HOA overlooked the payment.
Wow.
And they had been also paying for a private company to pick up the trash all these years. 3 years.
That's crazy.
The county government also didn't realize that they were part of the trash pickup zone. Holy moly. This is like...
No, y'all got caught up in the act.
Literally, yes.
Staff says that the home builder would let the buyers in the county know. The district supervisor not happy with the process, wants to see change. I mean, listen, this speaks volumes to bureaucracy, to things going wrong, but who really is at fault here for not noticing?
The county, right? Or the builders and so forth that were supposed to notify that they were part of that zone, so they deserve a check.
I mean,
Talking about fourth quarter.
Yes.
That
Well, they stay home then, and the trash is staying home, I guess, or was staying home for 3 years.
Because it's not the homeowner's fault, right?
Marina,
But this
if
really
you asked my wife, it would be 100% my fault for not looking at what I was paying for and getting charged for.
She's not
because
wrong.
I am the type it's
to
both.
get a restaurant receipt and just like slide my credit card without even
yeah,
looking
you fat
at it.
tipper over there. He's leaving
This is a lesson to always look at that itemized breakdown and question what you are being charged for. Because
Let me expel a lesson here for all I'm watching that I've heard my entire life. You know how rich people stay rich? Because they count every single penny.
That's true.
Everybody living like they got all this money. Money grows on trees, and they cut checks left and right. You got to read even the fine print. And I think Chris's wife, your wife, give her a props here.
Yeah.
She's right. Now, is it entirely on the homeowner's fault? No.
Yeah.
And I do think that the county is responsible because they didn't provide the service to refund.
So, yeah, they definitely should get their money back. And like you said, it's a lesson learned. Because now I'm over here thinking like, okay, let me check my bank statements of what I've been paying for.
You better. And let me tell you, in the day of ChatGPT and AI, there's no excuse. Put that that document on that artificial intelligence, let it spit it out, and at least like get another pair of eyes. It may not be perfect, but like help you, because nobody wants to go through all that legalese.
Low money, low problem.
And also, one thing I learned recently, check your App Store subscriptions, because you always, sometimes when you do these subscriptions as content creators, we do these apps, and it's like a free trial, and then you're thinking once the trial's over, it's done, and they go right into cost you for the service. And I've been paying for like $10 a month for like this app.
You didn't even know you
I don't even know. You gotta do better. I do not pay my bills. I mean, as soon as they try to tax me, unsubscribe.
But now I know. But they caught me. I literally spent like almost $50.
Yeah, you don't even check those credit card statements. Everybody's like too quick to pay it
Yes,
off.
because I swiped with the restaurants and the waiter go ahead and scam me. That's why I got talked to one waiter somewhere I went to. I said I did not pay $200 for some lamb chop.
I'm crying.
Come on, don't play with it.
I need to know where y'all are getting paid. This is good.
No, it's not. It's not. That's why I'm here.
That's that TikTok money. Look, that's that TikTok money.
No, I love it. Hey, dancing in the snow. I gotta go. Okay, all right, all right, Chris, I'll see you later.
You deserve that. 202-895-3200. Y'all gonna get your steps in today. Oh Lord, there goes the star.
Oh. Hey, there we go. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah.
Baby Jesus
New
is really
Year.
upset right now. I'm telling you that. So to come, do you think your parents have a favorite child? Uh-oh. One NFL family seems to prefer one of their sons. We've got the details after the break.
Poor Star.
the eldest of two, right?
I'm the youngest, actually.
Oh, you're the youngest. I apologize. My bad.
I'm the oldest. I got it.
You're the youngest of four, right?
Oldest of four. Yes.
Well, I'm the youngest. My brother always and I butt heads sometimes. No, I love him, but
who does your mother prefer?
My mom loves both of us, but my brother thinks that I'm the favorite child. And I'm like, no, you just be acting crazy sometimes, and my mom don't got time for it all the time. Okay?
I love that. That's true. I mean, it's always like Beggs, is the older one the favorite, the baby? I don't know. It depends. And then you got 4 kids, and it's like, who's the baby, who's the oldest?
Right.
A whole lot of kids.
We all know the answer to that one.
Well, you're the oldest.
I'm the favorite, too. Just saying.
Okay. All right.
Whoever visits the parents when they move out the house is the favorite, I guess.
Yeah,
that's actually a good one.
Yeah,
go back and takes care of them. Well, here's the deal. This all got started because there was a conversation about how parents treat their kids. So Shiloh Sanders, he's the brother of Cleveland Browns QB Shedeur Sanders, seems to think that his mom has a favorite.
mother takes more care of Shador because
Oh my gosh, that is not
starts
true.
at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Oh my
and
gosh.
Shiloh does not.
Shiloh, you
play
didn't say what you
anymore.
wanted.
And Shiloh is on
You're
no
gonna
team.
play. You're gonna play.
Shiloh's on no team. I'm not going to make his play that good. I'm not going to get him a
Oh,
drink.
I can't believe you said this.
But-
Do you want ice?
Ask me, do I want ice, even though she knows I do like ice because she raised me. And she knows everything about Shador because he's in the NFL.
And
Hey, I
Shador's
love
not
it.
saying anything. He's
Shador's like, you got that right. As he's eating the plate his mom made.
He's
Right.
like, I am not trying to stir this pot. I got a bigger issue with the fact that Shiloh's not pouring his mom a cup of water, and
Right,
she's
and
like
that's
still
why
serving
he's
him.
not the favorite. Now, Shiloh may be Dion's favorite son because he's always joking and going back. But I don't know, Shador's right now he's a star.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess, listen, I only have one kid and I'm an only kid, so I don't have these problems.
And he's a mama's boy for sure. It's a
But
cute
when you're a
one.
family of multiple, and Chris, you're one of 3 brothers, I'm sure, do you guys go through this? Like, who's
the
mom's favorite?
youngest of 3 brothers, yes, and we subscribe to every single stereotype
I love
about the
it.
oldest being the loyal, the most mature, the middle being every middle brother
Crazy.
thing you could be, and me just being kind
You.
Shout
of the
out to the youngest.
The youngest.
the one that they need to look out for the most.
I can't lie, the
type of
youngest
thing.
is
The one
usually
that
the favorite.
worried them the
The baby
most.
is the
But
favorite?
I think the baby's the favorite.
Baby is the
Now, it's
favorite.
2 boys, 2 girls in my family, so I think it depends on the day of my mama.
Okay,
Sometimes she loved me, sometimes it's my sister, sometimes it's none of us, you know what I mean? But I think the youngest, I can't
Does she have a
lie.
preference for the boys? Because, like,
I think it's the youngest. I mean, he's such a mama's boy, though.
Oh.
Can't live without her.
That's
So-
what happens. I thought the daughters and the
But
moms
my
butt
middle
heads.
brother is in
The
cancer.
sons
You know,
and
the
dads.
cancers have everybody's heart. So
Yeah.
she does
Emotional.
love Brandon. Yeah,
Yeah.
shout out to Brandon.
maybe she does like the boys more than the girls.
Just a little bit. I mean, my sister did take after her career, and then there's me, the black sheep. But look, that's why I'm also.
But you're also the
No.
oldest, and there's like, to your point, the oldest is always like the more responsible, the one that always goes back and looks out for the. I mean,
I definitely
stereotypically.
look
depends.
responsible, but I definitely look out for my parents for sure. I'm
See?
definitely the
Yeah, the
wild
oldest
child.
is responsible because the youngest, we're actually seeing the mistakes you all made and like, yep, won't do that again.
I
So
can't
it's
lie.
like,
I think the oldest is the daddy's girl. I'm definitely a daddy's girl. And the youngest, whether a boy or girl, I think that's more of mama's favorite for sure.
no, I
mean,
think the
it's her
daughters and
last
moms be
kid.
butting heads. Daughters and moms be butting
Well,
heads.
the youngest in my world's a boy, so that makes sense. They don't butt
Yes, shout out
heads.
to the youngest. Team youngest, we out here.
Boys and their mamas. I know.
He's acting like a younger child right now.
Oh,
Be
no,
quiet,
why am I touching the
Kyle.
smoke? I'm already in timeout, okay? Let me live.
Let me bust
Happy
myself out.
Thanksgiving, okay? I'm so thankful.
These two are just
you
going,
leave?
she want to go up them stairs. Okay,
This child, it's my turn now.
Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you for sacrificing this for me. We love
Let's
the
go check
oldest.
in with our executive producer, Jack, because Jack is the eldest. If you can be
Jack, you feel my pain.
If you can be the eldest at 16 years old. But hi, Jack.
True. That's true. That's true. No, but I think there's something, like my mom always says, "Oh, I love you both, but for very different reasons."
Oh.
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
real.
I think that's there's
At
some
least
truth
she's
to
telling
that.
the truth.
Yeah, she does. She does. Right.
That's like.
That is brutally
kinda
honest.
hurt
I love
me,
how
Jack.
Jack Jack is the oldest and we're both in black,
Right.
too. I love
So
it. Power.
which one does she love more?
No, she says that I love you both the same, but for different
My
reasons.
mom says the same thing. I
No.
Do
told
you
mine.
believe her is the bigger question.
Yeah, I believe her. I believe her.
So you don't think there's any favorites?
But I think like in terms of, the oldest child, right? I think parents are like, on top of you constantly, and then especially if there's multiple children.
And
I
if
feel,
you're a girl.
then the youngest one, by the time they get to the 3rd, 4th child, they've given up, kind of, to an extent.
Ask
You know
Angie
what I mean?
Goff.
Right.
Yes,
Absolutely.
this is
She's
true.
like, March is raising himself.
Not that they've given up on us. Well, it's only 2 of us, so I don't think they gave up
But
on
what's
me.
the age gap?
We're 2 years apart.
Yeah, so you
we're
guys
about the
are-
same
yeah,
age.
that's not-
they're taking
Yeah,
experience
me and
from
my
one
youngest
person.
brother are 9 years apart. He
Oh.
gets away with everything.
There you go.
literally.
They gave up by that point.
Yeah.
Literally. It's like, welcome to the family,
The girlfriend just downstairs, sleep, everything. You know what I mean? No rules.
that's
No
what
rules.
She said
Thanksgiving,
everyone's
they all
catching
cuddle up on
strays.
the couch. I'm like, what is going on? I could never
She
could
is like spilling those family secrets out there.
It's to the girlfriend. Hopefully, it was
Ain't
the same
no
one from
shame
last
in the
Christmas.
Johnson game.
Is she still around?
She is. I love Chloe, though. Shout out to Chloe. We love Chloe.
We like Chloe.
You staying up there. Chloe's
Like,
catching
my name
strays.
and everything.
Right, what's her last name? Social Security. Oh my gosh. Back to the
love it.
snow.
I
Jesus.
love it. All right, well,
filter
listen,
over
speaking
here.
of Thanksgiving, all right, we talked about it a little bit at the top, but we're talking about leftovers. People are already calling in with their take on leftovers, but here's my take, okay? When it comes to Thanksgiving leftovers, I'm telling you right now, you gotta be done. Get it out. Get it out.
Stop
You
it.
have,
Thank you,
no,
Jack.
listen. You have a solid 36 to 48 hours tops to get through
Jack,
all
I
your
have seen
Thanksgiving.
what you eat for lunch. You do not.
No, but that's
It is left over.
That's
You do not have a say in this conversation.
I agree with you, actually. I said after Friday, I was over Thanksgiving.
Right. No, it can last for the weekend.
I just had some prime rib and some sweet potato casserole for lunch. It was spectacular, okay? It was better than it was Thursday, if you want me to be
and
real.
that's why you put it in the refrigerator so it can preserve it. I mean, come on, y'all. See, y'all got money and they're throwing away food.
We and Jack are
they
such
were
the oldest
cooking
kids.
for the whole year.
We're like, we don't do leftovers actually after 24 hours.
Right.
We're the oldest. We don't need to.
Like,
So that's why you up there.
The season has
You stay up there.
You're saying left out, okay?
Give me the candy canes. Give me the peppermints. Give me the chocolate. Give me the advent calendar. It's time for a new day.
Thank you,
a new
Jack.
Oh my
dawn, a new
God,
day.
Jack, you really don't.
I liked
Y'all
you
need
for
to
a
see
reason.
like the moon food this kid eats.
I literally went to a
Space food.
Friendsgiving. They had a
Space
whole,
food.
imagine this whole room full of food.
What's your cutoff for leftovers?
When they run out, when they're gone.
So you're eating them like I am till the end.
They're gone.
They're
Absolutely.
fine, y'all.
No, I give it like two or 3 days and I'm good.
Y'all acting like we don't have electricity and we're not keeping, like, half the world keeps their eggs and their milk outside and outside the refrigerator.
Marina's like, we got food at home. You gonna eat this food at home.
You are absolutely right about that.
Well, it depends how much you cook. I mean, it depends how much you
I
cook.
looked forward to this all year, and I worked
Yes.
my butt off to do it. I'm going to
I
keep
mean, eating macaroni and cheese still come out my ears.
Guess what?
Oh,
Listen,
no.
I'm telling you, people, fall is gone, and guess what? Flurries are on the way. We were talking about before. Let's look at our Fox 5 Insta poll. Okay, we could see some areas could see some
Come on,
snow.
y'all.
No.
What is going on?
Look at this. Too early, 16%. Never too early.
Look at that.
Change it
Look
up on
at
us.
Santa.
47%.
Let me
Never
scan
too
this
early.
QR code. I get to vote too, right?
Oh, yeah. Put my
Have a
vote
say.
in.
Have a say.
Nothing
No,
gets me.
we do not
It's
want
never
snow.
too
Snow
early,
slows you
guys.
down. And those who have kids, even though I don't got kids, the kids gonna stay at home and they gotta be at home with y'all. Then y'all gonna
Jack,
be arguing, and then the youngest is gonna be.
We need to make that QR code bigger. It was taking a hard time for me to scan
I'm
it.
sorry. With your tiny
She's
monitor.
banned.
Okay.
Marina's like, we have technical difficulties. That's why it's not up.
Jack, thank you.
All right,
Straight ahead. When you see too much of someone on their social media, how do you handle it? Our
Yikes.
takes when we come back.
Go oldest.
Oh man, the talk's here. But anyways, we're gonna get back on track here. Your social media feed can be very easily curated to your personal taste, but you may also sometimes see too much of one person, one account. So what do you do when that happens? Our producer Victoria shared her take.
Hi, it's producer Victoria calling right here from the Fox 5 studios. And there's this new thing going on social media, specifically Instagram, where people are muting the people they follow instead of just unfollowing just because they don't want to see their content. I don't know why. My take is just unfollow. If you don't want to see it, just unfollow. Why are you being sneaky and just muting? And that's what you do to fix your problem. Just unfollow. Be brave, unfollow, and that's it. That's my take. Bye.
Dang, but that's harsh, you know?
a great take. Yeah, okay.
Okay, go for it.
I would unfollow if I didn't have to re-request to follow them again, because then it shows that I absolutely unfollowed them, because there may be a reason that I do need to go back to that person's page for a professional reason, or just to gossip or stalk.
Right.
On the other hand, muting it just means I don't want to see this in my feed until I choose to go search it.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone goes through their seasons.
So Victoria, I disagree.
Yeah, sorry, Victoria, and you know I love Victoria, but if I follow you, you're probably muted. All I follow are like cooking accounts.
Am I muted?
Probably.
Oh my gosh.
It's not personal. It's not personal, but like, I mean, I love you, and to your point, like, if I want to go see baby cute pictures, I'm gonna go see your baby pictures. Like, I want to go seek them out.
Wow, it's getting real for December.
No, but I still love you. There's no different. It's just like when I doom scroll, I want to see like videos of puppies and like videos of cooking. I don't know. That's what my whole Instagram is.
Tony P, I'm looking at you.
You're muted. Oh my gosh.
He's my co-host.
My God, you just cracked me up. All right, so for some people with packed schedules and a want for human connection, voice memos have emerged as an easy way for communication. But producer Sophie, you're hearing that there's some ground rules to all of this.
Yeah, you know, every communication method can have some unspoken rules about what you should or shouldn't do while you're using it. But the Washington Post is laying down the gauntlet for the rules for voice memos. So they showed that a poll from YouGov found that in 2023, about 62% of Americans said they sent a voice note that year. But some of the things you want you to keep in mind, record in the moment. Don't wait until after this thing has already happened. They want that real raw reaction of what's going on when you're sending that 5-10 minute voice note.
What?
And that rule number 2,
5-10
don't be
minutes.
afraid of a long note. I want a podcast. I want my personalized podcast from my friend about what happened during their day, and I want to hear about it. Don't be boring though. Don't drone on and on. And then also, if you're receiving a voice memo, they want you to take notes while you're listening so you don't forget. Because I have a tendency to forget what happened like at the beginning, and then I only respond to what happened at the end.
This is why it can't be 10 minutes, Sophie. What? You cannot be taking notes on this thing. This is ridiculous. Is this a Gen Z thing?
Yes. No. Voice memos are lit.
I feel like they're either for boomers or for the youngins, but the rest of us, we're not. We don't have the time for this.
Reinventing the phone call.
Yes,
Yeah,
I think voice
just
memos,
recording it and listening to it later.
Right. I think the max is like, okay, I've sent like 2.5 minute voice memos. It's because like if I'm driving, I can't text, I'm just like put my phone down. Hey, yeah, I saw that. That was funny. Blah, blah, blah. Or sometimes when you're in a
delete.
No, but if it's a
send me a
serious
thumbs
message,
up if you think it's funny.
Some people read messages the wrong way, so sometimes I say, you know, I'm gonna send this a voice memo because I don't want you to read this or the wrong way sometimes. I do.
That's even worse because I think anything you say like that can be used against you. Y'all, come on.
This
You
whole
see like
conversation is
SVU and all these like Law
I mean,
and
the voice
Order.
memos I'm saying, if you use it against me, then we I don't know. Okay.
But yeah, but if somebody's got to check your tone and you have to clarify on voice memo, you need to get on the call.
That's
true, but you know, it does stuff.
Do you send voice memos to
No,
anyone? Or
I
get
don't
them?
either. When my mom sends them to me, I'm like, woman, I'm working. I don't have time to listen
But
to
that's
this.
Well, no, that is true. Because people who are really busy, they be like, listen, text me because I can't read the voice memo. That is true. Or
I will say, I do like the advent of voicemails because I can read the transcription.
You can do that on voice
You
memos.
can now do that with voice note. Before
Like
you
sometimes,
couldn't.
I'm getting real old.
Yes, but sometimes it sucks because the screen time's out. So I'll be like, man, that was.
I also think we're finding every single excuse to not make connection anymore and to not call each other.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
I
So now, like, this is a cop out. This is a cop out.
Yes.
Okay, I did see one thing where it was like a group of guys and they had like a weekly, like, here's what happened in my life, and they would send a voice memo
that's
to
too
each
much.
other. And so, like, I liked that from the point of view that I do not talk to any of my friends or stay in touch in a very, like, connected way. So from that
That's what group chats are for.
Yeah, but
Thank
like
you.
I check it at 2 a.m., then they check it at 7 a.m., and
Oh,
there's
no, do a
never
group call.
any connection between the two of us.
I'm with Marina. No voice notes. 5 minutes, even 3 minutes is way too long. I'm not listening to it.
depends on what
if
you're
you
voice
got boo
noting.
thing, maybe I'll listen to it, but that's about it. Even for my mama, she's not getting a listen.
If I'm saying something like, hey, this is what the meeting was about, you can't text it, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and send it to you. You could be driving somewhere, you can listen to
No,
it.
you can. They have the voice thing where you can just tell it what to text. That's all you need to do.
No, that's too much because you say one word and they spell the wrong way. I said, what's up? They be like, what's up? I'm like, no, it's WASSUP, not
Sophie has me crying laughing though.
WHHTUP.
Taking notes, listening to a voice
We have
note
lost
is
the
next
art
level.
of we've lost the art of phone calls too.
No
Like nobody
phone
wants to call, nobody's
I
got
agree,
time
Marina.
anymore. And let me tell you something, when I'm jamming in my car driving, I don't need to stop and listen to your 10-minute podcast.
I agree.
No, well, if you need
I'm trying to listen to Celine Dion.
That's right.
Well, if you do need an interview series to listen to, Stand Up with Kyle on all social medias, all right? New episode this Wednesday.
There you go.
But listen, I mean, I disagree.
Okay,
I'm
we're done.
leaving, okay. All right.
He is such the youngest. I mean, you just showing
You
it,
know what? I'm
Kyle.
going to send a voice note to you all after this of how I'm not getting buzzed out every 5 seconds, all right? I'm going to help you down, sis.
Listen, and for Marina to unmute you.
Oh, yes, come on. She's gonna block.
Can someone turn off his microphone? All right, let's move on. How long are you willing to wait for a table at dinner? And the answer really varies depending where you live. According to a new Open Table report, diners in San Francisco, Miami, and Chicago, they'll wait anywhere between 34 to 35 minutes. Meanwhile, Los Angeles, about 44 minutes. New York City holding the record with 57-minute wait. Brittany, and I know you're about town and you love those good dinners and all that stuff. How long are you waiting?
I was about to say 30 minutes is max, but I'd rather make a reservation before I wait. You know what I mean? If I have to wait, I'm going somewhere else. That's just how I
agree.
feel.
I'm not going to dinner if I don't have a reservation.
It depends.
Really?
If I can
We are
get a-
very the same.
If-
We're high maintenance.
If I can go to the bar and have a cocktail first.
What bar can you
I
get
do
into?
like that.
Get into the bar
Right.
and then just stay there and have my meal. I will do that. I'll wait 30 minutes. Usually if they say 45, I like to think that means like 15 to 20 and they're just
Right.
trying to discourage
But you know
me.
what's crazy?
So
Back,
I will say yes to that. Anything over 45 minutes.
but back in the day, for all of us millennials, we grew up kind of waiting for 40 minutes. I'm just
Oh my
saying.
God.
Remember
I-
Fridays with the family?
I remember going to Toki Underground on 8th
I mean,
Street.
even
back
TGI
in the day.
Standing in line.
No. They would text you back, and I went
Oh.
for 2 hours, had cocktails somewhere else. But I maintained
that
it was
place
the
is
best
tiny.
meal I ever had because I was probably too drunk to remember.
They're fried, no, know, their fried chicken and their ramen is top of the line.
But like Chris says, 45 minutes is like 15 minutes. I think they say that to kind of like narrow the line down.
Weed you out, exactly. So
and then you show up at these crazy places, they're like, oh, we have a 2-hour wait right now. It's 8 p.m.
Let me
Wait
tell
till
you,
10
and I'm not a fan of restaurants that don't let you make a reservation. They love that. They love for you to just wait. No.
And don't make me put my credit card either for a deposit. Now we don't beef.
Right, but 30 minutes is
with
not
this?
bad for a wait for a restaurant. 30 minutes is not bad.
No, I can handle that. As if I have a
Just make a reservation. Get with the time.
You know what? I will.
202-895-3200. We didn't have a DC number, so I'm curious from our callers, what's the max you'd wait? Maybe we'll draw an average from this. Straight ahead, what is the ideal meet cute? We're talking about one option that starts on the internet after this. Is the ideal meet cute the missed connection ad? One hope on Reddit wishing to find their lost love from BWI online. Wow. Listen, a lot of people finding their loves on planes and in airports.
I love that.
They posted, quote, "You chatted me up at BWI after taking the same train and bus today. I was trying to finish homework with the remaining internet connection at the airport before our same flight to Chicago. I would have continued talking, but you didn't ask for my number or name." Oh, I got takes.
Then they
I
didn't
can't
want
lie,
it.
this might work. Ooh, and the way you read it too, I was like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, this is on Reddit, y'all. The Wash DC a week ago, Right Meow is posting this. I don't know if that's good or bad, that name. But anyways, we'll start with you, Chris.
I can't tell from the context of whether this was like a guy or like, you know, talking to a girl or vice versa type of thing.
Well, it would be probably a girl. You didn't ask
It's
for my
giving a
name
girl,
or
yeah.
number. And she's,
Then maybe you
It's
didn't
giving
want it.
she's a meow. Yeah, it's a girl.
Well, that could be me for all we know. But no, if you didn't ask for my name or number, then you weren't interested.
But y'all, men in 2025 are not cut from the same cloth.
I told you they're sassy. We talked about this last week.
And they don't have like
my cousin got married meeting somebody in an airport. I do think sometimes it works when a girl shoots her shot a little bit extra because guys are a little bit more shy nowadays. I agree with Marina. I like this. This is super cute.
Kyle, defend your kind.
I
The men in 2025.
I don't think guys are more shy. I think we like someone, we'll definitely pursue it. If not, it's like, dude, but I don't think guys
y'all
like.
think y'all the hot stuff
No,
nowadays.
we don't. But I think sometimes, like, when guys, like, you know, if we like you, we want to pursue you. Sometimes when you show too much interest, it's kind of like, ugh.
What? What is
for
too much
yourself.
interest?
You
You,
know,
only live
I'd rather-
once. We were just talking about this.
YOLO.
Shoot your shot or get out.
And score. Thank you very much.
The ladies are always right.
The ladies are always right.
Yep.
He's learning. He's the youngest. Yep, that's right, Kyle. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree
I
with
mean,
that.
I do think there is I don't know, Meow. I don't know her or what, you know, the conversation was about. It seems as though she thought that there was interest there. But maybe in her interpretation of things, it was like better than maybe it was.
And I
maybe
like
there's
her
right.
boldness. Let's be real. I've done that before, right? Like been outside.
But you would give
met
him your number.
This is true. She does know me well. But I'm just saying, like, follow me on Instagram DMs, something like that.
You would be like, what? That's actually a good one. What's your like Instagram or Facebook? You become friends, and then from
What's
there.
your Finsta?
Happy holidays.
Public consumption. dating, and you know, in DC, when you go out there, there's one question that producer Sophie is going to tell us about that apparently seems to be like the one topic starter and conversation starter. Not everybody's on board with it.
It may be a stereotype for DC, but oftentimes people say or joke that people will ask, what do you do within at least 0.5 seconds of conversation in every DC locale, or it seems to be very frequent, of asking people their job or their occupation very shortly after meeting them. But it got our listeners talking about whether or not it's appropriate. Take a listen.
Hi, it's Miss London from DC. So, what do you do? Oh, what do you do? I mean, these people are usually the people who are also like in an argument. They're like, I'm Mrs. So-and-so, or I'm Dr. So-and-so. Who are you? You know, so it's just, some people are just classes, you know, and they need to assess your resume in 2 minutes or less to determine if you're a worthwhile human being and they should talk to you. And then also, in all fairness, it just really all depends on the environment. If it is a networking event, if someone's reaching out to you on LinkedIn or, you know, at a social business function, then you should expect someone to want to know, like, you know, what's your industry and what are you doing?
Hey, this is Aaron from Capital Heights, Maryland. Asking somebody, what do they do? It's just like when you meet somebody, you ask them their name, then you ask them, are you single or are you married? That question, that answer will give you whether or not to move on, speaking with that person, or doing something else. So if somebody asks you, what's your name, what do you do? They want to network. So, yes, there's nothing wrong with asking somebody, what do you do, to certain questions.
Okay, well, I think Aaron was talking about like in a dating scenario.
Oh, so the ring is on the finger.
Yeah, but like not everybody. You could have a partner and not be engaged or forget it, you know.
Oh, yeah, all right, forget if you want to. All right.
Oh, stop it.
Forget if you want to, but listen,
Buzz him out. Buzz him out.
But I would say this. I mean, I think nowadays with all these professions, a lot of things that people do, you kind of got to find out what they do, because you could be talking to somebody and next thing you know, they do OnlyFans or something.
But I think Miss London
Because
was
now
right.
some jobs are interesting nowadays. You be talking about here, love of your life, and next thing you know,
That's
he
true.
asks you to go live, not on Twitch, okay? Not on Fox.
Shout out to OnlyFans.
Come on now. I'll be a superstar. Come on now. Don't play with it, okay?
Kyle's not looking for somebody on OnlyFans. No, I think Miss London's right, though. That's the take. Yes. I think a lot of people associate your worth based on like what you do for some reason.
True, yes.
And therefore, is it like valuable becoming friends with you or associating? And those people, you got to dump them. Say goodbye.
That's the reason I don't like that question. But I will also just say that I spend more time doing this than pretty much any other one thing in my life.
Of course.
And so it is a massive part of who I am. So to know me is to know what I do to a certain extent.
I feel you in that, Chris.
So in that case, I can understand. However, most of the time it comes up because I was walking in or out the door at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And so it was like,
what do you do?
Well, and studies show like the DMV is one of the most intelligent areas, so everybody's doing something of some sort of status. We are a very pretentious city. I like your vibe. I want to like your vibe first, but I can't lie. Within that 10-minute conversation, I am going to ask what you do, because I'm genuinely intrigued for
But
sure.
I also think, like, for some people, it's a flex, and it's like...
It is a flex,
But,
you're
like,
right.
I'm not, you know...
Because just because you shoot hoops or, you know, you the president, doesn't mean you're a good person. You know, you may make
and you
a lot
may
of money.
be dumb as rocks, which is usually the case, and we're not talking.
Uh-oh. Talk about it.
Exactly. But London's so right. What do you do? That is so DC.
It is very
We need a
DC.
show called What Do You Do, just for that reason.
All right, listen, not enough hours on this TV station. Let's move on. The countdown to Christmas is on, or if you ask Chris, maybe there are. But anyways, the halls across the country are getting decked out in holiday decor. But with the Christmas tree usually taking center stage in most homes, some folks may be trying to choose whether to get a real one or a fake one, artificial one. And when it comes to sustainability, experts say there's pros and cons for both options, saying a main factor to take in consideration is how long you're planning on using the tree.
So real trees are fantastic. You know, they make our houses smell great. They're bringing nature into our home. But they are also, they have a life cycle of 1 year, right? So they'll have to grow for 7 to 8 years to be used once, and then they're going to be disposed. And the advantage of an artificial tree in that context is that it's very energy intensive and high impact to make that tree the first time, but then you can use it for many, many years. And so it's much more durable.
All right, there's our beautiful fake tree.
Christmas tree, artificial tree.
Hey, whichever sale we got this on, that was a good sale because this thing has lasted us through and through. This is probably from the old building.
Money's worth on this
Fake
one.
it until you make it. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't need no real tree. Then they got ants and stuff growing or crawling around on it.
Here he goes. Once again, the youngest doesn't pay attention to anything that the parents were doing at the time. I grew up with a real tree. 4 kids. After a while, it got to be a lot, and now we have a fake tree, and we do love our fake tree, but it's nothing like a real tree. I can't lie. It's just a lot of work.
One
It
of
is a lot of
each?
work.
But one each. How big is your house?
I mean, I have multiple levels. So I have
Come
an
on now, talk
artificial
about
one
it.
in the basement that stayed up all year. It was the first time I ever had it. And then I got a real one yesterday, and it's up right now.
These artificials are lit,
You got
though.
one?
I
Was
can't
it
lie.
wet?
It is.
No, it wasn't.
No, because I debated going out to get one yesterday.
Whole Foods.
Oh,
There's
and
an
they kept
artificial
it.
one. There's
No, they
also
had good
one.
prices.
They
I
have
drove
great
past them.
prices.
Okay.
Yes, and they fold. You click a button, they fold up, and then you click a button, and they expand. Like it's easy now.
Mine isn't that big.
No,
Wait, so you do real tree?
Listen, because I don't have enough storage, and I wish I did. I'm doing a real one.
Okay.
I'm like, I don't have time, so I just like
But it's
throw
nothing
it
like it, that
over the second
smell.
floor window, and it's like goodbye.
Hey, yo.
And then you get but I will. When she startled me when she said one year. I think she meant like one season because I was like, I've had trees that haven't made it to Christmas.
Yeah, and then
that's
they become a
true.
real fire hazard.
Yeah,
they
so
do.
hydrate the trees. Make sure that they're cut on the bottom if you got the real one.
And if you have pets, keep them away.
It is
That was
nice,
a big
but
thing
the
for us,
pine needles
too.
are such a pain.
They are.
And it
But
sheds.
the
Like the
fake
trees.
ones, it's like you gotta like really make sure you do it right because then
I can't lie. On Thanksgiving, I was telling my sister, is that tree leaning a little bit, Bria? But they do have little smells that you can put around the tree to still make it smell like a real tree.
There you
Yes,
go.
fake it until you make it.
Okay. We said
Okay,
that
I'm
at
still
the
up
top.
there. All right.
Metro is bringing back its holiday pop-up shop in Northwest DC. The store opening up at the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library over the weekend. And visitors, you'll be able to buy exclusive merch to show support of the buses, the trains that keep people moving in the DMV, beanies, stuffed animals, other items, or junk, whatever you want to call it, including Metro Sleigh. Oh, that's a cute little sweater.
That's one way to market.
$50. Other shirts, about $30. How much like into Metro merch are you, Chris?
I mean, me personally, not extensively, but I do like fostering that idea of pride and like something that is hyper local like this. There's not a lot to be thrilled about with the Wizards and Commanders right now.
Right.
The Nationals haven't been doing so good, so why not rally
It's
around
kitschy,
Metro?
right? It's cute.
definitely
I know the
is.
shower curtain that had all the Metro
Yeah, I
lines
have
was
that.
like was a big like DC thing. So you know if they can make a little extra cash on this, people will buy
It's
it.
good marketing. I was just looking at that sweater, like maybe I'll wear that to the ugly Christmas sweater party.
It's
cute.
cute. I like it.
I want a cool saying though. We need a DMV saying on one of those shirts with Metro. I'll figure it out
Right,
later.
but I was about to say there's a lot of DMV brands like the museum and several more. They add and incorporate, the Metro in there. So we've always been wearing Metro logos. Just
I can't
just
lie
not by
though.
Metro.
Shamari Stone has marketed that interview nonstop. I need a "Where Your Mother At" T-shirt.
Oh,
That's
yes,
so DMV.
yes.
Where her mother at?
Fox 5 needs to get on that and create the merch.
He's the voice.
That's an idea.
He's the
Get
voice
Fox
of
5
Metro.
merch.
Literally, that
All right,
was a good
coming up
idea.
tomorrow on The Ticket 2, how long should parents support their adult children financially? Oh, I like this conversation. Experts breaking down the top questions to consider for when it no longer makes sense to do so. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We want to hear from you. Kyle, really quickly, as the baby, you got an opinion on this?
I mean, listen, I feel like, your parents are always going to support you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's no age to when they could go ahead and give you a couple dollars to help you out. So I'm here for it.
Right, I'm
Mom, I need 50.
He's like, don't cut that gravy train off.
Right. Yeah, come on now. People be like 50. I still need something from mama.
Oh, you
What?
got an age?
Well, I mean,
No.
financially supporting you? I mean, I guess, I don't know.
My parents say once you're on your own insurance, you're done. So
Okay.
what's that, like 26? I think that's
Yeah.
usually when the phone bill gets cut off. For me, it was like the phone bill, they say, and then right around 26, they're like, oh, you pay for insurance? You pay for everything now.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
They're from the South. You get it. Tough love.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. 202-895-3200. Baby, when you turn 18, you're on your own.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's even tougher.
That's tougher.
Talking to a mama's boy, you gonna get her,
That's why
don't
you gotta
worry.
get good grades, get yourself a full ride. All right, let's check the Fox 5 Live hits the poll one more time. Snow expected in the DMV overnight. What do we think?
There we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, DMV.
The
Thank
smart
you.
people have prevailed. The ones with common
My
sense.
snowflakes earrings didn't work.
I didn't even have to
No.
vote on this one. This tells you everything you should know.
Right.
Don't go anywhere. Kyle's coming down. Take it to back after this.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm about to snow.
Fox Local.
All right, before we go, you guys have been calling in, and apparently a lot of people have takes on leftovers and when we should cut them out, so let's take a listen.
Hi, this is Linda from Suitland. No, leftovers have an end date. If you ever seen Clyde's video about, on Thursday you eat it, and Friday is good, and Saturday you kind of, got to be kind of guarded and everything. Yeah, it's a cap on, leftovers. Like, I'm already done with mine now. I'm completely done with it. Need something else. Got to throw something else in the mix. Okay? Thank you.
This is Wendy of Dumfries, Virginia. No snow at all. No snow. Thank you.
If you manifest it, it'll happen. So I think Dumfries should be okay. We'll check with the weather team here at the top of the 3 o'clock. It sounds like it's more going to be farther western Maryland and West Virginia. But yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. Until the leftovers are done, I'm chowing on them.
I'm still going to eat them.
Yeah, I give it 2 to 3 days, and we're good.
2 to 3 days. That's wasteful.
Well,
Anyway.
that's if I'm taking food home.
Thank you for watching us here on Fox 5 Plus. We appreciate you. Before we go here, Brittany, what are you up to these days?
I was about to say, like it or not later tonight, and I still like it that there should be snow later on today. So, I mean, tomorrow. So, here for that. And
That's
then,
you're off tomorrow.
Right.
Don't throw me out there. Anyways, looking forward to Like It or Not with you guys later for sure. And do you like it or not with Chris after?
Ooh, I got to join you one day.
Are you going to have Tony live from Italy or wherever he is at?
Tony is in Brussels. He's going to be live at 9
Oh, he
p.m. I think
is,
it's going to be like 3 a.m. his time. He is a trooper.
I love it.
Dedication.
Are you going to break the news to him that you muted him on Instagram?
No.
Because I want to call in for that moment, okay? Kyle, what are you up to these days?
Yes, our season finale of Stand Up with Kyle is airing this Wednesday, so make sure you follow us on all social medias. There's mine at Kyle on the mic. Click that first post, and it'll take you to my page, Stand Up with Kyle, and subscribe on YouTube.
I can't lie. I can't unsee Ludacris after your Halloween costume.
Yes,
this is
right.
But I got questions as to like what you're poking out through. That looks.
You know what? Stand out. That's all I'll say. All right.
I love it.
Good to see you guys. Happy Monday, everybody. Happy December and happy holidays. 202-895-3200. That's the number. Give us a call. And tomorrow we'll talk about adult children and when they're officially cut off. There's a reason they marked it at 18 years old, you know? Okay, as we move through, obviously, a huge part of the conversation across the DMV is what could be the first snow of the season, and especially for some parts, which seem to be more guaranteed. The bigger question is around the DMV here, as we get closer to the Beltway, what's that morning commute going to look like? Is it going to be more rain, and will the treatment work? We're going to talk to the weather team right now off the top. Let's get to it. You're in the zone. Happy Monday and welcome into the DMV Zone. Let's take you behind the scenes of all the stories we're working on in real time. I'm Marina Morocco. Let's get started with your top 3 at 3 as we talk about everything from the Washington Commanders and last night's devastating late game loss against the Denver Broncos and, of course, Cyber Monday. That is today. But right now, kick it off with the big story, and that's our weather as we track a wintry mix heading to our region. This is our Reston station camera, which shows no signs of any winter, but things are about to change. Our Caitlin Roth is standing by here with more on what to expect. And Caitlin, I saw you and TikTok Tuck giving us updates here over the weekend, which were fantastic, because I think a lot of people thinking, oh my God, it's going to be this huge snow.
Right.
What are things looking like at this hour?
Yeah, we have to come back to reality, but it's also, at the end of a holiday weekend, a lot of people have been checked out. You hear winter weather. It's December 1st. Oh my God, my kids need to go to school. There's no way they're staying home.
Please keep them, y'all.
I know. So yes, there will be a little bit of winter weather for our northwestern communities, Marina. Here in the metro, very minimal impact, but not to say zero. Tomorrow morning will be a tough one no matter what, even if it's just a cold rain and it starts as a bit of a mix. I know it doesn't look like winter weather is on the way as we take a live look out at the Tidal Basin MLK Jr. Memorial. It's a chilly and breezy day, but it is sunny and it is dry and it feels nice out there, as nice as 45 degrees can feel like, I guess. But we're used to the cold by now. We had a chilly Thanksgiving weekend. Hopefully everybody had a great one. And as we got back into the work week today, wasn't too bad. Nice, easy segue. It's tomorrow morning that will be a little bit trickier. So looking at temperatures right now, 42 in Martinsburg, 44 Dulles, 45 in Quantico, Leonardtown, 44 in Annapolis, 41 in Gaithersburg. Temperatures are well above freezing at the moment, but as precipitation comes in later tonight, that's when, with colder temperatures, we'll likely have a mix of rain and snow and sleet. So there's our storm system well out to the west. You may have heard places like Chicago, Indianapolis, many big areas in Iowa, Illinois, Indiana saw record snows for November over the weekend. I think it was over 8 inches at O'Hare in Chicago, the most they've ever seen on a November day. So already an overperforming storm that's bringing snow at the moment to St. Louis and portions of Illinois and Indiana still. They're getting even more. I don't know that Kansas City, Des Moines, and places like that wanted more, but they got a second round of it today. Here's a look at Futurecast as the precipitation comes in late tonight, but really in the pre-dawn hours tomorrow morning. And this is at 4:30. You see our far northwestern zones up in the mountains, the Panhandle, far western Maryland. They'll see some snow. That's a mix in central Virginia. And as it approaches the metro at 6 a.m., this would likely be a mix of sleet and rain. So I don't even think at this point we'll see snow falling, or if you do, it would be before sunrise and very, very brief, before changing over to a mix, but it might just be a straight up mix and then quickly changing to a rain during the morning commute, so that most of us are dealing with wet roads. The exception, and where we have a winter weather advisory, is places like Hagerstown, Cumberland, maybe even the 81 corridor, although even they change over to rain at some point. So this is going to be all about the higher elevation to see some winter weather. That back edge is over us by the lunch hour, so a cold rain to start the day, but we should clear and dry in the afternoon, and then we're done with what is our first round of winter weather for the season. The snowfall amounts where it's going to stick, where it's going to accumulate and be more problematic, are not just north and west. I mean, Cumberland 4.2 inches based off of our Futurecast model, but way north and west. Pittsburgh State College, Cleveland, Columbus, all of those places getting their first snowfall. So really just a mixed terrain along the I-95 corridor, even for our northwestern suburbs. You got to get way back out there. But I could still see some delays. You know, that's the other thing. Even if you are in Loudoun or Montgomery or Prince William, if there's a little bit of an icy mix early tomorrow morning, wouldn't be surprised to see that delay. And I think that's the most that you would see in the metro, but might not be out of the question for everybody. So looking ahead, you see the precipitation doesn't really start until probably after 4 a.m. I would say between 5 and 6 here in D.C. And then temperatures will struggle during the day. The metro forecast, highs around 40. This is a cold rain for everybody. Southern Maryland, you shouldn't see any delays or anything besides rain whatsoever. Highs in the low 40s. But when you get back to the mountains, you can see the difference just in the model here, showing that rain and snow, all snow for Cumberland. So yes, far western Maryland, this is a good first snowfall for you. The one thing that's going to continue, though, is the cold. Below normal temperatures ride us out through the rest of the week and even into the weekend. This is a chilly beginning to December. And as we look towards the weekend, guess what? We've got another chance of snow showing up Friday night into Saturday. At least it's into the weekend. But with 2 chances of snow for parts of the area the first week of December. Happy meteorological winter, Marina. We are off and running here all of a sudden, remaining very chilly. I mean, Friday high of just 37.
And coming in like a line, it seems like we're actually going to be spared given the fact of what the rest of the country is going to see.
That was remarkable how much snow. You're right.
Yeah.
Parts of the Midwest saw just a record amount of over the weekend. And so, yes, we won't see as much. This area, it always takes a little while to get the winter weather going around here.
Right.
But certainly for parts of our region to the north and west.
All right, we'll keep all eyes on tomorrow, but then again on Saturday as we move through the week. We'll see you at 4 o'clock. Thank you, Caitlin. Let's move on now to topic number 2, where we continue to follow the latest in that deadly shooting of 2 National Guards members. The White House today doubling down on its pledge for mass deportations and to pause asylum claims in the wake of that shooting.
We have paused all asylum adjudications, and then, of course, the special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans utilize to come into the country under the Biden administration, have also now been paused.
And that was the press secretary there talking about the Biden administration allowing the D.C. National Guard shooting suspect to enter the U.S. following that military withdrawal from Afghanistan. We've got former FBI agent Ken Gray here with more on the investigation as how it proceeds now. Clearly, they've made that decision right now for all asylum claims and people who are coming in from Afghanistan on visas to stop that in the immediate aftermath of what happened here. But as the investigation goes on, Ken, what are they looking at right now? Because they don't have a suspect who's cooperating.
Yeah. Hi, Marina. So, as you say, he's not cooperating. We don't know what his motive was, what he intended to do. However, I don't believe he drove all the way from Bellingham, Washington State, across the country to shoot 2 National Guardsmen. Instead, he was 2.5 blocks away from the White House. That may have been his intended target, and that he was surprised when he encountered the National Guardsman as he came out of the subway station.
So you don't think that what happened at that location on 17th Street was his intended target?
Absolutely not. I think that he must have been surprised at the time he came through there and was on his way to some other place, some other target. My guess would be the White House, since it's only 2.5 blocks away. That's just my guess. It's not based upon.
What leads you to believe that this was not the intended target? If he had this revolver that so seems to be recovered, and that was a weapon that he had disguised that he wasn't portraying, what was he surprised about, and why would he be heading to a White House that's essentially fortified?
Surprised to encounter armed National Guardsmen there as he walks out. But as far as his intended target, why would he drive all the way across the country just simply to shoot 2 guardsmen? Why would he travel that far when he could have shot a National Guardsman elsewhere? So that's a long way to go for this result.
Okay, I mean, I guess first of all, we're speculating because none of the evidence right now has led anybody to believe this. I would challenge you on the fact that surveillance video, at least from what we heard from Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, and from investigators, shows that these guardsmen were not entirely looking for him or looking at him. So the surprise element, I would challenge that in the fact that if you shoot someone from behind, if you shoot someone in the head, which so seems to be the case, maybe this was far more of an ambush, like as what it was qualified as to be, in the sense that he was felt threatened and then responded.
Sure, that's a possibility. Again, this is my speculation, and I believe it to be the case just simply because why else would he travel all the way across the country to end up with this result? But that being said, looking at his developing his mental state, is that there has been emails that showed from his caseworker that he had not been employed, that his family faced eviction last year, that he had been employed recently as a contractor for Amazon, delivering packages out of his own car, but that he had spent long periods of time inside a darkened bedroom, not talking to his wife or his kids or anybody else. So this is a person whose mental state seemed to be deteriorating, and that he often would leave the house and drive away and be gone for days in his car.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, I would imagine a huge part of the investigation would be to right now still determine if, in fact, this was a lone wolf actor, or if potentially this is a larger web of other possibilities, as we know that there's been detentions of other people, potentially with trying to achieve the same outcome as did this suspect.
Yes, so there was another Afghan who was arrested last week that had been making threats about making a bomb for Fort Worth, Texas. In Lackenwall's case, however, this is a person whose mental state looked like it had been deteriorating for at least 2 years. That being said, though, the director or the secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said that he had been radicalized once he got here to this country. But again, she didn't say why she believed that or why DHS is saying that.
Yeah, look, motive is something, as you know, in these investigations, very hard to understand, even if someone were to tell you why. Not necessarily any reason to believe that's the reason. As we saw with the Charlie Kirk assassination, for political motivations, and in this case, now labeled as terrorism and could still be politically implicated. We don't know. Nonetheless, a National Guardsman clearly, because of this, now targets. So an ambush, at least that's how it was qualified. We'll be waiting for more from investigators on the ground. Ken, we appreciate your insight as a former FBI agent.
Thank you.
DMV Zone back after this. Continue with topic number 3, as D.C. Councilmember Janice Lewis-George has announced today that she is running for mayor in 2026, the Ward 4 representative, the first high-profile candidate to enter the race since Mayor Bowser has said that she would not seek a 4th term. Joining us right now is Axios reporter Janae Dill. Janae, last week you previewed this a little bit, saying that Janice George had been seen on the streets of D.C. filming this ad, and so in lies, that was her official announcement. What more do we know today?
Yeah, the mayor's race is now officially starting. Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George is the first candidate, I should say, like big name candidate in the race now. And just a preview of who she is. She's the Ward 4 council member since 2020. She's a self-described Democratic socialist, and she's going to run from that wing of the Democratic Party as a progressive. Her campaign launch was this morning with a social media video, and she talked a lot about affordability, and she talked a lot about also government responsiveness, things like 911 calls and trying to improve, when a resident needs a pothole fix or that kind of stuff. Those were some of the themes she talked about, but also here, between the lines more so, is I think progressives want to challenge the cautious approach that the Mayor Muriel Bowser has taken with the Trump administration. They want to go harder at some of the things the White House has done to the city. At least that's what the current plan, it seems like, is. We're going to have to see how that develops and hear how exactly they would handle the White House differently. Yeah. But again, big day for D.C. as the mayor's race is really heating up.
What do we know about any potential contenders? We'd heard about Kenyon McDuffie possibly entering the race. I mean, they have till late February to file.
Yeah, so I'm told Kenyon McDuffie is ramping up his internal planning to run for mayor as well. McDuffie shares some of the more moderate instincts of Mayor Bowser, with, I think, some more criticism of the policing currently in D.C., also inside what he might run on for mayor. But he seems like he might launch a campaign late this month or early in January. There is a bit of time. There's some weeks to go, and with the holiday season and all, so he might wait a bit more. But I'm told he is also planning, and there might be other people who get in this race now, too. Now that the mayor isn't running, there could be more people interested.
What about Robert White? Because he had expressed interest in the mayor's office, and then when there was a kind of a shaky ground there for Eleanor Holmes Norton, he said that, I asked him here on the DMV zone, is it time for her to step down? And he said he thought so. And he's a product of that office and looking to seek that. Any chance that he steps into the mayoral race?
Yeah, everyone's kind of wondering, Robert White, who has really wanted to be mayor for a while, is he going to jump out of the race to run for Congress and now jump into the mayor's race? That's something people have been wondering. I don't have any indication to say that that's something he's considering. I haven't spoken to him either about it. But certainly it's like a thing people are wondering, because now that the mayor isn't running, there's a wide open race. Another person, Councilmember Brooke Pinto, she's running for Delegate Norton's seat as well. People are wondering, will she also switch and run for mayor? Because of the chance now to challenge for an open seat.
All right, well, we're approaching the new year. They've got until about, I believe, late February, and then the June primary usually predicts who's mayor here in the city, as it is a Democratic city, Democratic primary. For Janice Lewis-George, does she have anybody that helped in the Mamdani campaign in New York City that's helping her here in D.C.?
I'm not sure yet, but yeah, I reported, I guess it was a week ago now, where her plan is very much close to Zohran Mamdani's plan for how we won in New York City. They're trying to emulate pieces of it. So that included a digital video strategy that includes getting a lot of volunteers to phone bank and knock on doors. I will say their campaign today already, within 4 hours, said they qualified for the Fair Elections program, which just means they raised a boatload of small donor donations, enough to qualify for public funds that they will now get on top of the small donors. They say they met that goal, they met that program requirements in 4 hours, and it took, looks like weeks for other candidates in the past. So something they're touting is how fast they're raising money already.
All right, the so-called race begins. We'll wait and see what shakes out here in the coming weeks. Janae, thanks for the update.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's move on now. The Washington Commanders lost in an overtime thriller against the Denver Broncos last night at Northwest Stadium with a final score of 27-26. The team not getting off to a good start. First quarter with Chris Rodriguez punching it in from 8 yards out. Let's check in with sports analyst Cam Rogers with the full game recap. Cam, good to see you. Arguably one of the best games for the Commanders all season, at least in how they played, considering they didn't have QB1 at the helm.
Yeah, great to be with you, Marina. You have to be encouraged by the resolve of this team coming off the bye week. You hear it all the time. Players are planning their vacations, their Cancun trips, right? It's December now, especially when you're 3-8, now 3-9 football team. But they kept it close. And listen, everybody is Monday morning quarterbacking today. Should DQ have gone 4-2 in overtime? Absolutely. You're a 3-8 team. You have nothing to lose. You essentially have to win out to have any sort of prayer at postseason football. So right call by Dan. You can question a lot of things this season about the Commanders, but that was the right move, and very impressive for them to actually show some guts, some tenacity against potentially the #1 overall seed in the AFC.
Well, and what led up to this moment was a slew of touchdowns that kept getting called back. So they were getting to the end zone. They knew how to make the plays to get there. Unfortunately, from 2 yards out from Marcus Mariota, for some reason, the conversion was the one that couldn't happen. It got tapped out in the air there. You look at the calls, you bring up Dan Quinn. The defense showed out.
They did. They did a really good job. You know, they have been a little Jekyll and Hyde this season. Remember earlier this year, they were pretty dominant, especially in that Giants game. I get it, the Giants, but still a professional football team. And then what they did last night was uber impressive on that side of the ball, too. And I think when you look toward the draft here, Marina, and we can officially do that as Commanders fans because they're not going to the playoffs, you really want to look at that front seven. I know they've had some injuries here this season, but I think adding an impact pass rusher, somebody like a David Bailey out of Texas Tech, this kid has been absolutely fantastic, would be a really, really smart decision if you are Peters and leadership there at the Commanders, bolstering that front seven. And then when you have a good front seven, you get after the quarterback. That creates what? Turnovers and more opportunities for JD to punch it into the end zone with his cast of characters, if you will.
Marcus did not have a lot of people out there meeting him, and you would think someone like Terry McLaurin, who finally showed back up on field, would have been more of an asset last night. Regardless, they played well. Good to see that at least they still have it in them, despite everything that's been thrown against them. Thank you for the update, Cam. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Today's magical moment.
This magical moment brought to you by your local McDonald's.
The University of Virginia Cavaliers snapping a 4-game losing streak Saturday night, ending their season with a huge win over Virginia Tech rivals, securing both the Commonwealth Cup and a spot in the ACC Championship. After the 27-7 win, thousands of fans spilling out of the stands onto the field, celebrating with players in the largest game at Scott Stadium in 14 years. UVA will face Duke for the ACC title Saturday in Charlotte. Kickoff 8 p.m.
Now at McDonald's, get any size iced coffee for just 99 cents until 11 a.m.
the Zone. The holiday season in full swing, and some of your favorite holiday meals may be high in fat, spices, which can exacerbate acid reflux. Up to 60% of Americans suffer from acid reflux. Joining us now is thoracic surgeon Dr. Edward Chan to talk about acid reflux and some of the symptoms and treatments. I mean, I kind of chuckle here, but this is true. We probably all overeat, and we're not eating the best of food, especially over the holidays. So what should we be looking out for, Doc?
Hi, Marina. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be on with you today. So if you're like me, the holidays are all about food and eating. So some of the things that can happen when you have acid reflux are typical reflux symptoms like heartburn, indigestion, or even things that are less typical like cough or hoarseness, or even recurrent pneumonias and bronchitis. These are all things that can come from acid reflux or GERD.
Okay, any way to mitigate these factors? I know that there are people that over the holidays, they find that Pepsi AC bottle and they're like, well, I'm eating a lot of these to make sure I don't have any of these symptoms. But what should we be doing at least proactively?
Two main categories of treatment for this would be medicine and surgery. So among the medications we have, like you said, there's Pepsid, there's a whole class, there's many classes of medications that you can take. And then what we usually recommend is that if those medications don't work, if you find that you're getting tired of taking medications, that's a great time to consider surgery. So it's a good thing to talk to your medical professional about, but certainly there's a lot of categories of treatments that we can offer.
Okay. Listen, I imagine that when we talk about surgery, these are patients who have probably been having these symptoms for a long time. It's not just over the holidays, but as we're looking at these big meals, is there anything that we should be looking out to avoid, especially if you're starting to see that you already have tendencies for these things?
Kinds of foods really make it worse, like spicier foods, caffeine, alcohol, or even eating large meals. Those are all things that tend to make acid reflux worse. Sometimes citrus fruits or juices can make things worse also. So if you find that you have acid reflux or heartburn, those are some of the foods to avoid.
All right, good reminders here as we go in and continue the holiday season. Dr. Chan, thanks for the update.
Pleasure.
Luigi Mangione, the man accused in the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, back in a New York City courtroom today for a set of hearings. He and his attorneys trying to block the use of certain pieces of evidence for trial, among them a 9mm handgun and a notebook found in Mangione's backpack. The defense arguing that police did not have a search warrant, meaning those items should be excluded from trial. Defense also asking the judge to exclude some of Mangione's statements to police because they claim officers questioned him before telling him he had the right to remain silent. Facing 9 state charges, including second-degree murder and multiple weapons charges, as well as 4 federal charges, and that includes using a firearm to commit murder, potentially even a death penalty case. We've got criminal defense attorney Joseph Tully to break this one down. Joseph, good to see you. You know, a lot of people would say that trial is really made or broken when you call the jury and you decide those 12 jurors. But these hearings here seem to be incredibly important ahead of trial. And the fact that they're going to last several days, calling 28 witnesses, is this unusual?
It is very unusual for this to be so involved, the 28 witnesses. Multiple days for a suppression motion is more unusual, maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 days at the most. So this is very unusual, but the defense really has a good argument in terms of suppressing everything. So if they win, they would basically be able to suppress all evidence, or the most important evidence that the prosecution has. So it's the backpack, but everything that was found in the backpack, the alleged pistol, ghost gun, the notebook, which some are calling a manifesto, electronic devices, basically everything would be suppressed, and the prosecution's case would be very, very extremely weakened if the defense were successful here.
Do you need a search warrant when you are arresting someone you believe to have crossed state lines, had committed a felony like murder here, to search this backpack? And did police, in your estimation, do things improperly?
It's actually a close call. Normally speaking, suppression motions don't win. So if people are out there worried, I don't think that the judge will end up suppressing it, but they're going to have to make new law or rely on very thin legal grounds to avoid ruling for the defense. So your question was, can you search someone incident to arrest? And you can if you have probable cause to arrest. But here, it's an interesting legal issue, because how do they have probable cause to arrest without what they found in the backpack? The 3D printed ghost gun, the manifesto or journal, the electronic devices. So really, what I think the issue boils down to is, were the officers' comparison of the be on the lookout photos that were sent out via from the surveillance footage to the officers, was their identification of Mr. Mangione in the restaurant reasonable based on what they saw? Do they have the qualifications to make that ID witness? If they can compare the photo to how he looked and say, look, I knew that was the guy, here's why, then they can search incident to arrest, and they do not need a warrant.
To articulate probable cause, I mean, this is how you make arrests in this country. You must articulate probable cause, and therefore you can arrest, and then you bring before a judge who determines whether or not these charges are rightful based on the affidavit, a sworn statement from a police officer articulating that in their reasonable judgment they had probable cause to make this arrest. This was a manhunt across the country that ended in Altoona, Pennsylvania, with a call from someone at that McDonald's saying, I think Luigi Mangione is here. And from what I recall from that day, they interviewed him right there at the restaurant, and he presented fake ID, wasn't his name. And you would think that in the affidavit there would be enough reasonable cause to make the arrest in that moment. I guess the bigger question here is, does that probable cause not transfer to the backpack?
So the legal issue is that the backpack was moved about 6 feet from him at the time of the search, and there were officers in between him. So that kind of removes exigent circumstances exception. So then we are down to which, if an officer says, look, I thought there was a danger to the public, I thought he could reach in that backpack and get a gun, so we searched it to make sure that it was safe. They don't have that here, arguably, because it was separated from him and there were officers officers in between it. So then we're down to what you just laid out. Can they say, look, we saw him, we knew it was him, there were other reasons why we reasonably believed it to be him that we can articulate to a judge to justify a search incident to arrest? Because without a warrant, you need you need an exception. And search incident to arrest is what I believe the prosecution will end up relying on. But let's not forget, it's in addition to the backpack, they're trying to suppress his statements, which the defense is arguing were made in violation of Miranda.
Yeah. Yeah, well, obviously, a defendant has a right to remain silent because anything they say can or will be used against them in a courtroom of law, so we know that to be true. The other only question that I have here, Joseph, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, do we know if there was body cam footage from these officers where potentially an officer in conversation with another officer may have said, we got him, this is him?
I don't know if we have that specific phrase, but we have justification. We have an officer saying, I'm going to search your backpack to look for a bomb. And that's what gives the defense their biggest argument here, because they could say, listen, you can't just make up that he had a bomb. You could say, look, this was a dangerous situation, and therefore we had exigent circumstances. But as we were just discussing, I don't believe that exists here. So then they're down to search incident to arrest. So we do have that on body camera footage. The officer saying, I'm going to search this backpack because I believe there's a bomb in there. And I don't believe that there's any facts really to justify that belief. You can't just make up, well, we believed he was dangerous, therefore we believed he had a bomb in there. We thought he had a grenade. You can't just make things up.
Fascinating. There's a reason why it's justice and why there's a procedure that must be followed to the T of the law to make sure that no one's rights are violated. We'll see how this plays out as what is going to be a pretty long hearing. Thank you for that, Joseph.
Sure. Take care.
All right, let's move on now. As President Trump is expected to hold a top-level Oval Office meeting about the administration's next steps in Venezuela. We've got founder and executive director for the National Security Institute, Jamil Jaffer, with more on what we can expect. Let's start there. What's the latest here? Because we had that Truth social media post over the weekend from the president saying that Venezuelan airspace is off limits to pilots, to airlines. You looked at a tracker. You still saw planes flying over there. But where do things stand right now between the U.S. and Venezuela?
Well, President Trump has had a call with President Maduro as well, Nicolas Maduro, who purports to be the president of Venezuela. As we know, there's an election that he did not win, but he remains in office. The president has also made clear to everybody in the world that the U.S. means business. We brought an aircraft carrier battle group to the Caribbean, purportedly conducting counter-drug raids, but we've also been flying B-2 and B-1B bombers along the coast of Venezuela, making it clear that we mean business and that we're going to take action or considering taking action if Nicolas Maduro doesn't leave. So now the question becomes, what is Maduro going to do about it? He doesn't appear to be ready to leave just quite yet, but President Trump does appear intent on increasing the pressure. So the conversation he'll be having with his cabinet and these key national security leaders, including Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hedgeseth, and the like, is what do we do to increase the pressure on Maduro to leave now? What do we need to get this deal done? And then what does the day after look like? Is it Maria Machado, right? Who's the next person who comes into play? And what does the U.S. get for the effort it's taken to remove this leader from Venezuela and put a new person in place?
So the fact that there's conversations with the Maduro regime, does it give, at least for you and what you've seen in history here, and you've studied this pretty extensively, as if though the U.S. is giving this man a way out to get out of Venezuela before essentially the Americans can help install or instill a democratic regime?
It sort of looks that way. It's interesting because President Trump obviously was elected on the premise of ending all overseas engagements, and this seems like a fight that we're picking this time. But certainly, it raises the question of whether the U.S. is going to get back in the business of replacing leaders we don't like, and if we are, Maduro is a good place to start. The Trump administration didn't like him from the jump. They supported Juan Guaido before Machado, and so now the question becomes: will he actually leave? What will it take to get him out? Can the U.S. do this in a bloodless way that doesn't require the U.S. to put any troops or military firepower on the line? That's the big question in play right now on Venezuela.
And interestingly, something that played out today in the press briefing room was the topic of this incursion of a narco trafficking boat, at least the allegations from the United States, right, that they bombed this boat back on September 2nd. There were survivors there, and then it seems as though there was another strike to make sure that nobody survived. And the question there being whether Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, made the call, or if in fact this was just part of the protocol and what the admiral had told them to do, which was make sure you annihilate everybody. And that seems like could be a big issue of like executive power and what's happening. Is it war by executive versus Congress? How do you read into that?
Well, look, regardless of whether the war is lawful and being lawfully conducted in the sense of are we at war, are we in an action with non-state actors, is this the president choosing his commander-in-chief authority, we still have to comply with the larger legal and constitutional requirements, and military officers are required to follow lawful orders. As we learned in this whole debate between members of Congress and the president, they're not required under the UCMJ to follow unlawful orders. And the question was there a lawful order provided here? Who provided it? Was it Secretary Hegseth? Was it the commander in the field? Was it the regional commander down there in Southcom? Who gave the order? And then were the orders followed, or were they disobeyed? And was there a second strike taken? And if it was it lawful, and was it ordered or not? These are all the questions we still have to figure out because we don't know the details. The president yesterday said, I didn't want there to be a second strike. I don't think we should have taken a second strike. He tells me there wasn't one, or there wasn't anybody left alive, so I believe him. So the question is, what's the truth? Where are there people surviving, and did somebody order them to be killed? And if so, who gave that order? Who made the decision? Because there is a significant chance that if that order was given, that order is essentially unlawful because under the laws of war, and which are adopted in part into U.S. Military Code of Justice, you can't take an enemy who's sort of disabled, who's been removed essentially from the fight, or who's waving a white flag. It's the same sort of concept in the Geneva Conventions. That's adopted into the U.S. Uniform Code of Military Justice.
All right, a lot to break down there. We'll see what comes of it, but clearly things heating up as it relates to Venezuela. Jamil, thanks for the breakdown.
Thanks so much, Marina.
9000.
Welcome back into the zone. I am so lucky to be joined with Coach Ernest and the Marlboro Mustangs. Look at these rock stars. Okay, you guys are getting ready for a very exciting trip down to Florida. Tell me where you're going, state champions.
We're going to Naples, Florida on December the 7th.
Okay, tell me about the team and what makes these first graders so very special.
This team is amazing. We've won the 4U flag championship, we won the 5U flag championship, and now we just won the 6U championship, division championship, and state championship. So I've had these kids since they've been, some since 3 and a lot since 4.
Wow. Okay, so they're 6, 7 years old now.
Yes.
Is this your first time traveling out for a state championship?
Very first time, yes.
You can see the excitement in their faces. How excited are you, Coach? Because this is a big milestone.
I'm very excited. These kids work really hard. They're 6 and some 7 years old, but they work really hard and they deserve this.
And when you get down to Florida, who are you playing? What's the setup down there?
We're playing several different teams, one from California, one from Texas, several from Florida. It's going to be, they're from all over the U.S., so It's very exciting.
You're leaving on December 7th. What are you doing to get everybody ready?
We're working. These kids, they know we do play around a lot. We have a lot of fun. But one thing I can say about this group, they know when it's time to get serious and time to buckle down.
Yeah, I mean, at this age, you know, I have 4-year-olds, and to try to get them to do anything, it's like herding cats. Oh, listen, these kids seem very disciplined. To be state champions at this very young age, clearly you guys are doing something right. The discipline is there.
Yes, it is. They work hard. They work hard in school and off the field as well. Like sometimes I get to practice at about 6 o'clock, and these kids and their parents have been on the field already probably like at 5:15 working, preparing. So.
Wow. Okay,
yeah.
So it's a team effort, truly a team effort from the families, the coaches, to the kids. How can we watch? How can we support our Maryland State champions?
We have a team Instagram account. It's Marlboro Mustangs _ Hollywood Boys. I normally post a lot of things regarding our team. So, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
We're so excited for you guys. We're so happy to watch you, cheer you on. Before I let you go, Andre, where's Andre? Because I need him to break it down for me. Andre, break it down. Go ahead. Yeah!
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, with that kind of energy, they can do just about anything. That, of course, was home with the Marlboro Mustangs, a 6U undefeated football team from Prince George's County that is heading to Florida. We're, of course, wishing them good luck. In the meantime, today is Cyber Monday, and experts say it could be a record-spending day for U.S. consumers. According to Adobe Analytics, U.S. shoppers will spend $14.2 billion online. That's up from last year. Forecasters saying a big reason for that jump is the rise of the buy now, pay later loans. The National Retail Federation also predicting that U.S. shoppers could spend more than $1 trillion for the first time, and that'll happen this holiday season. We've got business analyst Rogers Healy with the Cyber Monday deals and tips and tricks for all of us today. Good to see you. So let's talk about this, Rogers. What's the deal here? Because when we talk about the economy, it's not doing too hot. I was at the mall over the weekend, and you never know that people were feeling it in their pocket because they're out there buying stuff.
Breaking news. Money grows on trees.
Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Can someone find me the tree?
Yeah. Well, I'm based in Dallas, and I'm looking. There's a money tree in my backyard. So,
I'm coming down there.
Yeah, look, listen, it continues to be this thing that we talk about and we don't talk about, right? It's just, whether it's credit card debt or it's delaying, historical purchases. My background is real estate, and the average buyer for a first-time home has eclipsed 40 years old, which is probably in large part due to spending habits, right? Thankfully, people are brand loyal to some of our brands like Pathwater or Sanzo, these other ones, but these are entry-level prices under $4. But yeah, people are spending money, $1 trillion. Think about that. That is just an absurd amount of money, but people continue to come up with it. So, something's got to give. The stock market, is a little bit in flux, but, we live in a spending economy, and this is just kind of the world of bigger, better dealing. And the only way to make it more difficult is to add social media where people love to flaunt their purchases. And that definitely helps.
Definitely. I mean, you talk about the advent of credit cards, right? Many decades ago, and that gave people purchasing power they'd never seen before. You didn't have to show up with the hard, cold cash. And now you've got this iteration of pay now or buy now, pay later, which is incredibly problematic if you think about what you're talking about, the economy and how we'll see it down the line. But nonetheless, it's moving the economy. So there's cash that's flowing here. And the bigger question is, what are people buying? Like, how many TVs can you have? Do you just need the next one, the bigger one? I mean, we've seen sales for big ticket items like iPhones go down because they're so expensive. You don't always need the next one that's up. Are we getting tired of some of these big purchases?
Maybe you and I are, because we're maturing, but we got to realize that we've got infinite elasticity with millennials and the generations behind them. And it's always the bigger, better, I want it now, syndrome. And the only way to make it even crazier is to make it competitive with Black Friday or Cyber Monday. And people want to get there and they want access to what, most people don't have at the same time. So, yeah, look, there's always going to be bigger, better, et cetera. I remember a case study on Apple I read a few years ago was planned obsolescence, which means I don't know if I might have the iPhone 15. I don't even know what this is, 17. But we all know that there's 3 or 4 generations ahead of that are already ready. They're just going to wait to release it until you know that you need it. And so this is America. This is the way people operate. And it's only getting crazier. Before World War II, the average home was less than 1,500 square feet. Now you need at least 1,000 square feet for every kid that lives in the house. So, this is just the theme that's going to continue to be, kind of what it is. Yeah, and you talk to people and are the deals even there? It seems like these prices, I know Amazon has a button you can click now and kind of see the 90-day price history, and it's an artificial price depreciation here to let you on to the belief that there is a sale. But to your point, if there are buyers, they will sell things and vice versa. So we'll see what happens there. We appreciate it, Rogers. Thank you. Yeah. Bye, guys. All right.
producer Chris.
Cyber Monday today.
Yes.
Giving Tuesday tomorrow.
Yes.
But they also now call it Travel Tuesday.
Oh,
Have you heard that? So
no.
it's like you can find deals on like airlines.
Okay, now you're talking my
and
language.
Things like that. Yeah, I knew that I would be. However, what if a man booked a trip for you? Whole thing done. Surprises you, just says pack your bags.
Okay, I want to love the thought.
Uh-huh.
I'm not, as this will not surprise anybody, I'm not someone that likes to relinquish control. I don't have a lot of faith in someone else planning the trip.
However, according to survey after survey, many women say their significant other planning a trip for them would be better than like a bigger paycheck or like a fitter body type of a thing.
Okay, get a hold of yourself.
I don't buy it.
Yeah.
I don't buy it because there would be so many rules on that, like things that I was like, oh, but did you get this? And did you get, I wanted to do this. Did you accommodate?
You can't even send the guys to the supermarket. Now you want them to plan your trip. Get out of here.
Plan for everything. Okay, what about?
I do love you guys, but.
What about when you get a gift? Does the card mean 5 times more than to you than the gift itself?
You better write on that card. If you sign that card and that's all you do to the card, I have a big problem with that. We'll talk about it at 7:30. We'll see you then.
Like it or not.
Holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10.
All right, December, here we come.
I know. Listen, we got
Time
the
flies.
poinsettias out.
We do.
The tree is up.
Right. The season is officially kicked off.
And Christmas will be here before you know it.
And we might have some snow, so we're going to be talking about that.
Okay, don't get carried away.
Definitely. See you soon, Marina. The news at 4 starts right now. Right now at 4, more details emerge on the D.C. shooting that killed a National Guard member and critically hurt another. The positive news coming from the hospital where the guardsman is still recovering.
A man accused of killing and dismembering his wife faces a jury. The opening statement in the murder trial of Brian Walsh.
And a 90-year-old man slamming into this local coffee shop. Take a look at that and survives. Dramatic crash caught on camera and the investigation underway.
Glad everybody's okay. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first at 4, we want to begin with the weather as we take a live look and take you outside. This is Frederick, Maryland for you, everybody. We do have a camera in Fredericksburg as well. Everything looks crisp and clear right now, but tomorrow that could be a whole different story.
Right, I'm concerned about that morning commute tomorrow. Virginia crews are on the roads today laying down treatments ahead of the expected winter weather heading our way as soon as tomorrow morning. Let's get right over to Caitlin with the latest. Caitlin.
Hey there, happy December, you guys.
Yeah,
Here we are.
here.
I know.
1st of December.
1st of December, and our first winter weather expected for parts of the area tomorrow morning. So real
Kind of
dose of
timed
reality.
out perfectly.
Yeah, it really
right?
did.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome to meteorological winter. Exactly. It feels like it as it's been a chilly day. It was a cold weekend. Hopefully everybody had a great holiday weekend and got home safely. As you take a live look outside, it doesn't look so bad at all. Frederick, sunshine, same thing with downtown. And look at Fredericksburg. It looks like they're just about to light this Christmas tree here. Very, very festive. So for some of us, maybe a few festive flakes into tomorrow morning. But we know that obviously causes some issues. So we'll show you the headlines right away. 44 degrees in D.C. right now. Calm winds, dry. No issues tonight. So if you're heading out and about or even heading home from work, we're not looking at any inclement weather. Temperatures are well above freezing right now, but with precipitation moving in overnight, it will be cold enough to support some frozen sleet and even snow. Here's satellite and radar, which again looks quiet, but what's waiting in the wings here is some snow across St. Louis, Cincinnati, just into Chicago as well. Parts of the Midwest coming off of a big November snowstorm to end the holiday weekend. Winter weather advisories. This is where we expect that we could have very light accumulations of some snow and sleet. And this is your typical spots to the north and west. So not D.C., not the Beltway, not even 95. But when you get into northern Montgomery County, western Loudoun County, and all points north and west, that's where you could see early tomorrow morning some snow and sleet. Now here in the metro, that would be a very brief window of frozen precipitation before we change over to a cold rain. Either way, not a nice start to the day. So the cold will continue into tomorrow, even as the rain ends. We'll show you forecasted amounts for areas to our north and west coming up in a bit. Back to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Now to the very latest on that deadly ambush of 2 West Virginia National Guard members that were working in D.C. Some positive news tonight about the status of the victim that's still in the hospital. This as the investigation into the alleged gunman intensifies.
Now it's leading the White House to now re-examine some immigrants who recently entered the country. Fox 5's Bob Barnard is down near the scene of the shooting with the very latest. Hi, Bob.
Hey there, Shamari and Angie. The suspect in the deadly shooting here will be facing a number of charges, including 1 count of murder, charges that will be placed, we're told, once he's released from the hospital.
We did have some positive news that we were told that Andrew was asked if he could hear the nurse who asked the question to give a thumbs up, and he did respond. And we were told that he also wiggled his toes. So we take that as a positive sign.
West Virginia's governor today providing a positive update on the status of Andrew Wolf, who remains in serious condition in the hospital. It comes as investigators look into the suspect's background, a 29-year-old Afghan national who once worked with the CIA. U.S. officials believing he may have been radicalized since coming to the U.S. in 2021. Today, the White House says they are now re-examining all of the Afghans that have recently come into the country.
I think when you have millions of people that come in, undocumented aliens, or there are loopholes, as what had presumably happened in this particular situation, that has to be cleaned up.
Tonight, new video shows the moments after the attack.
I was shocked because when I first heard the first couple of gunshots, I thought it was some kind of a military celebration or something for the holiday.
Mark Wade recording from the vantage point of Farragut Square across the street.
I was just heartbroken that this happened right the day before Thanksgiving, and I just felt sorry for them and their families. But I knew that it probably was going to be fatal by the way they was doing the prolonged CPR and weren't stopping.
At the scene of the shooting outside the Farragut West Metro Station, 17th and I Streets Northwest, just a few blocks from the White House, a growing memorial to the ambushed National Guard members.
It just don't make any sense, We don't need this in this world today, They was just doing what they're supposed to do, their jobs.
Now, Larry Gainey there, the man we spoke to here, says he himself served in the National Guard back in the mid-1970s. Meanwhile, the White House says President Trump has invited the Beckstrom and Wolf families to visit the White House so that he can honor the two Guard members. He says, though, when the time is right for that. Guys.
Thank you so much, Bob. And as the future of the National Guard in the district plays out in court, more guards are expected to rotate in. South Carolina's governor says that more than 300 guardsmen will return to D.C. next week. In the meantime, 100 troops from Arkansas were expected to get here today, but their trip was delayed because of the winter storm that's sweeping the country.
In the meantime, new data shows D.C. restaurants suffered during the president's federal takeover of the district earlier this year. Now, Axios citing new data from D.C.'s chief financial officer showing city sales tax dropped 6% in September. Taxes from hotels even worse, dropping 14% year over year. The district claims the presence of troops drove tourists and customers away.
Well, a Hyattsville police officer getting out of jail today, this after being indicted on sexual abuse and rape charges. Corporal Jonathan Mongi was released without paying bail, promising not to contact the victim and to appear at his next court hearing. Mongi is accused of abusing a minor. As the case continues, he is on administrative leave from the department without pay. U.S. Marshals joining the hunt and offering a $5,000 reward to find a missing Virginia high school coach turned fugitive. 46-year-old Travis Turner from Appalachia is wanted on 5 counts of possession of child pornography and 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. He's been missing since November 20th, in the middle of his football team's undefeated season. His family told the New York Post that Turner left his home with a gun before vanishing. Officials warned that he may be armed. Opening statements began today in the murder trial for Brian Walsh, a Massachusetts man accused of killing and dismembering his wife, who was a D.C. real estate agent. Prosecutors describe him as a man who claimed to be in a happy marriage, but was secretly researching divorce after suspecting that Anna was having an affair. The defense claims he found his wife unresponsive in their bedroom and lied to law enforcement about her disappearance to protect their children.
What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go?
No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st.
Well, just before a jury selection, Brian Walsh pleaded guilty to misleading police and illegally disposing of his wife's body, which, by the way, has never been found. The race to replace D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is already happening. Today, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George made it official by announcing she is running for mayor. Lewis-George represents Ward 4 on the council. She revealed her decision in a social media video this morning. While recent reports suggested she's planning a Zohran Mamdani-style Democratic Socialist campaign like New York City's mayor-elect, she tells Fox 5 she'll focus on affordability, housing, education, and improving D.C.'s police department.
I am running in D.C. and for D.C. I'm a daughter of the district, and so for me, I can only be Janice Lewis-George. I'm running a people-first campaign. As you know, D.C. and NYC are different. Obviously, there are going to be some things that we share. I believe that we need a more affordable D.C. D.C. Councilman Kenyon McDuffie is said to be close to getting in the race. There's also increased political speculation over Councilman Robert White. He's now running for D.C.'s delegate, but ran against Bowser for mayor 4 years ago and lost. All right, Commanders fans, probably don't want to talk about this today. Maybe you're still in shock after last night's OT. It was tough. It was a tough loss. A remarkable one-handed catch by Treylon Burks was a huge highlight of the game, probably of the season, I would say. It was so impressive. It was awesome. Yeah. But it wasn't enough to lead the Commanders over the finish line for the big W. Now, Burks' second career touchdown and first since 2022 helped secure a lead in the third, but the team ended up losing 27-26
6 in overtime. It was heartbreaking. I was there. And despite another disappointing loss, head coach Dan Quinn says the team showed a lot of fight, and it was there all night.
For us, the scars are hard, but the lessons they're deep. And one thing I like, man, our team showed a lot of resilience and a lot of fight. Excellent. And I would say we recaptured some of that, and that was needed.
Yeah, they've definitely put in the effort. Now, this is the Commanders' 7th straight loss. They take on the Vikings Sunday.
Yeah, you can't doubt the effort was there.
Yeah.
They were working hard. Just like last year in Landover, President Trump plans to attend the Army-Navy game in Baltimore. That's going to be next Saturday, months after criticizing the city's crime rate. Trump previously threatened National Guard deployments, sparking some pushback from Governor Wes Moore and also Mayor Brandon Scott, who highlighted declining violent crime. Well, the game will be held at 3 o'clock, December 13th at M&T Bank Stadium. All right.
Some top caught on camera moments, Angie.
Go ahead, walk on over, catch up with our friends here, and show you, gosh, this
Look
is
at this
scary.
crash.
I know, caught
My
on camera, a
goodness.
90-year-old driver miraculously surviving this very dangerous high-speed crash right into a coffee shop.
Fortunate.
This happened on Thanksgiving night. Police say that alcohol may have played a role, but they're still investigating. Luckily, though, the coffee shop was closed. Nobody was inside when it happened. The man was the only person in the car, but look at that damage. Look at what speed will do.
He is fortunate to be alive. Look at that. Man.
I know. I mean, isn't it you take a breathalyzer and either you're drunk or you're not? I don't know why it's taking so long for them to determine.
All I know if that was my dad, I'd say, all right, Dad, give me the keys.
Yeah, it might
it's
be
a wrap,
time.
buddy.
It might
Uber
be
for
time.
you, my guy.
No kidding, yeah.
All right, take a look at this, everyone. A power struggle is taken to new heights in Arizona after a lineman literally poked the bear, coaxing the animal off a utility pole it had climbed. It's a beautiful day out there. He's just trying to get him down, right? Well, after getting a call about the bear that was in danger of being electrocuted, the man was able to turn off the equipment and used a fiberglass stick to get the bear to climb down. Now, that bear was eventually pushed off the pole and left the scene. Wow. The bear's okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Hats
These
off
people
to the
need
lineman.
hazard pay.
Right.
Like, that is insane. Not only are you dealing with power lines, but now you're fending off a bear from a power line. Too much.
And look how big he is.
He's massive. They move fast. They can climb fast, too.
They will.
We see birds on the wire all the time. Bear on the wire, not a good thing.
No, not at all.
That does not end well. So thankfully, they did what they needed, and
All right,
hats off
guys.
to them.
Still to come and trending, a new word of the year topping Oxford's dictionary. We'll talk about it after the break. Stay with us.
on Fox 5.
Okay, so our stomachs are full.
Yes.
Our bank accounts are drained after Black Friday and Cyber Monday. And here we are, ready to chit-chat as usual.
Yeah, and I guess as we enter the end of the year, it's now officially, at least meteorologically speaking, winter. It's also the end of 2025 when we start to figure out what was the word of the year. 3 contenders making that short list. Rage bait coming out on top. Oxford saying that rage bait is online content deliberately designed to elicit anger or outrage, usually posted to increase engagement with social media content or a specific website. Oxford finding the word has tripled its usage in the last 12 months. I guess I always hear clickbait. I hadn't really thought of the rage aspect of it.
That's just to evoke the emotions from people.
I mean, I suppose if you're on X, there's a lot of rage bait.
There is. And there's a lot of people that like to participate in it.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
You know, they're looking for that rage bait. It doesn't just come find them. That's how they pass the time.
But I mean, that's what the internet is. It's all clickbait these days.
I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything when I look on it now. I'm like, I don't know if that's real or not.
You sent me an article today. You thought this deer man was real.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I need somebody to verify.
I mean,
so you don't say you don't believe it all because you believe it all.
Thank you, Jim Locate. But this was in South Carolina, too, so it very well could have been real.
There's a lot of
AI. There's a man who identified.
If it's not utter the words, I don't believe anything.
A man who identified it as a deer got shot by a hunter.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I just had to make sure it's okay because, you know.
You were about as gullible as it comes.
Yeah, well, in TMZ, we're going to talk more about artificial intelligence, too, with Diddy. It's like, oh, my goodness.
All right, we're going to North Carolina, where some police officers were real Scrooges after arresting Rudolph. Rudolph looks like he deserved to be arrested.
Is that
real? Reason. Oh my God.
Is that AI?
It was before Thanksgiving. The department wasn't allowing any Christmas celebrations until Thanksgiving is over. People saw this as it happened. Many thought it was serious. This was all in good jest. The department's Facebook says it's all for a special holiday video they do every year. I don't know, the way he's waddling away, it seems like he's guilty.
And then he turns around and he's like, I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Whoa.
Okay, no need to tackle Rudolph.
Oh, well, there's only air. There's a lot of air in there. They're fine. They're in a pocket. They're in a pocket. Take him down.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Rudolph talked to, hey, man, that was a little hard, the tackle guy. Like, you know, come on.
I know.
I love that, though. That's funny.
All right. Well, speaking of Rudolph, it's going to be Rudolph weather come tomorrow, at least in some parts of the region.
Seriously, North Pole is starting early. You know, they're practicing their routes, bringing that Arctic air in down south. But yeah, it really feels like so it's December. You know, we're flipping the calendar, and all of a sudden we're dealing with our first round of winter weather.
Could we have some ice?
We probably could. A little bit to the north and west.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, this time of year, certainly climatologically, areas to the north and west are favored. So this is really going to be elevation. Yes. Nobody wants to start those no delays and cancellations already. December 2nd, a little too soon. I get it. But there could be some delays in parts of the area tomorrow. So just an early heads up that if you are in one of the zones of the winter weather advisory, which I'll show you in a second, north and west of us, you could be dealing with delays for Tuesday. So a wintry start to December. We got the cold over the weekend, started on Thanksgiving Day, and it remains below normal temperature-wise as we've struggled to climb out of the low to mid 40s this afternoon, and this despite a decent amount of sunshine. 44 at Reagan, 42 at Dulles, 43 at BWI. But there is still some sunshine out there. Dry skies on local radar. We're watching this system to our west, which is bringing snow across portions of Missouri and Illinois and Indiana and this part of the world, Chicago included. Many cities saw record-breaking snowfall over the weekend, the most they've seen in a November day. I think at O'Hare it was over 8 inches. So they've already had plenty of snow to kickstart off the winter. It is definitely showing signs of starting early this year. Let's watch what happens overnight tonight. By about 3-4 a.m., so those early pre-dawn hours, precipitation starts to move in, and temperatures are what you call marginal, probably right above freezing, but they could be colder aloft. And so you'll probably have initially maybe a little bit of snow here in the metro, quickly mixing. Snow far to the north and west accumulating, and then that mix will gradually change to a rain. As you see the pink becoming more green, that's indicating the shift to rain, which looks to happen between about 6 and 7 a.m. So we could have a bit of a mix beginning around 4 or 5, and then changing to rain, all rain by about 7 for much of the area. And that will wash away any slushy or icy coatings out there, with the exception being our more mountainous communities where it looks to remain snow and sleet and pretty much until until this precipitation wraps up, which looks to be around the midday hours and then maybe some very slow clearing. So in terms of who will see snow, you probably have to be pretty far to the north and west. But Frederick even showing 1/10 of an inch, Martinsburg, Hagerstown, Cumberland. Those are the places that I suspect would have some delays, probably not in the metro for tomorrow morning. And I'll have more on that coming up in my full 7-day. Angie?
All right. Thank you, Caitlin. Looking forward to it. But still to come also, Luigi Mangione back in court facing a judge today. The new push from his lawyers to dismiss certain pieces of evidence.
Plus, the Pope is on his first trip abroad. His message from the Middle East coming up at 5.
This magical moment brought to you by your local McDonald's.
Today's magical moment, the UVA Cavaliers snapping a 4-game losing streak Saturday night, ending their season with a major win over their Virginia Tech rivals, securing both the Commonwealth Cup and a spot in the ACC Championship. Now, after that 27-7 win, thousands of fans celebrated, spilling out of the stands onto the field to celebrate along with the players in the largest game clocked in at Scott Stadium in 14 years. UVA will now face Duke for the ACC title on Saturday in Charlotte. Kickoff is at 8 p.m.
Now at McDonald's, get any size iced coffee for just 99 cents until 11 a.m.
Luigi Mangione is back at a New York courtroom where he's facing life in prison on state charges for the murder of United Healthcare executive Brian Thompson.
And that trial date isn't set yet, but the defense already starting to fight. Fox 5's Caroline Elliott joins us live from New York State Court with the very latest. And Caroline, from what we understand, Mangione is also facing the death penalty at the federal level, but we are talking state charges today.
Exactly. Angie, Shamari, good evening to the both of you. So we've got this pretrial hearing this week for Luigi Mangione, and his lawyers are now trying to get key evidence tossed out in this case. They say that police did not have a warrant when they searched his backpack. They're also claiming officers did not read Mangione his Miranda rights, and they say police body cam video proves exactly that. So now Mangione's lawyers want the judge to throw out that key evidence that police found in that backpack, including a 3D printed gun, a silencer, Mangione's phone, and a red notebook that's been described as a manifesto. Legal experts say even though it's not clear how the judge will rule, prosecutors still have a lot more evidence to work with.
If all of this evidence is thrown out, it would severely hurt the state's case. That said, they still have the evidence of a video showing him with something in his hand leading to the death of the executive. So the whole case doesn't go away.
Luigi Mangione is accused of killing the United Healthcare exec in New York last year, and since then he's been in custody waiting for his trial. Today in state court, officers uncuffed the 27-year-old as he sat down at the defense table dressed in a dark gray suit. His lawyers say overall he's holding up okay.
Harry, how's your client doing today?
And this pretrial hearing is expected to last several days. Guys.
All right, thank you. Still ahead, streeteries in D.C. are coming down. The new rule in effect on how it's impacting local businesses.
Also, our Katie Barlow is live with what she's working on this evening. Katie?
Hey, good evening, guys. We've got brand new details from that three-way fatal fire in Washington County that happened last month. We just got the court documents. They may surprise you. Details coming up after this.
Top stories that we are following here at 4:30. One person now dead after a weekend fire in Northern Virginia.
It happened Saturday on Guinea Road in Fairfax. 2 people and a firefighter were also hurt but are expected to be okay. Investigators are trying to figure out what started the blaze.
A Woodbridge man is charged after hitting a car in a parking lot in a fit of rage. 47-year-old Muhammad Azim is accused of hitting another car after getting in a fight with a 38-year-old victim. 2 family members of the victim, including a 1-year-old, were said to be inside the car at the time. No injuries were reported. Azim faces 4 counts of attempted malicious wounding and a count of hit and run.
Now to an update you're seeing first on Fox 5. The 3 people killed in a Washington County house fire last month died from gunshot wounds. That's according to a preliminary autopsy report.
And right now, several suspects are behind bars. Fox 5's chief legal correspondent Katie Barlow has those details and more from Washington County tonight. Katie?
You can see the remains of this house here behind me on National Pike in Clear Spring, Maryland. And as the police report says, but as you can clearly see plainly with your eyes, the first floor nearly destroyed by a fire. Now, according to the police report, one of the 4 individuals who was arrested in this case, the 3 people whose bodies were found in the morning hours of November 18th after that fire that happened here were killed by gunshot wounds, according to a preliminary autopsy report. Now, we want to emphasize that this is a preliminary autopsy report. We don't yet have a final say from the chief medical officer of the state. Now, according to that police report, 47-year-old Darnell Hawkins, who now faces multiple murder charges in this case, when state fire marshals showed up to investigate the scene, they recognized a pour pattern on the concrete of the house that a police dog positively alerted as a fire accelerant. They also noticed trauma to the victims inconsistent with fire, and they called in Maryland State Police and homicide investigators. Now, police say the bodies of 2 victims, Brittany Nicole Ray and Harold Tyrese Nathaniel Flishman, were located in the basement with apparent gunshot wounds. They also located Brianna Mae Weishar on the ground level, also suffering from a gunshot wound. Police say that they reviewed Ring doorbell footage that shows a black male identified as Darnell Hawkins pushing Weishar onto the porch in the early morning hours before the fire and dragging her into the house by her hair. The male can also be heard saying, quote, "clean everything, the whole house." 3 others are charged in the case, including Maurice Mouzon of Brooklyn, Maryland. According to the police report for Kiera White, who's charged as an accessory after murder for allegedly picking up Mouzon and Hawkins in her car. Hawkins and Mouzon were covered in blood that morning, according to a witness. Now, the reports also indicate drugs were involved in this case, and Hawkins, the 47-year-old whose police report gives us some of these details, was actually out on parole. He was convicted and sentenced to life in 1997, also for first-degree murder. He was released on parole October 2nd of this year.
Wow. Wow, a lot of new details there in a tragic case. Katie, thank you. President Trump sounding optimistic. This as the peace process in Ukraine moves forward. Over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio led high-level talks with the Ukrainians. And now Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is set to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow. Now, if those talks do go well, Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky could soon put the finishing touches on the agreement.
We have concrete details from the U.S., concrete details from Europe. These are the main concerns. We need to be very careful here.
The diplomatic progress follows another weekend of heavy Russian attacks on Ukraine and the Ukrainians fighting back, including strikes on Russian oil tankers.
A federal appeals court has disqualified former Trump attorney Alina Habba from serving as New Jersey's top federal prosecutor. Judges ruled the administration's efforts to keep her in the role after her interim term expired and without Senate confirmation violated federal law. Now, the court also warning that Habba's actions since July could be invalidated. Her removal comes just days after a federal judge in Virginia threw out criminal cases against James Comey and Letitia James, also ruling that the Trump-installed prosecutor there, Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed.
Workers seen dismantling the outdoor dining seat at La Diplomate, D.C. today. This comes after new rules and permit fees for streeteries set to cost restaurants more money took effect this weekend. And now the D.C. Council is stepping in with emergency legislation that would lower the cost per square foot from $20 to $15. It would also give the city's Public Space Committee more flexibility on design exemptions.
The streeteries were were initiated as a pandemic response. Maybe people didn't want to sit in restaurants. Restaurants weren't getting customers, let people sit outside, and people weren't driving that much in the city anyway, so make the curb space available. But it's time we got more regulation around it.
Council is set to vote on this tomorrow. The emergency legislation would take effect immediately and stay in place for 90 days if approved.
Still ahead, commemorating World AIDS Day in Prince George's County, how county leaders are supporting impacted residents.
Also new international guidelines on the use of GLP-1 drugs, how experts say they can be used to treat obesity long term.
And if you don't have your real ID yet, you may want to get it soon. Listen up, the new fee you could soon be forced to pay at the airport. We'll be right back.
New guidelines out on GLP-1 therapies for obesity. The World Health Organization says that the drug should be used conditionally as part of the treatment, but the drug is only a part of the solution, and action from other sectors are still required.
Right now, Prince George's County is leading the state of Maryland for new HIV diagnoses.
And today, on World AIDS Day, they're launching a new initiative to help. Fox 5's Homa Bash joins us live from Largo to help explain. Homa.
Guys, good evening. There are about 8,000 people here in Prince George's County living with HIV. It is a disproportionately high number, and those between 20 and 40, they're having the highest number of new cases. So today, the county launching a pilot program to give free test kits to help stop the spread.
The first step is knowing your status and destigmatizing getting tested. We want as many people to get tested as regularly as possible to prevent the spread.
The test kits can be mailed directly to your home, and within 20 minutes, you'll have a result that's over 90% accurate. If you test positive, you can be connected to care immediately, and if you're negative, you'll be pointed to resources to help you stay that way. It is not just HIV, though. Prince George's County also leads the state when it comes to other sexually transmitted infections like chlamydia and gonorrhea. The county teaming up with healthcare nonprofit Us, Helping Us, and using grant money for this initiative. Now you're going to hear from a man who has been HIV positive for 40 years. He says knowing his status is what helped the most.
Information is powerful, and that's what we're putting out. We're putting out information so you can get connected to the system so that you can get the help you need. So, yeah, I'm surviving. You know, I hate to say it. There's a lot of folks that kicked the door in that got me where I'm at. So I'm holding that door open so that others may come through, but we need help.
Again, the test kits are completely free and they're completely confidential. That is really important to note. Nobody will know that you ordered one or what your results are. Again, this is a pilot program at this point. So right now it's for anyone in District 8, which is about a 6-mile radius from National Harbor. Guys.
Thank you, Homa. Still to come, the D.C. region is bracing for its first taste of winter weather this year. The preparations underway.
Yeah, you know who's tracking it all? Our friend Caitlin. She has more on what we can expect and where with her forecast. Hey, Caitlin.
I know. Here we go. First round of winter weather for parts of the area. First of the season, starting early this year. Now, here in D.C., you're mostly looking at a cold rain. It's those early pre-dawn hours that we could get a brief mix before switching to rain. A cold day ahead, and that mix should bring some light accumulations to the mountains. We'll talk about that. All coming up in your full 7-day forecast. That's next.
So unfair. Sipping from your cup till it runs over.
All right, welcome back, everybody. No real ID, no problem. Don't worry about it, but it's going to cost you. Starting February 1st, travelers going through security without a real ID or passport will face a $45 fee. TSA's announcement follows an $18 proposed fee rule that was published last month, but the agency increased the amount. The agency says the fee will cover the administrative and IT costs associated with the ID verification program and to make sure the expense is covered by the travelers and not taxpayers.
More than 3 million passengers are estimated to have passed through TSA checkpoints yesterday as they head back home from their holiday travels, and thousands of those passengers faced a weekend of delays as winter weather slammed major hubs across the country just as airlines were working through all the Thanksgiving travel rush. Now, the record travel delays come shortly after airlines spent most of the month recovering from FAA-mandated schedule cuts because of the government shutdown.
Now, it's a sight you may not have seen in a while, but while you're on the road tonight, make sure to watch out for treatment trucks as the DMV prepares for its first round of winter weather.
That's right. A wintry mix is likely to impact tomorrow's morning commute. And our Tisha Lewis joins us live from Leesburg, Virginia, with more on how communities are preparing for the forecast. Hi, Tish.
Hi there, preps are underway. We are here in northern Loudoun County where they're expecting sleet and rain. This first round of icy precipitation this season, just in time for the morning commute come tomorrow. Even so, you can see the roads are ready to go, already treated.
Yeah, I already saw that. I was surprised already. They're right on top of it. Yeah. Usually they're in good shape around here. I used to work in the Pentagon, and they'd always watch out that north and west of the town. That was us, you know. So, but yeah, they take care of the roads as much as they can.
That is longtime Loudoun County resident Tony Fasola, who's called Leesburg home for 30-plus years. While the roadways across the region, including here in northern Loudoun County, are treated, Virginia's Department of Transportation is urging drivers to limit travel while the wintry mix is coming down. We're told the storm will start with snow before becoming a wintry mix, and then rain, snow, sleet, and freezing rain are likely. VDOT says it's pre-treating interstates, primary and high-volume secondary roadways with salt brine, and will be mobilizing tonight to be, quote, staged and ready for winter weather. Maryland's Department of Transportation's State Highway Administration is echoing the same game plan ahead of tonight.
We're pre-treating the highways with the salt brine, which is like 23% salt and the rest is water. That's those lines you see in advance of a storm. That's sprayed on the roadways and allowed to dry. That way, when the precipitation does start, it turns it into a slushy, easily removed material rather than a hard snowpack. It kind of gives us a leg up on the operations. And then the full operations start, of course. We'll be out there tonight.
That's right. You want to make sure that we give them plenty of room to do their job. But what's the plan for D.C., Tisha?
So D.C. does have a plan. They have a snow team that is on standby and will be on standby from 11 p.m. tonight and on. We have also learned, here's a few reminders. Neighborhoods are typically not treated by these teams. Also, bridges, overpasses, ramps, freeze first.
All right. Thank you, Tisha.
Okay, well, this perfect segue as we take live outside. Take a look at what our sky cam from Fox 5 is revealing here at the wharf. Everything nice and calm and dry, but the cold is here.
Yeah, and I'm concerned about the commute tomorrow, so just people make sure that you're careful out there. Let's get right over to Caitlin. She says that we could see some ice on the roadways in some spots.
When you start mixing that stuff up, Caitlin, it can be a little tricky.
It definitely can. I mean, even just rain will slow you down, which is primarily what the D.C. commuters will see. But as Tisha explained, depending on where you live, you could see a variety of precipitation, and with it being the first kind of winter weather event of the season, everybody needs to be extra cautious. It's also happening right into the morning commute. So a wintry mix to rain for the metro in D.C. tomorrow morning. It will be a colder situation for the mountains in our far northwestern communities, so they may see some light accumulations and have more impacts. That moves out, and then the rest of the week starts to look quiet, but stays cold. I mean, the the chilly weather began over the holiday weekend and is really locked in here for our first full week of December. Not without another snow chance. That might be Friday night into Saturday. Still a little early to tell, but we are eyeing the next shot of seeing some snowflakes in the area. Here's your winter weather advisories. This starts late tonight, runs until noon on Tuesday. It's the northwestern zone, so especially this time of year, you've got to have some elevation. That's where it's colder, and that's where you get the frozen precipitation more often than closer to the surface, which would be along 95 and the Beltway. So northern Montgomery, western Loudoun, parts of Fauquier, and then back to the north and west. That's where we'll have the impacts from any winter weather late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Temperatures are all well above freezing at the moment, but you see it's 35 in Cumberland, 39 in Hagerstown. They don't have as far to go to get down to the freezing mark versus 44 here. Just a little bit of cloud cover right now. Our storm system's still moving through the Midwest, snowing in St. Louis, snowing in Chicago. It looks to be moving into Cincinnati and will push eastward across the mountains overnight tonight. So here's what it looks like for us. Late tonight, nothing going on. It's in those pre-dawn hours that we start to get some of that precipitation moving in. Here's 4 a.m. You've got a mix approaching the Beltway. You've got a little bit of snow accumulating in the mountains. And then that pink area indicating a mix through about 6:30 or 7 before we flip to rain. And really most of the area does flip to rain during the morning commute. So the impacts where we start with that mix and it holds on a little bit longer to the north and west will be felt with some of those road conditions. Otherwise, once you switch to rain, it really washes any slush away pretty quickly. Back edge of the rain is over us early afternoon, and then we should see some late day clearing as we dry out from this departing storm system. So anyone along 95, it is a brief mix. It's really only between about, say, 4:30 and 6:30 in the morning, and then changes to rain. It's just rain to the south and east, and there could be some light accumulation, an inch or two for places like Frederick, Hagerstown, Cumberland, which is, of course, impactful and may cause some delays. Wouldn't be surprised to see school delays out in our northwestern zones. So 41 is it for the high temperature tomorrow. 43 on Wednesday. We get the sunshine back, but we do not lose the cold. It is locked in. Those below normal temperatures will be reinforced later this week. Friday looks very chilly and no change as we head into the weekend. So your 7-day forecast shows we're dry Wednesday, Thursday, most of Friday, but we could get some late flakes Friday night into Saturday. Chilly weekend, but dry, and then looks colder still as we head into next week. That's your 7-day, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Someone keeps making fake AI-generated images of Diddy in prison, and the images, I must say, are being posted all over social media. Now, TMZ is all over this story. Michael Babcock joining us live. Now, Michael, here's the deal. I saw some of the photos. I saw some of the images, and I'm like, it did look real. I'm like, wow, Diddy's getting a little touchy-feely behind bars. But then it's not real.
Yeah. Hey, Shamari. Yeah, I know. It's tough because you look at these images, Shamari, and they look absolutely real. And in one of the sets of images, in the case of them, they actually even had the TMZ watermark on them that somebody put. I thought that they were real. I quickly went to the website to see if, in fact, we had gotten some images that I hadn't heard about. And sure enough, nowhere to be found. And these are not real, like you said, Shamari. These are AI-generated images, and they are getting increasingly more realistic looking. So the video, not real. The images, not real. Now, we have gotten other photos and even videos, Shamari, of Diddy behind bars.
That's the
but
one
nothing
you're
where
looking
he
at
was
right now.
hugging. Yeah. Right, that one actually is real from his prison job in the bookstore. But the ones where he is sort of kind of getting a little touchy-feely with the other inmates, those are not real images. They're completely fake.
I mean,
and obviously, these people wanted to stop.
Yeah. Well, I saw the one that shows Diddy in the prison yard smiling, and it looks real. But you said something that I really like for our viewers out there. You can check TMZ.com to see if the picture is real, because when you see that TMZ watermark, you're like, wait a second, it must be real. No, because TMZ, you guys are the best. So, no, you got to check.
They knew what to do to make it look real, Shamari. Yeah, they had me fooled for what that's worth.
All right. Well, thank you, Michael, for clearing everything up for us.
I appreciate it.
All right. You can watch TMZ right here on Fox 5 at 7:30, right after Like It or Not.
All righty. Well, still to come, the holiday spirit arriving at the White House, the new Christmas theme unveiled by the First Lady today.
I love this time of year, Ange. Plus, a big honor for a local school, how one Virginia team is following in the NFL's footsteps with a trip abroad. Whoa, look at that. Time now for the feed at 4. New York City is set to get its first ever Vegas-style casinos. One has been proposed next to the stadium of the New York Mets in Queens, another at Ferry Point Golf Course in the Bronx, and another at the Aqueduct Racetrack near JFK Airport. The proposals were approved for gambling licenses today by a state panel. The State Gaming Commission is expected to formally issue the licenses before the end of the year.
The First Lady and Second Lady giving back this holiday season. Melania Trump and Usha Vance worked alongside U.S. military spouses at an American Red Cross holiday care package event at Joint Base Andrews. Everyone helped create care packages and wrote cards for our deployed service members.
That's fantastic. Now it's officially Christmas time, right? At the White House, First Lady Melania Trump has personally selected the theme, Home is Where the Heart Is. The White House is decked out in over 25,000 feet of ribbon, thousands of lights, gold stars, and blue butterflies. The patriotic decorations are a symbol for America's upcoming 250th anniversary.
One iconic department store in Paris has a unique way to get you in the door and onto the roof. Galeries Lafayette Paris Houseman opening an ice rink with a view up on the rooftop overlooking the Opera House and the Eiffel Tower. So shop and skate.
That's funny. You know how to ice skate, Ange?
No.
No? I'll have to teach you.
I'm a
pretty
spectator.
good. I do rollerblading too. All right, everybody, your news at 5 starts right now.
And right now at 5, newly obtained footage capturing the moments after National Guard members were ambushed in D.C., plus a closer look at the accused gunman's history.
A pivotal court appearance for Luigi Mangione. We're live outside the courthouse with what today's hearing means for the case moving forward.
A Maryland house fire only part of the story, why a deadly fire is now being treated as a triple homicide.
And new filings, new announcements, and new speculation tonight as momentum builds for what could be the district's most crowded race in years. But off the top tonight, we start with your forecast tracking that weather, winter weather across the country. And just the past few minutes, we have learned that Culpeper County schools will start on a 2-hour delay as the system moves in.
We have our eyes to the skies and in the Weather Center. Mike Thomas here with the first check of the forecast at 5.
All right, Jim and Marina, that school district, probably the first of a number we're going to see. Now, I'm not sure right around D.C. I know Montgomery County, Fairfax County kids, you all are all excited. Doubtful around the Washington, D.C. area because we're going to switch from a wintry mix to rain pretty quickly. Now, northwest sectors, much better chance that we're going to see a few more delays popping up as we head through tonight and, of course, through tomorrow morning. So, dry start today, but a generally wintry start than we're used to December after a beautiful sunset. How's that for your very first night of December? Traffic, not so nice, but at least you have something pretty to look at if you're stuck at some of the roadways around the region. 43, Reagan National, Dulles down to 38. BWI for Thurgood Marshall at 41. And, of course, temperature is going to be key over the next few hours. We'll see how cold they get tonight as that will set the stage for what happens tomorrow morning. Nothing's happening tonight. It is a quiet night in D.C. If you have any outdoor plans, you're fine. This is the system we're tracking. It's a weaker system at the moment, though it is expected to gather strength as it kind of rounds the bend near the mid-Atlantic tomorrow. Overnight low temperatures, and this is important, marginally freezing to just above in most locations. 34 D.C. and you see 33, 34 off to the west. So we're going to take you through Futurecast coming up. But yeah, morning mix, in some spots snow, in some spots just rain. Again, come back in just a few minutes. We will update you hour by hour. Latest Futurecast coming up in just a few. Guys?
All right, Mike, thank you. Meanwhile, the race to replace D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is off and running. The first candidate officially entering the race today. That's council member for Ward 4, Janice Lewis-George.
Tom Fitzgerald is live at the Wilson building right now. And Fitz, you talked with the council member today, and clearly she's going to be the first in many lining up for this job.
You're sure right about that. Out of the gate today, council member Janice Lewis-George set a record. Get this, she qualified for D.C.'s fair election program only 4 hours after she filed for mayor, racking up an eye-popping $700,000 in donation. Now, Lewis-George told Fox 5 today that her campaign is going to focus on just a couple of things: affordability, education, child care, and policing. Those are her main themes. Now, for his part today, Council Chair Phil Mendelson says it is very unlikely he isn't going to endorse any candidate in this mayoral race during the primary season. And Lewis-George has been a bit of a critic of Mayor Bowser's so-called working relationship with the Trump administration over this past year. She told Fox 5 instead she is going to be, quote, fighting for D.C. in the courts to fight for home rule.
whose leadership and whose vision is one they can get behind. So I'm excited to have those conversations in all 8 wards of this city and make my case as a daughter of the district.
Yeah, I think there's been a rumor about this for a while. There have been a lot of rumors going around. So I can't say that there's a surprise there.
Now, Louis George also tells Fox 5 there just might be a change at the top of D.C. Police if she is elected mayor. While expressing support for D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith today, she also made it very clear in our interview she will be looking for who she would want to lead MPD and address specific issues like retention, recruitment, morale, and police enforcement. Now, a lot of the folks Fox 5 talked to today said policing is a very important issue for anybody who runs for D.C. mayor.
Yes, policing definitely is needed. It's a huge thing. It's a huge need.
Policing doesn't necessarily have to just be police on the street. Policing can be community oriented.
I think there would have to be some changes. Obviously, with any new mayoral administration, you're going to make some changes. But I've heard officers loud and clear who have spoken to me and said, we need a cultural change within the police department.
Now, the councilwoman who's described herself as a democratic socialist discounted some of these reports that she'd be running a Zoran Mamdani-style campaign like the newly elected mayor-elect in New York City. And keep in mind, she's not going to be in this race probably by herself for a while. Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, who is a political ally of current Mayor Bowser, said she's widely reported to be getting into this race possibly in the next couple of days.
New details on the recall effort of Purcellville's Vice Mayor. Status hearing starting today where the judge will decide next steps. A 3-day jury trial was expected to begin today. Vice Mayor Ben Nett and Town Manager Quasi Frazier arrested over the summer for their alleged involvement to do away with the town's police department amid a $3 million budget shortfall. Nett scheduled to be in court again on criminal charges in January. U.S. Marshals joining the hunt and offering a $5,000 reward to find a missing Virginia high school coach turned fugitive. 46-year-old Travis Turner from Appalachia is wanted on 5 counts of possession of child pornography and 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. He's been missing since November 20th in the middle of his football team's undefeated season. His family telling the New York Post that Turner left his home with a gun before vanishing.
Still no arrest in a deadly shooting at a child's birthday party in Northern California over the weekend. This happened in Stockton. The banquet hall packed with more than 100 people in what the local sheriff is calling a targeted incident. The victims were just 8, 9, 14, and 21 years old. 11 others were injured, one of them critically. And now on to the latest on the deadly ambush of 2 West Virginia National Guard members working in D.C. There's positive news about the status of the surviving victim as the investigation into the gunman intensifies.
The White House now re-examining some immigration policies and those who recently entered the country. Fox 5's Bob Barner down near the scene of that shooting with the latest tonight. Bob.
Yeah, hey there, Marina and Jim. People have been coming by this makeshift memorial here, taking pictures, leaving flowers throughout the day. As for the suspect in the deadly shooting here, he is facing a number of charges tonight, including 1 count of murder. Charges, we're told, that will be placed once he's released from the hospital.
We did have some positive news that we were told that Andrew was asked if he could hear the nurse who asked the question to give a thumbs up, and he did respond. And we were told that he also wiggled his toes. So we take that as a positive sign.
West Virginia's governor today providing a positive update on the status of Andrew Wolf, who remains in serious condition in the hospital. It comes as investigators look into the suspect's background, a 29-year-old Afghan national who once worked with the CIA. U.S. officials believing he may have been radicalized since coming to the U.S. in 2021. Today, the White House says they are now re-examining all of the Afghans that have recently come into the country.
I think when you have millions of people that come in, undocumented aliens, or there are loopholes, as what had presumably happened in this particular situation, that has to be cleaned up.
Tonight, new video shows the moments after the attack.
I was shocked because when I first heard the first couple of gunshots, I thought it was some kind of a military celebration or something for the holiday.
Mark Wade recording from the vantage point of Farragut Square across the street.
I was just heartbroken that this happened, you know, right the day before Thanksgiving, and I just felt sorry for them and their families. But I knew that it probably was going to be fatal by the way they was doing the prolonged CPR and weren't stopping.
At the scene of the shooting outside the Farragut West Metro Station, 17th and I Streets Northwest, just a few blocks from the White House, a growing memorial to the ambushed National Guard members.
It's just sad, man, you know, just sad. May she rest in peace, and I hope he recovers, you know. And I pray that all the National Guards keep doing the job that you do.
Larry Gainey there, the man we spoke to here at this memorial earlier, says he served in the National Guard back in the mid-1970s. Meanwhile, President Trump has invited the Beckstrom and Wolf families to visit him at the White House to honor the Guards members. He says, though, at a time when both families are ready. Guys.
All right, moving on tonight, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are pushing for a congressional review over strikes targeting alleged drug cartels on international waters. This follows a report which claims the U.S. authorized attacks on survivors who couldn't defend themselves. But military officers claim they were following a directive from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to, quote, kill everybody.
We'll have public hearings. We'll put people under oath. We need to get to the bottom of this. He should not be in this position. He should have been fired after Signalgate.
I have great confidence. You say there's no second strike? I don't know. I'm going to find out about it. But Pete said he did not order the death of those two men.
The U.S. military action has raised tensions with Venezuela, and President Trump announced Saturday the country's airspace should be considered closed.
All right, still to come here, 5 new rules are here. The structures are already disappearing. What's next for D.C. streeteries?
Plus, it wasn't a blowout, but it still wasn't a win. How the Commanders are reassessing after last night's overtime thriller.
And Thanksgiving is over, but the travel delays are still happening tonight. A live report from one of the nation's busiest hubs after the break.
Although the two-point conversion didn't go our way, a lot of the other winning time moments did. And I thought that was a big part. You know, in this game, we played some complimentary football, had some punt, had some field positions.
Now, the fight wasn't enough for the Commanders last night in that overtime loss against the Broncos. There was a remarkable one-handed catch, though, by Treylon Burks, but it wasn't enough to lead the Commanders to a win. It was Burks' second career touchdown. This, by the way, is the Commanders' 7th straight loss. They take on the Vikings on Sunday. And just like last year in Landover, President Trump plans to attend the Army-Navy game in Baltimore next Saturday, months after criticizing the city's crime rate. Trump had previously threatened National Guard deployments, sparking pushback from Governor Wes Moore and Mayor Brandon Scott, who highlighted declining violent crime in the city. The game will be held at 3 o'clock December 13th at M&T Bank Stadium.
Thousands of airline passengers recovering after a weekend of delays during the Thanksgiving travel rush as winter weather slams major hubs across the country. Fox's Sarah Legre live from Houston's George Bush Airport. And Sarah, finally getting home for a lot of people after this long weekend, a lot of delays.
Absolutely. I mean, wrapping up the holiday travel weekend, we have some folks here in the airport still trying to get home from their destination, but still having some winter weather to contend with. We know it's going to stick around in certain parts of the country as the system moves east over the course of the next couple of days. But just talking to people here at George Bush Intercontinental, and I know I personally feel it too. I've been traveling for the holiday season as well. I'm very fortunate to have, but so many people are just tired. They've dealt with the winter weather. They've dealt with just the chaos that comes around with this time of year, but then also the delays that go along with it. Well, I want to take you to Chicago. This is one of the crazier destinations over the course of the weekend when we had winter weather move on through. Nearly 10 inches of snow in surrounding areas there, and then you kind of get this domino effect. It's tough for planes to take off, for crews to catch up. That's what we're seeing. FlightAware also reported more than 12,000 delays and over 1,400 cancellations. This was yesterday alone. Now, the weather hit just as airlines were working through one of the busiest ever Thanksgiving travel periods, according to AAA. Now, the TSA, they say it screened more than 3.1 million people yesterday. That's a record. We're seeing that once again today. It came after airlines spent most of the month recovering from schedule cuts from the FAA because of the months-long government shutdown. Now, most are back to regular operations, but I did talk to one gal this morning. She tells me she's missed work today because of an airline staffing issue.
The flight was supposed to leave at 10 o'clock, but it ended up leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I had to overnight in Charlotte, so I'm missing out on work and everything just because they couldn't find any pilots to take us to Houston from Charlotte.
Yeah, I was listening to her and I just felt for her because I feel like so many of us can relate. We've all had that night when you're stuck in some random airport terminal trying to catch some Z's, but also trying to make your way back home. That is the consensus for a lot of Americans traveling over the course of this weekend. Again, 3 million people expected to travel home today, according to AAA and TSA. But then I know a lot of folks, including myself, just kind of gearing up and getting ready to do it all over again in just a couple of weeks from right now, you guys.
A lot of holiday expected through the end of the year. Thank you, Sarah. Meanwhile, starting February 1st, travelers going through security without a real ID or passport will face a $45 fee. TSA's announcement follows an $18 proposed fee rule that was floated last month. According to the agency, the fee will cover the administrative and IT costs associated with the ID verification program.
All right, as we turn to weather, I want to give you a look at Virginia crews pre-treating roads today of a possibly wintry mix. Tisha Lewis will have more on the preparations across the D.C. region coming up.
Yeah, but let's check back in with Mike. The good news is it may not be a huge to-do, but it seems as though the roads are ready, Mike.
Yeah, roads, I mean, I saw the chalk lines coming into work here this afternoon, so I see folks are really out of salt lines, it's the chalk lines, but a lot of brine going down on those roadways across the D.C. region as we really gear up for what could be our first, I don't necessarily want to say significant, but it will certainly be a winter weather event across the D.C. region tomorrow. It will quickly change, though, from anything wintry here in D.C. over to just plain old but very cold rain. 46 this afternoon in D.C. Cold day. 7 degrees below the seasonal average as we start off the new month of December. Temperatures in the 30s for the most part right now, and that will be key. I mean, look at Winchester already at 32, 37 for Hagerstown, as well as Frederick and Martinsburg. Same deal for Manassas, Culpeper at 38, Fredericksburg 39, and you can kind of tell just from this map, 40 south and east, it's going to be these northwestern zones where temps are colder, and a lot of them will drop at least briefly freezing overnight. That'll prepare the ground for a little bit of snow and perhaps some mix and some ice come tomorrow morning. Tonight, quiet night, 39 by the time we hit 6 o'clock, down to about 36 at 8, 35 by 10 p.m. here in D.C. Clouds will then kind of filter in overnight ahead of this storm system that's going to approach us tomorrow morning. Not much happening on radar, nor would we expect anything here locally right now, but there's the northern fringe of your storm system. You see it's already putting snow again across the Midwest, where, yes, Chicago got a good wallop around Saturday before that storm system heading towards us and gave us some rain and a little bit of mix around here on Sunday morning. This is the parent low. It's coming off the Gulf, so it's going to grab more moisture, work its way off the coastline, and as it gets close to us, we'll probably start off as a little bit of brief mix, maybe some freezing rain close to D.C., and then it'll go over to just plain old rain here in Washington. If you want to see some snow, you mostly have to get up north and west closer to the Maryland and West Virginia panhandles. Even there, we're not expecting big-time snowfall totals, but you will certainly have a little bit more up that way than we will have here in D.C. Tomorrow, temperatures 30s and lower 40s. It's going to be a cold day even once the storm gets past us. And while, yeah, we might be above freezing and just seeing rain here in Washington, that doesn't mean it's going to be a warm rain, with temperatures expected to stay pretty cold all afternoon. Here's a look at your future cast, 4:30, 5 o'clock. So just as the morning commute's starting to get underway for some folks, that's when we could see some mix here in D.C. You see some snow north and west of town there. It could come down briefly steady along, say, that I-70, I-68 corridor across northern Maryland for a brief period of time. But notice 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, warm air is kind of flooding in around this storm, and it switches us all over to just plain old rain here in Washington. Could come down heavy, and it will certainly be cold throughout the first half of the day tomorrow. All gets out of here as we get into the afternoon, and we're much drier by the evening commute. I wouldn't anticipate too many problems for that evening commute either. I think once we switch over to plain old rain, we're going to get rid of anything that fell down on the ground pretty quickly here. Futurecast is going as aggressive as an inch or two to the north, maybe Hagerstown, Cumberland, having certainly better chances than us here in D.C. for putting down some snow on the ground. As far as those winter weather advisories are concerned, as close to Washington as northern Montgomery, western Loudoun, northern Fauquier, but Fairfax, Prince George's, Charles, St. Mary's, none of us are under a winter weather advisory here. Caitlin will have more details on this storm, and she'll look ahead on that 7-day. Could anything else be waiting there? We'll let you know coming up. Guys?
This magical moment brought to you by your local McDonald's.
And today's magical moment, the UVA Cavaliers snap a 4-game losing streak, ending their season with a huge win over the Hokies, securing both the Commonwealth Cup and a spot in the ACC Championship. Saturday's 27-7 win also marked the most attended game at Scott Stadium in 14 years, with nearly 59,000 on hand. UVA will face Duke in the ACC title this Saturday, and Charlotte kickoff is at 8 p.m.
And speaking of today's magical moment, Virginia will open its 2026 football season on an international stage facing NC State and Rio de Janeiro. That'll happen August 29th. It'll be the first college football game ever played in South America. The matchup counts as a conference game as the ACC shifts to a 9-game league schedule. The Cavaliers will be designated home team in Rio, playing inside Nilton Santos Stadium.
Now at McDonald's, get any size iced coffee for just 99 cents until 11 a.m.
The White House continuing its war with the press with a database that catalogs news reports the Trump administration claims are false, misleading, or distorted. The site also includes a leaderboard of outlets the White House considers to be untruthful, with the Washington Post, CBS News, CNN, and the New York Times among those listed.
And Prince George's County applications now open for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. The program, also known as Section 8, will provide rent assistance while still giving them the ability to choose where they live. Free preliminary applications are being accepted between now and the end of the day Friday. You can find more information on our website, fox5dc.com. Workers seen dismantling the outdoor seating at Le Diplomat in Northwest D.C. today. This comes after new streetery rules and permit fees took effect over the weekend. Now D.C. Council stepping in with emergency legislation that would lower the cost per square foot from $20 to $15. There will also be more design exemptions.
The streeteries were initiated during the pandemic, and now we're looking at some regulations to regulate them, recognizing that they're here to stay.
Council set to vote on this tomorrow. If approved, the emergency legislation would take effect immediately and stay in place for the next 90 days.
So to come another deadline from the White House, it could lead to more layoffs before the end of the year.
And a preliminary autopsy and new evidence from the scene have a Maryland house fire now under murder investigation. But first, let's check in with Tisha Lewis on Weather Watch tonight. Hi, Tisha.
Hi there, Marina and Jim. A wintry weather mix expected tonight and into the morning commute come tomorrow. The roads are treated here in northern Loudoun County, and the crews are ready. Some folks on standby. We will break it all down coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
early round of winter weather that could impact your commute tomorrow morning.
Road preparations are already underway across the region. In fact, in Culpeper County, the schools there are already on a 2-hour delay. Tisha Lewis is live in Leesburg with more. Hi, Tisha.
Hi there, Jim and Marina. Here we go. 'Tis the season. We are here in northern Loudoun County where they're expecting sleet and rain. And this is the first icy precipitation of the season. And it's expected to go into tonight and also into the morning rush hour commute come tomorrow morning. Even so, you can see, even in the night skies, you can see the roadways are treated. You can see the lines. The roads are already treated here in northern Loudoun County and also across the area.
Yeah, I already saw that. I was surprised already. They're right on top of it. Yeah. Usually they're in good shape around here.
And that is longtime Loudoun County resident Tony Fasolo, who's called Leesburg home for 30-plus years. While the roadways across the region, including here in northern Loudoun County, are treated, Virginia's Department of Transportation is urging drivers to limit travel while the wintry mix is occurring. We're told the storm will start with snow before becoming a wintry mix and then rain. Snow, sleet, and freezing rain very likely. VDOT says it's pre-treating interstates, primary and high-volume secondary roadways with salt brine, and we'll be mobilizing tonight to, quote, stage and also get ready for winter weather. Maryland's Department of Transportation State Highway Administration also echoing the same game plan and strategy ahead of tonight.
We have up to 2,300 pieces of equipment that we can use. That won't be necessary in this storm because it's supposed to be mostly rain on the eastern shore in southern Maryland. But we will have crews out, and yes, you're correct. We do work in shifts, 12 on and 12 off. It's been a couple of mild winters. Of course, last year we did have a storm that did produce a couple inches of snow. We start preparing for this when people were still getting their suntans. We're doing all of our ordering of materials. All of our shops get together and they have a friendly competition to hone their skills. And we make sure all the equipment's in proper working order, ready to hit the road. And we're ready for anything that comes this winter.
As for D.C., we're told the district's snow team will be on standby at 11 p.m. tonight for potentially icy road conditions and weather. Also, a few reminders. Neighborhood streets, we're told, are not typically treated. Also, bridges, overpasses, ramps, those freeze first.
A Hyattsville police officer out of jail tonight after being indicted on sexual abuse and rape charges. Corporal Jonathan Monge was released without posting bail, promising to not contact the victim and to appear at his next court hearing. He's accused of abusing a minor. The department confirms he is on administrative leave without pay. Flags in Virginia will be flown at half-staff, and a memorial will be held tomorrow honoring corrections officer Jeremy Lewis Hall, killed in the line of duty. 40-year-old Hall died on November 17th after being attacked by an inmate. That inmate, John Holloman Russell, at a correction center in Grayson County. 2 other officers were also hospitalized, but since have been released. Russell had been serving nearly a 12-year sentence for a 2017 armed carjacking in Fairfax.
Fire ripping through a northwest D.C. home today. Happened on Albemarle Street, right by Rock Creek Park. Fire at a single-family home spread to the walls, the ceiling, and the attic. No one was hurt. No word on what started the fire. First on Fox 5, the 3 people killed in a Washington County house fire last month apparently died from gunshot wounds. That is according to a preliminary autopsy report. Right now, several suspects are behind bars. Our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, has those details and more from Washington County.
You can see the remains of the house here behind me on National Pike in Clear Spring, Maryland. According to the police report, but also as you can plainly see with your own eyes, the first floor residence of this house was destroyed by a fire. Now, also according to that police report, the 3 people whose bodies were found after the fire on the morning of November 18th died by gunshot wounds, according to a preliminary autopsy report. We want to emphasize it's a preliminary report. We don't yet have a final say from the chief medical officer from the state. According to the police report for 47-year-old Darnell Hawkins, who now faces multiple murder charges, when state fire marshals investigated the scene, they recognized a pour pattern on the concrete of the house that a police dog positively alerted as a fire accelerant. They also noticed trauma to the victims inconsistent with fire and called in Maryland State Police and homicide investigators. Police say the bodies of 2 victims, Brittany Nicole Ray and Harold Tyrese Nathaniel Flishman, were located in the basement with apparent gunshot wounds wounds. They also located Brianna Mae Weishar on the ground level, also suffering from a gunshot wound. Police say they reviewed Ring doorbell footage that shows a black male identified as Hawkins pushing Weishar onto the porch in the early morning hours before the fire and dragging her into the house by her hair. The male can also be heard saying, quote, clean everything, the whole house. 3 others are charged in the case, including Maurice Mouzon of Brooklyn, Maryland. According to the police report for Kiera White, a 3rd individual charged as an accessory to murder after the fact for allegedly picking up Mouzon and Hawkins in her car. Hawkins and Mouzon were covered in blood that morning, according to a witness. The reports also indicate that drugs were involved in this case, and in Hawkins' case, he was actually out on parole after being convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison back in 1997. He was released on parole October 2nd of this year.
Coming up, another Trump-era prosecutor is out, and it could unravel months of work.
But first, the Pope's on his first trip abroad. His message from the Middle East after the break. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with France's leader today in Paris as talks continue towards ending Ukraine's ongoing war with Russia. Over the weekend, Secretary of State Marco Rubio held high-level talks with Ukrainian officials. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is now set to meet with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. If those talks are successful, Trump and Zelensky could soon finalize the agreement.
And President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking on the phone today, reaffirming their push to disarm Hamas and demilitarize Gaza. The call coming just 24 hours after Netanyahu asked asked Israel's president for a full pardon from his corruption charges, a move that Trump has been urging for months. Netanyahu facing charges of fraud, breach of trust, and accepting luxury gifts from billionaires in exchange for political favors.
Thousands lining up to see Pope Leo XIV as he travels across Lebanon. The country is an area that still allows for religious diversity in the Middle East. Today, Leo became the first pontiff to visit the tomb of Saint Maroon in Lebanon, a saint revered amongst both Christians and Muslims. Next, he'll preside over an interfaith gathering in Beirut.
Still ahead, Luigi Mangione returning to court nearly a year after the deadly Manhattan shooting. What prosecutors are pushing for coming up.
And a bus bomb threat lands a Virginia man behind bars. We have details on that case coming up at 6. But first, hi, Caitlin.
Hey, Jim. We are kicking off December with some winter weather. Believe it or not, we've got advisories out for parts of our area. We'll let you know who's most impacted for the Tuesday morning commute coming up after the break.
now have less than 3 weeks to decide how many top-level executives they can afford to keep after this year's massive workforce cuts. The Office of Personnel Management ordering every agency to turn in a full staffing assessment by December 19th, laying out exactly how many senior level and scientific posts they plan to reduce. The new review could shift more power to political appointees as the administration expands options for non-career senior leaders. This year, the federal workforce shrank by more than 300,000 employees.
A federal appeals court has disqualified former Trump attorney Alina Habba from serving serving as New Jersey's top federal prosecutor. Judges ruled the administration's efforts to keep her in the role after her interim term expired and without Senate confirmation violated federal law. The court also warned that Habba's actions since July could all be invalidated. Her removal comes just days after a federal judge in Virginia threw out the criminal cases against James Comey and Letitia James, also ruling that the Trump-installed prosecutor who brought those charges, Lindsay Halligan, was too unlawfully appointed.
Luigi Mangione back in a New York courtroom where he's facing life in prison on state charges for the murder of United Healthcare executive Brian Thompson. That trial date has yet to be set, but the defense is already starting a fight. Fox's Caroline Elliott live at the New York State Court with the latest tonight. Caroline?
Hey there, Marina. So we've got the pretrial hearing for Luigi Mangione this week, and his lawyers are asking the judge to throw out some of that key evidence in this case. They say that police did not have a warrant when they searched his backpack. They're also claiming officers did not read Mangione his Miranda rights, and they say police body cam video proves this is what happened. So now Mangione's lawyers want the judge to throw out that evidence police found in that backpack, including a 3D printed gun, a silencer, Mangione's phone, and a red notebook that's been described as a manifesto. Legal experts say even though it's not clear how the judge will rule, prosecutors still have a lot more evidence to work with.
If all of this evidence is thrown out, it would severely hurt the state's case. That said, they still have the evidence of a video showing him with something in his hand leading to the death of the executive. So the whole case doesn't go away.
Luigi Mangione is accused of killing the United Healthcare exec in New York City last year, and ever since he's been in custody waiting for his trial. Today in state court, officers uncuffed the 27-year-old as he sat down at the defense table dressed in a dark gray suit, and his lawyers say overall he's doing okay.
Harry, how's your client doing today?
And the pretrial hearing is expected to last several days. Jim, Marina.
A jury has begun hearing arguments in the federal antitrust trial against NASCAR. The 23XI racing team owned by Michael Jordan and Front Row Motorsports says NASCAR has too much say in the game, accusing the organization of violating competition laws. Last fall, both teams chose not to re-sign extensions on their charter agreements, the framework for guaranteed spots in races and payouts.
All right, time now 5:46 as we get you outside and give you a live look from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the downtown there, and things are already lit for the holidays and potentially for some impending snow.
All right, speaking of that, let's bring in Caitlin Roth. We were mentioning roads are being treated. I saw 70 and 270 through Maryland. They're taken care of. The question is, does that hold as we move into the morning?
Yeah, I think it should, you guys. We've had a lot of lead up to this event, which is mostly going to be those interstates that Jim mentioned and farther off to our north and west. But good trial run as we get started here. Winter coming in early, December 1st, and we're already talking about winter weather for parts of our area. This will mostly favor regions to the north and west that are at higher elevations where they will be colder. A mix of snow and sleet changing over to rain through the morning hours in the immediate D.C. metro. That window of a wintry mix will be very brief before we flip to rain during the beginning stages of the morning commute. We clear out in the afternoon. Rest of the week looks mostly dry, but cold. That will be a mainstay as we look at the 7-day and even beyond when it comes to temperatures. And we may, in fact, even have another snow chance late week, Friday night into Saturday. But cold start to the month. 46 was the high temperature at Reagan today, just 44 at Dulles, 45 at BWI. Our average high this time of year is still 53, and we won't even come close to that over the next week. Temperatures right now are already falling back into the 30s here. Look at Winchester already at 32, Culpeper already at 32. So you've got temperatures that are at freezing or right there, and they have the best shot of seeing some of that winter weather late tonight. It's 43 here in D.C., and while there's been a little bit of cloud cover increasing, the rain and snow remains well off to our west. An extra dose of snow for places like Chicago, down through St. Louis, Illinois, Indiana, all recovering from record snowfall over the weekend. Daily amounts in November that they have never seen before. So additional snowfall moving through the Midwest, and that's what's tracking eastward. Out ahead of it, winter weather advisories, which include northern Montgomery County, western Loudoun County, so the northwestern tier, but not the Beltway 95 or D.C., because as precipitation moves in during those pre-dawn hours, it may start as snow to the north and west. It may briefly start as a mix here in D.C. That would be kind of snow and sleet, and then eventually flipping to rain. This is at 6 a.m., and you've still got a bit of a wintry mix around, so this would probably spark a few delays, especially to the north and west, before we do flip over to rain, and that looks to happen during the morning commute. A cold rain will continue through the morning before that back edge clears us in the afternoon, and we see this all come to an end. So this will mostly be a rain event for D.C., but it is that couple-hour window where we could have that icy mix before flipping to rain. That includes Baltimore, that includes Fairfax, back through Charlottesville and Winchester. This little pocket here of northern Maryland and certainly western Maryland could see some slushy accumulations, even for places like Cumberland or Westminster, Thurmont, maybe a couple inches of snow and sleet. So yeah, a really wintry start to the month here. 41 for that high temperature tomorrow, again in the metro. Brief mix changes to rain during the morning commute, and then we clear out in the afternoon. Wednesday, sunshine's back, but it is brisk, 43 for the high temperature. And look at your departure from normal map. That cold is just locked in. Reinforced Thursday into Friday. Friday looks very chilly, so does the weekend, and even signs that next week could bring another reinforcing shot of the cold air. So yeah, meteorological winter started today. Feels like it. There's your 7-day. Watching a late Friday night for a few flakes into Saturday morning. So hopefully that would be less impactful going into a weekend. But we'll be following that next. And then pretty cold with highs in the 30s as we look towards next week. Jim and Marina, back over to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. New tonight, Prince George's County is leading the state of Maryland when it comes to new HIV diagnoses.
And on this World AIDS Day, the county launching a new initiative to stop the spread. Fox 5's Homa Bash live in Largo to explain. Homa?
Marina, Jim, good evening to you. There are about 8,000 people here in Prince George's County who are living with HIV. It is a disproportionately high number. Those aged 20 to 40, they have the highest rate of new cases. So today, they launched a new program to mail free test kits directly to your door.
This disease is so preventable. Technology in the medical field has so many advancements that it doesn't make sense for Prince George's County to be leading the state in this area when we have so many ways to prevent it.
There are 2 county health centers in Laurel and Cheverly where free testing is available, but data from the health department is finding a concentration of cases in the southern part of Prince George's. So these test kits can be mailed right to your home, and within 20 minutes, you'll have a result that is over 90% accurate. If you test positive, you can be connected to care immediately. If you're negative, you'll be pointed to resources to help you stay that way. It is not just HIV, though. Prince George's County also leading the state when it comes to other sexually transmitted infections like chlamydia and gonorrhea. The county teaming up with the healthcare nonprofit Us Helping Us and using grant money for this initiative. Now you're going to hear from a man who has been HIV positive for 40 years. He says knowing his status was key.
I got connected. I got involved. You know, information is powerful. Us Helping Us offer information as well as prevention, condoms, testing. You can't go wrong.
Again, the test kits are completely free, mailed right to your door. And this is very important to note. They are confidential. Nobody will know that you ordered them, and nobody will know your test results. Right now, this is a pilot program, so it is really only available for folks living in District 8, about a 6-mile radius from National Harbor. They're hoping if it is successful, they can expand it out to the entire county. Guys.
Homa, thank you. New guidelines out on GLP-1 therapies for obesity. The World Health Organization recommending the drug as part of long-term obesity treatment, marking a shift from its prior focus on diet and physical activity alone. The new guidelines published in JAMA state that these medications should be used alongside healthy lifestyle choices. However, the WHO emphasizes that medications cannot solve obesity on their own, and more long-term data and lower drug prices are needed.
We must work together on strategies like pool procurement and tiered pricing to make these medicines affordable for all. This guide.
The recommendation comes amid surging global use of GLP-1 drugs, which are effective for weight loss but often cost more than $1,000 per month in the U.S.
All right, still to come, another study emphasizing the link between smartphones and poor teen mental health.
And next on the 600s of more National Guard members coming to D.C., the latest on the increased deployment.